This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. March, 1985. Planet K563. In the process of explosive technological development, pollution has always been an integral part of economic progress, permeating the entire history of the universe. As a result, in the vast expanse of space, apart from the major star systems, all planets inevitably have polluted areas of varying sizes. The Great Head Forest is one such area, but unfortunately, it doesn't qualify for a rating system. It merely serves as a synonym for danger and death, scaring away countless local inhabitants. What no one knows is, there's a secret about this tranquil yet cruel and eerie territory. Beneath a layer of mutated soil that has evolved to be as hard as iron, there lies a high-tech laboratory, not particularly large in scale, but remarkably well-equipped. The laboratory's light source has long been cut off. The dimly lit underground research room resembles an old, dusty bag crammed into an inconspicuous corner. The only remaining trace of faint white glow was from a row of petri dishes. The outer 4 dishes were impeccably clean, while the innermost dish, filled with nutrient solution, was still operating at a minimal level. The small data template corresponding to petri dish number 5 clearly recorded the physiological information of the person inside. The stable curve suddenly began to fluctuate dramatically. The deep red curve, which had been almost horizontal, inexplicably returned to a normal floating line after a brief adjustment following a large twist. For a long time, the small data logger in petri dish number 5 emitted a soft yet clear notification signal. It was as if a dutiful little assistant was earnestly announcing something imminent. The lifeless girl opened her eyes in the petri dish. Her slightly sunken cheeks, her slender arms hanging limply, and her pale, bloodless skin from prolonged lack of light all revealed her extreme weakness. The hem of her thin white midi dress swayed gently in the culture medium, her soft, black hair floated in the liquid, and her toes, completely unable to exert any strength, could only barely support her weight thanks to the buoyancy of the culture medium. A soft moan escaped her thin lips, and her slender, willow-leaf eyebrows furrowed again. In the dimly lit laboratory, faint rays of light sparingly grazed the surface of the petri dish, as if all the fragmented memories of the past had been erased, leaving only blankness, which perfectly reflected a pair of gentle, watery yet chillingly bright brown eyes. Her small hands weakly pressed against the petri dish wall, each tiny movement requiring the activation of every joint and nerve in her body, each slight shift bringing excruciating pain as if she were being torn apart. Her body, like a withered leaf, leaned against the glass wall to conserve her already limited strength. The girl gasped for breath, her amber eyes surprisingly calm. She clenched her fist and swung it forcefully, slamming it against the petri dish wall. Bang! A large crack appeared in the hard petri dish wall. The girl's amber eyes darted around. A brief pause before she quickly accepted the fact, clearly naive and mentally blank, accepting it as normal. Fresh air rushed into the petri dish through the hole, the first breath she had taken since entering this strange world. The girl struggled to climb out of the petri dish, weakly using her hands to support her swaying, thin body against the wall. She wandered around, laboriously scavenging various nutrient solutions that might be useful to replenish her dwindling strength. Her long inactive legs quickly gave up, forcing her to drag out a half-broken laboratory cart as her mode of transportation. Fortunately, the laboratory wasn't large, and even in her weakness, she managed to find a general area, stuffing what she thought might be useful onto the cart. Of course, her haul wasn't bad. A pile of nutrient solutions with unknown expiration dates, and several chips hidden in a small box that had locked itself due to depleted power. She had to forcefully pry open the sturdy casing. Over the next few days, the exhausted girl had to rely on the accumulated nutrient solution and memory chip to pass the time during her semi-dormant state. During this time, she tentatively gave herself the name Ely. The quantum computer she found in the junkyard could temporarily visualize the chip in her hand. It contained more information than Ely had anticipated, a timely boon for her blank mental structure. Staying still meant certain death. Before the nutrient solution ran out, Ely repeatedly ventured beyond the laboratory's perimeter. She studied the knowledge within the memory chip tirelessly, using it to find a way to leave the forest and earn money, and surprisingly, she succeeded within a month. In countless clashes and struggles, even the seemingly sluggish Ely sensed a powerful explosive force and exceptional combat skills within her body. Sometimes, her body would even strike or dodge with the agility of her mind before her body could react, gradually transforming her techniques from instinct to a systematic approach. June 1985, New Star Calendar. The Great Head Forest was completely shrouded in a dark twilight. The leaves on the massive treetops overlapped tightly like bird feathers, leaving no gaps whatsoever. The darkness and lack of light, the faint rustling sounds in the air, and the occasional whiff of blood tickled her sensitive nerves with a perverse pleasure. Today was the day Yili officially left the forest. She had previously managed to reach the forest's edge, but after gathering information at the settlement, she immediately and silently returned to the Great Head Forest, carefully hiding in the laboratory. Thanks to her recent outing, she had found quite a few good things in the forest that could be sold for money. Those mutated, frenzied creatures that had once seemed like symbols of wealth to her, their grotesque appearances now appearing gentle and approachable. After leaving the forest, she headed straight for a repair shop nearby. The old shop was inconspicuous, blending into the old street. The rhythmic clanging of tools and the noise of machines churning could be faintly heard from inside. The door was tightly shut. Yili, unfazed, pushed open the door, her figure flashing through the crack. Inside, a middle-aged man with light brown hair, wearing specialized glasses, was carefully inspecting a machine in his hands. His stubble was covered in foul-smelling machine oil, and he wore a thin protective suit. Various small parts were scattered on the floor. Hearing the sound, he spoke without turning his head. "Little girl, you're here?" "Uncle Chui, I'm here." Yi Li's expressionless face relaxed slightly, her grip on the small bundle tightened subtly, and she stepped forward, obediently greeting him. Chui Sheng casually wiped his oily hands on a rag, pushed his protective glasses up sharply, his stubble curled slightly, and he gave a reluctant groan. The little girl behind him was still petite, so thin she looked like she could be blown away by a gust of wind, her back straight as a towering pine tree, her delicate brows holding a menacing, icy expression, her gentle tea-colored eyes always carrying a chilling coldness when scrutinizing others. If he hadn't witnessed firsthand how this seemingly weak and innocent little girl had calmly and decisively beaten 7 or 8 burly men, leaving them bloodied and mangled, even with her mechanical talent, Chui Sheng would never have considered taking her as an apprentice who couldn't even defend herself. Of course, it wasn't because of the batches of high-quality materials the little girl occasionally produced. Unable to save face, Chui Sheng reluctantly pointed behind him. "Hey, go clean up at the usual spot. I wonder where you've been running off to this month." Yili didn't rush to her room. Instead, she rummaged in her pocket and pulled out a small spatial button. Her usually icy expression showed a rare hint of unease, though her movements remained confident and natural. Her features still retained a childlike innocence, yet she possessed a roguish air, like a street urchin making a sworn brotherhood. "Here. This is my apprenticeship gift." Chui Sheng had guessed what was going on when she pulled out the spatial button, and his heart stirred. However, just as his old face was about to well up with tears and his nose tingled, the child's tone, feigning adulthood and displaying loyalty, choked him, leaving him with a stifled feeling in his chest. His gratitude instantly turned into disgust, and he hastily raised a wrench to hit her. "Go away, go away. What are you doing, kid, pretending to be a hooligan? Go clean up in the back yourself." Yi Li's clear, bright brown eyes tilted her head, puzzled as to why her upright actions, embodying chivalry and respect for her master, were met with such disdain. But she couldn't disobey her master's orders, so the young girl reluctantly finished her apprenticeship gift and ran off to the back sullenly. Chui Sheng's nearly splitting face finally returned to normal, the process so arduous that he had to open his disciple's offering to ease the tension. The spatial button, though small, could actually hold a cubic meter of material. The pretentious uncle glanced inside, and immediately felt relieved, his smile as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. No wonder she was Cui Yuesheng's beloved disciple. She truly understood his heart. The sizable space was overflowing with high-quality materials, all of B+ grade or better, and even a considerable amount of rare A+ grade materials. The cutting technique was clean and efficient, without the slightest loss. Even the mutated materials had undergone meticulous anti-mutation treatments. It was practically Chui Dada's dream collection. Of course, he knew this was something his little apprentice had painstakingly gathered. He couldn't help but sigh. He knew his apprentice usually earned money by selling materials, and this entire space was clearly the result of her carefully selecting the best. If she sold it, she could easily make a fortune. Sigh, such a young and eager learner is rare indeed. As her master, he had to give her a hand. He took out his worn-out communicator from his pocket and sent a message. Chui Sheng couldn't help but sigh. It proved that even the thickest old face had to be sacrificed for the sake of a junior. This was probably what they called "it's actually pretty good" on the Starnet. Chui Dada's self-satisfaction hadn't lasted long. Having packed almost nothing, Yili, expressionless and clueless, only able to mimic the street urchin's mannerisms, came out to get a glass of water. He happened to see his newly appointed master, clutching a communicator with a complex expression. Master. A strange expression. Appealing communicator. The quick-witted little guy seemed to grasp the point, patting his chest and assuring his master, Master, don't be sad. When I have money, I definitely get you the latest model communicator. Cui Sheng clutched the priceless, unreleased communicator in his hand, speechless. Once again, I was so exasperated by my seemingly aloof and roguish, but actually naive and simple-minded apprentice that I couldn't keep up appearances. I kept trying to appease her by recalling the golden materials and her filial piety. She's just a kid. She doesn't understand these things, that's normal. She just wanted to buy me a new one. What a thoughtful child. If this rare, high-performance, fully featured high-end machine, damaged by poor storage, had a voice, it would definitely call the High-End Machine Protection Association and cry out, Hey, could you please enable voice communication on this machine? Who's broken? Who's old? Our unique and noble SE model can't stand this injustice. Chapter 2. Although Cui Sheng was tormented by his newly apprentice's fresh and unconventional thinking and unique language style, feeling as if he were on a roller coaster, soaring to the clouds and plunging into the abyss, his heart, overflowing with pity and appreciation for talent, ultimately prevailed. Neither of them were picky about dinner, simply subsisting on 2 doses of nutrient solution. After dinner, Cui Sheng dragged Yi Li's thin, almost firewood-like arm to the underground research lab for a full physical examination. The incident stemmed from casual conversation at the dinner table. Cui Sheng still felt his apprentice was immature, so he asked to confirm the other's age. Yi Li finished the nutrient solution in one gulp, her small face stiff and indifferent. I'm 13 years old. Cui Sheng thought she was joking. It's good to be a child. Why are you so eager to become an adult? Just tell me your age honestly, your master won't mind. Yi Li's eyes were firm. I, Yi Li, am 18 years old. She thought to herself, annoyed, that if her master didn't believe her, she hoped she would start criticizing him before he could even raise another question. Children have tempers too. Cui Sheng chuckled dryly, realizing his disciple was straightforward and incapable of lying. But honestly, Xiaoli didn't look like an 18-year-old at all. She was particularly thin and malnourished, and her natural strength and fighting skills were unlike those of ordinary children. She seemed completely out of place. But her amber eyes were clean and bright, without a trace of gloom. Yi Li couldn't resist the mountain of teacher's dignity, and obediently accepted the full medical examination. In a not-so-short period of time, Cui Sheng slowly and deliberately explained a lot of knowledge about mechanical mechs as a way to relax and chat, and even promised to take her to the more secret mech research lab next door to observe, which successfully coaxed the little devil. Originally, Cui Sheng hadn't expected the little girl to listen, but to his surprise, Yi Li began offering insightful observations and raising new questions in the latter half. A true, unadulterated genius. The opportunity Cui Sheng had stumbled upon had appreciated rapidly, making him so happy he wanted to break the character for victory into 2 parts. The machine's silver-gray metal casing gleamed coldly, making the girl's pale face appear even more icy, yet she maintained a nonchalant, indifferent expression, as if she weren't the one undergoing the full-body examination. Cui Sheng sighed inwardly. Seems like a carefree girl. Carefree is good, isn't it? A full hour passed. Because she had observed the high-tech machine thoroughly during the examination, Yi Li had completely lost interest in the report by the time it finished. The moment Cui Sheng glanced down at the report, the little girl dashed out of the room, like the wind. Cui Sheng let her be. Kids like her just can't sit still. She'd probably either be in the shop observing the repaired machines or surfing the internet on her personal computer. He already sent her the detailed reading list. Even with a 1 in a trillion chance of studying, she wouldn't be left with nothing to eat. Thinking of this, Cui Data couldn't help but feel like a truly dedicated and responsible Interstellar mentor. The report was generally alright, except for the 2 huge words malnutrition, which pierced his fragile heart. Due to the machine's limitations, her physical and mental abilities were only at least S rank, meaning she should have no problem getting into military school. What really made him cringe was that the girl hadn't lied. Her age was clearly written as 18. Cui Sheng, Neither his fierce fighting style nor his childish, appearance-obsessed demeanor seemed to fit the description of someone 18. Was he instinctively rebelling against his actual biological age? Meanwhile, Yi Li didn't understand the complex thought process of her new master. She hugged her beloved little personal terminal and happily skipped back to her room. Perhaps because she had slept for so long in the petri dish, she didn't need much sleep after her recovery. Also, because the chip content she had been exposed to during that period was all related to mecha, she had unconsciously developed an interest. Thus, she later consciously sought out her master while wandering the streets, which led to her current privilege of studying mecha-related materials all night long. A truly wonderful thing. The ocean of knowledge allowed the novice bookworm to roam freely, and the worm herself felt very happy. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the land of the numbered star, Yi, the obedient and clever apprentice, would once again rise early to help his master prepare all the necessary instruments and equipment. Every day, he would observe and learn from his master, combining and verifying the information with what he had previously learned from the memory chip at night. This relentless, non-stop cultivation continued until one late night when Cui Sheng, upon waking to fetch water, discovered his apprentice had been up all night, forcing him to finally end the day. Having confirmed his apprentice's talent, Cui Sheng no longer dared to presume to call himself the master, and thus solemnly changed his role. Having successfully transitioned from a master to a father, Cui Sheng simply couldn't bring himself to reprimand his apprentice, who possessed both exceptional talent and a well-behaved, sensible nature. He could only patiently persuade her, "Girl, you still need to sleep tonight." "But I'm not sleepy," the straightforward Yi Li retorted frankly. "If you're not sleepy, taking a nap or resting for a while is good," he continued, trying to reason with her. "But I'm not sleepy," Yi Li insisted, her stance unwavering. Seeing her stubbornness, Cui Sheng resorted to his trump card. "Li, if you don't sleep tonight, you won't be able to continue growing taller." Yi Li's small frame trembled slightly in respect. Ever since becoming an apprentice at the mechanical repair shop, not only her unreliable master, but also many clients liked to tease her about the extreme mismatch between her height and age. What they considered mere gossip, Yi Li felt was definitely a personal attack. "You annoying adults. Children have dignity and self-respect too." The little girl gritted her teeth in annoyance, her soft cheeks puffed out, her brown eyes narrowed slightly, and after hesitating for a while, she gave a soft snort and turned to go back to her room to sleep. Cui Sheng finally felt relieved. The facts proved it. When children's bodies are in their growth period, after getting enough nutrition and sleep, their height will definitely not disappoint your expectations. The little girl finally grew taller. During this period of growing pains, the disabled but determined model student, Xiao Yi, gritted her teeth and persevered in her studies. Working tirelessly day and night, as a reward for getting a good night's sleep, a small laboratory that Cui Sheng had given her, she successfully created her first mecha weapon. Cui Sheng didn't look at the weapon first. Instead, he unusually tested his little apprentice's learning progress. "Where are you in the book I gave you?" On the very day he became her apprentice, he had passed on his entire set of self-study materials to his young and energetic new disciple, as if passing on a legacy. Thick stacks of mecha books, including Materials Science, Mecha Edition, Materials Purification, The Tumultuous History of Mecha, all models of the 3 standard mecha types, and the glorious achievements of transforming mechas, were piled up by her bedside, aptly named, a book arrangement meant to encourage study. Yi Li stood before the stack of books, taller than herself, and pointed to a few books beside her pillow. Using her reading speed over an hour during the day as a benchmark, Cui Sheng easily calculated whether his little apprentice had been obedient this week. "You stayed up 3 nights in a row again, haven't you?" Yi Li wasn't stupid. Her little mind quickly grasped the trick. She was still too inexperienced. Others could easily sway her with their clever schemes. The seasoned Cui didn't just tease her. He carefully held his beloved apprentice's work, examining it closely, and even specially arranged for data recording using specialized equipment. The mecha weapon the little girl pulled out was a pair of scythes, with a detachable structure. When separated, they could be used as dual-wielding weapons, and when connected, they could spin powerfully to act as a physical shield. Even when cooperating with teammates, she could throw the scythes and, at the opportune moment, use her mental power to link them or remotely control the system, turning the massive scythes into the most dazzling and largest projectiles within a certain area. The basic weapon design prioritizes balance, carefully refining the structural functions of the traditional melee weapon scythe, adding ranged attacks, offensive-defensive transitions, and telekinetic linking capabilities, among other functions. Yi Li inspected the weapon several times, quite satisfied with it as a novice's creation. Not because of its complete functionality or impressive destructive power, but because she had used the materials she had drawn for research and development with the utmost precision and efficiency. The young girl believed that thrift was a noble virtue flowing in her blood. Extravagant spending was absolutely out of the question. Cui Sheng, with his expert eye, clearly saw more. This was a genuine first creation. In the current mecha pilot industry, a first creation usually refers to a pilot's first project, the first semi-finished product with a basic mecha structure. Beginners struggle to even build a mecha structure, but this brat, with her first creation, directly attempted to create the weapon's structure, its various transformations, and corresponding functions, and even integrated multiple technologies into a relatively unified whole with a fairly complete organizational structure. Even more terrifying was her meticulous attention to detail. Truly formidable. Cui Sheng pulled a fruit candy wrapped in a shiny wrapper from his coat pocket and popped it into his mouth. He continued, "As for your work, I give you a few more days to modify your weapon. Next week, your master will take you to the underground market to broaden your horizons and see how many credits your first piece is worth." The underground market? Yili looked completely bewildered, unsurprised. Cui Sheng arrogantly raised his chin. The underground market isn't like an expensive certification agency, nor is it like a chaotic black market. It's convenient to buy things, consign, or rent a stall. Yili remained expressionless, except for her eyes shining. "Let's go!" Aside from her mecha, his disciple maintained a cool, expressionless face. Many clients wondered how he could discern specific emotions from such an icy expression. Cui Sheng was already used to this, after all, like father, like daughter, like master, like disciple. "However, I need to go out and prepare a bit these next few days. I can't just go out and appraise one weapon and be done with it, right? I'm afraid I won't even earn back the cost of the round-trip starship ticket." Yili patted her chest and assured him, "Master, don't worry, I take good care of everything in the shop." She then clenched her fist and waved it, indicating that anyone who dared to cause trouble would be driven away without a problem. Cui Sheng, is this girl's development a bit too wild? But then he thought better of it. After all, being a little assertive on star number isn't a bad thing. Chapter 3. For the next week or so, Yili acted as the temporary shopkeeper. Familiar clients followed the usual practice of picking up their goods and paying, without giving her much trouble. After all, finding a skilled mechanic on a numbered planet like this was truly difficult, and peaceful coexistence without conflict of interest was naturally the best approach. Of course, some unscrupulous individuals tried to take advantage of the shopkeeper's absence. The three Yux brothers from South Street were among them. They had achieved a mid to high ranking in the underground boxing ring thanks to their decent fighting skills, often using this to collect so-called protection money from planet residents passing through South Street. However, a month ago, they suffered a humiliating defeat in a small ditch. They were beaten so badly they could only lie groaning on the ground, and a passerby happened to record and upload the video, completely ruining their reputation. Not only did they face considerable resistance when collecting protection money, but their income plummeted recently. However, whether in the boxing ring or surviving on a numbered planet, one cannot do without star coins. With their income from their traditional business drastically reduced, they were forced to consider new ways to make money. They happened to hear that the muscular owner of the machinery shop on North Street had been frequently away from the store lately. The three brothers' minds immediately started working. If they could get their hands on some high-end goods and resell them, becoming rich overnight might not be difficult. As for the shop owner's young apprentice left in the shop to manage the business and deal with clients, she was just a skinny, underage girl and not worth their attention. They found out beforehand when there were no clients picking up orders, and planned to surprise them by posing as customers during quieter times. All three were dressed in trendy ripped jeans, metal chains around their waists, their thuggish appearance a perfect copy of the stereotypical gangster look from the Starnet. The trio swaggered through the streets to the North Street machine shop. Yuri's, the leader, brazenly pushed open the door and swaggered inside. The machine shop wasn't large, but its decor was simple and bright. A repair counter stood in a partitioned space on the left, while the right wall was clearly lined with various weapons and small mecha weapons. For some greedy people, it was a room full of money. A child sat behind the narrow counter, head down, fiddling with something. Yuri slightly raised his chin, gesturing for his two henchmen, Andy and Zhu Yang, to go and collect protection money. Andy and Zhu Yang expertly raised their chins, their eyes gleaming with a disdainful ferocity, and swaggered forward, slamming their hands on the counter. "Kid, protection money. If you know what's good for you, pay up now. You can even use items from the store as collateral, otherwise, my fists won't be so polite." Yili had already completed the task assigned to her by Cui Sheng, her nominal master but practically a colleague and father figure. She was now completely immersed in the mainstream and niche forums for mecha pilots, observing and occasionally exchanging ideas. She was in a thread titled "How to Choose the Right Coating for Mecha Shells?" Seeking advice from experts. The thread starter, Asen, lamented, "Sigh, it's that time of year again for mecha students. Final exams that drive them crazy." The young and energetic Asen thought he could finally ride the wave of success. But today's exam question increased both the corrosion resistance and wear resistance of mechas by 1.5%. It's common knowledge that the coating can't achieve both perfectly. Is the school deliberately trying to prevent us from passing? I'm begging all my classmates, colleagues, and future classmates, please help me out. Any conditions are negotiable. My dad said problems that can be solved with money aren't problems at all. I just need to save my life, me passing by. Damn, this social butterfly is going to explode. A non-mecha major elegantly resting his chin on his hand. Codename handsome guy, calm down, bro. But you really went too far, OP. If you can't get both the paint and the shell, you can try changing the outer shell material. Today I'm losing hair too. Mecha majors, changing the shell is less worthwhile than changing the paint. If changing the paint fails, at most it's just a matter of passing or failing, but if changing the shell fails, it's a direct retake. Night Owl never gives up. Luckily, the standards hadn't changed when I took the exam last year. I feel so sorry for the OP. Sigh, juniors, cherish your studies while you can. The OP, with exceptionally unstable emotions, left unique crying emojis in every reply, making onlookers wonder if his brain is even functioning properly. Yi Li's conditioned reflex upon seeing this post was rich and naive. It's good to be rich, and robbery. Ahem. Just kidding. She was recalling the result of recently adjusting her weapon and fiddling with the remaining materials on her small lab bench. A playful creation. 6 small tubes in a row, 7 rows in total, using 2 different types of liquid as raw materials, mixed in different percentages. The first group consisted of liquids mixed in different proportions, and then 6 more groups were mixed sequentially to extract elements A, B, C, AB, AC, and BC. Although most of them resulted in explosions, she vaguely remembered that some did produce different effects. Because the amount of coating liquid used in the experiment was too small, only 1 or 2 types showed any improvement, and their effectiveness was minimal, so the actual specific effects have not yet been recorded. She currently doesn't have the time to conduct further research, and can only provide a general idea. Mechs and sleep are mutually exclusive. OP, you can try mixing the coating liquids. Post replies, brother, your ideas can be practical, but don't be absurd. Don't burn yourself out for your final exams. Brother, let me ask you something. Do you have an afro right now? As a friendly young person from interstellar space, I can recommend a good hair salon for you for free. If you don't understand, don't give me bad advice. It only hurt yourself and others. A newbie with a forum account level of 0, just like a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Before Yi Li could even finish posting his follow-up ideas, he received a barrage of ridicule and sarcasm. His fair face remained expressionless, but his clean, brown eyes held a hint of displeasure, eager to roll up his sleeves and engage in a verbal battle. Unfortunately, someone blindly came to the shop to collect protection money. Yi Li's tea-colored eyes darkened slightly, and she arrogantly raised her slender chin. The instant she looked up, she slammed her shoe on the leather seat, her expression more arrogant than any of the thugs coming to collect a debt. The chilling murderous intent in her tea-colored eyes was almost tangible, ready to draw blood. Who was this blind fool who interrupted my verbal battle just as I was about to engage in a heated debate? If they weren't clients from the shop, they definitely show them what they're made of. Andy and Zhu Yang's prepared arguments vanished in an instant when they met those familiar tea-colored eyes. Their instincts kicked in faster than their conscious minds, causing their backs to buckle, and they prostrated themselves before their boss. What a coincidence. The ruthless boss, who had previously failed to collect protection money on South Street, brutally beating 3 people to death, was now huddled behind the counter. The moment their eyes met, the 3 men's already healed wounds began to throb with pain again. Yuri, behind them, sensed something was wrong. His first instinct was to turn and run, but before he could even turn halfway, a gleaming dagger thrown towards the counter grazed his trouser leg and pierced through it, pinning him firmly to the spot, too afraid to move. Yuli glanced at the uninvited guest, and then looked down to read the replies to the post. The original poster replied, "Brother, if you have any general methods or experience with the method you mentioned, I'd like to discuss it. Just send me a private message, I'm always on the lookout." She sent him a private message. "I send you the details tonight." Aw San, okay. I wait for you tonight, bro. Mechs and sleep are mutually exclusive, okay. With the online stuff settled, it's time to deal with real-world matters. Yuli dragged out a leather armchair with one hand and slammed it upright, letting his previously prostrate underling obediently rotate 90 degrees while maintaining his original posture. Both men sported heads of wildly unruly hair, growing more wildly than weeds. The awful smell of cheap hair dye and the half-faded color created a terrifying shock to their self-image, a shock that could cause irreversible psychological damage. In layman's terms, ugly and stinky. Yuri's, the leader, still had a trembling lifeline pinned to the tip of a dagger. He had considered drawing the knife first, then apologizing and running away. Countless times he had tried to escape this torment. However, reality is always exceptionally harsh. Facts are always unexpectedly cruel. Yuri's, a burly, strong man who had made a decent living in South Street and the underground boxing ring, couldn't even draw his sword from a young girl's dagger. It seemed like a huge joke. But he hadn't actually done anything wrong. From ancient times to the present, the people of Planet Number have always upheld a survival of the fittest philosophy. From the moment Planet Number was officially developed until now, due to the negative impact of barren land, insufficient resources, and other harsh conditions, not enough to go around and must fight have become the basic characteristics of the entire planet. Under the complex combined effects of nature, society, and the new era, the planet's inhabitants have been forced to possess a fearless and ruthless character, always ready to forge ahead. While it seems similar to the survival of the fittest theory of ancient Earth, closer examination reveals that it's less about discarding the worst parts of the whole, and more like an invisible whip relentlessly lashing at the bottom. It's euphemistically called encouragement. The paths of the strong are diverse, and there's no fixed template for their appearance for newcomers to follow. Therefore, the inhabitants of the numbered stars aren't the kind of people who judge by appearances. The ancient blue star proverb, "Don't judge a book by its cover," remains timeless. Further, with added subjective embellishment, it's deduced that when the other party is stronger, it's not shameful for a true man to bend and stretch, a seemingly shameless argument that isn't entirely without merit. Therefore, his perfectly sculpted posture of feigning weakness to survive isn't repulsive. No other reason than that no one can ignore the red light of the survival instinct flashing its warning. She effortlessly bent her slender waist slightly, stretched out her long, fair arms, and easily retrieved the dagger firmly embedded in the ground. With her other hand, she grabbed Yuri's by the back of his collar and ruthlessly pressed him aside. Leaning comfortably back in the leather chair, the cold, silvery white metallic sheen seemed to dart and flicker nimbly between her slender fingers. Her seemingly innocent demeanor, as if playing with a toy, masked the fact that the gleaming blade, using the intricately engraved hilt as a fulcrum on her fingers, pressed the thin, sharp edge precisely against her fair skin, as if playing a leisurely swing. The three knelt in a row, and only then did Healy carefully examine their faces. "You lot, you look somewhat familiar?" she asked uncertainly, trying to recall. Chapter 4. The three brothers, Yuri's and Zhu Yang, felt a mouthful of blood stuck in their throats, their faces etched with the sorrow of betrayal, and an expression of extreme accusation. The three brothers couldn't help but collapse in disbelief. "You truly are my only good sister. Back then, in the corner of South Street, your heroic feat of single-handedly taking on a group of people, and your very kind gift of a complete skin-tearing, blood-soaked package, how could you forget such a glorious and beautiful memory, one with which I share countless connections?" Yili pondered for a moment, then came to his senses. "Oh, the guy I beat up after his robbery attempt failed." Yuri's, There should be a more polite way to say it. Andy, Zhu Yang, The eldest is right. After figuring out the origins of the three unlucky guys, Yili could roughly guess their intentions. They simply wanted to take advantage of old Chui's absence, and their young apprentice's vulnerability to be bullied. Unfortunately, the numbered stars don't have seasonal distinctions. Forget about trying to scam them. Even if you tried to scam the winds of spring, summer, autumn, winter, or any other direction, you wouldn't get a single credit point from the shop. After figuring out the situation, Yili picked up one in each hand and tossed them out the door with practiced ease. In the blink of an eye, a whole row of three knelt neatly outside the door. If you're not a client or a customer, don't be an eyesore in the shop. She's busy, you know. That evening, when Chui Sheng returned home, he saw a considerable light still shining through the crack in Yili's door. Long-buried memories suddenly began to attack him relentlessly. Upon asking, he learned that Yili was conducting research in a new field. Mech Maniac No. 2 immediately jumped on board, busily becoming Yi Master's assistant and underling. If the mixed coding could truly provide enhancements to 2 or even 3 attributes, the cost of mecha development could be significantly reduced, and sales profits would be much higher. "Master, I know I'm poor, but are you poor too?" Yili asked, his mind filled with confusion, thinking of the machines and instruments hanging in the west corner, and the row of expensive weapons of various styles on the east wall. "Li, those are debts I owe." He sighed bitterly. "Those are finished products I made by repairing and manufacturing weapons to pay off my debts. They all belong to the creditors, So they don't belong to you, Master? Yi Li, He hadn't expected Master Cui Sheng to be as poor as he was, even after his recent recovery. No wonder the high-end equipment he used when he became an apprentice had only lit up once since then. It was clearly something he could grit his teeth to buy but couldn't afford to maintain. After Cui Sheng personally admitted his poverty, Yi Li was already planning to go to the head forest again to earn some money, treating it as part of his daily individual combat training. Besides, mecha pilots, who can't fight, can't even keep up with the demand for materials and parts. Master, did you finish what you needed to do? Yi Li changed the subject. Yes, mostly done. Cui Sheng had made a special trip to the shipping company to buy tickets for the scheduled time. Since there was no online ticketing website for the ship, he had to order in person at the company's customer service counter. He also bought a new batch of materials and parts to sell to pay for bounty missions and cover the fare. But there's one more thing I need to do tomorrow. You can look after him for another day. Cui Sheng affectionately reached out to pat Yi Li's head, only to be met with a disgruntled refusal from the eagerly anticipating Yi Li's growth. In fact, he had to go to Dawn Basic School on Star Number tomorrow. Dawn was the only school on Star Number, offering a wide range of majors, but its only drawback was the lack of a department related to mecha construction. The only relevant major was the mecha soldier major. This wasn't hard to understand. Mecha construction required a significant amount of time and money, and families rooted on Star Number simply couldn't afford such a large expense. Even he couldn't. If it weren't for the little girl's intelligence and resourcefulness, enabling her to create marketable items from the materials and parts she was allocated on her first attempt, she wouldn't have been able to persevere until she could build her first weapon herself. There was nothing wrong with studying the soldier major, but his only concern was that rigidly adhering to the school's timetable and learning plan might hinder Yi Li's unique learning progress and speed. He planned to coordinate with the principal of Dawn Basic School about the child's learning. Could they, while achieving the school's teaching goals ahead of schedule through self-study, also give Yi Li as much freedom as possible in choosing her learning style? Rushing in to discuss things would surely draw strange looks from unsuspecting teachers and students, so as an adult and guardian, he had to pave the way first, preventing the child's attempt to enter society from suffering unfair discrimination. Of course, whether the child could win over the school leaders on her own was her own business, but giving her a chance to try and prove herself was what an adult should do. For the sake of the girl's constant use of master, the master would do everything in his power. That evening, before returning to her room, Yi Li remembered to report all the important matters at the shop that day to Cui Sheng. Upon learning that some fool actually dared to collect protection money from his shop, Master Cui strode wildly towards the counter, his expression menacing, to check the security camera footage. He opened the camera. At the 10-second mark, it was those three lazy, thuggish idiots again. At the 15-second mark, his usually clever apprentice hadn't noticed a thing. At the 20-second mark, his beloved apprentice, run. A thug is here to extort money. At the 25-second mark, his apprentice was majestic and imposing, truly the shop's prized possession. At the 27-second mark, wait a minute, something's not right, girl. You're more thuggish than a thug, more thuggish than a bandit. This Juniview, middle school syndrome, and role-playing trope is stuck, isn't it? Help! The weary father turned off the camera. Even his desire to settle scores with the scoundrels had faded. They must have already been punished enough. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that they traveled all the way from South Street to North Street to beg for money, only to be caught in their apprentice's clutches, so tragically that even their faces and names weren't remembered? It must be said that not only was the damage immense, but the humiliation was also extremely strong. The next morning, Cui Sheng went to Dawn Basic School to negotiate with the principal for his seemingly misbehaving daughter. If it weren't for the fact that the Dawn School's stingy principal had ordered a batch of A and B-level training model standard mechs last year, he wouldn't have been able to contact him so quickly. Upon receiving the information about the meeting, the Dawn Basic School's stingy principal's first reaction was, if the other party needed his help, how many mechs should he extort? No, how many should he successfully obtain to appease the other students who suffered unfair treatment? The principal had completely forgotten his feigned madness last year when ordering a standard-type mecha. His dramatic, almost desperate, attempts to get Cui Sheng to drastically reduce the price were a thing of the past. Times had changed. It was now his turn to shine. Cui Sheng walked out of the mechanical shop, took out the latest 2.0 modified balancing platform from his spatial storage, and expertly stepped onto it, waiting for the platform's light lock to secure his shoes and adjusting the speed to the perfect angle before setting off. The balancing platform is currently the most popular mode of transportation among young people in interstellar space. Balancing platform is its official name, but young people prefer to call it wind plane, especially students who use it to commute to and from school. Unlike small, enclosed aircraft, it's not bulky or difficult to obtain or operate compared to other modes of transportation. Soaring through the air on the platform feels as refreshing and exhilarating as riding the wind. Targeting a younger demographic, safety is a top priority. The device automatically locks when both feet are on it, and it automatically generates the user's current physiological data to scientifically control power output. Consumers with poor balance or specific needs can add or modify various user-friendly accessories while maintaining the basic functionality. For example, a balance bar for hand grips and a windshield to prevent facial paralysis. Cui Xing initially disliked working with this kind of youth-oriented stuff, but Yili remarked, in the future, the most advanced weapons and mechs will be used by the younger generation. If you can't even understand this, you might as well just become a full-time repairman. Your apprentice will fully inherit and fulfill the dreams you once had. The tactic of provocation, though outdated, has remained effective for decades. Cui Xing, a lifelong competitive and unwilling to admit defeat, initially struggled with the controls, often stumbling and making sharp turns, resulting in countless high-speed maneuvers. Unsurprisingly, he eventually became hooked. Through repeated practice, he finally managed to move a certain distance with a relatively normal stance. Upon returning, he discussed the feasibility of intelligentizing the mecha's core system with Yili, finding the real-time recording and warm prompts of the balance pad even more comforting than the gentle spring breeze of March. From then on, Cui Xing completely fell in love with the illusory beauty that the balance pad brought him, making him feel 20 years younger. Dawn Basic School. Cui Xing put away his specially modified balance pad and, guided by the intelligent robot arranged by Principal Tai, deftly pushed open the worn door to the principal's office. Principal Tai sat steadily in his leather chair, his glasses gleaming. His lips, which usually drooped as if burdened by debt, now uncontrollably curved into what he considered an elegant smile. His expression, though subtly reserved, exuded an air of unbridled greed and a desire to fleece someone. He plopped down with an air of superiority and cut to the chase. Cui Xing, I have a junior in my family who plans to enroll in Shiguang Basic School this fall. Principal Tai uttered the classic, timeless platitude, that's excellent. I hope your junior will learn useful things at school and become a true talent. The pleasantries were certainly well chosen, but the effect was arguably worse than saying nothing at all. Tai Gongji leisurely poured himself a drink, waiting for the other party's next move. Since the other party is asking for my help, I patiently wait for them to make their request, then strike decisively and fleece them. Perfect, another expense saved. Seeing the tightwad's posture, Cui Xing knew the other party had clearly misunderstood his intentions. Did he think I was begging him? Clearly, you're the one begging me. He spoke meaningfully, but my youngest is just too clever. I'm worried that following the basic school's teaching model will slow down her learning progress. The implication was, your school's curriculum is too simple, following your pace is a disadvantage. Your school is not worthy of my gifted child. Principal Tai suddenly sensed something was wrong with Cui Xing's words. Wasn't it that the child was too bad, so he wanted to get in through connections? How did it become about our school being too bad, this time? Cui Xing slowly sipped his tea, gently moistening his throat. Principal Tai's earlier composure was gone. His voice was almost completely trembling. Cui Xing feigned a long sigh. It's truly a headache to have such an outstanding child. That's why I had to swallow my pride and talk to you about whether she could take various exams earlier. If she passes with high scores, I hope you can approve her credits ahead of schedule, allowing her to study freely in the remaining time. Principal Tai's shrewd eyes widened slightly, as if he were floating on clouds. He suddenly remembered the other party's identity while in a daze, and stammered excitedly, the child. If the child follows you, then she probably wants to apply for the mecha department, but our school doesn't offer any mecha-related departments. Chapter 5. Principal Tai Gongji's heart was filled with complex emotions. A child praised as a genius by Cui Xing must be extraordinary, and it would be excellent for the school to secure such a student. However, if this child were to major in mecha engineering, to be honest, Dawn Basic School couldn't really help much. Even as a mere principal, he, and even the school's own star, couldn't afford such a money-intensive and resource-intensive major. Seeing a promising talent slip away right before his eyes, and being powerless to stop it, Principal Tai felt a tightness in his chest, a sharp pain, and even a slight difficulty breathing. Cui Xing didn't intend to keep him in suspense, and slowly spoke again. There's nothing wrong with a kid enrolling in the individual combat program, the mecha program can be learned at home. But don't you think it's better for a genius to manage their own study time? Principal Tai was almost breathless from his abrupt change in tone, his lordly posture in the leather chair unconsciously shifting forward. He stretched out 2 callous fingers, forcefully massaging the bridge of his nose to relieve his aching head. His emotions were unstable, and his tone was strangely weak. Old Chui. Tell me honestly, what are the child's physical and mental strength levels? After all, as the principal of Dawn, I have to ensure fairness for the students. Of course, if a truly exceptional talent emerges, the school won't hesitate to adjust the intensity and flexibility of the curriculum. The impeccably dressed principal, Chui Shechao, returned a malicious smile. He bent his thumbs and forefingers into a semicircular arc, then used his left forefinger to catch his right thumb, forming a clearly legible letter. C grade, both above and below. S grade. Chui Sheng feigned great difficulty, showing considerable concern for the child's health. As you know, the range of instruments we can obtain for our star level is extremely limited. The one I bought at a sky-high price only reaches around S grade. Sigh. When Xiaoli came to live with me, her medical report showed malnutrition in red. I've been watching her eat and sleep day and night, but she still hasn't gained weight. This seemingly pathetic complaint was actually a blatant display of resentment and self-pity. Tai Gongji admitted he had underestimated the situation. He was practically dying of envy in his office. How are Xiaoli's theoretical and practical skills? They must be excellent. Principal Tai only made his final decision after confirming the last layer of insurance for the special arrangement. But he couldn't just blindly trust an outsider based on Chui Sheng's few words. He had to give the other teachers and students an explanation. So, the two agreed that Yili would take the test alone this Thursday afternoon, with her abilities evaluated based on a combined score of theoretical and practical skills. The key person they were talking about wasn't swaying it out at the mechanical workshop. Last night, Yili had intended to send her initial ideas and some basic examples to the forum's thread starter, ASEN, hoping to begin a rational and rigorous scientific discussion. Unexpectedly, ASEN unceremoniously deleted her request for help. Yili was puzzled. Could it be that she'd been caught by an elder or teacher and was receiving a growth lesson? She had no choice but to keep the draft she had painstakingly prepared for herself, patiently waiting for the next batch of materials to arrive so she could complete the work herself. It was still early before noon. The weather on star number 1 was mostly characterized by dark days, overcast skies, and gloomy nights. A sunny day like this morning was a once-in-a-century occurrence. Yili donned a pure black-gray isolation suit that accentuated her slender waist and a section of her neck. She temporarily put the machine shop into closed mode and activated the security program in the robot system. She then donned a slightly oversized cloak and quietly left through the back door of the machine shop. The road to the great forest of Had was intimately familiar to Yili. In just a few short months, she had constantly traversed between the forest and the surrounding streets, learning how to avoid crowds to reach the forest's edge, and how to deal with the mutated plants and animals within. These seemingly trivial details, almost ingrained in her muscle memory, were exceptionally vivid in her short-term memory. Although the machine recognized her as having a bone age of 13, her physiological data stubbornly remained at the 10-year mark. Most importantly, her memory was completely blank, except for recent additions. Using a modified proxy board, Yili carefully slipped from the edge of the numbered star city district into the outer area of the Had Great Forest. The Had Great Forest. The entire forest was perpetually shrouded in a mysterious, grayish-white fog. To survive, the trees, ravaged by the fog, transformed into frenzied and violent mutant plants. Yili, clad in a completely black modified protective suit, deftly avoided the exposed, predatory roots of the crimson nitrate tree. These roots seemed to possess eyes, relentlessly pursuing her like a mid-level homing missile used by the military. Another formidable family also lived in this area. The scarlet vines, in a frenzy, bared terrifying thorns. The hard thorns, like cunning, agile snakes, gripped her tightly from her blind spot. Purple-red sap oozed from the long, gleaming thorns, lashing out relentlessly at her, each drop instantly creating a crater in the flat ground. Yili didn't try to dodge the attacks. Instead, she lunged forward, her toes landing on the lower thorns. With superhuman strength, she sprang into the air. The girl's figure seemed to hover in midair, as if enticing her enemies to attack boldly. She indeed provoked the crimson glauber's roots and the scarlet vines to unleash a continuous barrage of powerful attacks. The twisted vampire roots suddenly extended, their supple, slender vines thrashing wildly, emitting a sharp, piercing sound as if shattering the air, all seeking an opportunity to bind the small human. At the critical moment, Yili calmly snorted. Her body, suspended in midair, shifted slightly, suddenly contorting at an incredible angle. Leaping through the air, she twisted her waist obliquely, almost ostentatiously escaping through the narrow gap, allowing the rampaging roots and sharp vines to make intimate contact. The crimson glauber's tree and the scarlet vine were known as the two regional overlords of the polluted area's alien plants. A direct confrontation between these two overlords would inevitably result in mutual destruction. She, a fragile human, naturally slipped away wherever the opportunity presented itself. Whoosh! Yili successfully escaped the alien plant area, pulled up her black hood, and smoothly drew two gleaming, dark blue twin swords from her sleeves. She slightly twisted her wrists to wield the dark blue swords, the blades reflecting the ferocious eyes of strange beasts. The golden-eyed tiger is a common Super A-class star beast in this area, renowned for its swiftness. Its fur becomes as hard as iron in battle, and its precious golden eyes can be used as components for A or S-class mechs, fetching a good price on the underground market. Of course, there are drawbacks. Because she cannot reveal that her source is within the contaminated zone, she must always pretend to hunt on a neighboring planet before selling her goods on the underground market, making the round-trip fare unavoidable. After all, as the old saying goes, even the best money needs to be spent alive. Dense jungle obscured most of the sky, with only a few weak rays of light squeezing through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating a pair of incredibly calm, amber eyes. A cold, sharp hilt was gripped in a pale hand, her slender forearm constantly swung in exquisite arcs, the sharp blade leaving two trails of eerie blue. The golden-eyed tiger's robust body was no match for the flashing blade, and it was precisely sliced open along its skeleton, large chunks of flesh and bone cleanly separated, the spilled blood tinged with a bluish-black toxin. The lightning-fast battle ended abruptly. Yili put on special protective gloves and, as usual, carefully selected her spoils. She took a medium-sized toolbox from her pocket and used special tweezers to remove the most precious golden eye, carefully placing it in an opaque, insulated box to preserve it. Next, she took out several syringes, identifying the most critical parts to draw the toxin-laden blood, and then, with a gleaming alloy knife, cut off the tough, iron-like fur in one piece. She was already an experienced Yili. She naturally knew what to do. The golden eyes could be sold as merchandise or stored as mecha materials. The poisonous blood could be researched for self-defense, and the fur could be used to test the hardness of mecha shell materials within a certain range. The remaining useless flesh and blood would be readily disposed of by the exotic plants and star beasts of the jungle. Only at this moment did her clear, amber eyes reveal a hint of joy and pride. Matching her previous wild and precise movements, she possessed an inexplicable air of naive banditry. A poor man's child must learn to be independent early. Impoverished Yili had to exploit every opportunity. Utilizing every available resource, she absolutely could not allow anything to be wasted. Yili stored everything away in her personal spatial storage, finished her work efficiently, and went home. Cui Sheng landed gracefully on his balance board, eager to proudly inform his apprentice of the good news that he could attend Dawn Basic School. The door to the mechanical shop activated a high-level system, likely a special feature set up while his apprentice was away. After verifying, Cui Sheng couldn't help but wonder, where had Xiao Yezi gone? He put away his balancing skateboard and slowly walked into the shop, bending down to change into his work clothes first. Just then, he saw a slender figure nimbly dart in. Yili hadn't expected her master to finish so early today. She scratched the back of her head, took out a silver-gray spatial key from her pocket, and solemnly handed it to Cui Sheng. Master, I can make money too. Keep what you can use from this batch, and sell the rest. A pretty young girl stood gracefully in a pure black outfit, with a drab gray trench coat over it. She was barely tall enough to reach his chest, and her fair cheeks were still thin. At this moment, her beautiful brown eyes were slightly raised, her brows exceptionally innocent and soft, and her unusually calm and composed expression revealed a nonchalant attitude towards the matter. Rather than a mature choice beyond her physical age, Yili felt it was the most natural thing in the world from the very beginning. It was as if, in her world of understanding, this was simply common sense. Seeing Cui Sheng's stunned silence, the girl slowly added, if I were to act here, it would be a long and roundabout process, and I'd be afraid of being tracked. If Master were to act, there must be a safer and more convenient channel than mine, right? The girl continued, her tone returning to its usual cadence. Master, you wouldn't mind if your beloved disciple borrowed a little of your help, would you? Cui Sheng's initial joy was now tinged with an indescribable bitterness. He thought bitterly, such a talented, gifted, decisive, skillful, obedient, and money-making disciple must be a gift from heaven to be his precious daughter. Chapter 6. Okay. No problem. Cui Sheng was touched by his little apprentice's obedient and sensible nature. He had originally planned to gradually correct her strange common sense. However, man proposes, God disposes. For the next 2 days, he received requests for mecha repairs. The 2 clients were quite mild-mannered, requested relatively easy-to-repair mechas, and offered very reasonable prices. The only challenge was the large number of mechas they needed repaired and the tight time frame. The master and apprentice, never ones to turn down money, unusually worked together as father and son, working non-stop all night with nutrient solutions in their mouths. On the day of delivery, even Yili, who always said I won't sleep, couldn't hold back and went to catch up on sleep. When Yili awoke from her hazy consciousness, it was already Thursday morning. Yili sat lazily on a stool, yawning, her freshly washed, damp hair cascading down her back. Behind her, the drying machine diligently dried her rarely lazy little master's hair. The soft sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her slender yet strikingly beautiful, fair face, like the downy tail feathers of a migratory bird gently swaying. Her jet-black, silky hair cascaded softly down her slender, pine-like back, the freshly dried end still carrying a warm, delicate fragrance. The girl, sitting leisurely, had half-closed eyes, her long eyelashes like folded butterfly wings, and in the soft light, her entire being seemed bathed in a warm glow. While outsiders might marvel at the breathtaking beauty, the girl herself was thinking, my hair seems a bit long and in the way, but if I suddenly ran out with my hair down, I might try to dress up as a ghost and scare people. I wonder if that would be fun. Ah, still so sleepy. If her master hadn't been constantly yelling at her, Yili would have loved to crawl back into bed. No wonder back on ancient Blue Star, people often said, there's no place like home. She felt. Not only was it inferior to a straw nest, but it was definitely not as good as a fragrant, soft, and warm bed like her own. Finally, it was Cui Sheng's mental therapy and his guarantee of sleeping in that worked. Think about it. If Shaoli can get her name registered at Dawn Basic School, you have plenty of time to decide your own schedule in the future. As long as you produce relevant research results, no one will dare to question you even if you sleep until noon every day. Driven by the promise of sleeping until you naturally wake up, Yili quickly got ready, stepped onto her wind-riding board, and followed behind Cui Sheng, gliding smoothly and steadily through the air. Dawn Basic School was located in the central area of the Eastern District, a top-tier location on Star Number. Many local Star citizens with some savings would send their children there. The school adheres to the teaching philosophy of teaching according to aptitude. To put it simply, only students with a mental strength level of B or higher are eligible to apply for the Single Soldier Command Department. Other students can choose other majors and try the exam again. Even if selected students are admitted to military-related majors, the school, to prevent promising students from going astray, has formulated a special rule for future military academy students. In every profession, there are top performers. As members of the Dawn Academy, you must understand that no profession is inherently superior or inferior. This rule not only serves to curb the impetuousness of self-proclaimed geniuses, but also has the power to be enforced as school regulations. If a prospective military academy student is found to have serious prejudice against others, they can be punished to varying degrees depending on the severity of the offense, with the most serious offense being direct expulsion from the school. When this requirement was issued, many people expressed their dissatisfaction with it, albeit sarcastically. Good prospects were already scarce in the numbered star system, and the principal even had a rule against refusing admission. In response, the ever-stubborn and unyielding Principal Tai Gongji's reply was roughly as follows. What is the purpose of the school's years of painstaking training of prospective military academy students? Is it to give a bunch of brats something to brag about, or to make these kids point their guns at us in a critical moment, so we can die even faster? The ever-sharp-tongued Principal Tai immediately launched a barrage of sharp retorts. Those who know us are training future military academy students. Those who don't might think we're training underground boxing ring fighters. Oh, at least those guys dare to fight to the death. These bullies are just cowards who only dare to bully their own kind. TCH. This series of sharp retorts successfully silenced all dissenting opinions. Dropped. Because of this, many Star citizens' goodwill towards Dawn Basic School rose again. Aside from the military-related students, those in the General Studies program also studied diligently, proudly forging their own futures just like the former military students. The only drawback was that the natural and social environment of Planet Number 1 resulted in its technological talent and other conditions lagging behind other planets. Funding and material acquisition were severely limited, so the only military-related major, mecha piloting, had not yet been offered. Therefore, Yili could only be enrolled as a mecha pilot student. Cui Sheng led Yili, following a specially guided intelligent robot, easily avoiding crowds, and quickly arriving at the combat arena where they had arranged to meet the principal. Principal Tai was anxiously waiting inside, with the two directors and deputy directors of the Mecha Soldier Department. The deputy director of the department carefully combed his sparse hair and asked doubtfully, "Principal, can your friend really bring a genius student?" Principal Tai rolled his eyes unhappily. TSK, what good would it do him to deliberately run me away? Besides, he can run away, but he can't run away from the shop. Who said he was going to run away? The door to the combat room opened automatically after verification, and an intelligent robot greeted the two. "Oh!" Tai Gongji instantly switched to a bright, smiling face, rushing towards the source of the voice. Just then, Cui Sheng, dressed in presentable clothes, approached them unhurriedly with a little girl in a dark gray robe. "Wait, a little girl?" Tai Gongji confirmed again, uncertainly, "Yes." The little girl, dressed in a pure black outfit with a dark gray robe over it, was slender and petite. She looked far from adulthood. Even Principal Tai, whose face was jokingly called iron-faced, couldn't help but twitch. Cui Sheng glanced at him, and immediately grasped the school's attitude. Further explanation at this point would only be twisted into accusations of self-promotion or stubborn resistance. Instead of arguing about irrelevant things and inviting doubt, it was better to present the data directly. He perfunctorily greeted the other two teachers, and then dragged Yili, who looked completely indifferent and aloof, to Principal Tai. With an unyielding and authoritative tone, he confirmed the instrument's operational status with the stunned Principal Tai. After receiving a positive response, he decisively had the aloof and elegant young woman place her hand on the sensor. The instrument emitted a rather dazzling white light during operation, then abruptly announced the test results. Subject name: Yili, Star Citizen, Star K563. Resident ID: KEFC 3502178. Scanning the physical health of Star Citizens. Ding. Result generated. Your physical fitness level is S level. Your mental strength is S level. Friendly reminder: this instrument can only generate S level data at its highest range. Your physical and mental strength levels are far higher than the maximum stored data. We suggest you use a more advanced machine for a more detailed scan. Thank you for using our equipment. Tai Gongji, Chosen One, Director Su. Good material, Deputy Director Li. My face hurts, but it hurts good. The school officials present all seem to have two small light bulbs shining on them. Humph. Cui Sheng stood with his hands on his hips, silently enjoying the envy. Yi Li, who had put his hands back at his pockets as soon as the test ended, stood naturally to the side, his brown eyes calm, as if he were in a different world from the others. Before all the adults could eagerly approach for a closer look, Yi Li, like a cold machine following a pre-programmed procedure, spoke. Is the next step an early final exam, with theory and practical classes? Cui Sheng had been hoping to simply use his impressive ranking to secure special treatment and a green card, but who knew his honest, well-behaved son would volunteer for the exam. The school's three-person team, initially stunned by the ranking, were brought back to reality by the calm words. We actually have such a well-behaved child now, not arrogant because of his talent. On the contrary, he so obediently and proactively sought to obtain the relevant rights through normal procedures. Humble yet exceptionally talented, though a bit thin, he's truly a promising prospect. Tai Gongji, usually known for his smiling but ruthless demeanor, for the first time showed a relaxed expression, gently leading Yi Li to the examination room next to the combat training room to begin the theoretical exam arrangements. His attentiveness throughout surprised the two teachers. Yi Li sat down without hesitation and began the exam, head down, pen in hand, ready to answer. While answering, he glanced at the simulated combat room before continuing. Tai Gongji reluctantly left the examination room, where the two heads of the individual combat department were having a heart-to-heart talk with the parents of an outstanding student. Yi Li is a very talented child. If she studies according to the school schedule, I will do my best to help her grow. Yes, if she can study at home, then she can certainly study at school too. Xiao Yi is much thinner and smaller than her peers. If she were at school, we could talk to the cafeteria ladies about jointly developing a special nutritious meal. Cui Sheng, hearing them urging Yi Li to attend school repeatedly, hadn't expected to escape the ridicule of minors. Now, it was the individual combat department teachers relentlessly promoting themselves, almost making his ears ache. Only Principal Tai Gongji of the school had a general understanding of Yi Li's basic situation. Yi Li. Majoring in the mecha department, she's in the individual combat department to maintain her student status. As long as her theoretical and practical scores are a plus or above, we allow her to study at home. He casually laid out the key information, and Director Su and Deputy Director Lee immediately deflated upon hearing the words mecha department. Mecha engineering. The only missing major in the school. They estimate it will take them a lifetime to heal their deeply wounded hearts. Principal Tai, who knew everything beforehand, observed the scene of his school's outstanding teacher's self-isolation from the perspective of someone who had been through it all, almost as if he was about to offer his usual cup of red tea. At that moment, a ding sounded from the exam room. A grade sheet slowly pulled out from the printer beside him, the first page displaying Xingmin data. The general information was written in bold. Before the three school officials could rush forward to find the corresponding grades, a huge number appeared on the white paper. 14. Chapter 7. Wait. Oh dear, my eyesight's failing at this age. I mistook the child's age for really 14. Starting school earlier? The headmaster, Tai, clutching the report paper, rushed towards Cui Sheng's seat, the platinum chain of his glasses, meant for a refined air, swinging violently and slapping him in the face. Even an experienced person like him had become a victim of the same shock. The three victims, Shizi, clutched their hearts and looked accusingly at the still composed culprit. Cui Sheng, whose worldview had been nearly shattered by the girl's outstanding diligence over the past few months, was very happy to have a new teammate. After the test, the outer lounge of the special combat room was in a stalemate of four-cornered equilibrium. The central figure of the conversation, young Yi Li, let Cui Sheng negotiate with the school officials while she slipped away, intending to wander around the neighborhood. Dawn Basic School truly lives up to its reputation as the only school on Star. Not only is its location superb, but its facilities and equipment are also comprehensive, achieving near perfection in every aspect except for its equipment level, which isn't quite up to par with larger planets. Yi Li strolled aimlessly along the path, comparing photos of the basic school on the StarNet to her own. On prosperous or beautiful planets, September would be the exclusive domain of the Osmanthus fragrans. The Osmanthus fragrans is a modified species of Osmanthus adapted to interstellar environments from the original species on ancient blue star. Its flowering period coincides with that of its ancestor. The flower buds are slightly larger than the original species, and the lush canopy is adorned with osmanthus blossoms of the colors known as golden osmanthus or moon laurel on ancient blue star, making it quite popular in interstellar space. The school must be in session right now. She glanced around listlessly. Shiguang Basic School was a uniform gray-walled, white-tiled building, a deep gray so dark that even after being kicked 4 or 5 times, the footprints wouldn't be visible, utterly devoid of any life. Forget about any naturally grown, improved varieties of Fenghua osmanthus in the flower beds. Even the sparse saplings lining the school paths were pitifully cobbled together bit by bit from the stingy principal, under the guise of cultivating students' minds and bodies. Despite this, Shiguang Basic School went to great lengths to support its Mecha Soldier program, even going so far as to significantly reduce its own budget to recruit qualified teachers. After all, if even one student from the school managed to get into a major military academy, they would receive a substantial bonus from the central government. As the school's most valued major, the individual soldier department offered excellent benefits. Students admitted to the individual soldier department received a 50% tuition waiver and a weekly meal allowance of 500 credits. Their dormitories were also top-tier 4-person rooms, unmatched by any other department in the school. Of course, all the preferential treatment for individual soldiers was aimed at outstanding and disciplined prospective military academy students, not at troublemakers and arrogant good-for-nothings. She seemed to have no specific destination, taking a secluded route through the school, circling back to her initial special combat room. Cui Sheng had already discussed the specific requirements with Principal Tai and was beckoning her to come and confirm them. Once both sides reached a final agreement, the agreement would be signed and take effect. Yi Li calmly stood before the agreement under the intense gazes of the school leaders, showing no signs of stage fright as she began to read from the first page. The pages of the agreement were turned and pressed down by her slender fingers. On the last page, she carefully and gracefully signed her name in the student section. For a 14-year-old, her handwriting was remarkably beautiful. In a subsequent electronic agreement backup, she followed the same procedure, signing it. Throughout the process, she maintained her own pace, as if she were the one in control. This composed maturity astonished Principal Tai and the other teachers. Among the group, only Cui Sheng knew that, contrary to their assumptions, the girl simply didn't understand the true meaning of nervousness physiologically. Done. Cui Sheng, with his daughter, once again stepped onto the self-modified balance board 2.0, nimbly and freely soaring through the air like birds, leaving the entrance of Dawn Basic School. Inside the mechanical shop, the two naturally headed towards their own laboratory. As Yili quickly walked back, a rough, large hand suddenly grabbed her by the back of her collar. This grab, making her already shorter than 14-year-old even more vulnerable, left the helpless girl feeling as if she were plowing the ground in midair. Master? Yili turned his head, puzzled, trying to discern the other's expression and thoughts. If I lift you up like this every day, making you aware of your own height, or fostering a sense of crisis, would it help you break your bad habit of not sleeping? Originally, he only wanted to grab little Yili with a question, but suddenly began to seriously consider it. Mr. Cui Datu, who diligently sought new inspiration for mocking his students from the mundane details of daily life, was clearly a master at his craft. Today, to celebrate Yili's successful passing the special admissions exam for Dawn Basic School, Cui Sheng specially decided to replace the usual original flavor nutrient solution with normal food for dinner, carefully selecting a variety of delicious dishes from his personal computer. He pondered, still feeling it wasn't enough, so he sent Yili, who seemed to be free, to the York Tavern in the alley at number 2 on North Street to get a bottle of good wine to go with the meal. Yili, being considerate enough, didn't reveal his true intentions, but she understood he wanted to use this opportunity to fish in troubled waters and satisfy his long-standing, incurable drinking craving. She could only let Cui Sheng gleefully dance around in the shop. An unsuspecting outsider would probably think that Master Cui from the mechanics shop had successfully enrolled in Dawn Basic School at the advanced age of 40. After all, there was some teacher-student relationship involved, even if it was just a superficial one. Yili resignedly put on her personal terminal, grabbed a sharp, medium-length dagger from the weapon rack, tucked it into her pocket as a handy weapon, and leisurely went to buy the wine. She had spent the afternoon taking exams at Dawn Basic School, and then rushed back to work, only to find that the sky outside was already dark and gloomy when she went outside. North Street boasts relatively complete infrastructure, with streetlights casting a soft yellow glow. This isn't due to the more impressive finances of Star Number, but rather because most residents of North Street possess some means of survival. Therefore, even brawls among thugs, or fights between mercenaries and assassins rarely occur on this street. Almost every shop has a corresponding streetlight, which, viewed from nearby, resembles a winding, fragmented galaxy adorned with scattered light. This unique beauty on Star Number naturally carries its own distinct danger. Those who live on North Street on Star Number know that anyone daring to walk the streets after dark is either an unlucky outsider or a formidable local figure. Yili walks along the street, one hand casually resting on his dagger, the other in his pocket, his dark gray robe with a large hood concealing most of his figure. She walked straight ahead, following the streetlights for about 12 or 13 shops, then slipped into a small alley, winding her way back to the main road at the other end, waiting for the next intersection. Although the numbered stars didn't have strict seasonal divisions, as the months increased, the outside temperature, amplified by the nighttime atmosphere, dropped significantly, a change easily noticeable to the touch. She glanced ahead, confirming that a turn north would take her to the tavern. As she passed the last intersection, she was suddenly blocked by a group of shady-looking men, seemingly henchmen of a gang patrolling the area for a snack. They menacingly stood in front of Yili, their leader forming a formidable encirclement. The leader, a man with red hair, said, "Hey, little girl, it's so late. It's not safe for you to be out here. Want us brothers to take you and be your bodyguards?" The shorter henchman said, "Brother Tiger, this little girl isn't even an adult yet. She's practically skin and bones. I'm afraid her small frame can't handle strong, adult bodyguards like us." The tall, thin henchman laughed loudly. "You're right, Lu Zi. It's a pity if she were a few years older. She'd definitely be a stunning beauty." The group chatted and laughed amongst themselves, ignoring Yili, as if they were simply appraising a piece of raw meat on a market shelf, open to customer evaluation and haggling. Yili wasn't angry. Her tea-colored eyes remained calm and unmoved. While they continued their enthusiastic evaluation of her, she unexpectedly drew a dagger from her bosom for self-defense. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the cold, silvery light of the dagger's blade tore through the veil of night. A slender figure vanished like a stealthy ghost from before the thugs. The small, sturdy hilt of the dagger, held between her pale fingers, trailed thin strands of silver lightning that glided across the backs of their necks. In a matter of seconds, everyone except herself was unconscious in the middle of the road. Yili generously rewarded each of them with a ground-smashing motion, ignoring their trembling or unconscious groans under the streetlights, and strode away. In just a few breaths, the entire commotion had come to an end. Yili herself, at the center of the incident, remained unmoved, merely glancing at the time displayed on her personal terminal to estimate the approximate return time. She arrived at her final destination as if nothing had happened. York's Tavern. York's Tavern was the most famous tavern on North Street, partly because its liquor was renowned for its quality and variety. In the evenings, the tavern was filled with peculiarly dressed patrons, their identities a mixed bag. Yili, however, didn't seem out of place. It was like a natural melting pot. She walked in, hands in her pockets, the other patrons glancing at her before looking away. She went straight to Old York at the counter, wiping the tables. He was a stylish old man with graying hair, meticulously groomed, and calloused hands. Old York rarely left the tavern except to stock up on liquor, yet he was incredibly well informed about everything in his neighborhood. He recognized her with just a sidelong glance, that stoic, tough girl from the North Street machinery shop. He casually glanced at the valuable liquor cabinet, a familiar tone in his voice. "You can deal with those idiots outside, but don't let them affect my business near the old man's shop." Yili replied honestly, "Probably not. I didn't kill them, just knocked them unconscious. They'd probably wake up from the cold in the middle of the night and leave. It shouldn't bother your opening tomorrow." Old York gave a rather arrogant snort, indicating, "That's more like it. Those idiots outside are a new squad recruited by the South Street Turkeys, all newcomers who don't know anyone. The turkey leaders should bring them over to apologize first thing tomorrow morning." Turkeys refers to the South Street wandering mercenary group Fire Crows, a derogatory nickname used by the locals. Yili shook his head expressionlessly. "No need for that trouble. Don't disturb my sleep. Don't do it again." Old York picked out 2 or 3 bottles of good wine from the wine cabinet. "All right, I'll let you know." Chapter 8. After finishing their miscellaneous business, the two finally got down to business. Yili asked Old York to buy her some good wine. Old York's previously relaxed expression instantly turned ugly, and he almost spat out a resentful rant through gritted teeth. "That Chui Datu is trying to ruin my wine again? I should have slapped him to death when he drank all 5 of my last bottles of golden gin wine in one go. He said he paid for the wine with his work. I really believe that big-headed devil. He owes me at least a surveillance system, a charged weapon, and 5 A+ level intelligent security robots for wine. I'm already being magnanimous by not turning his place upside down." Yili subconsciously took a step back to avoid Old York's barrage of spittle. She was an innocent errand girl, not meant to bear the brunt of unwarranted, misplaced anger. Even between close master and disciple, it doesn't matter, after all, even brothers keep clear accounts. As a temporary measure, she offered her own solution. "I pay for tonight's drinks. As for the old debts, you can go to my master to collect them. Whenever you come over, I keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't run away beforehand. What do you think?" The meaning was very clear. Since she was the one who bought the drinks tonight, she might as well pay for them herself. But every grievance has its perpetrator, and the old debts should be settled with whoever owes them. She could help keep an eye on him, which would be a form of retaliation for her unscrupulous master, Chui Datu, for his repeated acts of betrayal and disloyalty. Old York took out his usual delicate wooden comb from the drawer and demurely combed his soft, graying hair. The old man gave a worried snort. "Who knows if you try to fool this old man like that Chui Datu?" Yili calmly returned the gaze. "At least I won't renege on my debts like master did. If it's star coins, I can settle in person. If it's repairs or weapon manufacturing, I try my best to deliver within a week." Her gaze was indifferent and detached, meeting Old York's critical eyes without wavering. Old York had been judging people for decades. One look, and he could tell she was a sincere girl. He reluctantly accepted this solution, first having the girl add his personal computer number, so he could send the request to her interface via communication. The tavern was a mixed bag. Such an important matter couldn't be discussed directly. He clenched his fist and gently tapped it on the counter. "How is it?" Yili paused for a moment on the words repair exoskeleton on the communication interface. "Okay." She nodded without changing her expression. "If it's convenient for you, just send it to the mechanic's shop." Old York, unusually satisfied, settled into the large, soft chair behind the counter. A shrewd glint flashed in his cloudy eyes, like that of an elegant, old-fashioned gentleman. "Then I await your good news, Chui Datu's little apprentice." He gestured with his chin towards the 3 bottles of wine laid out on the counter, indicating she could take them. Yili bowed politely, grabbed the hanging rope of the bottles, and smoothly took the wine, turning to leave. Chui Sheng only finished tidying up the small square table outside, when he heard the commotion. Most of the small square tables in the shop were used to store small mechanical tools and toolboxes commonly used for repairing mechs. He moved these to another room and seemingly dutifully served the dishes, supposedly for tonight's dinner, to the table. Thump! Yili slammed the 3 bottles of wine onto the table. Before Cui Xingxi could uncontrollably embrace his beloved, Yili ruthlessly picked them up again and hid them behind his back, his gentle tea-colored eyes filled with indifference and mockery. Before touching your precious wine, does master have something to say to me? Yili hooked the knot of the rope binding the bottles, and twirled them left and right like a cat toy. Cough cough, Cui Sheng muttered unhappily, that old **** is talking bad about me behind my back again. It's not that I don't want to pay back the wine money, I'm just a little short on cash lately. Yili slightly twisted the finger hooked on the knot, seemingly casually pointing the thin film containing the wine information towards Cui Sheng. Cui Sheng, a wine enthusiast, immediately caught the valuable information and couldn't help but rub his hands together and sigh, this top-quality wine is indeed extraordinary, you can see the perfect color even from the outside of the bottle. Wait! Cui Sheng suddenly realized what Yili meant, feeling utterly confused. If you're my apprentice, why would Old York give you 3 bottles of such good wine? Yili's expression remained unchanged. Perhaps it's because my master and I are different in our commitment to integrity. Cui Sheng felt a pang of guilt, but still cautiously inquired, what did that old scoundrel pay you for the wine? Star coins or for repair work? Yili replied nonchalantly, repair work? The parts will be shipped directly. My spaceship ticket to the underground market is booked for tomorrow. It takes several days to travel there and back. If you already made arrangements with that old guy, you better let him know in advance. Cui Sheng looked troubled, but then, with a nonchalant air, took the wine from her hand. The dinner was exceptionally lavish that evening, and Yili devoured it like a whirlwind, intently and diligently eating. Cui Sheng, clutching his prized wine, claimed it was for a little enjoyment, but in reality, he touched his glass more often than his chopsticks. Slightly tipsy, he couldn't help but start bragging about his apprentice. He began by cleverly having her provide data to convince the school before they spoke, and ended with their astonishment at Yili's perfect scores in both theory and practice. He successfully stretched a short story into a dramatic tale through his imaginative embellishments and exquisite oratory. His boastful ramblings became so incoherent that Yili, after eating and drinking her fill, worried about the consequences, and even considered knocking Cui Sheng unconscious with a single chops. But while Cui Sheng loved good wine, his behavior was always impeccable. Compared to an uncontrollable drunkard, Master Cui, clutching a bottle and muttering incessantly, at most adding a smug tone, could be considered quite friendly. After completing his miniature-scale rambling speech, Cui Sheng unexpectedly fell backward, and a pre-programmed household robot mechanically carried him back to his room. Another household robot, responsible for daily life, stepped forward and cleaned the table. Yili remembered that her master had mentioned going to the underground market on the next planet tomorrow. Worried that she might miss her commission from Old York at the tavern, she specifically messaged him to confirm the delivery time, only to learn that his exoskeleton wasn't currently with him, and wouldn't arrive for at least another week or 2. Yili didn't think about it anymore. As long as the exoskeleton repair wouldn't clash with his trip to the underground market, it was fine. Repairmen naturally had to follow the boss's schedule. Inside Old York's tavern, around 2 a.m. is when people are most prone to drowsiness, and the tavern was already closed. Old York sat in a large, soft chair, carefully unlocking the spatial storage device. The gray-black storage device opened with a click, revealing an exoskeleton lying quietly inside. Its main structure was a complete silver tiger spine, with rare black gold as the primary metal material. Therefore, the entire exoskeleton was enveloped in a sharp, dark silver luster from top to bottom. Only at the joints were Bluetooth crystal powder incorporated to neutralize the flexibility of the crucial joints. Old York lovingly touched this cold yet imposing exoskeleton, as if glimpsing its former steel frame and invincible glory. He had originally intended to have the exoskeleton repaired immediately, but he was merely the custodian, the person who would actually decide whether the girl would take over hadn't arrived yet. He was only responsible for connecting the dots, not for handing it over himself. He swiped the screen of his personal terminal's secret communication list, and saw the reply. The other party maintained their concise response, "I'm on my way." The next morning, Yili, as usual, got up before dawn to wash and prepare, neatly arranging the space buttons to be exchanged. He had initially worried that Cui Sheng, drunk the previous night, would have a headache and wouldn't be able to get up, but it turned out that his body made sufficiently intelligent judgments and choices regarding matters related to star coins. Neither master nor apprentice was destined for sudden wealth. The master is burdened with a huge debt from excessive drinking, and more debt is expected to accumulate. The apprentice, frugal as ever, recklessly pours money into the money-devouring beast to gather the rare materials needed to build a mecha. Bearing the dual burdens of life and dreams, the two, old man and little faceless, must rush to the only starship port on their numbered planet early in the morning to reach their destination. 5 minutes before departure, they board the ship using their personal terminal IDs for verification. The ship's interior is designed for cleanliness and efficiency, accommodating approximately 500 passengers. The high-quality windows, made of durable and highly visible quartzite, are fitted with digitized information films. Externally, the films on either side allow for precise targeting to better appreciate the boundless cosmos. Internally, curtains can be drawn to block out the external environment, and smart screens can be accessed based on personal preference for personalized services. Chui Sheng naturally bought economy-class tickets for a regular starship. A dilapidated starship was likely to fail instantly, and the two, though poor, were determined to avoid the VIP cabin. That was something only a fool would do. They found their seats and sat down. Yili only curiously observed the universe outside for a while. The universe near the numbered star wasn't as vibrant and colorful as a large, bustling galaxy. A pure black interstellar curtain enveloped everything in sight. There were no brightly colored stars around the numbered star, nor any beautiful, shimmering halo, only a few small, grayish-blue planets, even smaller than the star itself. These small planets emitted a very faint scent similar to the head forest, an atmosphere unique to polluted or semi-polluted planets. Yi Lich's eyes remained calm, for this had once been her prime workplace for making easy money. She had deliberately and repeatedly traveled between a dozen or so semi-polluted planets near planet number, fearing that her hiding in the head forest would be accidentally exposed. Not only could she make another fortune on other planets, but she could also launder her gains in the head forest, making it easier to sell them for cash. This affair had even landed her on the blacklist of major gangs on planet number that they couldn't afford to offend. Are you kidding me? Someone who could survive so comfortably in that semi-hellish environment and amass such a large amount of materials. They not only couldn't afford to offend this ruthless figure, but they also coveted the resources and materials she possessed. Even more pathetic was that after the skinny but fierce little girl became an apprentice of Chui Sheng of the North Street Machinery Shop, her mecha-making skills improved at lightning speed. Anyone who wanted mechas or needed mecha repair would avoid offending her. Not to mention, almost every month, tales circulated of foolish thugs being brutally beaten, bloodied, and groaning in agony by an even more ruthless figure in the alleys of the city. Yili withdrew his gaze, quickly losing interest as he swiped his personal terminal to continue his studies. Meanwhile, Old York Tavern wasn't open during the day, but today, a rare customer had arrived during the day. A tall, slender man in black, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, walked steadily towards it. Passers-by glanced at him curiously, but upon seeing his unremarkable features, their interest vanished, and they continued on their way without turning back. The man knocked and entered the tavern. He stood against the light in front of the high-tech counter, his ordinary features casting soft shadows on his sallow complexion. Only upon close observation could one notice a pair of dark blue eyes, seemingly frozen in ice, with a restrained yet sharp glint at the slightly upturned corners. Old York, who had been lounging lazily in his soft chair, paused, a rare occurrence. He let out a loud, unceremonious burp and, without any hesitation, began to speak. You arrived? Chapter 9. The starship's destination was Sarah, known as the central star of numbered stars. Sarah was the only planet in the nearby numbered stars to have achieved a formal name. Many organizations established branch stations there to provide assistance to residents of other numbered stars. Sarah's predominantly mid to high-rise buildings were similar to other numbered stars, with crisscrossing paths creating flat and smooth lines. Public hover trains, operating day and night, covered most of the planet's urban and rural areas without interfering with each other. Aside from the private roads alongside the highways, from about 5 stories high, one could see various small, rather old-fashioned flying vehicles whizzing past overhead. These proper small private flying vehicles were vastly different from the currently popular hovercrafts. Not only were their basic appearance, development functions, target demographics, and applicability completely opposite, but most importantly, their prices were worlds apart. As the master and apprentice disembarked from the starship, several small flying vehicles effortlessly traversed the air above the passengers, their impressive shapes creating a striking visual effect. Yili raised his delicate, snow-white face, his usually aloof and stoic eyes brightening slightly as he intently gazed at the numerous real flying vehicles in flight. Chui Sheng promptly interrupted his apprentice's seemingly naive behavior. easily grabbing Yili by the back of his collar and swiping his card to board the BC-101 hover train at the Starship Port exit. The carriage was unexpectedly quiet. Chui Sheng and Yili also consciously kept silent. Passengers, please disembark at this station. As usual, a beautiful yet cold electronic female voice rang out before the maglev train arrived at its destination. Chui Sheng and Yili disembarked at K Street and walked northeast for about 15 minutes. During their journey, they each changed into a holographic mask to disguise their appearance. Revealing their true selves in unfamiliar territory would be foolish. The most famous official organization related to mecha in the Great Interstellar era is the Mecha Pilots Association. As the earliest established official organization related to mecha, the Mecha Pilots Association has always catered to highly skilled individuals trained through elite education. Registration for the association certification exams requires a certain amount of star coins. The materials provided during the exams are only standard and contain many impurities. To achieve high scores or pass the exams, candidates must bring their own materials, a requirement that deters countless mecha apprentices from wealthy families. The high cost of training mech pilots once allowed the upper class to monopolize most of the mech pilot resources, forcing countless students from impoverished backgrounds to seek opportunities elsewhere. It was at this time that the United Gathering began to take root on the small planet. The United Gathering was the largest mech pilot community besides the Mech Pilot Association, and its nickname, the Underground Market, referred to its specific location. Chui Sheng led Yili, familiar with the area, into the newly developed elevator, which slowly descended from the surface of Sarah City to the Underground Market. When the two boarded the elevator, there were already about a dozen other customers from the same group waiting inside, all wearing various styles of holographic masks to conceal their faces. The entire elevator ride, from the moment passengers entered until everyone was seated and it came to a complete stop, was as still as a stagnant pool. No one attempted to break the awkward silence. The elevator quickly reached its destination, and the other experienced passengers hurriedly exited, each disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chui Sheng led his underage daughter eastward, explaining the general situation of the United Assembly. This is an assembly mainly composed of mecha pilots. There are mecha pilots with Mecha Association certificates as well as freelance mecha pilots. As long as you are a capable mecha pilot, you can participate in the assessment and evaluation here. Yili asked the soul-searching question of a mecha pilot. What are the standards for judging at the assembly? Chui Sheng explained carefully. The evaluation here has its own set of procedures. For a newbie like you who is here for the first time, the first place to go is the registration hall. Pay a processing fee of 10 star coins at the registration machine to obtain registration qualification. 10 star coins are basically doing charity. Remember to choose a nice-sounding pseudonym, because the United Assembly does not allow name changes. The registration hall of the United Assembly is very close to the elevator entrance, clearly a place specially designed to provide a Nani-like guidance for novices. The hall has a light gray metal structure exterior, with stacks of books hanging in the center, and a badge with a floral crown on top, representing equal access to knowledge and honor. The lobby on the first floor adopts a layout that is half machine-operated and half human-serviced. The machines are more geared towards routine operations such as having regular customers accept and submit tasks on corresponding panels, or posting bounties for other attendees to accept. Each machine automatically activates its privacy and privacy barrier upon use, maximizing user privacy and personal safety. The operators at the counters are all attractive and gentle young women, catering to beginners who need assistance with inquiries and handling matters related to the sale or auction of rare materials or items. Under Chui Sheng's guidance, Yili registered on a machine, paid the 10-star coin fee, and scheduled the basic mecha pilot exam for 10 minutes later. A pop-up appeared, prompting the usual scratching-headed question, "Dear new participant, please name your action card in the United Market and set a unique unlock password." Friendly reminder, when using higher-level action cards, you can use your mental energy to connect to the chip and log in with the password. Isn't that convenient and user-friendly? Yili, Whether it's user-friendly or not, I don't know. But I do know that those with naming challenged indecisiveness are speechless. Chui Sheng carefully showed her his card name. Getting rich makes me happy. Yili, down-to-earth yet noble, embodying the most sincere sentiments of the human heart. While struggling with her dilemma, she suddenly recalled the first glimpse of nature she saw when she left the laboratory where she had awakened. The darkness of the night transformed into the first rays of dawn. Yili remembered that people called that period dawn. Before its formation in the polluted zone, K563 also had a beautiful name. Because it was located on the edge of the zone, the earliest rays of light from the stars that illuminated it each day began to spread from this star, so some of the planet's inhabitants named it Dawn. Today, generations of local residents have become completely indifferent to the existence of the polluted zone and the name of the planet. You want to lead the planet to new heights. To silently encourage and support the enthusiasm of the younger generation, when naming the only carefully established basic school on the planet, Principal Tai Gongji, undeterred by ridicule, named it Dawn. Cui Sheng couldn't help but smile. If he could keep his apprentice's private information confidential, he would have loved to send a photo to his old friend for a laugh. Dawn signifies the hazy boundary between night and day, and dawn represents the first ray of light to come, perfectly corresponding to the arrival of dawn as night fades. Yili completed all the registration procedures and successfully received his first identity card. The rectangular card had a light blue background and contained a rhombus-shaped crystal. The card appeared unremarkable on the surface, but by channeling mental energy into the crystal, the card holder's basic information would appear. Of course, the holder could also control the crystal shielding mechanism by projecting their mental energy outwards. Cui Sheng, this crystal is called an engraving stone. Anyone who leaves their mental energy within it can control its operation using the same mental energy fluctuations. The crystal stores all the cardholder's registration information in the underground market, and access and content are only granted through the cardholder's mental contact. In places like the United Market, which offers participants maximum freedom and privacy, the use of this crystal is particularly valuable. Yili looked the light blue card, barely bigger than his palm, up and down, listening attentively to Cui Sheng's beginner's guide, while nodding repeatedly. Next up is the Basic Mecha Pilot, or Mecha Pilot Apprentice for short, assessment. Cui Sheng grabbed Yili by the collar, as she was about to look down at her cards again, dragging her up to the second-floor elevator. A flick on the forehead brought the distracted girl back to her senses. Ahem. The evaluation standards for various professions in the underground market are different from those outside. Taking the Mecha Pilot assessment you're about to take as an example, the Mecha Pilot assessment is mainly divided into 6 parts. The first part is the Basic Mecha Pilot, often referred to in the industry as the Mecha Pilot Apprentice Assessment. Those participating in this stage are, to put it simply, the absolute newbies. The assessment for the first category mainly includes blueprint analysis and replication sketching, identification of common mecha materials, building a basic mecha, and online simulated training. It's mostly conducted online. In their own words, we will absolutely not be stingy in providing mecha masters with all sorts of rare mecha materials to practice with, but we will not allow incompetent newbies to take a single hair from our heads. Stingy, huh? Cui Sheng recalled his first visit, once again deeply appreciating the art and future potential of this course. Yili, even with such a large business, they still have to be so meticulous with their finances. It seems the mecha pilot industry isn't easy. The second floor is divided into 3 areas, with Area C containing several rows of completely black simulated operating machines. After completing the neural connection inside the machine, the test taker can choose between the first or second type of assessment within the machine's embedded program. The machine contains all the basic model parts and materials available for use, and the basic structure of the mecha is completed by combining mental power. After explaining the key points to her, Cui Sheng waited for her to begin the exam. As her nerves connected to the machine's touch, Yili felt a faint pull drawing her into an endless, vast sea of stars. Standing in this boundless cosmic mirage, the slender girl felt incredibly small. Was this the true universe, containing billions of brilliant and dim stars and endless stardust? Yili couldn't help but widen her eyes slightly. This was the only unusually lively feature on her icy face. Loading. A clear voice suddenly echoed through the deep, starry sky. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. User has applied for the first stage, Apprentice, Assessment for Mech Pilots. Opening the basic assessment software for you. Please prepare for the assessment. Yili subconsciously took a deep breath to await the assessment. A moment later, a large white screen appeared from the previously dazzling backdrop of stars. When the countdown reached 0, the theoretical questions officially began playing. From the evolution of mech models throughout history, to the pilot's skills and combat records, down to the detailed examination of the structure and materials of each mech's components. It can be said that any content within the scope of basic mech pilots that does not involve classified information can be seamlessly examined using the question bank provided within the machine. Chapter 10. The assessment room was undergoing a comprehensive, 360-degree scan. Yili was mentally prepared. The assessment would thoroughly examine the candidate's mecha skills. After all, Such a windfall, with the assessment organization subsidizing the materials, wouldn't be easy. Every piece of material was like an angel investment in a promising new mecha pilot. It wasn't that she didn't care about the money, but it had to be spent wisely. Honestly, Yili wouldn't let anyone trying to squeeze money out of her without struggling and resisting. It had to be said that comparing the rare resources needed by mecha pilots in the underground market to glittering star coins resonated deeply with her. Otherwise, wouldn't it create unbearable economic pressure for the underground market and force established mecha pilots to deal with a mess of useless talent? Just thinking about that possibility made her heart ache. Outside, Cui Sheng found a seat in the waiting room and sat down haphazardly. The cigarette, but he was about to light in his large hand, was awkwardly hidden away at the electronic warning from the intelligent security robot. Ugh, that's the downside of high technology, it's so inhumane. Even my only hobby is being restricted. Girl, hurry up and finish the exam. Yili, still in the mock exam room, faced with hundreds of pages, had somehow switched to the ultimate, absorbed state of mind he usually was when reading. A polite analogy would be a seemingly impressive perpetual motion machine, frantically churning out exam questions at the speed of an assembly line and a printer. The high-frequency thinking meant her small brain could only focus on the questions and answers. So much so that when her accuracy on the theoretical questions unbelievably soared to 100%, she successfully ignored the crucial notification from the assessment system that automatically triggered the second stage, cross-level theoretical knowledge assessment. Even Yili herself, after completing all the questions in one go and receiving the green badge of passing, couldn't help but scoff. The number of questions is terrifying. The Joint Assembly's assessment was always given top priority, so at least 3 high-ranking figures would monitor the data in the background every day. The monitoring work was generally easy. After all, they only needed to provide fair verification for those whose scores were exceptionally high. The group of high-ranking figures was happy to use their shifts as a small, face-to-face meeting among their mech pilots. Today, the 3 figures responsible for the daily shifts in the assessment background were codenamed Swift Wind and Torrent, Sword in the Sky, and Silent Violence. Sword in the Sky and Silent Violence, both specializing in offensive mechs, frequently discuss high-attack weapons and mech defense, exchanging opinions and meticulously refining details. When extending their discussion from the fundamental high-attack, high-defense architecture of offensive mechs to the control and integration of other attributes, Gale and Tornado, whose main research focus is on balanced mechs, also joins the discussion, breaking away from his own perspective. Just as disagreements began to emerge among the 3, a monitoring system detecting abnormal data issued a rear-view prompt, cleanly crushing their heated exchange of ideas and anger. Beep beep. You have unprocessed information. Beep beep. The system has detected that a test subject named Dawn, participating in the first stage of the mecha pilot assessment inside Unit 018, has achieved a perfect score and activated the hidden assessment mode program, automatically initiating the second stage assessment of mecha theory knowledge. Unit 018 has been detected to have completed the first stage task with 100% accuracy within 1 hour. The system has checked and found no cheating or violations. Therefore, it is deemed a normal pass and a record break. According to the second law of the underground market, if an exceptionally outstanding result occurs, it should be reviewed again by the shift supervisor for the day. Although the electronic voice was flat, it undeniably successfully diverted the attention of the 3 people who were engaged in a heated discussion. Swift as the wind and rain couldn't hide his astonishment. There really was a candidate who passed with a perfect score. Even though it's only the first stage of the assessment, getting a perfect score is still an amazing achievement. Sharp Sword, help me pull up the exam room surveillance footage. Sharp Sword, sitting closest to the control panel, had no choice but to accept this glorious yet arduous task. The proctoring video for the first stage of theory was turned on. To protect the candidate's privacy, the entire video featured the official model's face. The 3 of them immediately stopped their discussion and turned to begin their review. Before seeing it, they could only find it unbelievable, but seeing it firsthand was terrifying. It was astonishing to witness a machine seemingly wearing a human skin taking the test. Without a thorough grasp of the relevant knowledge, it would be impossible to easily reach such an inhuman level through cheating or other means. It could be said that the other person didn't even have a moment to pause in thought. Their highly focused brain and eyes were making precise and ruthless judgments page by page, second by second. By the time everyone had finished watching the first stage of the theoretical assessment, they had already perfectly completed the second stage. Violent Silence scoffed, maybe this kid's a theorist. Mecha theorists are a group of notable oddities within the mecha pilot community. The name itself reveals their uniqueness. Compared to mainstream mecha pilots, who design, build, and refine their own mecha, this group prioritizes the breadth of mecha knowledge and the inspiration for cutting-edge, innovative designs. Swiftwind and Torrent hesitated before speaking. It can't be that bad. This kid shouldn't be very old. Although the Joint Assembly's mecha pilot assessment lowered the monetary threshold in exchange for high-standard talent selection requirements, the first stage of the assessment, no matter how difficult, was only at the knowledge level of an entry-level mecha pilot. Therefore, most of the candidates taking the first stage of the mecha pilot apprenticeship exam were young. Sword in the Sky thought for a moment and readily agreed with Swiftwind's point of view. The newcomers taking the mecha pilot apprenticeship exam are basically all very young. They don't have time to accumulate such a vast knowledge base. Every mecha pilot knows that 99.9% of the theoretical faction are a bunch of stubborn people with ages ranging from 40 to over, and they don't seem to have the time or inclination to carefully teach the new generation of youngsters. Seeing himself rejected one after the other by these two gentle and straightforward individuals, Violent Silent raised his thick, long eyebrows slightly annoyed. What? I casually made a guess, hoping to spark some discussion, and you two just shattered the brick without even giving me a piece of the pebble? Violent Silent has always adhered to 3 principles. Settle scores on the spot, vent your anger on the spot, and any sarcastic remark must be delivered directly. His straightforward manner often creates awkward situations for his more diplomatic colleagues. However, most mech pilots don't see anything wrong with speaking their minds. Therefore, his fellow mech pilots have developed a rather peculiar and subtle fondness for Violent Silent, whose name, straightforward, is often interpreted as frank or naive. The mild-mannered Gale and Storm simply smiles and waits for the other to deflect their resentment. The closest Sword in the Sky, having finished playing the theoretical proctoring video, had already swiftly selected the no abnormal feedback option in the re-verification results investigation section and signed his name on the guarantor and monitor list. Inside the machine, Yili remained seated in the star-studded classroom, maintaining her theoretical exam posture. While waiting for the next scene transition, she raised her hand to press her aching temples. Even she was somewhat exhausted after more than 2 hours of intense thinking. Moreover, with her small frame having only recently filled a nutritional gap, there was still a long and uncertain road ahead before she could match her physical and mental strength levels. Next up is the non-theoretical assessment for mecha pilots. The questions are as follows. Within the specified time, use the available Class B and below materials to construct a C+ or higher level mecha, and complete the assessment and scoring for 3 scene areas while ensuring the mecha's damage rate is below 50%. If you have any questions, please submit your appeal before the 3-second countdown ends. 03. 02. Of course I appeal. Electronic voice, A sudden pause, as if no one had made such a quick and decisive request in a long time, followed by a slightly hoarse voice on the broadcast. Electronic voice. Subjects are permitted to raise questions. Yili, fearing he might change his mind. Can the mecha be adjusted before the test in the 3 scenario areas, or is modification not allowed after completion? She naturally had her own calculations. Since the test specifically stated that the mecha created by the candidates would be evaluated in 3 scenario areas, then the different venues would inevitably not assess candidates with similar model difficulty. In other words, the 3 scenarios should each have a different focus of assessment. If a mecha of A grade or higher is constructed, it is indeed very likely to adapt to environmental changes simultaneously, but for a mecha of only C+ grade, it will be relatively difficult, as the carrying capacity of a low-grade mecha has certain limitations. The electronic voice paused slightly. This issue has been forwarded to the monitoring staff on duty in the back end. Please wait. The 3 people who had been monitoring the entire theoretical process in the back end saw a new request pop up in the system. Swift wind and sudden rain paused for a moment. Wait a minute. Building the C+ mech is the first stage's assessment question. Surviving in the environment with the built mech is the second stage's assessment question, right? Sword in the Sky laughed heartily. What a coincidence. These 2 things, which are not on the same level, have somehow been combined into a brand new version of the assessment question. Silent Violence snorted again, clearly annoyed. You 2 check the back end yourselves. That kid got a perfect score on the second stage of Theory 2, and the system automatically activated the hidden mode again. I've been monitoring the assembly back-end for so many years, and I never encountered a kid who treats hidden mode like a dungeon crawler. One after another, they all been triggered. The most good-natured Gale and Rain still wore a benevolent expression. Looks like this guy is not bad. Should we try to win him over, or probe his capabilities beforehand? He offered his suggestion. Silent Violence remained silent. Sharp Sword in the Sky always outspoken, said, "Such achievements demonstrate talent, but it's only the first or second stage. My opinion is we can keep an eye on them, but there's no need to go directly to them." Gale and Rain nodded repeatedly, then jokingly teased the silent violent silence. "What's wrong? You haven't said a word." "That's not like you, Lao Bao." Violent silence rarely showed a dry, bitter smile, weakly reminding his colleagues, "While you're discussing this, the system is probably waiting for a reply." Yili, waiting in the simulation room, couldn't help but let out a long, lazy yawn. The system feedback is so slow. Is the monitoring staff on duty neglecting their duties? Neglecting duty, Neglecting duty, Excuse me. Chapter 11. Ding. Your application has been read by the back-end monitor. The response to the question is, candidates may make minor modifications to the mecha they construct before entering each environment, but the specific modification percentage must be controlled below 15%. Machine 018 wishes you a pleasant exam. Please continue your exam. Upon receiving the clear reply from the back-end, Yili had already sketched out the approximate mecha structure in her mind. After all, in her memory, the concept of forming a mecha structure in one's mind came from the unreliable Master Chui. She remembered that the steps she learned from the chip in the underground laboratory were to first draw a sketch and then construct the mecha structure. However, when Master Chui started teaching, it directly became drawing the required mecha structure model in one's mind. "What sketch?" Chui Xingyi sternly lectured. "That's a waste of a mecha pilot's time. Besides, what if you finish drawing the sketch and then have to go out, and someone steals the draft? If you draw a mecha structure model, there's no way anyone can understand it." Yili had to admit that her master's words, though difficult to put into practice, were indeed reasonable. Seeing his unusually serious expression, the deep-seated stories beneath his face were impossible to conceal. His sincerity was written all over his expression. At that moment, Yili directly comforted him. Who hasn't encountered a few scumbags when they were young? Chui Sheng immediately roared in exasperation. "Not me, it's a friend of mine." Yili understood perfectly. She knew, everyone knew that a friend of hers was equivalent to herself. If Chui Sheng hadn't been wary of his disciple's thin frame, he would have already grabbed her shoulder and given her a good shake to demonstrate his pure teacherly love. "It really wasn't me. With my intelligence, how could I possibly be fooled?" To prove his innocence, he unearthed numerous embarrassing stories from his old friend's past. "Out of consideration for our past, distant friendship, I reluctantly gave these people a semblance of legitimacy. The sketch copying incident happened to one of my juniors, SHZ. He was admitted to the school through a special admissions program. The individual and team design competitions were held at the same time. His roommate not only used the excuse of participating in the team competition to accumulate credits, but also secretly copied his sketches under the guise of discussion and submitted them ahead of time. Another one, HL, delayed starting his design during a competition. Many people mocked him, saying his reputation didn't match his ability. However, he started late but directly constructed the basic structure of the mecha, which was streamed live and stunned everyone. If you want to hear more, there's another one called GR, and another called BYH. Your master is just one person, and I'm in my prime. Surely I can't have personally experienced everything, or my life would be far too eventful." Yili could still recall her master's rambling manner. She continued diligently, using her mental power to sketch the basic structure of the mecha onto the white paper in the simulator. She carefully ensured it was a balanced mecha, leaving room for possible changes and replacements. Her mental framework was fast, and her hands moved just as quickly. The 3 monitoring cameras on duty had completely decided to put aside their personal matters and focus intently on the examinee inside the machine. The examinee on the monitor had the official initial face, but her slender, long hands were quite beautiful. Her pale fingers accentuated her beautifully straight knuckles. Before the camera, her hands moved with the agility of a butterfly, their movements fluid and effortless. Her skillful hands weaved strands of mental energy, meticulously drawn into platinum threads, into a structure she was perfectly satisfied with. Swift wind and torrent, could this direct structural design be from Yilan's apprentice? Silent Violence scoffed. Yilan's apprentice taking the assessment in such a small place? The surveillance footage clearly showed the machine located on Sarah, in the central region of star number star. Such a remote location, practically the countryside of interstellar space, made confirmation unlikely. Silent Sword immediately launched into a tirade. "Aren't you two overthinking this? Who said direct structuring, or simultaneous structuring, is something only Shen Hanzhong can do? He was the first to create this school, not to monopolize it. Aren't there many old and new friends who can already do both methods? Is it wrong for a child to be gifted and self-taught? You're both quite old, yet you're so easily surprised by new things. He always spoke his mind, and after saying it, he felt much better. Keeping quiet was as painful as chronic bloating. However, the two clearly missed the point, retorting in unison, "Old Sword, who's old? You, 5 years older than me, are the old one. Sword is cheap." Alas, what a sad story. Silent Sword, go to hell, don't call me that. The next step is to select materials and forge them. There is a green button next to the white paper. Pressing it will bring up all the materials available in the material library. Candidates can choose whatever they need. Yi Li's fingers repeatedly swiped across the material database interface. Resources below grade B were all available here. Even just the virtual display was enough to suggest the depth of the underground market and the allure of its hidden treasures. Although she also ventured into contaminated areas to hunt exotic beasts and plants for high-level loot, even scouring all the contaminated areas of this numbered planet couldn't possibly yield as many resources as the underground market, which amassed materials from across the entire galaxy. The impoverished Yi Li felt like a little white rabbit who had stumbled into a fairyland, only lacking the chance to roll around freely on the soft, green grass and lazily bask in the sun when exhausted. From the monitoring backend's perspective, Yi Li's surprisingly bright eyes weren't visible, but the examinee's constant scrolling through the material database pages still conveyed a childlike joy and excitement to the three experienced mecha pilots. Yi Li wished she had more eyes to see all the adorable materials at once. Grade B Silverstone Meteorite Iron, the dream iron for high attack, high simulation mechs. Blue Sinensis Crystal Iron would be a perfect complement to the guns and cannons of offensive mechs. Netherworld ore would be incredibly cool if used to craft mech melee weapons. Although she browsed the inventory at breakneck speed, she secretly noted down the materials she hadn't yet encountered, planning to check the Dawn Basic School library for information when she returned to Star Number. After all, the school had registered them. They should come in handy at crucial moments. After scanning the available inventory, Yi Li quickly retrieved the materials she had selected, pulled out the retractable mech crafting platform next to the simulation room, put on her expensive-looking goggles, and began operating. Her entire process of structuring, browsing, selecting, creating, and even testing was merely an externalization of her mental energy within the machine simulation. It didn't produce any concrete objects or consume any resources used within it. Yi Li couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really good to be rich." No wonder someone once said, "Money isn't everything, but you can't do anything without it." In front of the backstage monitoring camera, 3 pairs of eyes of different sizes remained fixed on the candidate's creation, glued to the lens. The scene suddenly became subtle. On the table in front of the Mecha Master were 2 bags of melon seeds and a basket of popcorn. This kid's basic skills seem pretty good, and he's quite calm and quiet. Much better than those mischievous monkeys in my family, who only know how to jump around and climb trees. And you old rascal, you're so full of yourself. He can start the hidden level on his first try, and might even skip 2 stages. Another genius in the making. Swift Wind and Rain and Silent Sword munched on sunflower seeds, looking like old neighbors gathered to watch a good show, marveling at their own juniors and skillfully putting them down. You could tell they were close master and apprentice. You two are only good at making sarcastic remarks. Even if he's got potential, we see how he develops. You're making it sound like the kids in the Central Star system aren't geniuses. The distribution of resources is really unfair. Luckily, our organization was established, otherwise how many good talents would leave every year? The fiery-tempered Silent Violence spoke bluntly, immediately drawing the other two's thoughts back to the organization's founding. The organization's founders were mostly individuals who had climbed to the top through personal hard work. Knowing the hardships faced by talented ordinary children, they decided to establish a new organization with a low financial entry barrier, separate from the so-called association. It was thanks to the founders' tireless efforts and unconventional promotion of young talents that the United Gathering, or underground market, quickly became a force to be reckoned with, rivaling the Mech Pilot Association and the black market. Before the two, who should have been filled with pride, could even feel a surge of emotion, they saw their old buddy, known as Silent Violence, deftly feeding himself popcorn, one kernel at a time. Neither of them had expected this rough-around-the-edges man to be such a rare sweet tooth. As violent old buddies, Silent Sword and Rainstorm expressed their utter disbelief. No matter how many times they watched it, they couldn't accept it. That 100% success rate in throwing only proved one unchanging ancient blue star saying, "Practice makes perfect." Ding! You have completed the mecha's construction. To achieve the assessment goal, you must complete the tests on the following 3 maps, and keep the mecha's damage rate below 15%. You have 2 remaining opportunities to make minor modifications to the mecha. Please use them carefully. Note, you can choose to name your mecha. If you complete the assessment, it will automatically become part of your mecha's construction achievements. In other words, failure means nothing. Was this a bit of a premature promise? Yili ultimately named the mecha like Stars 01. She liked a line from an ancient Blue Star poem, scattered like stars, bright as the sun and moon. The real mecha combat is about to begin. Chapter 12. An hour later. Everyone in the monitoring room fell silent. The 3 dungeons in the second phase, designed for practical combat skills, the Gale domain testing balance, the Mountain of Blades and Rain testing defense and agility, and the Star Beast encirclement testing offense, all suffered humiliating defeats against the small, but fully equipped mecha. Outside, Cui Sheng successfully fell asleep. Before dozing off, he glanced at the clock on the wall, but closed his eyes without getting a clear time. He couldn't help but complain, why aren't they out yet? They have no respect for elders. Yili, finally freed from the machine simulation, let out a soft phew. Her usually slender frame swayed slightly, her porcelain-white skin paler from exhaustion. Even her pale lips had lost their color. She raised her hand and laboriously wiped her damp hair. For someone her age, using her mental energy for so long was indeed a significant drain. It seems that physical training can never be neglected. Not only will it be difficult to secure materials, but an excellent mecha pilot also needs sufficient stamina to support the long research process. A lone soldier who can't take on multiple opponents will never be a good mecha pilot. Me. What am I saying? She couldn't help but support her drooping head, approaching her dozing master and nudging him. Master. Get up. The exam is over. Parents can take their children home for dinner. Cui Sheng exhaled sharply, twitching his mustache, and reluctantly opened his eyes. The delicate little apprentice, so fragile she seemed like she could be blown away by a gust of wind, stood there prettily, her small face deathly pale, her tea-colored eyes seemingly shrouded in an unyielding mist. Cui Sheng ruffled her hair. What's wrong? Your face is so pale. Yili rarely made a face like this. Master, why didn't you tell me there were so many questions in this assessment? I'm about to throw up from all the questions. Cui Sheng was puzzled, but he trusted his miserable little apprentice more. According to the assessment standards of the Joint Assembly, her abilities should have been more than enough to handle the first phase, but now she clearly looked exhausted. Now he needed to understand the specific assessment situation, and the easiest way was to check the information stored in her personal identification card. He instructed Yili to unlock the card using her mental energy waves, following the steps guided in front of the machine. Ding. A new message popped up the next second. Judging by the time, it should be the assessment results report. Congratulations on completing the second stage of the mech pilot assessment. You can now be considered an official beginner. We hope you continue your efforts and strive to pass the third stage as soon as possible to receive the corresponding privileges. The 018 mech and its corresponding simulator thank you for using it. Cui Sheng was worried that the long exam time might cause him to fail, which would be incredibly embarrassing. Even worse, the significant setbacks he experienced in his childhood were detrimental to building the confidence that a child needs. But then he glanced at the report. The genius was still the same genius, and the obedient student was still the same obedient student. Wait a minute. Then why did the little girl's assessment take so long? It didn't fit his mech aesthetics at all. Cui Sheng narrowed his eyes and, unusually, honestly and seriously read it word by word, pausing at the word 2 on the report. Cui Sheng, fearing his old eyes might be failing him, and he might have misread the assessment number, closed his eyes for a moment to recover. Unconvinced, he stared intently at the number again, meticulously calculating, finally realizing that the number on the report was indeed 2. Considering her testimony that the assessment questions were more numerous and comprehensive than expected, he couldn't help but recall the rumor he heard about the Joint Assembly's mech pilot assessment having a hidden level that could only be activated under special conditions. It seemed Yili had been so engrossed in practicing that she stumbled upon the hidden level without noticing the relevant hints, assuming it was a continuation of the main quest, rather than having already jumped to a new map. This trip was quite successful. As expected of my disciple, he's really impressive. The messy tasks could be crumpled up and thrown away. What mattered most to Cui Sheng, and what pleased him most, was that he had actually advanced 2 levels. Cui Sheng, beaming with pride, boasted, as expected of a great teacher, I'm truly outstanding. Yili suddenly realized, I completed 2 exams with just 1 registration fee. I'm truly a thrifty little expert, worthy of my master's teaching. Originally, After the exams, Chui Sheng planned to take his little girl to the underground market's trading area, but because she had exceeded her task requirements, many things that had been piling up needed to be addressed immediately. After much deliberation, Chui Sheng first exchanged the materials he didn't need for star coins or other exchangeable materials at the third-floor delivery point. Then, in the booked hotel, he thoroughly explained everything to his little apprentice, Ahem. Li, you now passed the second stage of the assessment, which means the people at the Joint Assembly can basically consider you a prospective mecha pilot. The most crucial part of the joint meeting is the third stage of the assessment. Passing this watershed is like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. You be considered a member of the circle. Yi Li, is it really that hard to be considered a benefactor? But once you cross this hurdle, tons of great benefits will be yours to enjoy. As long as you don't violate the rules, tons of privileges will be showered upon you. Chui Sheng suddenly painted a rosy picture for her with excitement. For example, members who complete the third stage assessment don't need to go offline in person. Instead, they will be authorized to access the StarNet virtual platform officially set up by the Joint Assembly. They can log in directly to the StarNet platform to complete all matters. The materials, connections, and various resources available there are unavailable at offline physical gatherings. Only members who successfully complete the assessment can use their Joint Assembly identity card to move freely on it. Of course, there are also one-time FastPass cards auctioned on the black market. You know, it's profitable, not shameful. Besides, one-time cards are indeed quite profitable. Yi Li naturally understood the key point. It was equivalent to being given a certified level qualification certificate. Even if the cardholder was a young, thin, and frail minor, as long as it was confirmed that it was the cardholder, no one would be foolish enough to cause trouble. Yi Li hereby specifically declares that minor here does not refer to herself. Her gentle tea-colored eyes seemed to part with a wisp of moisture, and she declared with radiant spirit, Master, the revolution is not yet complete. I shall still need to work hard. Her unwavering determination to exploit loopholes and increase her wealth resonated with old Chui, who looked at his young apprentice with great satisfaction. Good. Truly worthy of being my good apprentice, Chui Datu, very ambitious. After encouraging each other, the master and apprentice returned to their respective rooms to rest. Yi Li's mental energy had been significantly depleted during the long simulation test. Even though Chui Sheng had taken a short nap outside, he was no longer young. Not only had he been exhausted from getting up so early, but sleeping on a hard chair outside was also quite uncomfortable. After a long day of activity, Yi Li lay on the bed in the hotel's single room. The fresh green curtains completely blocked out the pitch-black sky. Yi Li half lifted a corner of the curtain and looked up. Unlike the perpetually gray sky of star K563, the night sky on Sarah allowed for the faint glimpse of sparse stars. This was Yi Li's first journey outside star K563, and it was hard not to feel a strange interest in this unknown world at such a young age. It turned out that there were places where a few scattered stars could be seen in the dark. Is there a place with 4 seasons, like the vibrant spring, the fiery summer, the fragrant autumn, and the icy winter described in the ancient blue star stories? It must be beautiful. Yi Li stared blankly for a moment, then closed the window again as if losing interest. Above the low bedside table, a warm wall lamp hung on the pale yellow wallpaper. The warm yellow light, like a thin mist, softly filled the quiet room. It gently brushed against the exquisitely beautiful eyes of the girl lying on the bed. Her long eyelashes seemed to be tinged with light, and her porcelain-white skin glowed even in the dim shadows. Yi Li's breathing rose and fell slightly, her small nose twitching rhythmically. The personal terminal, which hadn't been turned off yet, was pressed under her pale fingers, faintly emitting a pale blue light. It seemed to contain a message from a contact. Beep beep. Beep beep. The other end of the quantum computer tirelessly tried to wake the sleeping girl. Like an abandoned wife relentlessly demanding a dignified explanation from her unfaithful husband. Whether the resentment from the other end was unintentionally transmitted or not, Yi Li, sound asleep, showed signs of being disturbed. She bent her slender back into a semicircle, trying to get closer to the noise. Her beautiful, relaxed brows seemed to furrow even more tightly, her pale cheeks became even more translucent in a short time. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her smooth forehead, and her long, thin limbs began to twitch uncontrollably. Thump. Her heart, nestled in her chest, suddenly pounded violently for no apparent reason. Still unconscious, the girl was jolted awake by the sudden, excruciating pain. Instinctively, she clutched her clothes tightly, a suppressed groan escaping her thin lips. Her mentally exhausted mind went blank. Then came a massive explosion, like countless failed experiments. followed by a spectacular display of fireworks, and only ruins. Her delicate features seemed to distort in the midst of her throbbing headache. Every tendon, every bone in her frail body felt brutally broken, crushed, and then ruthlessly reattached, the pain almost numbing her. Yili never cried out in pain, nor did she attempt to sit up and call for help. On the soft bed lay only a body, trembling reflexively from torture. Ugh. Beep beep. Beep. The persistent creditor on the other end of the quantum computer finally gave up trying to contact her. Chapter 13. The next day. Yi Li's conscious mind, which she had finally managed to regain, began to gradually return to its sensitivity to light. Last night's struggle and resistance seemed like a nonsensical dream. Even recalling it, she probably couldn't distinguish whether she had slept from exhaustion or from pain. Even with her body completely drained, she couldn't escape the pain deep within her bones. When she opened her eyes, a thin mist rose in her amber pupils. Her eyelashes fluttered laboriously a few times before she succumbed to exhaustion and fell back into a deep sleep. When she finally got out of bed, it was already completely daylight outside. She fumbled for her personal terminal on the bed to check the exact time, and the dozen or so missed calls that popped up shocked her, her amber eyes widening in disbelief. What earth-shattering event had happened yesterday that she didn't know about? Zooming in on the contact list again, all the missed calls were from the owner of a small tavern, that strange-tempered old man who had been cheated out of his bar money by his unscrupulous master for years. Yi Li slapped her eye. Damn it, he'd probably think I inherited master's excellent habits too. Yi Li raised her hand and rubbed her stiff cheeks. The lingering pain from last night felt like a shattered, unsettling dream, leaving only faint ripples. Since she had so confidently guaranteed her honesty, it wouldn't be good to try and deny it now that she discovered a mistake. She took a deep breath and pulled up her contact list on her personal terminal to call back. The tavern wasn't open during the day, and at this moment only Old York and a young man were inside. Yesterday afternoon, the young man had discussed the specific details with Old York before deciding to call later to confirm the delivery address and time. He waited until the tavern closed, but the young woman, who claimed to be Cui Dada's honest and reliable apprentice, never condescended to answer the phone. The young man didn't care. Old York's exoskeleton, while new, wasn't the latest model, and he had more than one. So he wasn't worried about the lack of a prompt reply that evening. The exoskeleton was merely bait he used to gauge a mecha pilot's skill. The bait itself wasn't rare. The key was the quality of the fish it caught. He wasn't in a hurry. That didn't mean Old York wasn't angry. That night, huddled behind the counter, Old York was furious. His usually neatly styled hair, due to his irritability, was now wildly indistinct, with stray hairs sticking out in a uniquely individualistic style. Even the old gentleman couldn't control himself. His shiny black shoes slammed on the floor, and he launched into a tirade of profanities, disregarding all decorum. At times, he angrily denounced the ugliness and fickleness of human nature and the untrustworthiness of the master-disciple lineage. Cui Dada's disciple is just like her unreliable master, saying one thing and doing another. At other times, thinking of the dozens of precious bottles of wine in his wine cabinet that had been lost to him, he couldn't help but let out a sorrowful and angry cry, "My precious wine. I'm so sorry. This old man is useless. I can't get justice for you." New grudges plus old hatred, debts owed to his master now being repaid in vain. The powerful monologue performed by this victim could still elicit enthusiastic applause from the sole audience. So when Yi Li called back via the personal terminal, Old York angrily ignored her. He casually stroked his newly grown beard. "Humph, little girl, this old man isn't someone to be trifled with. Last night, she stubbornly refused to answer the personal terminal, so I make sure this underage girl experiences the coldness of society." Old York placed his personal terminal on the counter, letting its hum fill the entire tavern. He couldn't help but imagine the anxious little girl across the street pacing back and forth, probably even on the verge of tears, anxiously waiting for the call to connect. Humph. That'd make me feel better. The young man glanced at it indifferently, then turned to find his exoskeleton. No other reason. He simply couldn't bear to watch the unpleasant scene of an old man with gray hair arguing with a child. Meanwhile, Yi Li, who was anxious to the point of tears, switched to the background and sent a message to his master. Then, he bent down to pack his luggage into his spatial storage, specifically finding a small box to hold his first card besides his identity card. It could be said that this was a small step for Yi Li in his mecha career, but a giant leap in his life. Because the other party paused for a long time, long enough for Yi Li to finish packing his luggage in his spatial storage, before leisurely pressing the answer button. After finishing her work, Yi Li sat comfortably on the edge of the bed. Seeing the call connect, she tentatively asked, "Is this Mr. York from the tavern?" "I'm Yili, Master Chui Sheng's apprentice. Yesterday my master and I weren't on planet K563. He took me to participate in an assessment. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to renege on my debt." Old York raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Still participating in an assessment last night? That must be hard work." "There was no assessment last night," Yili answered honestly, pausing for a moment before choosing the pre-prepared explanation. Yesterday's series of unusual events were highly likely related to the underground laboratory where she had woken up. Revealing the truth before clarifying the specifics wouldn't be a wise move, so she prepared a backup plan. "Sigh, last night I suddenly had a lot of pain. Both legs were experiencing recurring severe pain. Especially my knees and the front of my calves. Master said it's called growing pains." Old York recalled the child's appearance when she last came to the tavern. She was thinner and shorter than other children her age, with a small, fleshy face, clearly due to early malnutrition. Now, perhaps she's being cared for more carefully by Chui Datu, so it's not impossible that she is starting to grow taller. But that unscrupulous drunkard who only knows how to force-feed her nutritious drinks, is he really capable of raising a child properly? Old York, with his own twisted logic, successfully extinguished his anger. At least the little girl came over the next morning to sincerely apologize, so it seems she didn't intentionally stand him up or try to renege on her debt. Sigh. Perhaps because he's been dealing with a drunkard who constantly pushes his luck, he's become much more tolerant and forgiving of those around him. Young man, after a one-man show, he suddenly changed his tune in a flash. Old York coughed awkwardly. "I let you off this time, but when are you going back to star number? The boss who needs his exoskeleton repaired has arrived, and I don't want to keep him waiting too long." Yili had just switched to the backstage to communicate with his master about the return trip, so he replied directly, "My master said we leave at noon and should be ready around 3 p.m. After that, you and the boss can come to the shop anytime. It's the machinery shop." Old York reluctantly mumbled, "Okay, I understand. I'd bring someone over later." A life-or-death conversation finally ended. Old York looked up to see the young man's mocking gaze, as if silently saying, "So much for your outburst of rage, huh? It's over just like that." Old York hung up the call with a cold snort and turned away without a second glance. At noon, Yili and Chui Sheng returned by starship again. This trip could be described as not only selling unwanted star beast and plant materials to increase revenue, but also using his own abilities to earn 2 examination certificates with just 1 exam registration fee, thus saving money. They successfully went out with high hopes and returned with a full load. The night sky outside the starship window was similar to that of Sarah the previous night. Large swaths of dim, gray-black cosmic nebulae obscured the passengers' curious gazes. Only when passing other numbered stars could one barely see a few faint lights. Although you can't see many stars or planets around the numbered star. When you have the chance to study in the central star region, you see a vast, magnificent nebula as a backdrop, with countless beautiful and dreamlike planets leaping across it. Some planets have their own shimmering halos, some are surrounded by satellites, and some may even have more and more advanced spacecraft and mechs than those on Sarah. "I think you love it." Chui Sheng, unusually suppressing his usual lazy and frivolous demeanor, gently and patiently painted a beautiful but unattainable picture for his naive little apprentice. Yili listened to her master's teachings, secretly making plans for the future. Promises must come first. She needed to finish repairing her exoskeleton first, and then she planned to stay in the school dormitory for a while. Although the school curriculum was no longer relevant to her, Dawn Basic School was, after all, a good school painstakingly built by Principal Tai and his teachers, so the school library's collection shouldn't be too disappointing. Upon completing the assessment, Yili discovered she could use most of the known mainstream materials to complete her project, but she didn't want to overlook the non-mainstream ones either. If each material was like a path for future development, then giving up simply because a path proved unsuitable would be tantamount to sealing off her own future possibilities. Through comparison, she felt the teaching of the underground laboratories, chips, was like a path from the mountainside to the summit. What she needed most now was to cultivate a vast and complex root system, constantly absorbing all nutrients, not bound by any particular school or form. Anything with a purpose could be her teacher. Her true master, Chui Sheng, was still unaware that, due to his little apprentice's peculiar thought process, he was about to become one of countless masters. If Master Chui had known, he would have given her an excellent beating on her overly clever little head, making her fully and sincerely experience what it means to be unshakable, inviolable, and immovable as a mountain. The dignity of a teacher. Around 3:30 p.m. Old York comfortably reclined in his massage chair. Do you want to go take a look, or should I just call her over and take this thing away? The young man's dark eyes were indifferent. Who makes the boss go to the other party's door to pay a visit? Old York scoffed, agreeing. Right, those who pay are the bosses. He sent the request to Yili via his personal terminal, and this time the other party replied instantly, okay. Old York was extremely satisfied. That's more like it. I didn't expect that rotten bamboo from Chui Data could produce such good shoots. Oh dear, this old rascal got lucky. Chapter 14. When Yili returned to the machine shop, she felt as if her whole body was numb from the starship ride. As soon as she landed, she busied herself stretching and loosening her muscles. After tidying up the spatial buttons, she quickly went out to work, just like last time, carrying a sharp dagger. This time, she arrived at York's Tavern on North Street even faster than before. It was still light outside, and strictly speaking, the tavern wasn't open yet. But as soon as she stepped inside, she seemed to sense something was amiss, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly. Inside the tavern, there was a being with an extremely high mental strength threshold, seemingly observing her, like a lurking star beast or alien plant in the head forest, waiting for its chance. Yili keenly sensed the mental energy aura, completely different from before, but after only a moment's pause, her expression immediately returned to one of relief. After all, she was just a frail mecha pilot who wanted to work hard, take on jobs, and support her family. She didn't care about the other party's looks or height. Once the relationship reached the level of boss and employee, it was considered over. She cleverly added a condition behind her thoughts. The premise was that the potential boss wouldn't violate interstellar laws, social morals, or any of her personal principles that would never be accepted by the interstellar populace. Therefore, in her eyes, the boss would always be a friendly partner, a source of inspiration, and a helpful person who continuously generated money. Before seeing them, you can sense their spirit. This reminded Yili of a crucial tip Master Chui Sheng had taught her about exploiting people. The bigger the entourage, the better. Those who are too proud to admit it are often foolish, rich, and extremely easy to exploit. At this moment, Yili was half wary and defensive, half focused on her grand plan to make money. Old York, huddled behind the tavern, asked him, "Sir, shall we go?" The young man's arms, which had been crossed over his chest, instantly disengaged, and a muscular arm scooped up the rectangular, gray-black spatial storage device with a single hand. He donned an extremely ordinary disguise, but his dark eyes couldn't conceal his true nature. He turned and slowly walked towards the area of the floating chairs near the tavern counter. Yili waited casually for the man to appear, subconsciously giving him a once-over. His waist, like a silver spear, was straight and resilient, with thin, beautifully defined muscles covering his frame. His gait was casual, yet his steps were firm. His ordinary appearance, easily lost in a crowd, was obviously a disguise. In reality, the man was probably only a few years older than her. To cultivate such a reserved and refined demeanor in a child at such a young age, the person must either have a military background or have undergone extensive and continuous training in mercenary missions, underground boxing rings, or similar places. The orange light inside the tavern, like a veil falling on her dark eyes, couldn't melt the icy silence within. The other person glanced at her indifferently, as if scrutinizing something. However, for Yili, who had grown up in a wild and untamed way, the uncertainty of the unknown couldn't outweigh the weight of survival. She quickly looked away, ceasing her observation. As a responsible employee, she could still be polite enough to wait for the boss to speak first, for the sake of money. Yili's gentle, tea-colored eyes were framed by long, drooping eyelashes. Her porcelain white, small face and petite figure seemed incompatible with the aloof and composed demeanor of Old York, who exuded an air of dominance over the backstreet's female tyrant. These traits seemed impossible to reconcile. Even he had to remark, "She is so young." "Hello, I'm the client for this exoskeleton repair. Old York recommended me." The young man politely raised his left hand, indicating that they could sit on the hover chair next to the bar to discuss the matter. He didn't give a specific name. Orders with numbered stars usually have a guarantor acting as an intermediary, bridging the interests and basic boundaries of both parties. Old York wasn't familiar with Yili, but Chui Sheng was practically a longtime friend. Old York's approval was the key factor in her final decision to help. "Hello, I'm the client working to pay off my debtor's debts. My surname is Yi." Yili didn't stand on ceremony, silently nodding and gracefully sitting down on the hover chair. She honestly stated her identity. If a more lively person introduced themselves like this, they would likely find it witty and mischievous. But Yili, with her expressionless face and unchanging tea-colored eyes, seemed to be simply stating a normal fact. The young man couldn't help but raise his eyebrows after hearing her opening introduction. He placed the gray-black rectangular storage device on the long bar table, unlocked it, and opened the internal exoskeleton, which gleamed with a dark silver metallic sheen. He then pushed it towards Yili, who was sitting beside him. Yili accepted the exoskeleton without hesitation, her tea-colored eyes burning with an earnestness, like an invisible flame quietly scorching through a patch of ice. She observed with exceptional caution, her cold gaze tracing inch by inch from the complete silver tiger's spine, and the parts primarily composed of black and gold composite materials. She paid particular attention to the joints, where Bluetooth crystals were incorporated in a special proportion. The entire exoskeleton exuded an aesthetic sensibility known as technology. What puzzled her was that there was no obvious damage to the exoskeleton. A rare hint of doubt flickered in Yi Li's usually calm, mirror-like tea-colored eyes, as if she were inquiring about the main content of the boss's commission and the client's requirements. The young man, relying on his status as the exoskeleton's owner, unceremoniously reached out and stroked the cold exoskeleton, slowly outlining the commission. The commission is slightly different from what Old York said, repairing the exoskeleton. If possible, I would also like to commission an upgrade to this exoskeleton. Any improvement is acceptable, as long as any part is upgraded. He casually gestured with his long, slender fingers, revealing an astronomical sum that was clearly tempting. Yi Li, Inwardly, she cursed the evil capitalists, the evil rich, the root of all evil. But her little brain quickly made the most accurate decision about this deal. Unfortunately, it wasn't worth it. Her icy expression remained unchanged. Repairs are fine, but please allow me to refuse development. For those aiming to become mech pilots, development is not something that can be negotiated in a few words. Given the model and level of your exoskeleton, even upgrading any aspect requires a time commitment that cannot be simply exchanged for money or resources. The subtext, While challenging, the difficulty is exceptionally high, and the rewards are not attractive. For a miner, my current focus is still in the accumulation phase. Not only is my master urging me to return to the shop to help out, but my school is also urging me to go back to school. Helping out can be considered earning extra money, but employing child labor under any pretext violates interstellar miner protection laws. The subtext, Although my master wouldn't be this impatient, and even if she were, she might not listen. Although I already achieved perfect scores in all the courses I need to take at Dawn Basic School. Others would inevitably experience emotional fluctuations, but even at this moment, she remained calm, as if it were completely none of her business. She calmly analyzed and refused from multiple perspectives and angles, her explanation somewhat lengthy but clearly organized. After being rejected, the young man recalled the obedient apology he made to Old York that morning. Coincidentally, in the brief moment of his contemplation, the young girl sat upright in her hover chair and softly complained, "It's rare for me to say so much in one go, and I have to organize my thoughts, it's exhausting." The young man, Cough, I can tell you're having a hard time. His physical and mental strength levels are unequivocally among the top tier. At such close range, hearing a young girl's little complaint was effortless. It makes perfect sense for wealthy families to cooperate with shrewd and profit-driven farmhands. After all, if there's anything unreasonable about it, the clever farmhand will know to chime in with, "Have you heard of the Interstellar Juvenile Protection Law?" Behind the tavern, Old York first took out his most beloved stemmed glass from the low cabinet. His callous fingers selected a bottle of fine vintage red wine from the shelf, the crimson liquid flowing gracefully down the clean glass. Old York gently swirled the wine in his hand. At this moment, he sat on the soft sofa, watching the confrontation between the two outside through the monitor. Sigh. To his right was a young girl with an icy, expressionless face. To his left was a calm, unfathomable old dog, whose emotions were always hidden. To his right was a clever mind that could always think calmly. To his left was a rambling brain full of convoluted thoughts and countless little ideas. From a rather strange perspective, it had to be said that the two were evenly matched. Both. It was impossible to see any possibility of normal, natural communication between these two emotionless individuals. However, contrary to expectations, the two had already pleasantly negotiated the number of exoskeletons that needed repair and the delivery time. Perhaps it was precisely because Xiao Yi, like a sharp knife, fearlessly and directly cut in, that the young man, who always preferred to maximize his own interests through reasonable means, refrained from trying to trap the young girl. Well, after all, she had brought up the Interstellar Miner Protection Law, a blatant, a silent threat. Having completed the transaction, Yili turned and left without a backward glance. The young man was left sitting forlornly in his hover chair, sadly realizing that in the long period from her arrival, greetings, conversation, to her departure, he hadn't even had a sip of his drink, let alone compared wine or beverages. Old York, who had watched the spectacle backstage, came out in his electric chair to find the man. With a hint of mockery and sarcasm, he also spoke coolly to the young master. Have you heard of the Interstellar Minor Protection Law? Chapter 15. The young man glanced at Old York with a half-smile, offering no reply but exuding a dangerous, ambiguous aura that seemed to teeter on the edge of right and wrong. Old York instinctively fell silent. Yili, carrying the gray-black memory device, leisurely returned to the machine shop. Master Cui was relaxing his not-so-young bones in his well-made, self-made rocking chair. Seeing her return, he didn't disturb her, letting her return to her work in the workshop. He couldn't help but sigh. It's so good to have an apprentice. It's so good to have someone to help pay back the money. The moment Yili closed the door, she quietly pushed open the workshop door again, calmly informing her unreliable master, I'm only responsible for paying off the drinking debt I incurred on that trip. As for the rest of your long-standing debts, master, you have to take care of them yourself. After all, my view on money is, paying back debts is a matter of course, but don't even think about me paying my master's debts. The previously carefree Cui Sheng was stunned by these words, and after a long pause, he stammered, Oh no, I haven't taught this disciple wrong, have I? Is he starting to bully his master? That night, Yili, unusually, didn't stay up all night repairing the exoskeleton, but instead chose to rest properly. The homemade health-enhancing massage bathtub released several evenly sized bubbles, and the warm, soothing hot water gently submerged her beautifully shaped collarbone. Every gentle flow of water touching her fair skin seemed to delicately soothe her long tense and exhausted nerves, and she let out a satisfied sigh. Her long, glossy black hair was loosely piled at the back of her head, inevitably catching a few specks of moisture in the steamy bathroom. It seemed to be tenderly tracing the girl's beautiful features, making every contour even more exquisite. A blush slowly crept onto her jade-like face as the warm water bathed her, further highlighting her unique beauty under the lamplight. Unfortunately, even with a seemingly lazy body guiding her, Yili's unwavering resolve remained steadfast. In the middle of the bathtub sat a specially designed horizontal board. Immersed in the vast ocean of knowledge on her personal computer, Yili gathered all information about exoskeletons. If she found anything of interest, she would record it on the physical board. While her body appeared to be lazily resting in the water, her brain was still frantically working. Exoskeletons were not uncommon in interstellar space, but those available for immediate purchase were among the earliest models. The initial developers simply hoped to find a way for children, with naturally low strength, to win brick-moving competitions against their peers in the same village. Sometimes, the joy of a master is that simple. The earliest exoskeletons merely served an auxiliary function, providing a certain boost to strength. This, of course, did not refer to internal mutations, but rather an external, cumulative effect. Scientists initially named it the auxiliary arm, a technological product resembling an arm capable of performing a series of auxiliary amplifications. In subsequent generations, before receiving an official name, exoskeleton underwent multifaceted, multidimensional, and multimode analysis and research. The materials used transitioned from initial wood to various metals, and even top-grade metals. In terms of function, it progressed from single-function strength and agility-based systems to a comprehensive upgrade across multiple components. This also marks the transformation of this technology from its initial civilian use as an auxiliary arm to its application in military and defense fields as an exoskeleton. Today, exoskeletons have truly become a powerful tool besides various types of mechs, widely promoted and applied in the military, with different models each having their own areas of development. In the rear, exoskeletons can serve as logistical support for transporting military supplies. On the front lines, they can function as robust exoskeletons that enhance offensive capabilities and equip the user with various new weapons. However, exoskeletons have extremely stringent requirements regarding the pressure and weight the human body can withstand. Even if obtained by chance on the black market or illegally, they are unusable. The exoskeletons provided by the owner of Old York Tavern are second-generation products, codenamed Dark Cloud, jointly developed and produced by the Institute of Science and Technology and the Institute of Mechcraft 5 years ago. This generation of exoskeletons, including this one, is currently being used as the mainstream exoskeleton across interstellar space. This generation of exoskeletons uses B+ to A+ grade star beast spines as the main material. Star Beast's spines are mixed with metallic minerals such as black gold, gold and silver sand, and green fluorite to form the composite material supporting the entire skeleton. The selected metallic minerals are rare minerals that, when fused with Star Beast's spines, produce a certain degree of hardening and increased ductility and flexibility. Not only does it help protect the back of the wearer, but it also allows for flexible movement and execution, eliminating concerns about stiffness, stagnation, or disconnection. However, exoskeleton development has stagnated. Currently, with all available knowledge, research resources, and expertise, the upper limit for utilizing exoskeleton skeletons is still limited to A+ level quasars. The exoskeletons delivered by the other party almost entirely utilize the spines of quasars bordering on A+ level. The person capable of producing so many high-quality exoskeletons at once. The boss must be very rich. Yili thought pathetically, finishing the last entry in her notes before surfacing from the bathtub. The shop lights ahead were off. Yili turned back to her room. She sat on the familiar bed, the soft light shining from the bedside table. Yili leaned against the pillows, slightly bending her slender back. She deftly folded her thin legs, her small hands gently kneading her knees and ankles, examining them for a long time before stopping, as if confirming the reality of the hellish, dreamlike pain. Like confirming whether the organs and sense of touch that had endured excruciating torture by a branding iron were still intact. Huff. She carefully felt all the important areas before daring to draw a final conclusion. She's fine, there's nothing wrong with her. Yili should have forgotten about it the moment she received the answer. She shouldn't have cared about the sudden trial that was more intense than having her bones broken. The only thing she wanted to do was to hold onto it like a child holding candy, savoring only a feeling called pain, or perhaps more accurately, an emotion. She woke up in a petri dish in the underground laboratory with a blank memory. Outside the laboratory was a vast expanse of ignorant whiteness. Inside was a small blank space rejecting everything outside. Her mind was also a blank sheet of paper, devoid of ink or paint. Since Healy had no memories, she naturally couldn't match them to any corresponding emotions. She had to learn a lot about stories about human emotions from the chip. Like countless labels bearing emotions or feelings, snowflakes drifted freely across the winter sky. She could see each one, but even if she tried to catch them, they would instantly melt into water and evaporate upon landing in her palm. Last night was the first time she successfully equated pain with actual feeling. This also meant that from now on, she would begin to understand what pain truly meant. Moreover, she had a strange premonition that she might have many more opportunities in the future to match the labels described in words with real emotions. The result of her relaxed rest that day was that she didn't get up until almost noon the next day. Cui Sheng wasn't exactly a harsh and unforgiving mentor. His students' intense eagerness to learn had even been a source of frustration for him for a considerable period. Now, seeing her gradually learning to manage her work, study, and rest time effectively, and to manage physical and mental stress and fatigue, from the perspective of a loving elder, he felt a rare and genuine sense of relief. But some children, or rather, little girls, are simply not destined to be lazy sunbathing. Yuli washed up, facing the soft sunlight outside, and casually gathered her long, soft, black hair. She deftly put on the protective gear and goggles needed for the repair work, sorting the commissioned exoskeletons according to their damage and model. Some exoskeletons only had long-term wear and tear on the outer surface, causing oxidation of the internal metal. Some exoskeletons had all the joints broken. The most severely damaged was a brand new model, whose spine appeared to have been twisted and deformed by a tremendous external force, likely requiring complete replacement. Although the boss would reimburse her for the materials and money spent on repairs, every single star coin she was losing was definitely slipping through her fingers. Sigh. Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. Even the most talented person needs to know the cost of daily necessities. Luckily, the exoskeleton repair was taken on before going to Sarah. After exchanging the materials for star coins at the underground market, Cui Sheng estimated the required materials in advance based on the shopping list provided by Yili. Otherwise, if she had only started buying materials and beginning repairs after taking on the task, not only would it have taken forever to complete, but old York from the tavern would probably have been so angry he'd come at her head with an empty bottle in each hand. Just thinking about it made the image terrible. After sorting the materials, Yili first moved the slightly worn exoskeleton onto the workbench. The slightly worn areas were already about 1/5 thinner than the original thickness. She collected powder from the worn areas and surrounding surfaces for the instrument to analyze and determine the original ingredient list, then used the materials at her disposal to recreate it. The instrument analysis time couldn't be wasted. She first gave the weathered and worn exoskeleton a thorough cleaning, carefully removing the dirt and corrosion with a special knife. Then, she unceremoniously placed it into a sample dish she had prepared, intending to use the analysis to deduce the possible substances that caused the exoskeleton damage. Analyzing and recreating the original for repair was a basic step, but if she could find a better protective coating for the exoskeleton, it would be like opening a lucrative road for her. Selling basic raw materials is nowhere near as profitable as selling exclusive patents with added value. Yili's fingers moved rapidly, working in the lab until it was pitch black outside. Chapter 16. The arduous task of announcing dinner time that evening was accomplished only by Cui Sheng deliberately entering Yili's lab and lifting her out by the collar. While secretly praising her for learning to relax, Cui Sheng was inwardly frustrated. The verb lifted perfectly describes the scene. The way he lifted her by the collar was so practiced it could be considered a unique skill of Master Cui. Cui Sheng declared, "Don't bother me, it's not my intention." Yili settled into the soft stool and hurriedly began to eat. Ever since she had several dishes cooked outside for dinner, Master Cui seemed to have lost interest in nutrient solutions. Occasionally buying some and cooking it herself wasn't a hassle. She had always suspected that perhaps it wasn't a change in taste, but rather that the number of star coins she earned from selling goods on the underground market on Sarah Star had made Master Cui feel that their family was on the verge of wealth and could afford to enjoy a little more. After all, Yili had only sorted out a portion of the star beast and exotic plant materials she had on hand for him. She genuinely didn't know the total amount of star coins Cui Sheng had sold for various materials, and the mechanical products made from them, along with the space button she had given him. What remains unchanged is this: when you're poor, you must save money. When you have some money, you must save even more. Living off your savings will never lead to a future. Seeing her eager expression, Cui Sheng began to interject with information about advanced exoskeleton materials, which belonged to the middle section of the textbooks he had given her, materials purification and materials science. He estimated that his diligent and studious apprentice might only reach the middle section, but with so many books, she probably only scratched the surface. Since she couldn't sit still anyway, he decided to delve into some unexplored areas of knowledge to keep this stubborn little calf, who never listened to his advice, obediently tied to her seat. Ahem, Cui Sheng cleared his throat earnestly, trying to soothe Li, who was wolfing down her food. "Li, why don't you eat your dinner quietly and slowly? How about your master teaches you some little-known aspects of material science and exoskeletons as a lesson?" Yili reached for her water glass and downed it in one gulp, replying decisively, "Master, please." After several days, Cui Sheng was once again struck by his little apprentice's unwavering, bandit-like tone. He suddenly felt an urge to give a good beating to every scoundrel on the street who constantly called everyone big brother or little brother. They were corrupting the child. Sigh, what if he can't correct the way she speaks later? He can hide it now that he doesn't go to the Dawn Basic School often, but what if he goes to a school in the Central Yang Star system and keeps saying these things with that expressionless face? Will it be seen as provocation? Cui Sheng, the self-proclaimed unlicensed father who considers Yili his own daughter, couldn't help but worry. After much deliberation, he decided to intensify the individual training of the troublesome girl. Even if she was accidentally perceived as provoking someone, she wouldn't be unable to defeat them. Okay. That settled then, Cui Sheng happily finalized his new plan. As soon as he set the schedule, he looked up with satisfaction, only to find himself facing a pair of eager, yet long-neglected, brown eyes. He solemnly raised his fist and coughed lightly, feigning nonchalance. The first part of materials purification science mainly focuses on analytical purification and basic mixed processing. It's largely applied to civilian auxiliary arms and basic mechs of various levels. The grade of materials separated and mixed is not limited, but the number of types mixed is kept to around 5 or less. Of course, there are a few exceptionally talented individuals who can complete research using 6 to 7 materials with basic methods. The batch of exoskeletons you have that need repair are second-generation products. Minorly worn exoskeletons can have their mixed components analyzed using instruments, and researchers can repeatedly adjust them to achieve the correct proportions based on their expertise and skill. He wanted to elaborate, but his initial words clearly hadn't caught his apprentice's attention. The apprentice would rather reach for his chopsticks and eat a bite than even glance at his poor master for a second or two. Cui Sheng, with his discerning eyes, read the disdain on his apprentice's expressionless face. He very consciously and frantically pulled the progress bar down, stepping into the core area with lightning speed. Large area or deep-seated damage generally requires two basic methods. The first option is to disassemble the damaged exoskeleton structure as thoroughly as possible. The damaged parts are cleaned, repaired, and then reassembled into the original frame. The second option, when the exoskeleton exhibits cracks, is for a skilled repairman to directly recast the original skeleton with newly prepared materials in a furnace. A pair of tea-colored eyes emitted a ghostly green light, like a wolf cub under the full moon of a dark night. He subconsciously touched the tip of his nose, wondering what the root cause was. His apprentice, with his enigmatic gaze, calmly continued, however, complete recasting and reforging are usually for exoskeletons damaged by more than 60%, and the required steps are extremely complicated, involving removing impurities after recasting, adding the necessary materials for the missing parts, mixing them, and recasting. Without precise blueprints of the exoskeleton to assist in meticulous calibration, this will generally degrade the exoskeleton's capabilities to varying degrees. Yili calmly continued Cui Sheng's words, her small face expressionless. Cui Sheng, this little brat is back to his old man's side, staying up all night studying again. No martial ethics whatsoever. He seemingly affectionately patted Yili's head, a kind smile spreading across his lips. He gritted his teeth and said, "Li, my little disciple, you've been staying up all night behind your master's back again? At such a young age, you're already learning bad habits. Are you satisfied with your tiny height or confident enough in the thickness of your hair?" He stretched out his callous fingers, pressing hard against her fair forehead, leaving a clear mark. Yili instinctively covered her slightly reddened forehead, hastily rescuing her innocent little head from Cui Sheng's rough hands. Cui Sheng said fiercely, "If you stay up all night again, I cut off the electricity to your room, you hear me?" Cough. Now that you learned all the relevant knowledge from the books, the next part will be about my experience. Complete melting and recasting isn't cost-effective or efficient, and disassembling, repairing, and reassembling might result in wear and tear. Repairing things as they wear out is always a poor approach. Nipping problems in the bud is the truly superior method. Hey! The internal metal composition of the exoskeleton cannot be changed, but the outer membrane can be adjusted. Currently, military exoskeletons use single-layer membranes because they can't make more advantageous choices. Because if more than one layer of membrane were used, prolonged, slight friction would cause the membranes to interfere with each other, preventing them from achieving their maximum effect, and could even lead to membrane deterioration or reverse erosion. But I can definitely do that. Even some of the old fogies in the Federal R&D department can only sit there, huddled together, with a single-layer membrane, waiting in vain. The more confident he became, the brighter his light brown eyes shone. The increasingly prominent wrinkles on his face softened in the gentle breeze of his smile. As if basking in the joy of his unique success, he was reliving his spirited youth, and this thought involuntarily surfaced in Yili's mind. Once she got down to business, she slowed down her eating, methodically listening to Master Cui's experience, while picking up food with her chopsticks. The two sat at the table from the moment Yili started eating until a long time afterward. When it was time for bed, Cui Sheng unceremoniously picked Yili up and told her to get ready to wash up and go to sleep, relentlessly threatening her with his bald head and short stature, saying that she had already reached her limit for the day and was not allowed to work overtime. If you really want to stay up all night, you can save all that hope. In the rest of your life, whether you go to a school in another galaxy for further studies or find a good job later, there will be plenty of sleepless nights for you to burn your passion in the darkness. You're still so young, there's no need to rush to stay up all night. Before turning off the lights, Cui Sheng repeatedly emphasized to her in a very serious tone, "Don't worry, no one will compete with you for this kind of reckless behavior. Oh, unless the other person is as mentally unstable as you or is about to fail their course." Yili, This seemingly comforting remark wasn't very hurtful, but it felt extremely insulting. "Master." She suddenly remembered something she needed to report to her master before going to sleep. "What is it?" Cui Sheng raised an eyebrow. "If it's unrelated, I suggest you think it over before you speak." His rather robust figure stood outside the door, backlit, only vaguely revealing a resolute expression that seemed unwilling to yield to her willfulness. "Yili, did my all-nighter really cast such a deep shadow on you? You're trying to shut me down on that idea without even thinking." "No," she retorted calmly, explaining her plans logically. "Back on Sarah, I felt that the books you gave me were all high-quality, systematic content, something I could access at school or any institution. But I also want to browse more of the vast and complex underlying information, or rather, basic content and ideas, to enrich the scope of my thinking. So, I plan to stay at Dawn Basic School for a while after this order is completed." although I won't need to attend classes regularly anymore. I want to access more relevant content through their library and internal network to achieve a balance between highbrow and lowbrow appeal, so the tuition won't be wasted. The future isn't too far away for me, but it's not too near either. I want to accumulate and absorb new things at any time. Before I develop something entirely of my own, all external inspirations, ideas, and methods should be equally important to me. She passionately expressed her insights and future plans, getting herself all fired up, then looked up expectantly at Choi Sung-gu for a response. Choi Shung snorted lightly, and as expected, said smugly, "Whatever." "But," he added coldly, "you're still not allowed to try and get away with it tonight by saying your expectations for the future are making you excited. Now, right now, go to sleep." Bang. The door slammed shut with particular force. Chapter 17. Sleeping was fine, but leaving the lab was absolutely out of the question. Yili demonstrated her unwavering faith to her mentor and father through her actions. The father, worried, checked on her sleeping for several days in a row, and when he found her turning off the lights on time every night, he almost wanted to buy a string of firecrackers and sing a song of good luck. However, happiness is always fleeting, and being caught wasn't her choice. On an ordinary night, when Choi Shung went to check again, the lights were off. He remembered the principal saying he needed to give a rough entry time. Master Choi only intended to knock lightly on the door to ask for a general time, but suddenly a fluffy, soft little head peeked out from the next lab, eagerly offering the time she had already considered. Afterwards, a weathered, speechless middle-aged man stood before the door on the left, and an awkward young girl emerged from the crack in the door on the right, staring at each other in silence, the air seemingly frozen in place. Choi Shung sensed he was about to explode in silence. Sigh. Yili hurriedly leaned further out, revealing the sleeping bag covering his upper body, trying to use the fait accompli and his ability to argue his way out. "Master, calm down. I didn't work all night. I just couldn't leave my beloved little exoskeleton, so I bought a sleeping bag and slept in the corner of the lab." He peeked through the crack in the door. Yili's entire body was wrapped in the thick sleeping bag, only his small head sticking out, like a bloated silkworm. Choi Shung, Although it seemed he hadn't broken his promise to go to bed on time, his fists unconsciously hardened. These frustrating days continued until Yili finished her tasks. Upholding the principle of seeing things through, she communicated with Old York after completing the repairs and calibrations to schedule a delivery and inspection. The young client from before hadn't shown up, presumably because someone like him couldn't possibly stay on star number for long. She successfully delivered the goods and settled accounts, then turned back to pack her simple luggage for school. The day Yili carried her small suitcase to Dawn Basic School was a gloomy, overcast day. It was nearing the end of the year, and even in places without distinct seasons, the cold air was biting. Yili appropriately changed into a light, warm black down jacket for ease of movement, and stepped into the school gate in fleece-lined boots. The admission certificate had been sent to her personal terminal in advance. After scanning it at the gate, she could be led to her residence on campus by a guiding robot. The desolate scenery of the school arrived, as the expensively maintained virtual projection was removed. The howling north wind relentlessly pierced Yili's neck. Even the usually strong-willed Yili couldn't help but involuntarily shrink back in the razor-sharp wind, despite the soft fleece lining her boots, which couldn't warm her icy feet. The treatment of military-related mecha students at Dawn University was exceptionally generous. The double room advertised in the admissions materials actually meant that 2 roommates each had their own small bedroom, while the other amenities were shared. This arrangement was comparable to that of schools in more prosperous star systems. Her bedroom had likely remained empty since the start of classes, requiring her to start cleaning and tidying everything from scratch. Fortunately, the mornings were filled with classes, allowing her to finish her tasks independently without worrying about embarrassment. Of course, Yili wouldn't forget her top priority upon arriving at Dawn Basic School, clearing out the library's inventory. Before leaving after handing over her duties to the guiding robot, Yili purposefully checked the school library's schedule and borrowing details at the robot's location. The blaring hours from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. stung her beautiful brown eyes. The short 10-hour opening was a complete waste of the library's resources. She gritted her teeth in annoyance, wishing she could lie down and sleep in the countless books piled up like she did in the mechanical shop. Although Yili convinced herself to suppress her desire to read, opportunity was the most unpredictable thing. Since she didn't have to attend classes, after completing the individual training schedule devised by Choi Xingxin in the holographic pod, her roommate, whom she hadn't seen for most of the semester, suddenly appeared. Chi-Ro had entered Dawn Basic School as the top-ranked freshman this year. Although her mental strength was at least A-level, she knew early on that it was insignificant within a regular military academy. Therefore, she ultimately chose to participate in the advanced study of her preferred mental information coding major. What puzzled Chi-Ro was that her roommate hadn't shown up since the start of the semester. Perhaps she was just experiencing the rare privilege of being without a roommate, as the electronic screen across the hall did indeed display the information Yili, individual soldier department. Just when she had gotten used to the empty room across the hall, after half a semester of rigorous study, Chi-Ro was suddenly called to the teacher's office and told that her roommate had arrived and that she could look after her a little. She tentatively asked the teacher, somewhat uncertainly, why her roommate had only just arrived. Having no hope of getting an answer, perhaps due to her status as a top student in the mental coding department, her homeroom teacher's reason was concise, powerful, and irrefutable. Ahem, a genius. It's normal for the school to make some flexible adjustments to the spiritual aspects. Chi-Ro instantly understood and nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right, as long as the big shot is happy. Yili took advantage of not having to attend classes, and the school thoughtfully placed a holographic combat simulation pod in the bedrooms of the individual combat students, giving the overly energetic individual combat students the opportunity to fight against people from outer space. She completed her training targets in the simulation pod, ordered takeout from the cafeteria through the students' verification via the quantum computer, turned around and took a refreshing shower, emerging from the bathroom with a half-wet towel around her neck. Knock knock. A crisp knock made Yili, fresh from her shower, frown slightly. Who's knocking? She doesn't seem to know anyone at Dawn's school. Yili opened the door and saw a pretty, gentle-looking girl standing outside. The girl's hair was neatly tied in a ponytail. She seemed slightly startled by the sudden opening of the door, but quickly regained her composure and looked at Yili. While Yili subtly observed Chi-Ro, Chi-Ro was equally intrigued by her rumored genius roommate. The opening of the door was like a sudden burst of sunlight. The young girl, fresh from a bath, was half a head shorter than Yili, yet her proportions were remarkably balanced, with a slender, strong waist and snow-white skin. Her long, soft, black hair brushed against her beautiful collarbone, and her amber eyes were gentle and calm, like a frozen lake in the dead of winter. Such a captivating face remained completely expressionless, preventing Chi-Ro, a staunch admirer of beauty across the entire galaxy, from experiencing the breathtaking allure of a smile from afar during close contact. Yili knew she wasn't particularly adept at social niceties outside of business transactions. Since this was the other party who had taken the initiative to show friendliness, she couldn't be awkward. Hello, I'm your new roommate. My name is Yili, and I'm currently studying individual combat. Chi-Ro was slightly taken aback, not expecting the aloof beauty to greet her so warmly. She was naturally carefree, and upon hearing this, she didn't stand on ceremony, responding with ease and introducing herself. I'm your roommate, Chi-Ro, from the mental coding department. If you have any questions about studies or life, feel free to ask me across the hall. Yili invited Chi-Ro inside for a short while, brewed some fruit tea he had specially bought from Sarah Star, and shared it with his new friend. The fruit tea was not only sweet but not cloying, but also refreshingly fragrant, something absolutely impossible to obtain on the remote numbered star. The candle on the small table still lit the flame at the special transparent teapot resting on the heating plate. The teapot contained freshly cut fruit and tea bags. This was a small gift that Cui Sheng on Sarah Star had prepared for his little apprentice, ostensibly so that his apprentice could also drink sweet fruit tea like a sophisticated young lady. Ah, it's delicious. Chi-Ro was invited to sit on a stool at the small table. Holding a delicate glass, she sipped the warm, sweet fruit tea slowly. Her heart, battered by the wind outside, began to heal, and a warm feeling welled up in her chest. Indoors, Yili, wearing a clean jacket, chatted with Chi-Ro as if having afternoon tea. Chi-Ro shyly explained that her main focus in mental energy coding was on mecha system applications, which, along with Yi Li's ambition to become a mecha designer and builder, offered a bright future they could both envision. In the strict divisions of interstellar studies, mental energy coding is explicitly categorized under the mental energy writing and system composition major within the broader category of mecha. Because this major has historically focused on mental energy coding, it's generally simply referred to as the mental energy coding major in local basic schools. The major's primary focus is on the coding aspects of mecha internal systems, specifically, coding the relationship between physiological activities and mental energy fluctuations in sensor-controlled mechas, coding the association between different codes and data effects in manually operated mechas, and the complete coding of the internal processes of various mechas, excluding highly subjective operations. In addition, the mental coding specialty allows for short-term intrusion and modification of the opponent's information code on the field, and the ability to recreate existing mechs or weapons models within the StarNet using mental coding in holographic team battles. Compared to the highly skilled and adaptable individual mech geniuses, they won't be forcefully used as a sharp blade of justice, nor will they be relegated to dealing with cunning foxes. Instead, they will shine steadily behind the scenes. Yili, despite being incredibly busy every day, finds her time fulfilling despite her exhaustion. Before being admitted to Central Star University, she set herself a crucial goal: to design and build at least an S-grade mech before she leaves. Yili heard through an unknown source that the school she wanted to attend required mech students to participate in relevant assessments during class. Although impoverished students could obtain a standard B-grade mech as a substitute, in such a fiercely competitive university, the red light was glaringly obvious. No bright, balding student would ever dare to gamble their hard-earned GPA on the quality of their mecha. Therefore, working hard to build her own mecha from scratch became Yi Li's cherished dream. She handled the design and construction herself, but the operating system embedded within the mecha required a trusted and talented person to help alleviate the pressure. Coincidentally, she found a coder who appeared out of nowhere right in her dormitory. Chapter 18. The two young girls practically filled the entire blank sheet of paper with their innovative ideas about the mental energy coding mecha system. It has to be said that the biggest weapon that instantly made these two unusually reserved strangers feel at ease was their genuine passion for a particular field. A sincere heart exchanged for the same sincerity. Because of this rapid progress, the two girls, who were initially somewhat unfamiliar with each other, immediately began calling each other Lili and Ro. Especially the small Yili, her delicate little face, whenever it revealed a gentle smile, gave one the beautiful illusion of a cool exterior masking a cute interior. Her clear, brown eyes shone slightly in your direction, and when she called your name in a crisp voice, she was so adorable that Chi-Ro wanted to rub her skin raw. Upon learning that Yili was 14 years old, Chi-Ro couldn't say whether she believed it or not. Admittedly, she could guess that the young genius was definitely under the formal school age, but to say 14 years old seemed quite different from her current size. However, once they started, it was already evening. Yili planned to rest for the night before officially starting individual combat skills training the next day. Therefore, she invited Chi-Ro to her room to do homework that evening, so she could also take the opportunity to learn how Dawn Basic School arranged the students' studies. Okay, Chi-Ro readily agreed. Her mental coding specialty happened to have a significant overlap with other disciplines in the mecha category. Being able to learn different thought processes from each other and work together to improve was something she naturally agreed to without a problem. In the freshly decorated dormitory, Yili and Chi-Ro sat on thick, plush blankets, each doing their own important tasks, their interaction remarkably harmonious. Chi-Ro opened the special software on her personal terminal and began typing code on the virtual keyboard floating in midair, familiarizing herself with the common internal system program code of mechs. This was also a routine training exercise Chi-Ro had set for herself to familiarize herself with the code sets. The assignments given by the Mental Power Code Department required students to establish mental links with commonly used machines and devices within a certain timeframe and modify relevant code data in the background to upgrade and update electronic product systems. Chi-Ro's mental power was at level A-, with the limit for improvement roughly between A+ and S-. This level of mental power made modifying the internal code of machines other than those of the same or higher level quite easy, which is why she had the spare capacity to arrange other training. Yili still had unresolved doubts about this, and had specifically asked her. Both the mental coding major and the individual soldier or mecha making majors within the mecha category inevitably involve students' application of their own mental power. So, are the methods and standards for using mental power similar for students in both majors? She didn't directly state this, but the implied meaning was, if students in the mental coding major chose this major because their mental power was slightly lower, wouldn't they ultimately be limited by their mental power level and lose to their opponents? If that's the case, wouldn't students choosing different majors be pointless? Chi-Ro completed her assignment to modify and upgrade the system using mental power. She didn't need to stare at the keyboard to become so skilled that her fingers flew across the classic code group. The mental coding major belongs to the mental science department, while the individual mecha soldier and mecha making majors both belong to the mecha department. The former emphasizes the use of mental power. For example, the mental coding major focuses on a series of studies on coding and related systems using mental power. Students specializing in mental power tend to use it flexibly and freely. For example, if my mental power is at level A-, Without considering the possibility of upgrading or increasing, I can freely move around any mechs and mechanical intelligent products below level A-. The difference with mech specializing students is that their perfect application of mental power isn't about a range, but rather about whether the data fluctuations match. If you let an A-level mental power soldier pilot a B-level mech for a long time, then that A-level soldier, under the long-term force suppression of mental power, may become constrained and unable to perform at their peak. Yili listened attentively as she explained point by point, racking his brains for a concise and clear analogy, but he couldn't come up with one for the time being. So, after hesitating for a while, she vaguely opened her mouth. The mental power of a mental power type is like a flexible belt worn over regular clothes, while the mental power of a mecha type is like a special combination lock branded on an experimental combat suit. The belt can be freely adjusted between its maximum length and the required length, much like the unique property of being able to code everything at one's own mental power level. The branding on the laboratory combat suit corresponds to the holder's mental power fluctuation model. It can only be unlocked by the holder themselves, or by someone with a mental power level at least 2 minor levels higher than the holder, making it extremely secure. Chiro couldn't help but pause, having made a rare mistake in the code, and couldn't help but chuckle. That's quite an interesting analogy, I must say. Its very apartment. Yili pulled a corner of the blanket that had slipped down and covered his knees. Although the room was warmly heated, it couldn't compare to the comfort of a bed. Chiro finished and submitted the homework assigned by her teacher on her personal terminal. It was completely dark outside. She had an early class the next morning, so she said goodbye to her late roommates and went home. Yili used the time off from class to arrange Cui Sheng's new individual training plan for her. Her body didn't resist the sudden increase in pressure. Instead, it absorbed all the increased intensity very well, trusting Cui Sheng's plan completely. Therefore, she didn't even compare it to the training standards of the Dawn Basic School's individual combat department, and naturally, she didn't know that the goals Cui Sheng set far exceeded the military academy's level. Cui Sheng had actually deliberately written it to be harsh. After all, he was worried about his own daughter. He was not only worried that she wouldn't be able to get good materials for various competitions at school, thus affecting her performance, but also worried that if she accidentally uttered some thuggish or straightforward lines while going to the Central Star System for further studies, she might be beaten up by future classmates who didn't know her nature. Cui Sheng couldn't control the potential conflicts or sparring between future students, but the only thing he could control was relentlessly pushing his little girl to train and improve her combat skills. Fighting is fine. You getting hurt is fine. My daughter is injured, I can't. These 3 sentences perfectly embody the unconditional love of a modern, overprotective father for his daughter. Just as Yili finished her self-improvement training with scores far exceeding Cui Sheng's target, she couldn't suppress her thirst for knowledge any longer and reached out her incredibly wicked, slender hands towards the library, which she had been craving since day one. To this end, she secretly called Chiro to her room to discuss her plan to occupy the library. Seeing her mysterious demeanor, Chiro assumed something earth-shattering had happened. But all she heard was her brilliant plan to bypass the night patrol and sleep in the library. Chiro, please give me back the little ice queen who so captivated me at first sight. On the surface, she appeared speechless, but when it came to helping, she didn't hesitate. With great loyalty, Chiro offered to provide off-site guidance for the mental energy modeling assignment in her mental energy coding major, enthusiastically offering Yili, who had only been at school for a few days, a series of incredibly detailed and supportive suggestions, full of roommate affection. Yili, the hardest things in the world to get are indeed free meals and windfalls. During the time Chiro spent with her, whenever she encountered problems she didn't understand or assignments that were beyond the curriculum, she would subconsciously grumble to the person next to her. Originally, she just wanted to complain to someone, but the genuinely kind-hearted Yili would take the challenge and explain the underlying concepts to her very carefully. In an instant, her impression of Yili changed from a genius girl to a kind-hearted, honest, and studious girl. During those days, even her teacher, who was known for her strict and unapproachable Mediterranean-style haircuts, found the shiny, perfectly round center of Chiro's hair exceptionally neat. After completing the peaceful and amicable transaction, Chiro began to devise the most convenient path to conquest, using the intelligence she had and the information available on the school network. Chiro meticulously detailed her grand plan to take over the library to Yili. First, if you want to spend the night in the library, it's best to enter after closing time. If you wait until the library staff are leaving, there's a high chance you encounter the cleaning lady or a security robot conducting a routine check. There's nowhere to hide there. Then, if you want to read at night, It's best to choose the East section on the first floor. The East Zone is a designated area for storing physical books. All sorts of miscellaneous books, especially those about Mecca, are stored there. Because the variety is vast, and they're far removed from the exam content, few people go there, and the management isn't very strict. Most importantly, there are no electronic alarms in the physical book area. If you try to access the e-book area, bypassing the school's security system is extremely difficult. Furthermore, Principal Tai has set up an independent security system for every single book. Chi-Ro couldn't help but grit her teeth and express her subjective opinion, tinged with personal emotion. That stingy principal. He's always been incredibly stingy, treating every single star coin like it's his life. I don't know why he's willing to spend so much money in a place like this. Yili listened intently, then asked with a keen interest, Ro, how do you know that each book has its own independent protection system? Chi-Ro, still angry, forgot to hide her feelings and blurted out the truth. Such a tragic and vivid description. Isn't it because you experienced it firsthand that you know it so clearly? Her face, unusually devoid of a cheerful smile, furrowed as if recalling a dark chapter in her life. She couldn't help but sigh deeply. Sigh. You can't even call yourself a Dawn member if you haven't personally stepped on the landmines planted by that stingy principal. Damn it, all I did was try to improve my mental strength and history. What's wrong with being a student focused on my studies? Who knew I run into such an unusually generous and protective principal? This is the worst dark chapter in my life. I guess I need a lifetime to heal it. Chapter 19. Chi-Ro, abandoning her composure as a top student, resentfully muttered for a long time about the vast and profound shadow the stingy principal had cast on her tender young life. Suddenly, she belatedly turned her head stiffly, only to meet a pair of tea-colored eyes that seemed to be mocking her. The tea-colored eyes were gentle and soothing, but the smile within them seemed to say, just how terrible and tragic must one's experiences be to become the only persistent, dark cloud in a young girl's entire life? Chi-Ro awkwardly looked away, almost covering her face with her hands. Ahem, Principal Tai sets up automatic camera activation for every e-book I browse. I was in a little rush that day, and my appearance wasn't quite right. Actually, it was because she had to rush to the exam that day. She hadn't had time to wash her hair before sneaking off to the library. Thus, in the eyes of the electronic camera, Chi-Ro successfully transformed from a pretty young girl into a greasy-haired, unfaced, and poorly dressed midnight ghost. Especially that eerily pale face illuminated by the flashlight, and the incredibly long black shadow behind it. Even a female ghost had smooth hair. This young, ambitious, and promising candidate was even worse off than a ghost. Yili didn't press further, but that didn't mean she couldn't read Chi-Ro's grief-stricken expression. It must be a dark history even more humiliating than death itself. To this, she could only offer 3 seconds of sympathy to maintain their thin-skinned roommate bond. Yili had to admit that her reliable friend Chi-Ro's advice and route were spot on, but after much deliberation, she still felt that one shouldn't, or at least shouldn't, act this way. The next day, armed with the principal's office pass that the principal had insisted on giving her, she rushed to the principal's office to reason with him, happily accepting her decree to occupy the stacks of paper books on the first floor of the library, ostensibly to start a great undertaking from the ground up. Yili let Chi-Ro know she was safe, but that very night Chi-Ro grieved the loss of her beloved roommate. Without a companion to study the massive tome of psychomechanics with and discuss the truths together, Chi-Ro felt a 1% reduction in her motivation to study. If it hadn't been for the fact that it was already dark and the library was closed when she discovered this, she would have loved to rush to the library and stubbornly stay there, refusing to leave. Oh, she couldn't. She had an early class the next day, while her dear roommate didn't have an early class, or even any class at all. Tears of envy and resentment streamed down her clenched fists. Inside the library, beside the bookshelves, Yili, wrapped in the sleeping bag brought by her spatial device, meticulously worked through the piles of paper books, arranging each one neatly to avoid mixing up the order and causing unnecessary trouble for the librarians. Yili was thankful that she had brought the small battery-operated lamp that Master Chui had casually made when she came to school. The light was gentle and wouldn't hurt her eyes, and it could last for 3 or 4 nights without recharging. She was quite confident, and had ample evidence to prove that the unscrupulous Master Chui had anticipated her late-night study session and made preparations accordingly. The night was quiet, with only the occasional gust of wind brushing against the glass. The unclear categories in the materials database displayed on Planet Sarah were all backed up on her personal computer. Thankfully, she had a photographic memory, allowing her to record them completely. Under the gentle light of the small lamp, Yili bent down, comparing each term recorded on her personal computer with the corresponding information in the library. After checking each one, she marked it with a check mark in her memo to indicate that she understood it. This process of filling in the gaps was much faster than expected. Master Cui Sheng's foundational books were practically comprehensive, covering all topics in detail, a veritable encyclopedia of a certain aspect of the mecha world. Occasional omissions were only for niche materials, which were only briefly mentioned in a line or two. To avoid future reliance on these materials for development or research, or to ensure a thorough understanding, Yili was willing to grit her teeth and fill in all the potential gaps now. The small lamp hanging beside her burned for most of the night, diligently working its way up. Yili closed the last page. The notes on her personal brain, listing unknown or research-required materials, were checked off. On another blank page were long, dense annotations of specific terms, the handwriting neat and clean. The sky began to lighten. However, there was no sign of dawn. It could only be described as a transition from complete darkness to a slightly brighter dark gray. Yili diligently finished her assigned homework, glancing outside several times. The sky outside was gloomy, just craning her neck to look at the giant, azure tortoiseshell overhead made it impossible to tell whether the weather was sunny or cloudy. She nimbly packed up her sleeping bag and stretched, facing the slightly dawning light. Although staying up all night wasn't uncommon for her, even a statue would get tired and bored if it remained in the same position for too long. So, unbeknownst to Chiro, her roommate across the hall had successfully completed her daily library sweep while she slept. However, even with her erratic sleep schedule, Yili had one quirk. After staying up all night, she would still cleverly sneak back to her dorm before the dorm security guard arrived for work. What a coincidence! Just as Chiro, who had been violently jolted awake from her bed and struggled to the bathroom, turned around, she was confronted by a white shadow appearing outside the window. Startled, Chiro, half opening her eyes, was jolted awake by the sudden appearance of the shadow. His. Chiro couldn't help but gasp for air, nearly choking. She had to admit, even with the principal's tight rein, the ability to easily evade all the security cameras, climb walls barehanded, and return to rest after a night of hard work before everyone else was awake was quite impressive. Of course, if Yili hadn't suddenly played the role of the protagonist in a ghost story early in the morning, giving her such a terrifying experience, things would have been even better. Chiro kept patting her chest to calm her fragile heart, trying to bring her seemingly escaped soul back to its original position. Chiro sighed helplessly. Sister, are you thief? You almost scared me to death this morning. Yili replied innocently. Sister, I just came back to rest. Who knew you were so studious? Chiro yawned, forcing a smile. That's right, your sister is just that studious. Yili tilted her head, puzzled. Study-loving Chiro, you didn't wipe your face clean. Chiro subconsciously raised her hand to touch her face, trying to confirm. In the bathroom, she couldn't open her eyes completely. Could it be that she hadn't cleaned the corners of her eyes properly? After touching her face for a while, she heard a soft laugh, realizing that she had been deceived by the sister across from her, who was actually a ruthless woman. Chiro wasn't going to take this lying down and, unwilling to be outdone, tried to use her ultimate back-scratching technique. Yili said casually, Ahem, I already marked out the key points for the general theory of mental power and mecha interoperability exam that you wanted a few days ago, and sent them to your personal computer. The moment she opened her mouth, her previously aggressive and irritating manner instantly transformed into a gentle, spring-like softening as she wrapped her arms around Yili's slender arms and swayed them back and forth, her face becoming ingratiating. Oh, my best friend Lily, the invincible celestial being descended to Earth as a mecha master, the #1 mecha master in the Interstellar universe. I knew you were the best to me. Don't worry, from now on, your sister Chi will be there to protect you. Even if you don't have the ironclad authority of the stingy principal in the future, as your best friend, I still cover for you at the dormitory management office for your overnight stays in the library. Yili forced a smile. Thank you. But it's best if that day never comes. Why not take advantage of a legal and compliant way in, whether I'm worried about having too many star coins to spend and only able to pay fines, or whether I'm worried about having a thick skin that I can shamelessly flaunt in public, neither of them is good enough. Yili longed to snuggle into her exceptionally soft bed, eager to wake up and begin designing her own precious mecha. Meanwhile, Chiro was completely moved by the imagined sisterly bond, and had begun to articulate her thoughts clearly and logically, using her ever-expanding vocabulary to criticize her teacher's theory on the integration of mental power and mecha. From their complete lack of mecha integration to the question of why the mental power coding department, chosen solely to maximize strengths and minimize weaknesses, even had mecha-related courses, her pitiful A-level reduced mental power was truly suffering beyond its capacity. Yili wanted to let her rant, but the early morning wailing was too conspicuous, so she had to cover her best friend's mouth and firmly urge her to hurry out and seize the beautiful morning light. Before the pale pink sunrise burst forth, she finally settled comfortably in her bed. Luckily, the bedroom walls were well insulated, otherwise, her ears, cold and slightly aching, wouldn't have been protected from the morning noise of the entire building. She slept soundly. When she woke up, the students had just finished their morning exercises and were preparing to go to their respective classrooms. The classrooms varied in distance. Students whose classrooms were close together could chat and laugh as they walked. Students whose classrooms were far apart had to bravely endure the fierce gusts of cold wind that swept up and lashed down on them, muttering that they hoped they wouldn't end up with lifelong facial paralysis. While the students were in the heated classroom studying, Yili generously and amicably monopolized the playground for daily training, dragging them there immediately after a sleepless night and after catching up on sleep for his daily high-intensity training. It's said that when a person is most exhausted and powerless, not giving up is equivalent to constantly pushing their own limits. Therefore, Yili's first choice was to work through the night, her body still damp with dew and utterly exhausted. Her second choice was to relax and catch up on sleep, reaching the point where her body ached and her strength seemed to have completely given out, as the point where she allocated her time for maximum intensity training. How successful was it? Using scientific methods for comparison wasn't her forte, but the numerical increases she saw each day while completing all the training modes in the simulation chamber were clear proof. It was extremely effective. So effective that it brought tears to her eyes. She had subtly hinted at her opinion to Master Cui under the guise of my friend, concealing the crucial details. Master Cui, with a subtle expression, remarked, "I must say, although I didn't take you to any central star system, you already become so intelligent that you grasp the true core of military academy training without any formal instruction." "I am very pleased." Yili asked, puzzled, "Master, what is the core of military academy training in the central star system?" Cui Sheng casually looked away. "Train until you drop dead, as hard as you can." Chapter 20. Yili ran lap after lap on the rubber track, her feet moving steadily, her breath ceaselessly propelling her thin, short legs. The biting wind lashed against her half-wrapped figure, making her slightly flushed cheeks inexplicably endearing. The stars were barely visible at the end of the year. Thick, inky clouds constantly gathered in the sky, refusing to disperse. Occasionally, a sliver or two would pierce through the gaps, the light pale and colorless, offering no warmth to her petite frame. Whether it was unique or commonplace, she knew from her own experience that the pale light felt by star K563 at the end of the year was cold. Yili's life on campus was exceptionally fulfilling. Various physical training exercises, mecha design, modeling, and material selection refinement, various modes of virtual mecha competitions on the StarNet, and a storm of obscure mecha books. Besides that. And then, there's Chiro, who enthusiastically helps her classmates, who are trying to learn early but unfortunately get stuck between the semesters and next semester's textbooks, highlighting key points and exam topics. Chiro, for Yili, a top student, to painstakingly highlight these points for me amidst his busy studies. "I'm starting to think I might be your chosen one." Yili, his expressionless face twitches, and he turns and leaves without a second thought. Having completed his goal at Dawn Basic School, Yili successfully finished his studies amidst Chiro's repeated calls of Lili, but also told her she could contact him via the personal terminal if needed. For some reason, returning to the mechanical shop gave him a sense of peace and stability. Even the mundane banter with his master wasn't boring. Under the warm glow of the lamplight at the dinner table, Cui Sheng rigorously questioned and tested her on her recent studies. Upon learning that she was sketching her own mecha, he didn't interfere much, only offering a word of advice: try to get your third-stage mecha pilot ID card as soon as possible. Yili, of course, understood the intricacies. After all, every diligent and capable young talent wouldn't refuse freebies, and the privilege of getting everything done without leaving home, a dream come true, especially with priority access to internal purchase slots. Not only could she complete the entire ordering process on the StarNet without leaving home, but she also had access to countless resources and materials at discounted prices. She didn't know if others would be tempted, but she was already completely smitten. That night, as she fell asleep, lying in bed after several days of separation, she suddenly had a very mysterious and strange feeling. Yili buried her head in the soft pillow, inhaling the familiar scent deeply. Her entire body seemed to stretch lazily, a wave of nostalgia washing over her, a feeling of carefree, priceless joy. She seemed to see her dream mech in a dream, a mech with a sleek black and silver design, its every movement exuding a dashing elegance. The two lake blue blades, with silver-gray long swords, resembled her favorite twin swords. While her everyday twin swords were slender and sharp, thin yet capable of easily cutting through any obstacle, these mech-grade swords were noticeably larger and more complex, with more intricate mechanisms. In the center was a circular opening for the mech's hand to grip firmly, allowing the user to disassemble and reassemble the mech as needed in battle. It could also be used to install switches that triggered other concealed mechanisms. To support its immense rigidity and combat power, and withstand the immense internal pressure from deformation, the metal materials used would need to be at least as high as the level measured by her mental strength detector. Money, at this moment, seemed to sprout a pair of jet-black wings and leave her barely warm wallet without looking back. Even more terrifying was the next sentence. Such a massive loss was only required for a single weapon. Her dream armor also departed in an awkward situation. Working-class Healy went online. Her workaholic spirit burned fiercely. She got up and registered for the third stage of the assessment on her personal terminal using her underground market identity card. Unlike the first and second stages, where registration and testing were immediate, the third stage assessment for mecha pilots, being a watershed moment in the underground market's talent standards, would have dedicated time for planning and arrangements to ensure a fair, just, and transparent evaluation of the mecha pilot's skills using the strictest standards. After setting her goal, Yili reported to Cui Sheng, who was repairing and working in the shop. On the surface, Cui Sheng wore an impatient expression that said, "What do I care what you do?" While she was away studying, he still couldn't help but send a message to the stingy principal of Shuguang Basic School, asking him to take over the repair of Class A and B mechs. He figured it was giving his ambitious apprentice a long-term opportunity to practice. After all, even the best theorists can't just talk the talk or conjure up magic brushes out of thin air. Besides, it would also earn some extra money to supplement Yili's perhaps soon-to-be deserted wallet. A win-win situation of technical practice and increased wealth. It was a perfect arrangement. Thus, working-class Yili was back online in a hurry, while the old corporate slave Cui Sheng leisurely reclined in a rocking chair similar to the one in Old York on North Street, enjoying a middle-aged man's vacation. Yili, the person involved, indifferently remarked, "She's just like a lazy, aging foreman." Repeated practice greatly enhanced her practical experience. Thanks to the countless repair jobs she had done beforehand, her skills were constantly maturing. Her busy life left her with very little time even to banter with her master Cui Sheng. Cui Sheng was getting a taste of his future retirement life, supported by his daughter, enjoying a drink and browsing the Starnet every day, occasionally basking in the sun when it was nice. The only thing he slightly disliked was that during this period, he saw Yili, despite wearing protective clothing and goggles, still managing to get covered in oil stains and various strong smells. One day, unable to bear it any longer and driven by curiosity, he peeked through the glass of the lab during his precious free time and discovered the truth. Yili had spent half a day repairing work assigned by her master, including internal corrections and upgrades to the A and B level mechs provided by the Dawn Basic School. She then spent another half day selecting materials and conducting small experiments based on the completed sketches, attempting to develop a new type of mecha protective film composition. That night, she worked late into the night again, refining the mecha and weapon designs, constantly updating and modifying every small and delicate detail to strive for perfection. To view the results in a three-dimensional way, she would use a knife made of the same material as in the lab to carve miniature models, readjusting her signature mecha and weapons from the perspectives of flexibility and the completeness of the attack surface. Even with such frantic design work, she only sacrificed a good night's sleep, but the next challenge might require a massive financial drain, like cutting off a piece of her own treasury. The perfect result not only captivated Yili, but also made him want to avoid it at all costs. The total cost of all the materials and processing was so staggering that Yili went alone to Sarah Star the very next day to participate in the third stage of the mecha pilot assessment. Regardless of the outcome, he wanted to squeeze out as much profit as possible. Bankruptcy was absolutely out of the question. By the time Cui Sheng had submitted all the commission forms from Dawn Basic School, Yili had already received his third stage mecha pilot certificate from the United Assembly and started working. He logged into the United Assembly's virtual city on the Star Network, collected the guide according to the certificate number issued on his certification card, and began familiarizing himself with everything in the virtual city. A polite, sweet electronic voice suddenly rang in Yili's mind. "Hello, Dawn. I am the guide for all certified mecha pilots of the United Assembly Virtual City, named Hanan. Welcome to the Virtual City. Please first construct your virtual avatar in the United Assembly Hall." The blurry outline of the virtual city could be vaguely seen in the distance, But what blocked Yili's view was a vast expanse of thick, milky white clouds and a clear blue sea. Yili, finding it troublesome, chose a basic model face, set the name to a private one, and automatically saved it as set. The barrier of heaven and earth dissipated, allowing Yili to fully appreciate the United Assembly virtual city, which Master Chui had praised so highly, and he couldn't help but marvel at its wondrous scenery. The entire virtual city was constructed entirely of white marble, the same material used in the ancient Blue Star palaces, giving it a majestic and imposing appearance, its colors exquisitely beautiful. The massive city gates opened wide to both sides, without any special guards. The opening was wide enough for 4 or 5 people to walk in side by side. At the very center of the city wall hung an emblem symbolizing a united assembly, engraved with a crown and books, further emphasizing profound knowledge and noble honor. An electronic voice explained, "Your authentication in the virtual city is bound to your account by your spiritual power imprint stone, which you can use by accessing your electronic card credentials. Please proceed according to the green arrow I have marked for you." Yili followed the green arrow and arrived at a magnificent, golden building beside the city gate. Its opulent decoration seemed unworthy of its location. An electronic voice began explaining, "This is the Golden Leaf Auction House. It's mainly frequented by wealthy individuals who have acquired one-time passes through their financial power. Some mecha pilots choose to auction their self-made mechas here to build their reputation. It's also one of the few points of contact between the virtual city and the outside world. Visitors with one-time passes can only teleport to designated locations within the auction house, and will not cause any trouble for the real residents of the virtual city. Please rest assured." Yili quickly withdrew her gaze, and continued walking down the green arrow. Hua Yin had just given her a long explanation, but the people passing by seemed to be going about their own business, as if no one had heard a word. Perhaps it was direct access to her brainwaves. No, that's too dangerous, probably not. She didn't dwell on it for long and continued walking unhurriedly towards the center of the virtual city. Chapter 21. Yi Li's character model seemed to possess a uniquely expressionless face. Although unexpected scenery flashed by, he maintained an unchanging expression, making Hua Yin wonder who the mechanical being truly was. Yi Li, being a real person, naturally had emotional fluctuations, though he was somewhat reserved. In fact, a careful look at his tea-colored eyes, and their brightness could reveal his emotional state, but the gentle color of his eyes completely concealed it. As an excellent AI guide, Hua Yin provided appropriate and comprehensive official instructions as they passed through different building areas. Occasionally, she would offer helpful tips based on big data analysis of back-end inquiries. The area to the left is the personal space for third-stage mech pilots, with the location increasing from south to north towards the 4th and 5th level higher-level mech pilots. A large cluster of sky-blue mid to high-rise buildings nestled within, interspersed with lush green grass and vibrant flowers, provided a place for the busy residents of the virtual city to rest. Personal spaces are initially free to use. To modify them, please pay the fees and submit an application according to the regulations. The universal currency of the virtual city is star coins or city points. Please use them responsibly according to your own circumstances. It was as if a knowledgeable senior was kindly guiding a newcomer to explore a completely different experience from their usual life. The Mech Pilot Management Hall is located in the very center of the virtual city ahead. The electronic voice spoke again in a timely manner, guiding Yi Li, who was looking around, to focus on the key location. Yi Li, however, was so captivated by the various modes of transportation within the virtual city that they didn't even notice the electronic voice prompt. While a flying machine with a smooth, linear flight path in the virtual sky would likely be quite expensive in the virtual world, compared to the hopeless situation in reality, perhaps she could grit her teeth and save up enough, or maybe she meet a kind and wealthy mecha pilot in the virtual city and get a ride. After all, who could refuse the chance to experience the joys of the wealthy in the virtual star network? In real life, Yi Li, who had most only had a small ride on a balanced scooter, couldn't resist this damn temptation. People always need dreams, right? What if they come true? Especially in this non-real space, the probability of daydreaming coming true is much higher. Seeing that she hadn't come to her senses for a long time, Hua Yin mechanically announced the location again. The Mecha Pilot Management Hall is located in the very center of the virtual city. This time, the cold, sweet voice finally brought Yi Li back to her senses. She gazed towards the very center of the virtual city. The colossal building, like an ancient tree rising abruptly from the ground, its imposing presence, as towering as a mountain peak, instantly captivated the young girl, who had never seen much of the world. An unidentified marble-like structure, rooted like a giant tower, stood at the center, surrounded by floating islands. Countless slender, elegant arched columns supported each floor from the outside, and the staircases connecting the upper and lower levels were specially designed to resemble books. Slender, delicate aster and white-flowered, golden-centered borage grew and bloomed continuously along the columns. These two flowers, symbolizing wisdom, seemed to be telling visitors that this was a place for the intelligent. Foolish and selfish visitors should know their place. The electronic voice continued its explanation in a sweet tone at just the right moment. All mech pilots holding identity cards of Stage 3 or higher can conduct transactions here that are equivalent to, or even more extensive than those conducted offline, or discuss academic matters with each other. Currently, you only have *1 under your name. We hope you continue to work hard. Yili, She hadn't expected that she'd fallen so low that even her virtual guide had to urge her to work harder. Yili stepped into the lobby of the Mech Pilot Management Building. Unlike the classical style of the exterior, the interior was a modern, high-tech building. The lobby was predominantly silver-gray, its cold, metallic sheen gleaming undisguisedly in the interior lighting. 3 enormous virtual screens floating in midair constantly updated the real-time progress of missions received in the lobby. One screen handled submissions, another displayed the mission completion rate rankings, and the remaining screen showed the rankings for the battle arena upstairs. The virtual city explicitly states that, in addition to VIPs holding identity cards and one-time access cards, individuals can also qualify as dedicated operators for one's own mechs. The vetting requirements for dedicated mech operators are exceptionally strict, divided into one-time and long-term fixed categories. Furthermore, operator errors will be partially attributed to the mech pilot, depending on the severity of the offense. From the perspective of the United Assembly, this is also to prevent unqualified individuals from taking advantage of loopholes, thus putting pressure on those mech pilots, who might try to exploit loopholes for personal gain. The receptionists at the service desk are likely also digitally generated, as they all wear the same unchanging, standard smile when greeting every qualified mech pilot. The receptionists' uniforms aren't static, new styles appear periodically. For example, the ancient costumes from Gu Lan Xing are highly praised, and the brilliant galaxy outfit designed by fashion designer Fan Xing is also widely acclaimed. Yili listened carefully to the introduction, inwardly grumbling. On the surface, they are elegant receptionists at a high-tech mecha pilot gathering and a sophisticated system guiding mecha pilots' actions within the virtual city. In reality, they also work as fashion models to increase the visibility of high-quality clothing brands among mecha pilots and stimulate their purchasing impulses. It's no wonder this organization lowers the entry barrier for mecha pilots and offers generous discounts to elite talents. They certainly have a knack for business. Very good. I learned something. A shimmering white light led her to a machine by the window, on the first floor of the mecha pilot building. Hua-Yin completed the login machine scanning authentication at lightning speed. A detailed building introduction was pulled out from the rectangular screen like a ribbon. A straight, slender rectangular light screen floated above a solid screen. Hua-Yin not only considerately provided ample space for her to read at her own pace, but also calmly analyzed the key points of each floor for her to consider. The mech building has a total of 15 floors. The first floor is a public area mainly for login and inquiry. Floors 2 through 5 are the activity areas for third-tier pilots. Floors 6 through 9 are the activity areas for fourth-tier pilots, and floors 10 and above are only for fifth-tier mech pilots. When the elevators reach a designated floor, you must present and swipe your card to enter the corresponding area, including various areas such as experiments, combat simulations, and the commission library database. Friendly reminder: the back of the mech pilot building is a virtual arena, divided into 3 modes: Star Beast fighting, real person fighting, and mech fighting. You can try it out as a mech test, or a way to vent your frustration. Yili couldn't help but be tempted by the virtual arena. The name immediately reminded him of the underground boxing matches on Planet Number, and he couldn't wait to try it out. The arena allowed him to accumulate combat experience and refine his skills, as well as test the merits and demerits of newly built mechs. A winning streak could yield huge profits that could help plug the bottomless pit created by his money-devouring mechs. Back on Planet Number, Yili had considered making money through underground boxing, but Master Cui Sheng had firmly refused. He said he couldn't control Yili's daily early mornings and late nights of training, and if he went to the underground boxing ring and got badly injured, the stingy principal next door might report him to the Planet Number government for abusing a minor for personal gain. Cui Sheng, a self-proclaimed righteous businessman, angrily dropped the matter. Although Yili was worried that her growth was progressing rather slowly, she didn't think it would affect her combat abilities. Despite maintaining a perpetually calm and indifferent expression, she couldn't deny the savage, warlike nature burning within her delicate frame. Yi Li's first encounter with the world from the underground laboratory was a brutal rampage, traversing the branches of crazed alien plants and the corpses of large star beasts. Back then, she was much weaker, barely able to maintain basic nutritional levels, wielding a haphazardly assembled, broken weapon, attacking without any strategy. Even then, she didn't retreat in fear. How could she possibly shrink back now? She wanted to hone her ferocious long sword, making it even sharper and more lethal. It wasn't for the sake of having a formal academic record in the individual combat department. She simply felt it was the right thing to do. Without elaborate, lengthy analytical reports, the nature of a young person is to wield a sword in each hand, cutting through the thorny path with ease. Wanting completed its guiding mission, this beginner's guide mission is now complete. You are free to explore the virtual city. If you encounter any feedback regarding insufficient permissions, you can consult the virtual city's backend for relevant unlocking information. Dear Dawn, may you soar to great heights in the virtual city and enjoy great success in your martial arts. After this final, gentle blessing, Huayin officially ended the mission. At the same time, a prompt appeared in her mind, word by word. You have confirmed that you have completed the beginner's guide mission. Your shielded mode has been officially lifted. Yi Li was surprised. She had thought it was the self-centered nature of everyone in the virtual city that made her seem like a wisp of air, passing by everyone. According to information seemingly from an official megaphone, the newbie missions were blocked from public view, which explained why no one found Huayin's clear voice strange. It seemed only she could hear it. With the time ahead entirely free, Yi Li headed towards the virtual arena without hesitation. If she could participate, she'd definitely go for a spin. If not, she'd just watch the spectacle. There was no harm in it. On her way back, Yi Li saw many people using hoverboards, others gliding like the wind in modified speed shoes, and even small flying vehicles parked within 100 meters of the virtual arena. She glanced at the parking fee sign as she passed the parking lot, 20 points/hour per parking space. At this moment, Yi Li, a proletarian with only 100 points in her pocket, thought, oops, excuse me. She quickened her pace towards the arena without looking back, as if even a glance would blind her with the sinful golden light. Chapter 22. The virtual arena didn't resemble Yi Li's imagination at all. It was less of an arena and more of a suspended steel castle in the air. At the base of this massive fortress, supported by obsidian, countless large, slender steel wings, crafted from gray-blue crystals, firmly enveloped the arena's top. Only on special occasions would the wings slowly unfurl, allowing the bright sunlight of the virtual sky outside to shine onto the arena's arena stage. It not only sounded impressive, but it looked incredibly majestic. The ambitious young Yi Li stared at a primitive, modeled face mingling in the crowd. She cautiously scanned her surroundings. A system face like hers, lacking any unique features, was indeed rare. Handsome men and beautiful women were the main theme of the virtual city. Yi Li, suddenly feeling apologetic for lowering the average attractiveness of the virtual city. The arena was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. After all, the virtual world could be easily modified and didn't occupy any actual area. Those participating in the battles all seemed to be nominal operators affiliated with the mecha pilots. Someone like her was truly rare. After clarifying the specific competition rules, she learned that the arena classifications were far more complex than Huayin had described. The three main types of simulated combat were further divided into individual matches, team matches, and combination matches, among other supplementary modes. Yi Li naturally chose the real-life individual combat event, and decided against using Dawn as her battle name. Not wanting to waste time on naming herself, she directly used the letters YL as her battle code. The matchmaking speed for newcomers wasn't slow. She stared at the battle information displayed on the large screen, and found a seat near her assigned arena early. The boundless space was filled with the sparks of clashing mechs, the visceral sounds of hard-hitting combat, and occasional gasps of admiration from the audience. The restless air stirred a palpable tension, drawing the excited spectators into the action as if they were right there on stage. However, everyone in the arena, mech pilots, operators, investors, and cardholders, remained quietly in their seats. Without careful observation, it was difficult to quickly and easily determine someone's profession based solely on appearance. Yi Li, seeing her turn was approaching, headed straight to the waiting area to log in. Since both sides were fighting for the first time, the rules were explained again while they waited. Betting was allowed in the arena. Everyone present could place bets using the control panels on the armrests. This was more common in higher-level matches. Logically, there was no profit to be made from two rookies' new battle, and experienced players probably wouldn't even find it entertaining. But indeed, one guest had placed a bet of 10,000 star coins on the red team. Yi Li's first reaction. What a coincidence, I happen to be on the blue team, opposite the red team. Yi Li's second reaction. I can actually make money betting. I should have found someone to place the bet for me. Yi Li's third reaction. I wonder if winning against the red team will help fill my nearly empty pockets. The young man in the red team's preparation room looked radiant, clearly an expert. The young Liang Ji's face model was meticulously compared to a real face. He beamed as he thanked the seemingly altruistic bigwig in the waiting area. Brother Fu is so generous, willing to spend money to support his brothers. My first arena battle has really earned me a lot of face. Their bets weren't huge, but supporting their brothers shouldn't be a big deal. Would you do me the honor of joining the fight today? The arena manager specifically asked me about it. Although Liang Ji had a delicate, youthful face, he addressed everyone as big brother. His fierce tone might have rivaled Yi Li's when he was learning the ways of the martial arts world. Especially the rare fawning and obsequious expression on his delicate face, a vivid and indescribable display, made him resemble a lackey in a TV drama. Brother Fu, Brother Fu. The cacophony almost became an incessant, piercing noise in the not-so-small preparation room, and the person in the very center of the noise was already thinking of silencing him. A thin, spiderweb-like bond of brotherhood held onto his last shred of reason. His narrow, dark eyes narrowed in displeasure, and with a look of disgust, he kicked the other person away. Old Fu. Why are you so irritable? It'd have a bad influence in the virtual arena. Another young man in the preparation room glared mockingly, relentlessly teasing Liang Ji. Unlike the ruthless and taciturn Fu Yisui, the man who was trying to intimidate Liang Ji always wore a faint smile, his posture so relaxed it seemed boneless. He didn't appear particularly aggressive, but the moment he uttered what he called offering advice, poor Liang Ji, at the bottom of the food chain, knew he was in trouble. If you think the 100% realism of the virtual arena isn't exciting enough, you can always try your luck on the black market. Or, if you really find Xiao Yueji annoying, just tape his mouth shut. He doesn't need to bite his opponent to win the fight anyway. Xie Shuangbai's suggestion successfully made the arrogant brat shrink back, not daring to speak. Even Xiao Yueji, who usually made him furious, was ignored. Moreover, he covered his mouth with a practiced ease, looking both timid and submissive. As it turned out, compared to his life, Xiao Yueji was fine. It must be said, some people forget their pain much faster than normal people expect. After watching two exciting matches, Liang Ji's passion reignited. At this moment, he was eager to rush onto the stage and have a great time. At 16 or 17, he couldn't shake off his impetuous nature. If it weren't for the formidable figure constantly crushing him from behind, he probably would have run away in a heartbeat. Unfortunately, the calm didn't last long. Liang Ji, whom his beloved mother had dubbed a mischievous monkey, couldn't resist starting to fidget again. But as soon as he looked up, he was frozen in place by the murderous intent emanating from a pair of dark eyes. In the blue team's preparation room, Yi Li was unaware of the commotion across the way. She was carefully selecting a suitable weapon from the virtual arena's arsenal. In everyday life, she mostly used daggers. Their superior concealment made them difficult for opponents to spot, and their swift and powerful strikes could even deliver a fatal blow. But the arena was different. The arena stipulated that each participant could only carry one suitable weapon. Unlimited weapons were a restriction only available in combination and team matches. In a one-on-one duel, only pure combat strength matters, and Yi Li was not afraid. The electronic loudspeaker announced, "Red team participant, please join forces with blue team participant while to prepare for battle. Both teams, please enter the arena immediately." Yi Li picked up a crimson long sword, her slender figure encased in a pure black outfit. The unmodified crimson long sword was primarily designed for mid-range combat. Unlike long-range firecrackers, it didn't require deliberately maintaining distance. Nor did it require intentionally shortening the distance, like in short-range sword fights. The ability to attack and defend at mid-range was indeed advantageous on the limited arena. Her beautiful figure stood tall and straight on the stage, like a pine tree, her expression calm. Her gentle, tea-colored eyes, with a hint of autumn frost at the corners, casually swept across the room. A delicate, doll-like face is always appealing to women. His dark blue combat uniform accentuated his slender, bamboo-like figure. His slightly curly, dark brown hair felt pleasant to the touch. Amber eyes adorned his soft, round, fair face, giving the impression of a delicate kitten cautiously raising its paw to scratch its opponent. His chosen weapons were two gleaming, sharp knives, seemingly intended for close combat. If that were the case, the boy must be extremely confident in his speed and agility, otherwise, he wouldn't have entertained the superficial idea of overwhelming his opponent with a swift attack. Yi Li's eyebrows twitched unconsciously. She had already devised a counter-strategy. Since her opponent clearly underestimated her strength, she wouldn't be lenient and retaliate in kind. The red team's waiting room. Xie Shuangbai's posture remained completely unrefined, her long, soft, jet-black hair tied into a delicate little braid at the ends, with an elegant embroidered ribbon. A small amethyst, the size of a fingernail, was set in the center of the collar of her white palace-style shirt. The sleeves of her snow-white silk dress were embroidered with light gold patterns, and her khaki trousers accentuated her long, straight legs. A glimpse of her delicate ankle was visible above her pure black leather shoes. No one would dare question such a ridiculous notion if she were a noble scion who had secretly left the banquet. However, in Fu Yisui's all-black attire, the only comment was, show off. In 2 words, show off. Unfortunately, Xie Shuangbai, completely oblivious to his friend's disdain, instead inquired with interest about his predictions and assessment of the match. Old Fu, what do you think of Xiao Yueji's chances of winning this match? Xie Shuangbai began to talk to himself. The girl on the other side seems to be using the system's initial face, but judging by her small frame, she's probably a few years younger than Xiao Yueji. He sighed lightly, feigning self-consciousness. A new generation replaces the old. I thought it was already quite impressive that we received an invitation to the Joint Gatherings Arena when we were 15, but I didn't expect to stumble upon such a lucky break. I wonder how skilled this little girl really is. It's quite intriguing. It's impossible to say how strong someone is before the match, but Fu Yisui sincerely felt that both of them were complete enthusiasts of one-man shows. The younger Liang Ji was the type of person with a burning passion and a touch of Chunibyu, middle school syndrome. Their vitality, like weeds, is exceptionally tenacious. Their ability to rise again from defeat is an innate skill ingrained in their genes, but their little minds aren't very sharp. The slightly older Xie Shuangbai is the self-absorbed, sarcastic type. He's the complete opposite of the boy above. His mind is exceptionally sharp. But even the most rational and clear thoughts, when translated into words, always carry an inherent sense of mockery. If one were to summarize the commonality between these two, it could be summed up in 5 words. Neither of them are normal. Chapter 23. On stage, the baby-faced boy, fearless as a newborn calf, was beaming with eager excitement. His delicate face bore a silly, untrained naivete, so innocent and pure that it made one want to give him a good beating. Even Xie Shuangbai, a gossip who loved watching the spectacle, lowered his charming eyes, pretending not to notice. The elegant Xie Shuangbai absolutely couldn't admit that he knew this silly, delusional kid. Fu Yisui seemed unfazed. His dark eyes remained calm, but his gaze lingered briefly on the blue team's side. The girl on stage was half a head shorter than Liang Ji, about a year or 2 younger. However, unlike the brainless little fool in the red team's area, the girl in the blue team's area stood slender and graceful on the platform, her posture tall and elegant. A pale hand gripped the crimson hilt of a sword. She approached the center of the arena with a leisurely, steady pace, seemingly enveloped in invisible, surging energy of blade energy. Clearly, the young girl was a seasoned and highly experienced combatant. For Liang Ji, she was a formidable obstacle, but also a precious opportunity. Liang Ji had already begun devising a strategy the moment he saw his opponent had chosen a long sword. His dual daggers held an advantage in close combat, but against a long sword at medium to long distances before closing the gap, he was at a disadvantage in both attack and agility. His opponent's combat strength was still unknown. If the longsword was indeed her usual weapon, he had to seize the slight opening left at the start of the match. The best strategy was to close the distance as quickly as possible, utilizing the sharpness and agility of his short daggers to gain the upper hand and achieve a swift victory. Quite a coincidence. In Yi Li's estimation, he had also considered this when formulating his battle plan. She had a very precise grasp of her unique advantages, anticipating the worst-case scenario and devising countermeasures in advance. Since the young boy on the red side wanted to engage in close combat, she was naturally happy to oblige. A crimson long sword at her waist, seemingly flexible and adaptable like a human, appeared very obedient and clever at this moment, but the long sword was merely a weapon. The most primal human attack, fist to fist, was also a powerful assault. Furthermore, in terms of speed, it was hard to say who would have the upper hand. After all, Yili had survived attacks from ferocious star beasts and crazed alien plants since childhood. The life-or-death race against time was far more rigorous than any meticulous test. The match officially begins. After the preliminary observation phase, the electronic voice announced the start signal. It was as if time, which had seemed frozen in time, had suddenly been put back on hold. The two, silently scrutinizing each other, charged towards their opponent like arrows released from a bow. This single, immediate reaction made everyone, including the onlookers, realize that their strategies were completely identical, a speed battle. Whoever could close the distance first and deliver the first blow would gain the upper hand. Bang! Their weapons clashed instantly, the ear-piercing scraping sound filling the air. The spectators in the stands didn't see who struck first. They only saw a flash of gleaming blades before they began a direct and merciless clash. The two players in the blue team's waiting area were naturally different from the spectators watching the spectacle outside. Not many people were paying attention to this rookie match. Those who were watching only glanced at it to pass the time. The two in the waiting area, being on the same team and acquainted, observed more carefully and quickly grasped the key points. However, their reactions differed. Xia swung by, her almond-shaped eyes slightly raised, began to tease and remark without any restraint. It seems Little Rose's draw luck is quite bad. Everyone is competing for the first time, yet he just happened to draw a rare royal flush. Xie Shuangbai deliberately emphasized the word just happened when she said this. Fu Yisue remained silent throughout. His initial exchange of blows revealed much. His opponent was agile and had excellent timing, fighting faster than Liang Ji. But a battle cannot be judged by a single perspective. Just as everyone has a bit of cleverness, true wisdom is something only a handful can comprehend. The moment the two exchanged blows on stage, Liang Ji felt an overwhelming pressure. In close combat, his opponent's attack speed was significantly faster than his own, forcing him to almost passively raise his dagger to parry the opponent's fierce attacks. What alarmed him even more was the force of his opponent's first strike, which felt like a meteorite falling rapidly from midair. Just one swing of his longsword caused an indescribable ache in his wrist. The longsword was not a melee weapon. As a mid to long-range weapon, when used in close combat, the wielder must pay attention to and master every point of force application and the power exerted in each swing. Such a difficult attack was met with surprising ease by her opponent, who delivered the first blow with far greater force than a normal attack. Yili remained unfazed. Ever since she decided to leave the underground laboratory, she had been searching for a weapon for self-defense. But what decent weapons could an abandoned lab possibly possess? This child, untrained in combat, could only instinctively swing whatever could serve as a weapon, such as a broken piece of metal. Through repeated combat, she learned specific techniques, occasionally discovering that star beasts and alien plants could feign death when only striking their opponents. She not only needed to collect usable parts of alien plants or star beasts to sell, but also had to be constantly vigilant in preserving her life while saving money. Therefore, long-standing anxieties made Yili feel she could only feel at ease if she completely severed and tore the target. Thus, when crafting weapons, she combined her usual techniques with the purpose of cutting, forging sharp longswords. The sharp dagger clashed with the razor-sharp longsword several times in a short period. With each exchange, Liang Ji's baby face wrinkled more and more, like the folds of a steamed bun. Even as his youthful passion burned, he slowly sensed something subtly amiss. Initially, Liang Ji assumed that the first attack, like a powerful descent from midair, must have required considerable effort and highly concentrated mental energy from his opponent to execute it successfully. He realized something was wrong when, during the continued combat, he was horrified to discover that his opponent showed no sign of abating. Unfortunately, by then, he had already exhausted most of his energy in the constant, strenuous blocking, and was powerless to turn the tide. The failed probing attack indicated that the force was merely the opponent's usual attack strength. In other words, the opponent either possessed unparalleled natural strength or had undergone unimaginable rigorous training beyond what ordinary people could handle. Contrary to his exhaustion, the opponent's momentum seemed to be gradually building, as if they were stacking attacks. Liang Ji's handsome face revealed undisguised horror of everyone present. He had personally experienced this overwhelming power most clearly and directly. Finally, Yili deftly swung his longsword slightly, easily deflecting the two daggers from Liang Ji's hands, then turned the blade and pressed it against his throat. The outcome was decided. The electronic voice promptly made its judgment and announced the result in a standard announcer's tone. The winner of the live singles match between the red team, Tong O Genji, and the blue team, YL. As the announcement was playing, Yili had already sheathed his sword and turned to leave the arena. His posture was as upright as a long sword in his hand, its thin blade sharp and unstoppable once drawn. The two men in the red team's waiting room carried the dejected, immature teenager away from the simulated battle arena. Non-residents are not allowed to enter the mech pilot community. If someone knows someone in the community, they can only be teleported directly to a designated coordinate upon acceptance, prioritizing the privacy of the mech pilots. This residence belonged to Fuisue's uncle, who knew these younger members of the family often came to the arena for a few games. He specially arranged temporary access for them, which was then unceremoniously used as a meeting room for debriefing. Liang Ji, with a bitter, childlike face, was extremely frustrated. He had finally met his family's quota and could go to the virtual arena, his blood boiling with excitement, ready to make a big splash, when a gentle slap brought him crashing down from his pedestal. His opponent wasn't as tall as him, and according to Xie Shuangbai's analysis, might not even be as old. Wouldn't that make him the legendary old and weak, a stark contrast to the opponent's youthful talent? Feeling depressed, Xie Shuangbai half-teasingly, half-comfortingly comforted Liang Ji, who looked like he was about to wallow in despair. Little Yueji, your brother Fu and I have analyzed it for you. You really were unlucky this time. The girl you fought was very experienced, and her abilities in all aspects were excellent. Losing wasn't because you were too weak, it was because she was too strong. Liang Ji's fair, baby-faced expression grew even more bitter, innocently accusing the other party. Brother Shuangbai, are you trying to comfort me or be sarcastic? He frowned in frustration, as if his entire body was filled with tangible resentment. He hurriedly poured out basin after basin of his grievances, as if it were free, hoping to share his sorrow. Sigh, I only got this entry pass from my old man after going to great lengths to get it. If he knew I begged for so long, only to be eliminated in the first round, he'd probably throw me in the fighting room for a train-to-death education. Daily training sessions multiplied by 10, multiplied by 100, pocket money halved, entry pass confiscated. His small brain was already conjuring up 100 different ways his dad would discipline him, just short of physically punishing him with a good beating. Wait a minute. This should be avoidable. His kind and virtuous grandfather had just returned home a few days ago. It has to be said, having an elder in the family is like having an invincible shield. Chapter 24. Xie Shuangbai couldn't help but chuckle at Liang Ji's constantly shifting expressions. Thus, the two who verbally agreed to review the game, while outwardly appearing serious, actually. Xie Shuangbai's smile was as sweet as a peach blossom, but every word was a dagger to her good friend's heart. Liang Ji, still immature and inexperienced, was afraid of being beaten by his father after losing the match. Therefore, these two oddballs naturally wouldn't take reviewing the game seriously. Fuisue didn't want to say much. Observing matches, especially those between equally matched masters, is always crucial for the audience. Even gleaning a sliver of insight would be invaluable. But such opportunities are often as rare as finding a needle in a haystack, as enlightenment is highly unpredictable and subject to the whims of fate. For example, knowing that someone in the arena achieved a breakthrough due to their favorable prediction of a match, but such breakthroughs are highly random. They are skills learned independently of the various crucial factors arising from the original situation. However, Fuisue couldn't stand it anymore and spoke coldly, analyzing. The reason why Blue's attack is so powerful yet consumes so little is actually quite simple. Her attack includes the base attack power plus the momentum she builds when swinging her arm. It's not that she swings her arm only before attacking, but rather that she begins accumulating the momentum needed to launch an attack the moment the distance closes. Liang Ji, one of the participants, suppressed his agitation and carefully recalled the situation in the arena. He couldn't help but furrow his brows again, trying to combine the core clues given by Fuisue to discern the correct and feasible key information. After a long pause, he began to slowly and deliberately elucidate the truth behind the seemingly small effort yielding great power. In other words, each of her attacks actually has 2 layers of power, but it requires less than the effort of a single layer. A flicker of darkness vanished from Fuisue's deep black eyes as he calmly focused on the core issue. Being able to easily build momentum using the curve of the movement in any attack means that the opponent's arm can swing at any angle and turn at will. Xie Shuangbai's faint smile also gradually faded. Being able to complete such a highly difficult move with such subtle changes in such a short time can be said to have become a complete combat instinct. Such skillful combat techniques truly make her a rare combat genius. He patted Fuisue's broad, powerful shoulder, quite pleased. With an approving sigh, Xie Shuangbai remarked, if it weren't for old Fu's sharp eyes, even I probably wouldn't have seen the key. Sigh. Xie Shuangbai sighed softly. What a promising talent. I wonder if we could dig him up and plant him in our own backyard. Our team is just missing a good one. Liang Ji's endearing baby face forced a polite smile. Then he complained with utter despair. I thought I'd get some comfort from my 2 older brothers, but it turns out they're trying to poach my rival's talent. Xie Shuangbai flicked his forehead. Little Rose, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. What older brothers? Old Fu aside, I'm not old at all. Liang Ji lay down, giving up the fight, his eyes like salty fish eyes. Damn it! Is that the point? His remaining masculine dignity prevented him from shamelessly questioning the melancholic sentiment of what about me? What about me? Yili was completely unaware of her opponent's hidden secrets. The first match didn't take much toll on her, so she adopted a what's done is done attitude, spending several days in the arena wielding a blood-red long sword and hacking her way through the competition. She secretly timed her battles, finished, and logged off, completely oblivious to the fact that Crimson Blade had become incredibly famous in the single-player arena. This subtle star effect even boosted the use of various melee weapons in the virtual arena. Frankly, with the rapid development of technology, it's perfectly normal for users to prefer newer, more destructive firearms. However, the unparalleled sharpness and deadly precision of Crimson Blade in close combat, along with its needle-like piercing accuracy, proved that it wasn't the weapons that were outdated, but rather the users who were incompetent. This unintentional wake-up call also prompted many virtual arena members, who had previously focused solely on destructive power to pick up melee weapons again, inadvertently creating a new trend of combat combining both melee and firearms. Many members couldn't help but sigh. Guns and cannons will eventually be exhausted, but the swords and blades they wielded, as long as their strength wasn't depleted, would always be there to protect them. Yili herself was completely unaware of this, because the subsystem related to the virtual arena within the main system of the mecha pilot she used when logging into the virtual city wasn't activated. Even if she had known, she probably wouldn't have activated it. She simply wanted to learn through actual combat, and casually exchange for some good items from the virtual arena's reward leaderboard. She didn't want a bunch of complete strangers flooding her inbox. Fu Yisue, Xie Shuangbai, and Liang Ji tried to contact her multiple times in the virtual arena. However, because she hadn't activated the arena subsystem, they couldn't contact her using the search function, and they discussed a series of reasons why this was happening. Liang Ji insisted, she must be afraid to see me, afraid I beat her in another match. Xie Shuang, without changing her expression, deliberately enlarged and showed the ID of the opponent, who had already climbed to the top tier in the updated rankings, to the still recovering Liang Ji, whose delusions of grandeur hadn't fully healed. Before the other's fragile emotions could react, she cruelly dragged out Liang Ji's own pitiful ranking, which had only just climbed to the second tier, for comparison. His peach blossom eyes drooped quietly, and he affectionately ruffled his dog's head like an elder. Ahem, little Rose. Being a Chinibu isn't terrible, getting hot-blooded is at most embarrassing, but not recognizing yourself is absolutely unacceptable. After lecturing his unreliable younger brother, Xie Shuangbai turned to Fu Yisue to discuss why they couldn't catch her, almost recklessly suggesting a guess. It's not like she has an important person in the virtual city blocking her whereabouts, is it? He thought for a moment, and shook his head in denial. She was clearly just a newbie in the virtual arena that day. There's no reason she'd know any of the so-called big shots in the virtual city. Besides, those people always value fairness above all else. Any backdoors or anything like that have been dismantled long ago. Fu Yisue seemed to recall something, a slight smile curving his thin lips. Perhaps she didn't actually enter the arena with a pass, so it's natural that she didn't activate the subsystems within the arena. Xie Shuangbai suddenly understood, but more than that, she felt a sense of disbelief and astonishment. Old Fu, you don't mean to say that the young girl is a mecha pilot, do you? This is outrageous. A little girl who can reach the top of the ladder and pass the city's entrance exam. Why is it impossible? Fu Yisue retorted, the most essential and important thing about the virtual city has always been its existence solely for mecha pilots. The virtual arena is at most an adjunct. Xie Shuangbai temporarily suppressed his various speculations, only quietly glancing at the spirited young man on the stage, realistically suppressing his complex emotions, and speaking restrainedly to his steady friend beside him. This matter needs to be verified first. If there really is such an outstanding mecha pilot, who can fight even better than a single soldier, I am willing to sacrifice little Rose to the master as his son to fulfill my filial duty, and beg the master to join the team. On the stage, Liang Ji, unaware that he might be getting another mother, was still smugly pleased with himself. Fu Yisue's dark eyes rarely showed a hint of speechlessness, and he said with a rather complicated expression, You need to discuss this with the parents of that little idiot upstairs first. Xie Shuangbai knew she had spoken too quickly, but she tried her best to analyze the situation calmly. To be recognized by old Fu in just one match as a promising young talent, and perhaps even a future young mecha pilot certified by the Joint Assembly, such a versatile talent was simply a windfall. When they go to Sotho's military academy, they'd be short one member for their team. If she's too young, they can find a way to get her specially admitted. Anyway, as long as she's strong enough to fight and withstand attacks, the teachers at the school might even want to raise her like a daughter. Inside the mechanical shop, Cui Sheng, who might later be the subject of much speculation about his daughters, sneezed. He checked the time on his personal terminal and realized that Yi Li's room had been quiet for quite some time again. A few days ago, he caught the internet-addicted girl constantly logged into the virtual city of the Joint Assembly. Once she logged on, she wouldn't log off on her own. Before, since the training room and reading room weren't in the same place, at least she could move back and forth between the two. Now it's great. A single virtual network can satisfy all your dual needs. After studying in the library of the virtual city, you can run a few rounds in the virtual arena, then audit knowledge and conduct independent experiments in the areas accessible by the mecha pilots in the building. This combination of activities doesn't waste a single moment. If Cui Sheng weren't afraid of exposing his identity in the virtual city, he would have already publicly and repeatedly denounced the Joint Assembly for not implementing a youth mode within the virtual city. Yi Li has benefited greatly from the various battles on the arena during this period. Previously, the focus of the longsword speculation about the future was mostly on battles against star beasts or alien plants, but now, fighting against other individual combat talents naturally brings many new experiences and insights. She consciously made subtle modifications to the Crimson Longsword before and after each arena battle, and then deliberately tested the pros and cons of these modifications in the next fight. This cycle of modification, experimentation, and adjustment gave Yi Li many new ideas. Yi Li was seriously pondering the N+1 version of the plan, her personal terminal shaking several times before she noticed a new message from a contact. She clicked her tongue but finally opened her terminal, only to find it was another contact she barely knew. Old Chui's creditor. Little girl, are you free? I have a new job I'd like you to take a look at. By the way, your old deadbeat master still hasn't paid back the money for his drinks. Yi Li sighed helplessly. I already said I don't support students paying off their master's debts, so forget about the job. Please be sure to send the debt collection message directly to the master next door, nicknamed Big Head Chui. Chapter 25. Yi Li wanted to ignore the message, but she couldn't possibly refuse star coins. She selected a day without any attached memos in her personal computer star calendar. She quickly sent it out on her computer and received permission from the creditor, Old York. Although Old York appeared to be a well-groomed gentleman, based on Yi Li's experience dealing with him, he was a thoroughly ill-tempered, reclusive alcoholic. Consider this: a shop owner who closes his shop during the day but seems to be open at night, though he's obsessed with wine tasting. A middle-aged, unmarried man who would rather use an electric chair than walk, and would rather lie in a softly cushioned rocking chair behind the counter than sit on a hard stool. Where could he possibly be busy in this world with such limited safe space to move around? She only ever seen him when he took on exoskeleton repair jobs at the tavern. The two seemed to be in a downstream relationship, like client and intermediary. But whether it was the overwhelming feeling they shared about the same exoskeleton or the subtle, dominant presence of the young man in their conversation, both pointed inextricably to the other person's extraordinary talent and close relationship with him. After reporting to Cui Sheng, Yi Li tucked his small dagger into his pocket and headed towards the tavern. 100 million? You want me to customize an A+ level mecha? Yi Li asked, sitting in his hover chair puzzled. Behind the counter, the neatly dressed Old York reclined in his newly purchased massage chair. He casually tossed this huge deal, worth at least 100 million star coins, as if it were a casual conversation, tossing the difficult question to the other person. 100 million, while sounding enormous, is barely enough in the mecha industry to build a basic mecha without modifications or special weapon adjustments. To build a high-quality mecha, 100 million is almost equivalent to the cost of all the materials needed. This means that taking on this job would likely result in no profit, and the mecha pilot would even have to pay out of their own pocket. This deal you introduced to me, I won't earn a single penny, and it will take up a lot of my time. What would I gain if I agreed? Yi Li raised her calm face, maintaining her composed demeanor as she retorted. Old York leisurely enjoyed his massage, his usually neatly combed white hair slightly swaying. A young girl like you, always talking about money, 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 it's such a killjoy. Such a promising talent, wasted on that deadbeat Chui Datu. Yuli pretended to glance outside, giving him a meaningful look. We numbered stars aren't exactly scenic anyway, so whether it's a killjoy or not makes no difference. Old York suddenly choked on his words, caught in a dilemma, pausing on the spot. If this expressionless little girl was being provocative, her tone was remarkably sincere. If he wanted to unleash a torrent of curses, he needed her help now. Old York, whose specialty was shutting down his opponents, almost lost his composure, and was about to unleash a new kind of sarcastic banter, but thankfully he remembered the urgent matter at hand, and even the fiercest anger had to be swallowed back into the volcanic cavern within his chest. Old York slightly rose to pour her a glass of juice, his kind demeanor utterly deceptive. "Oh dear, you're too hasty, young lady. We're still talking, aren't we? Actually, a good friend of mine has a grandson who's going to study individual combat at the Sothos Military Academy in the Central Galaxy next year. I heard old Chui mention that you also wanted to go to Military Academy, right? That kid did too. At the Sothos Military Academy's Individual Combat Department, the school issues a batch of decent quality A-grade basic mechs for students who can't afford to buy one yet. My friend's grandson says he just used the mechs the school issues, but my friend is worried that using A-grade mechs long-term will affect his A+ rating. His spiritual growth and school assessment scores are so demanding, he asked me to help him find a mecha pilot to customize one." Yi Li's tea-colored eyes curved slightly. The possibility of finding a mecha pilot to work on you without money is almost non-existent. After all, it's a notoriously expensive industry. Ordinary mecha students or mecha pilots, who haven't yet become masters, don't have the financial means to be reckless. Those mecha pilots, who aren't short of money, don't even bother customizing A-grade mechas for students, and customizing mechas for masters requires advance booking, and is always impossible. "So you come to me hoping to fleece me, haven't you?" Her gentle tea-colored eyes seemed to carry a dangerous glint, and her slow, deliberate words sounded like she was sharpening a knife. Old York patted the armrest helplessly. "Here's the deal. If 100 million isn't enough for you to customize his mecha, I cover any price difference." "How about that? How about that?" "Of course, not so good. As a mecha pilot with a plan for the future, the first thing I must care about is having enough funds. After all, without money, even the most precious mecha can't be transformed from a two-dimensional to a three-dimensional machine. How can I spend so much effort and hard work and not get paid, and then you ask me how it is?" However, Yuli still decided to do Old York this favor, only the payment had to be slightly different. She hesitated for a moment, then indicated that she could agree to the deal to put his mind at ease. "Of course, I'm not just after star coins. I hope to exchange some for something else." Old York straightened up. "Go ahead." Yuli looked up and gave her terms. "To be honest, I also plan to apply to the Sothos Military Academy next year. Since your old friend's grandson has already been admitted, I hope to obtain detailed information about Sothos's admission requirements and a summary of the school's situation as a student. Your old friend needs a mecha pilot who doesn't care about monetary rewards. I need a student at Sothos Military Academy who can help me avoid pitfalls when applying. This kind of return seems like an equivalent exchange to me. What do you think?" Old York was somewhat surprised. Not because of the exorbitant price demanded, but because the terms proposed were very reasonable and open-minded, maximizing the benefits for both parties, and ensuring that both accepted the terms of the deal. The conditions were so mature and thoughtful that it was hard to believe a request from a girl, who was only 14, or even a minor, could be so generous. Old York's gaze towards her softened considerably. Yili continued, "However, as a mecha pilot, I have one more request. The person who needs a custom mecha must come to star number. Some specific data collection requires specialized equipment. A mecha isn't necessarily better the more powerful it is. My belief in mecha design is that it should suit the operator rather than simply pursuing data." "All right." Old York took a sip of his bourbon and readily agreed to the small request. Old York looked at the kind-hearted young girl who was willing to help and became more and more satisfied. A junior with both guaranteed skill and a good heart was rare indeed, far more obedient than the few conceited brats in the Central Star System who were arrogant despite their limited intelligence. Yili was about to jump off the hover chair when she suddenly seemed to remember something important. "Oh right. Send me the other party's general mecha requirements within the 2 days before they come to star number. For example, the type or variety of mecha, the types of commonly used combat weapons, and their mecha preferences. Also," she deliberately raised a very faint smile, an innocent and uncalculating expression that appeared particularly cunning under the warm light. "I'd like Mr. York to help me inquire about clues regarding obsidian crystal, white river star silver, and purple gold leaf gold. You must know many big shots in the tavern. For example, the owner who clearly wasn't simple, the one who repaired my exoskeleton last time. The important things are often hidden in the unspoken words. Those who understand will understand. Old York's lips twitched uncontrollably as he heard the names of the three materials. He had just praised the girl for her kind heart, extraordinary abilities, and humble demeanor, and now she was rattling off these extremely rare materials like a menu. Anyone unaware of the situation would think some top-tier master was trying to develop a national treasure-level mecha to intimidate the star beasts. Give the old man his praise back. Retracting what I said earlier, this little brat is just as unreliable as her unscrupulous, big-headed master. Cui Sheng. That damn scoundrel. After settling the deal, Yili turned and left the tavern. Don't be fooled by her composed demeanor while she was negotiating with Old York outside. Pushing open the door to the mechanical shop, she couldn't hide the flickering excitement within her. She deeply understood that even reading the most vast books of knowledge, studying the most complex theories, and completing the most challenging experiments couldn't compare to truly designing and building a complete mech from scratch. The mech she had constructed for the virtual city's assessment, limited by textual descriptions, still felt rather rigid. True strength only shines through real combat, just as a real mech requires constant trial and error in battle, followed by continuous adjustments, to reach its full potential. As an ancient saying goes on the planet Blue Star, what is learned from books is ultimately superficial. True understanding comes from practice. The underlying meaning is undoubtedly similar. Mechanical shop. When Cui Sheng entered, humming a melodious tune, he habitually ruffled his apprentice's hair, his tone light and cheerful. I heard that Old York, that drunkard, found you a new job. How was it? Did you manage to rip him off big enough? At least make sure he pays my drinking bill. Yili rolled her eyes dismissively, reiterating her point. I already said, I absolutely don't support the idea of a student paying for a teacher's debt. She quickly explained that the job Old York had given her was to customize an A-plus class mecha. Her proposed exchange was information on the Central Star System Military Academy's recruitment process, the Academy's internal structure, and information about the three rare materials needed. Cui Sheng, though feeling regretful, listened attentively. However, when he heard about the three materials Yili needed, even his shameless expression shattered. Wait! Did I hear that right? Considering the three rare materials Yili had mentioned recently when she solemnly delivered her grand ambitions at the dinner table. No, it should be three big shots far beyond her reach. How dare she, as expected of my apprentice, beautiful and wild. Cui Sheng has never had the chance to see such god-level materials since he became a mecha pilot. How could his little apprentice make such a casual request? Could it be that he didn't mention the hidden hot post on the mecha pilot forum to Xiao Yezi? 20 rare materials mecha pilots desire most but can't obtain. Materials that would only be considered nightmares if spoken? Ahem. Wait a minute. It seems really he didn't. Chapter 26. The central star was exceptionally beautiful at night. A quick glance out from the crystal-clear glass, reflecting one's image, revealed a dazzling array of lights, like flowers scattered by celestial maidens across the towering buildings. Meng Hung, emerging from his rented training room, wiped the sweat from his body with a towel. His handsome face, though still quite young, possessed a slightly forced maturity that he didn't appreciate being described that way. Meng Hang's ideal appearance was like his father's, a sharply defined, rugged face. A clean, chiseled profile, a strikingly masculine look, requiring at least a six-pack and a muscular physique. Meng Hang's father, Meng Chusheng, was also a graduate of the Sothos Military Academy, following the expected path to join the harsh military and guard the Federation's borders. The conditions in the border region were far from ideal. Without annual federal funding and some officers contributing their own money, the annual Star Beast swarms alone could cripple the garrison, let alone defend against foreign invasions. Meng Chusheng, stationed in a border military camp year-round, had very little contact with the outside world, except for intelligence reports to the central military headquarters. He was essentially in a significant information gap with the outside world. Because of this unavoidable situation, despite his high rank within the military, Meng Chusheng hadn't cultivated any connections. Even when his son needed a new A-plus class mech for school, he had to rely on his father's old friend to find a qualified, responsible, and uncompensated mech pilot. Meng Hung initially didn't care much about this. He believed his own skills were genuinely solid and didn't worry that external factors could undermine his achievements. His ever-concerned grandfather repeatedly brought up the matter, but he resolutely refused to suggest it, declaring with self-assurance that he could do it. Then, completely lacking in manliness, He was soundly beaten on the training field by his own robust grandfather, the unfilial grandson, who was always daydreaming and stubbornly clinging to his delusions. He was given a real taste of the harsh reality of the world. And his unrealistic fantasy of single-handedly bridging the vast gap in mecha power and defeating his opponent was shattered. He bluntly and viciously lectured him. Perhaps there really are peerless geniuses who can single-handedly ignore the vast differences between mechs. But this old man can say with certainty, "You brat, you're absolutely not qualified." The old man ran with lightning speed, whipping him while cursing incessantly. "With your meager abilities, you dare to show off in front of your old man? Even your father didn't have your overconfidence back then. You haven't even learned to be grounded, yet you dream of sprouting 2 feathers as wings and flying straight to the sky. Dream on." The old man, despite his advanced age, chased Meng Hung around with ease. His voice, when strained, sounded like a high-resolution Swana horn turned up to maximum volume. The cold wind sweeping across the field, accompanied by the faint echoes from the walls, relentlessly flooded and filled Meng Hung's innocent ears during the life-or-death chase. Meng Hung ultimately chose compromise. "Unfortunately, despite choosing to accept reality peacefully, it seems that my fragile and delicate nerves have been thoroughly etched into my slender and sensitive nerves by a demonic sound I have never heard before, which echoes in my brain as if it were a hallucination in the dead of night. More punctual and deafeningly powerful than the temple bells of ancient Earth." During the agonizing wait, when he received the message that a mecha pilot had been found, his first reaction completely transcended the rudimentary thought of agreement or disagreement. Taking advantage of the holiday before the official start of school, and also to escape his grandfather's unloving nagging, Meng Hung bought a ship ticket for the next day and set off on a whim. When the address of Planet K563 appeared, he wasn't surprised. After all, his family's current financial situation couldn't afford to commission a mecha from a renowned mecha master within the star system. Although the planet was located on the edge of the world, wasn't his father stationed on a planet on the Federation's border for a long time? Rounding it off, maybe they were practically neighbors. The north wind blows, and people grow weary. Mechanical shop. Yili routinely retrieves basic design drawings from her sketchbook for further modifications. The mecha design wasn't urgent. Without meeting the operator, even the most detailed architectural models and weaponry were just castles in the air without a foundation. Yili was slightly surprised when he received the news that the other party would arrive the next day. He hadn't expected the grandson of Old York's friend to be so impulsive and decisive. 1 second, he spent ages negotiating a custom mecha order with the difficult old man, and the next he switched to being the young man who commissioned the mecha, setting off on his chosen small destination without hesitation, truly remarkably easy to manage. Meng Hung wore a gray-blue sweater as an inner layer, a dark gray mid-length knee-length down jacket, and pure black trousers that always smoothly outlined his well-proportioned and strong figure. Carrying a simple suitcase in one hand and sporting a pair of rugged marten boots on his feet, he rushed towards the machinery shop. Despite his relentless efforts to project a mature and sophisticated image, the young boy, no matter how much he tried to appear composed, still retained a youthful naivete and impetuosity, his eyes brimming with the vibrant energy of the rising sun. Meng Hung rushed to the machine shop, sending a confirmation message to the computer number provided by the intermediary, just in case anything went wrong. Before his rugged marten boots had even had a few treads on the frosty ground, a responsible employee promptly came out to open the door and greet the customer. Ding! The authentication system installed on the machine shop's specially designed door emitted an entry notification sound. Yili had complained to Master Cui Sheng several times that the ding sound was exactly the same as the notification sound of the bread machine at the small market across the street when it finished toasting bread. A small head peeked out, the ends of soft, black, medium-length hair unconsciously brushing against the hollow of her slender, beautiful collarbone, inexplicably making one feel a little itchy. Although the other party proactively leaned forward to greet him, their actions remained defensive, clearly indicating they needed to verify his identity before letting him in. Meng Hung readily provided his basic information and his records, with the intermediary, Mr. York, to the master's account to prove his identity. Meng Hung, first-year prospective student at the Central Star System Sothos Military Academy. Physical and mental strength combined rating, S level. Only after confirming the client's identity was Meng Hung allowed to enter the machinery shop. Inside the separate workspace and checkout counter, the shop also had a table and chairs rarely used for receiving clients. The furnishings were simple and elegant. Meng Hung sat down in one of the chairs, but before he could offer a polite greeting or ask the mecha pilot's name, he was stunned by the tablet the other person pushed towards him. The tablet shone with a bright white light, displaying a meticulously detailed report. It presented a convincing table detailing the pilot's qualifications as a mecha pilot and their past important work experience. Before he could even begin to understand it, a young girl in her prime sat calmly in the chair opposite him, her voice clear and melodious. "Hello. I am Yili, the mecha pilot introduced to your grandfather by Old York." These two sentences struck him like a firecracker suddenly ignited, catching him completely off guard. Meng Heng's pupils contracted sharply, and he awkwardly adjusted his posture from bowing his head to looking directly at her. He wasn't oblivious to the young girl he had first encountered at the machine shop. He had only caught a vague glimpse of her silhouette. The slender girl's back was all he could see. Now, looking directly at her, he noticed the protective goggles around her neck and the protective suit she wore over them, making no attempt to conceal her identity as a mecha pilot. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, casting soft shadows as they fell. Her exquisite and beautiful appearance was unique even in the Central Star System, but unlike others, her exterior was covered by a distinctive icy aura. Her expressionless, cold demeanor even made her gentle tea-colored eyes appear cold and ruthless. The contrast between her delicate and beautiful appearance and her icy, aloof temperament was strikingly contradictory. However, even the most outstanding appearance couldn't change the fact that she was underage and short. Meng Heng suddenly found himself speechless, desperately trying to find the right words to discuss the matter. The other party was still a pretty young girl. He couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh. Yili had anticipated this reaction. She disliked roundabout and troublesome situations. But she wouldn't give her client a reason to question her professional competence and ethics. Tap tap. She lightly tapped the table with her fist, her gentle tea-colored eyes suddenly turning icy. The aura she exuded in that instant swiftly and decisively silenced Meng Heng's questions and emotions, rendering him unable to move. Yili calmly and methodically seized the initiative, gaining the upper hand from the outset. "Please allow me to begin with a self-introduction. If you have any questions or complaints, I will address them all afterwards. If negotiations fail, the decision to terminate the commission is yours." Having said all that, even the most forceful objections need to be clarified first. Directly engaging in the commission transaction is tantamount to disrespecting a mecha pilot. It's no less than personally berating the other party as a poorly trained and overpaid mecha pilot who is unqualified. Being beaten into the medical bay by his own still vigorous and energetic grandfather would be the least of his worries. Yili's fair fingers tapped the screenshot of the Joint Assembly certification on the tablet, zooming in. "Age doesn't matter. I'm currently studying at Dawn Basic School, and I finished my final exams before the start of the semester. My mecha pilot level has passed the Joint Assembly's third stage mecha pilot assessment." Scroll down to see the general appearance of the A-level mecha I designed in Virtual City. You can use it as a reference to estimate my level as a mecha pilot. On the right are all the mechanical and intelligent work I taken on at the mechanical shop. For example, various commissions for exoskeleton repair and basic, functional, and customized mecha repairs. There's almost nothing I can't handle if it involves these aspects. You can carefully consider the numbered star or go to the North Street Tavern to find out Old York from the intermediary's opinion, but the most important thing is, it's best to reply to me before the day after tomorrow. Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm quite busy too. Every sentence was analyzed rationally and clearly, with a calmness devoid of any subjective emotion. Meng Heng, help. Chapter 27. Meng Heng was completely stunned when he left the machine shop. What had he just heard? A mecha pilot, underage yet already stationed in the virtual city after passing the third stage of the Joint Assembly's assessment. A mecha pilot qualified to independently repair the latest exoskeleton equipment on the market. A mecha pilot who, upon receiving only a rough outline of his mecha requirements, had already offered countless compelling suggestions. Damn it. This wasn't just a conversation about customizing a private mecha, it was definitely a steal. Even as Meng Heng frantically tapped his sluggish brain with his right hand, he couldn't remain calm. He attended the top-tier Sothos military academy, right? His knowledge wasn't outdated. Just as astonished as Meng Heng, whose worldview had been shattered and rebuilt, was Old York, the middleman at the tavern. Nothing more. He simply hadn't expected his old friend's grandson to be his young master's designated teammate. The Federation Military Academy competition had undergone significant changes due to repeated revisions by the higher-ups. Military Academy competitions, according to established rules, are primarily divided into individual and team competitions. Individual competitions involve individual cadets participating in a selection process similar to a battle royale game. Team competitions, on the other hand, involve designated teams of a certain number of members from across the military academy, regardless of age, competing solely on skill in various planetary scenarios. Scores are awarded based on the quality and utilization of star beasts of different levels, various types of alien plants, and materials collected during the operations. Earlier team competitions largely employed a positional warfare model to determine a winner. However, the Federation's greatest threat now is the star beast influx, not a human catastrophe. Constant internal strife only depletes its own manpower, easily breeds internal hatred, and, no matter how fierce the fighting, cannot generate new wealth accumulation. The old men and women of the Federal Finance Department express strong dissatisfaction. During battles, star coins and materials are spent like water, and afterward, the star coins for repairs have to be reimbursed. They don't know the cost of living until they're in charge. With the emergence of new exoskeletons, and the increasing frequency of federal action teams operating in small groups, the higher-ups decided to add a brand new group competition mode to the existing two. The group competition mode is very flexible, with groups of 5 to 7 people competing for resources and engaging in combat on a virtual world map. According to an unnamed source, the group competition's venue and scoring points closely replicate the real-world special operations team missions. The group competition allows these supposedly arrogant and competitive youngsters to experience real danger and life-or-death situations, effectively curbing their unwarranted arrogance. Compared to the school-wide team competition, the group competition emphasizes teamwork and synergy. Larger numbers are not necessarily better, as the difference in team members is insufficient to influence the outcome of a battle. The stringent standard of teamwork requires initiators with connections and resources to ideally have a preliminary list of qualified members invited to join the team before formal enrollment, awaiting formal written confirmation from the participants. That's right. Formal written confirmation. While team competitions, similar to daily class collaboration assessments, are mostly based on verbal agreements, in a serious competition, if one party suddenly defects from the team or directly partners with another team before the match, while not violating the rules, the initial objective is completely abandoned. The higher-ups want military academy students to deeply understand the importance of cooperation and tactics in simulated team competitions, and to gain experience in team operations rather than individual ones. So, after a competition where this situation occurred, the higher-ups immediately enlarged this rule in bold and placed it at the very beginning of the group stage regulations. All military academy students participating in the group stage were required to submit written proof of their commitment to forming a team. The submission date could be changed at any time from the start of all competition registration until the day before the competition. They even specially preserved the individual declarations of commitment recorded by each member under the surveillance of military cameras when submitting their proofs. The videotapes left all the military academy students with a lump in their throats. This kind of thing, to put it nicely, it's an unforgettable memory of personal growth. To put it bluntly, it's the continuous transformation of a Chunibu, middle school syndrome, teenager. To put it even more bluntly, it's a dark history. The image of a pure, excited, and impulsive young man shouting for the glory of the school in front of the camera is so beautiful that it's almost unbearable to look back on, leaving only tears. And Meng Hung was one of the members of the team his young master formed before the start of the school year. Old York believed that Meng Hung, who was slated to become a member of his young master's team, must possess outstanding abilities worthy of attention. Moreover, the connection between him and his friend's grandson added to the appeal, hence his unusually warm demeanor towards the young man seeking confirmation. Of course, warm as it wasn't much. Meng Hung placed his small suitcase, his hands numb from carrying it, on the ground beneath his right Martin boot. The tilted alloy suitcase rested on his muscular calf, sending chills down his spine. He tried several times to straighten it, but each time he clumsily lost his balance, causing it to slump back onto his trouser leg. He couldn't help but gasp, not expecting the end of the year on star number to be this cold. Mr. York, I am Meng Zhou's grandson. My name is Meng Hung. My grandfather said you were the one who introduced him to the mecha pilot position. I actually just graduated from the mechanic shop. The young man scratched his head sheepishly, unsure how to tell the girl that he'd been successfully frightened by a prodigy underage girl. Old York thought to himself, I never thought my old buddy, this shameless old man, would not only have a son who never smiles, but also a grandson who didn't inherit his supposedly thick skin. What a pity. He took a sip of his small glass of wine and casually asked, with the terrible conditions your old, irresponsible grandfather told me about, finding a mecha pilot of this caliber is incredibly lucky, like a stroke of pure genius. That girl's master was my old nemesis on the numbered planet. Lazy, greedy, and a real crook. Luckily, the girl he trained is surprisingly smart and capable. You're in the know. You should understand what passing the third stage of the Joint Assembly's assessment at this age means. It's truly remarkable that you managed to cultivate a good relationship with her before she's fully developed and doesn't even have to worry about star coins. Anyway, I'm quite satisfied with the person I chose. What do you think, kid? Meng Hung listened, increasingly stunned. Huh? What do you mean? What do you think? With your eyes? He listened blankly, his soul seemingly leaving his body, only able to nod frantically. His handsome face, usually proud of its rugged features, was frozen in its most ordinary, satisfied expression. Yet, Meng Hung, who considered himself a tough guy, wanted nothing more than to bang his head against a wall to quell the overwhelming sense of shame and indignation within him. No, that won't do. How could he bear this suffering that was too much for his age? He needed someone to keep him company. There's a saying from the ancient Blue Star era, sharing joy is worse than enjoying it alone. Presumably, suffering alone is not as good as suffering together, and he definitely didn't want to drag anyone down with him. Following Old York's directions, he first settled down in a small hotel to rest. On the bed in his room, the tough guy Xiaoming buried his face in the blankets, his head aching more and more with each passing thought. In the end, he couldn't resist seeking comfort in the group chat. The organization has high hopes for you, Hung wanted to show off. Is anyone in the group? I'm feeling withdrawn and need some comfort. Yuan He, no. Xuanhua Bailu, no. Your older cousin, no. Meng Hung, eh. This kind of tacit understanding and love within the group was beyond his reach. Under the harsh blows of reality, Xiaoming continued to stir up trouble relentlessly. Hung, eager to show off his skills. I found a mecha pilot who can customize my mecha. Frostflower White Willow. Oh, didn't Hung say the basic model was impressive enough? Why the one with thick eyebrows and big eyes suddenly seems so appealing? Sigh, not fun at all. Your big cousin. If I known you were such a weak-willed Ming, I should have just forced you to accept the organization's sincere offer. This is as arrogant as a female bandit trying to force someone into prostitution but failing. Actually, the group members all know that Ming doesn't want to take advantage of them because of his own situation. After all, once there's a dispute over star coins within the group, the originally equal personal relationships will always be separated by a thin veil, creating unnecessary stagnation in the group's initiative and enthusiasm when discussing countermeasures. After all, when creditors and debtors disagree and happen to be group members, such an awkward situation is hard to resolve gracefully. Therefore, when Meng Hung himself refused, the group didn't force him to accept their offer. Yuan He, is it reliable? Hearing this, Meng Hung had a feeling the next line should be, how about I take a look for you? So, feigning composure, he ignored the usual taunts from the two above and spoke up. Hung wanted to show off his skills. Introduced by my grandfather's old friend, he's a pretty good guy. Your older cousin. ? Little Ming, you haven't been fooled, have you? 100 million star coins is a lot of money anywhere, but in our military academy's individual combat department, it's at most a down payment. Xuanhua Bailu. 100 million star coins for a customized A+ mecha, you really haven't been scammed. Meng Hung, Your immediate skepticism of your teammates is very disappointing. Displeased, he didn't hold back and, without hesitation, successfully threw a firecracker into another peaceful pool, while his own pool was being blown up. Hung wants to show off his skills, Cough cough, it should be reliable, right? The little girl has already completed the third phase of the Joint Assembly's Mecha Pilot Assessment, and moved into the virtual city. Hung wants to show off his skills. It's a pity she's only 15. She insisted I collect all the specific data before starting to build it, saying it had to be as suitable as possible for the operator. Hung wants to show off his skills. I'm not in a hurry, I can take my time, but before I even arrived, the little girl had already given me suggestions on mecha design and construction based on the general information and preferences I provided, almost like a database, and we discussed it together. Hung wants to show off his skills. I was so shocked by her genius that I left like a lost soul. How embarrassing. The exploded fish pond, His fist hardened. Oh my god. The only honest guy in the group, the tough guy Meng Hung, has also successfully mastered the sarcastic Versailles style, and he's already a master at it. The ecosystem of this group is probably not going to be good. Xin Yao and Xie Shuangbai began to sincerely reflect on themselves for the first time in their lives. Could it be that because the two of them mocked Meng Hung so much, they completely pushed him onto a Versailles-like path of no return, and the average moral integrity of the group officially broke through the lower limit of 0 at this moment? Chapter 28. After Meng Hung finished detonating the group chat, he was met with an unusual, stunned silence. His feat of silencing his carefree, funny friend was nothing short of a remarkable achievement. So outstanding that it deserves to be carefully copied into a future memoir that may never exist. The only one in the group who could remain calm when discussing serious matters finally broke the deadlock. Yuan He, want me to help you with the matchmaking? His words were concise and to the point. Although the other party was reluctant to accept his offer of assistance, it didn't stop him, as the team leader, from carefully overseeing the tasks entrusted to him by the mecha pilots. Meng Hung pondered for a moment. Indeed, this period was a free time, allowing him to act freely. Since the team leader had kindly offered, he had no reason to refuse. Why not get a discerning, skilled, and experienced appraiser for free? Hung wanted to show off his skills. Then I leave it to Captain Fu. I give you the private law information I have. After all, the mecha pilot was introduced through a referral, so directly revealing her address in the group chat would be impolite. Unrelated gossip is fine to chat about briefly, but not to delve too deeply into. The remaining two busybodies in the group were clearly not in this category. They both tried to join this seemingly team-building interstellar trip as bystanders, ostensibly to help Meng Hung avoid being fooled as future comrades. Frosty Willow, quick! Brothers, count me in. I want to broaden my horizons and see the genius girl too. Your big cousin, me. 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 Don't leave me out, I want to go too. Your big cousin. The little girl is a pretty young lady, right? What if you guys are scared? She definitely need her older sister's care. Meng Hung, How did things turn out this way? He couldn't help but recall the entire meeting with Yili. Aside from his self-introduction, Yili had consistently maintained a firm grip on the reins. He felt that Yili probably didn't really need the gentle reassurance of an older sister, rather, it was he, as an immature tough guy, who needed a certain number of people to bolster his courage. Of course, he would never reveal this in the group chat. A man, especially an immature tough guy, could never afford to lose face. He had no doubt that his shameless and unscrupulous friends in the group would laugh at him until graduation. So Meng Hung had no choice but to give in. Hung wanted to show off his skills. Okay, the mecha pilot I found lives on planet K563. Hung wanted to show off his skills. Once you arrive on planet K563, just send me a message. Frostflower White Willow, Hangzi, are you sure the third phase certification and virtual city access pass they showed you aren't fake? Your big cousin, Cough cough, this time I agree more with Dabai's opinion. Frostflower White Willow at your big cousin Fu Yao, who are you calling Dabai? You insulted my elegant name. Your big cousin at Frostflower White Willow, that's not important. Frostflower White Willow at your big cousin. I don't accept that. Frostflower White Willow, if the name doesn't matter, then what does? Strength and the coolness of the mecha are temporary things, but a good name is for life. The two in the group chat quickly veered off topic, bickering amongst themselves. The specific content had already shifted from the 10 key points of the mecha is my wife. How can it not matter? The conversation culminated in the soul-searching question, mechs can be upgraded and modified, but can your name be slightly modified in 3 years, and significantly modified in 5? Meng Hung, though not physically present, seemed to witness the verbal battle unfold, making the less than fluent Fuisue, who could only utter somewhat stilted phrases, feel a pang of envy. Upon hearing the familiar planet name, Fuisue had a vague idea. Although he hadn't confirmed with the mech pilot in person, he had politely added the pilot's contact information via his personal terminal when he commissioned him to repair his exoskeleton last time. However, their chat history stopped at the system notification of becoming friends, with no further exchange. Fuisue first inquired with Old York, who enjoyed high-end retirement services on planet K563. The result was even more coincidental than expected. Old York, whom he immediately identified, was the intermediary. Rumor had it that the genius mech pilot on planet K563 had previously completed the exoskeleton repair work he had commissioned. Ignoring the chaotic chatter between the two in the group chat, he sent a private message to Meng Hung. Yuan He, I checked with people I know, and the mecha pilot you commissioned is indeed quite good. Yuan He, she's also handled my commissions before, so you can use her with confidence. Meng Hung, shocked. Sure enough, Captain Fu is the most reliable. The combined mental age of the other two team members is probably too young to even get into a basic school. Unexpectedly, a friend of a friend is still a friend of a friend. Captain Fu even has connections on planet K563. He called him the first person to recruit geniuses without regard to convention. The dark universe outside the pure black cabin stretched endlessly. At times, it seemed terrifying, as if it could easily swallow all matter with its open mouth. At other times, it was magnificent, as if one could glimpse the vast world originating from light and splendor with just an open eye. At this moment, the boy traveling by spaceship to planet K563 was lost in thought, leaning back in his soft chair. Fuisue's painstaking search for the simulated arena's little tyrant remained elusive. Unexpectedly, his teammate successfully connected with the mecha pilot he was still observing. This brought him back to his senses, revealing that the seemingly aloof girl had blossomed with talent in a short time, much earlier than he had anticipated. His unfathomable mind, like a frozen pool, resurfaced with an outrageous conjecture. The appearance of the Crimson Blade in the virtual arena was remarkably close to the time of Yi Li's third stage assessment, and entering the city with an assessment certificate did not restrict the cardholder's legal actions in any location. The third stage assessment of the Joint Assembly was jokingly referred to as the Dragon Gate within the mecha pilot industry. In ancient times on the planet Blue, there was a saying, "Carp leaping over the Dragon Gate," referring to how a carp that could leap over the Dragon Gate would transform into a dragon. This transformation from fish to dragon represented a species evolutionary upgrade, and also implied an ascension from the ordinary to the extraordinary. The third stage of the assessment is the Dragon Gate for mecha pilots. Leaping over it signifies the potential to reach higher levels, while failing, though not necessarily a failure, is still regrettable. He vaguely remembered Old York mentioning Cui Sheng's requirements for apprentices, kids with fighting skills, and the talent to become mecha pilots. This strange standard had a funny backstory. Back then, Cui Sheng became a shining star among the new generation of outstanding mecha pilots at the military academy. This arrogant genius suffered a minor setback in school competitions. Because of his slender build, he was often robbed by other students while collecting materials for competitions. He had a fiery temper. After a competition, in a fit of anger, he silently began various physical training exercises, even forging a mecha pilot's tools from the heaviest steel to strengthen himself. After years of dedicated effort, he successfully rose to become one of the top mech masters in interstellar space. Countless talented young mech pilots wanted to become his apprentices, but he looked down on them all, using the excuse that a bunch of brats would distract him from his research, and then went into seclusion. If it weren't for the new research reports or mechs he uploaded to the official website every year or two, many prestigious schools would have almost thought he had long since died somewhere. Years ago, after his triumphant victory in a military academy competition, he arrogantly declared on the champion's podium that he would impart his experience as a military academy mech pilot. This caused an uproar. He asked the military academy students below the stage what the most important thing for a mech pilot was. Many military academy students tried to answer: talent, diligence, courage in the face of hardship, perseverance. A variety of answers. Amidst the numerous serious answers, only Cui Baozhu on the stage gave a disdainful smile to the audience below. He brandished his exceptionally strong fist, his voice booming. Of course, fists are power. Before he could continue, laughter erupted from below. He remained steadfast. As a mecha pilot, if you can't even maintain your own safety and acquire materials independently, what kind of mecha pilot are you? Fuisue wholeheartedly agreed. His long, slender fingers with distinct knuckles tapped firmly on the armrest, the veins faintly visible on his fair skin. His hands, as white as jade, were like the pure light of moonlight, yet now, due to intense thinking, he gently pressed his temples, experiencing a slight headache. Considering further now was pointless, he simply asked Star K563. Star K563. Although her apprentice's first custom mecha order didn't bring in a fortune, her master, Cui Sheng, felt they should still have a small celebration at the mechanical shop. After all, this was no small feat for a mecha pilot. Yi Li was unusually moved by Cui Sheng's persistence, but only for a few seconds. The reason was simple. She had just returned from outside with the takeout Cui Datu had ordered when she turned around to find the very person who had promised a grand celebration already holding a glass of fine wine, sipping it with obvious enjoyment. Yi Li didn't want to speculate about her master's less than honest intentions, unless she felt the facts before her were undeniable enough to make her try to deceive herself. Unlike Cui Sheng, who consistently maintained his twisted logic of drinking to his heart's content and sleeping soundly, Yi Li, as always, rationally managed her time for work and study, the only difference being that she unusually went to bed early. She and her client, Ming Hung, agreed to finalize the deal by the day after tomorrow. Logically, regardless of the outcome, there should be a response in person. Since she didn't know when the other party would come, She simply adjusted her schedule to match the expected arrival time. After all, a hangover like Chui Datu was like an old lady dancing in a public square every night. She had no hope of them hearing outsiders' advice. The next day, the sky was a hazy gray, gloomy gray. It was so dark outside that it was impossible to tell the time. Although it was only early morning, it gave the illusion that night was falling. The machine shop was bathed in warm light, pressed down by dense, dark clouds, as if the sky itself was being bent under an unseen force. The world she could perceive was shrinking, making the light inside seem even brighter and more intense. Ding dong. The customer she was waiting for had arrived. Chapter 29. One more guest was waiting outside than yesterday. Both men wore warm, dark-colored down jackets, their collars turned up to keep out the cold wind. Even the usually aloof Yili had to admit that the two standing side by side were quite a sight to behold. The real client, Meng Hung, was slightly shorter, wearing a similar dark gray down jacket over a blue turtleneck sweater. His increasingly defined facial features began to show a rugged look, and his eyes seemed to gleam with a faint light when they moved. The taller young man wore a long, pure black down jacket that made his slender figure appear even more robust. His handsome face, mostly hidden by his collar, looked pitiful in the cold wind and rain, suffering greatly. His dark eyes stared directly at him, as if he were trapped in a stagnant abyss, struggling to move, his hesitation and fear halting all his steps. Yili calmly welcomed the two in, and seated them at a small table in the center of the shop. The cold wind had turned their handsome faces pale. In the cramped, warm environment of the machinery shop, the three sat at the same table, Yili on one side and Fu Yisui and Meng Hung on the other. Meng Hung, this feels like one of those three-way meetings organized by basic schools before graduation. Basic schools hold meetings between students, parents, and teachers before graduation. The main purpose is for the school to confirm the student's future development. During the meeting, teachers answer students' questions about further education and career choices, and the conversation helps to balance the conflicts between students and parents regarding future planning. Wait a minute. Meng Hung suddenly felt something was off. If this really was a three-way meeting, wouldn't it turn into a minor girl playing the role of the teacher, and Captain Fu playing the role of my parent? Not only am I inexplicably putting myself in a senior position, but I'm also handing over an advantage to the other side. He couldn't help but feel goosebumps rising on his skin, quickly suppressing the horrifying thoughts. The last meeting had been rushed, with the exoskeleton drawing most of their attention. This time, Fu Yisui earnestly wanted to see the other person's face clearly. The table was placed under a softly lit lamp. Anyone with minor flaws would be clearly visible in the light, but the upright sitting girl seemed oblivious. He vaguely remembered her delicate, beautiful face and indifferent, aloof demeanor from last time. It was a complex feeling. Her appearance was undeniably striking, like a red plum blossom covered in snow, yet an ethereal aura surrounded her, seemingly deliberately softening its impact, giving her every movement a leisurely, carefree air. The pale white light moved gently along her beautiful features, subtly illuminating her long, delicate eyelashes above her gentle tea-colored eyes, the smooth curve of her refined nose, and the slight pursing of her thin lips. Fu Yisui restrained his dark gaze, withdrawing his eyes from her face. Yili could naturally feel his scrutinizing gaze, but she calmly allowed him to examine her. The new young man exuded a significantly greater sense of pressure than Meng Hung, which Yili assumed was likely a friend he had invited as an advisor, so she wasn't surprised. After all, despite his respectable resume, his age and lack of experience were undeniable. Without a careful weighing of pros and cons, even a large amount of star coins wouldn't last. From the moment Meng Hung entered and sat down, he noticed that no one had spoken to get to the point. He assumed the two were engaged in some silent exchange of glances, and dared not speak rashly. However, this suffocating silence was like a tightly stretched string struggling between the forces of breaking and tightening, inexplicably making the audience feel uncomfortable. Shall we officially begin our discussion now? Meng Hung couldn't help but ask. Yili lowered her eyes and nodded, considering whether she should introduce herself to the client again. Unexpectedly, the other party spoke first. Fu Yisui, a friend of Meng Hung, and Yisher's former client. After officially obtaining certification in the mecha pilot industry, the client's address to the mecha pilot changes from their first name and the basic polite Miss/Mr. to a combination of their surname and Master, such as Yili being addressed as Master Yi. This change in address was not only a consensus within the industry, but also demonstrated respect for a mecha pilot, a gesture that undoubtedly brought Yili some comfort. She was clearly more willing to give face when she spoke. Yili, it's a pleasure to meet Mr. Fu. Meng Hung, somewhat bewildered, followed up with an introduction, Meng Hung, the client who commissioned this mecha. Yi Li's tea-colored eyes were deep. She ignored Meng Hung and instead picked up on Fu Yisu's words. The previous client you are? The one Mr. York introduced who repaired the exoskeleton? That's me. He answered frankly. I concealed my appearance during our last conversation. That's quite a little concealment. Yi Li added politely. Seeing the two exchanging barbs, Meng Hung had to intervene again, displaying his characteristic absent-mindedness. Since I gained old Fu's approval, I naturally won't doubt Master Ye's skills. After all, my old man offered a price for a mecha pilot from the virtual city to customize a mecha for me. It's a bargain for me no matter how you look at it. After the two reached a basic agreement, Yi Li directly took Meng Hung to the medical examination room that Master Chui had built at great expense to collect Meng Heng's specific physical data and movement habits so that the mecha could be made to conform as closely as possible to the operator's own operating habits. This was Yi Li's first visit to the medical examination room since officially becoming Chui Sheng's apprentice. Looking back after about a year, it all seemed like a dream. The girl, skinny as a rake, who only knew how to speak, write, and fight monsters with the remaining memory chips from the lab, seemed to have been unconsciously buried deep in her memory, gathering dust, with the increasing number of new experiences she had during this time. Like the dusty cabinet the girl who struggled to crawl out of the petri dish last year had rummaged through with her bare hands. Yi Li was momentarily stunned. But she quickly gathered her scattered thoughts, turned on the scan machine, and gestured for Meng Hung to lie down on the slightly cold table. Let's do a basic physical examination first. I need to know some basic information, and your limits on the mecha's load-bearing capacity. She directed Meng Heng's movements. Lie on the table, just leave your shirt on. Meng Hung deftly took off his dark gray down jacket, and hung it on the hanger beside him. The blue sweater underneath vaguely outlined his strong, muscular physique. Even just the general silhouette suggested he had undergone rigorous individual combat training. He casually laid down on the platform, his powerful frame suddenly and carelessly thudding, almost shaking the specially designed medical examination table. Yi Li nonchalantly covered his handsome face with a special protective mask, consciously ignoring the slight tremor he had just caused. Anyway, even if there was a noise, it would only startle Master Chui, who was still asleep next door. The old drunkard, as always, had no restraint last night, using the celebration of his apprentice getting a job as a perfect excuse to indulge in excessive drinking. At first, he would occasionally praise her to cover up his misunderstanding, but later, fueled by alcohol, he became self-absorbed. He even subtly expressed his grievance that his apprentice didn't acknowledge the good tradition of repaying debts to the master, staring at him with a stoic expression while forbidding him from drinking. He sincerely hoped to scare her. Yi Li, with an icy, expressionless face, pressed the Start Experience button and prayed inwardly. Unlike her in-depth physical examination, Meng Heng's simplified examination was merely a data standard for mecha production. After all, the commission existed only in the form and substance of a transaction. She wasn't the other party's dedicated mecha pilot, nor was she someone they could completely trust. Collecting overly private data was extremely impolite and offensive to aspiring mecha pilots. This was a consensus and professional ethic among all mecha pilots. Beep. By the time Meng Hung got up and put on his down jacket, the simplified report had already been printed and was in Yi Li's hand. Her physical strength was S rank, and her mental strength was a plus rank. This is exceptionally good data among military academy students, who still have 5 years of growth potential in university. Whether the type and type of mecha submitted before the meeting have changed needs to be confirmed again. Mr. Ming's mecha type is a heavy mecha, and the type is a high firepower, high defense type. Do these two requirements for the mecha customization need to be adjusted or changed? That's right. Meng Hung zipped up his down jacket at the collar, and was taken aback when he heard Yi Liqing's sharp voice. Then, when he heard the keywords heavy and high firepower, high defense in her words, he answered decisively almost simultaneously without looking up. He aspired to be a true man, as tough as his father. His powerful defenses stood in front of his comrades' mechs, while his frenzied firepower shattered the enemy's lines. His sturdy shoulders bore the weight of his mech. Heavy mechs were the epitome of masculine romance. During a break, Yi Li filled in the confirmed mech information on the medical examination form. She didn't really want to understand Meng Heng's romanticism as a man, nor did she really want to understand this kind of romance. She would simply coldly drag him to the attack machine, telling him not to take off his down jacket, but to attack with each of his limbs to obtain the data the mech needed. After he finished attacking, Yi Li inquired about the general types of weapons equipped on the mech. The straightforward Meng Moheng said, "I only paid 100 million star coins. You didn't even make a profit. Master Yi, if you had more weapons for me, You won't lose money, will you? Yili, who was already essentially losing money at this stage, remained aloof, inwardly comforting himself. Calm down, anyway, old Mr. York at the tavern said he would make up the difference. Wait, he only said that verbally, there's no proof. No, I have to get a written promise from him as a guarantee after this is over. Only my mecha wife can bankrupt me. I absolutely won't allow myself to capsize in a small ditch. As Yili hoped. The hungover Master Chui was forced to open his old eyes by the sudden tremor and the cold wind waiting outside the covers. Chui Sheng put on a thick, fleece-lined down jacket and pushed open the door, intending to ask his apprentice if there was any hot tea. He saw a young man in a pure black down jacket sitting at the small table where his apprentice usually sat. Instinctively, he pulled a small dagger from his pocket and cautiously approached the man. The master and apprentice always seemed remarkably in sync in certain unnecessary ways. The young man slowly looked up from the 3D screen of his personal terminal. His dark eyes, like obsidian set in dust, slightly curved the corners of his lips. Master Chui, hello. Chapter 30. Yili and Meng Hung emerged from the examination room, an eerie silence settling over the shop. Even seated, Fu Yisui's back remained as sturdy as a sharp, clear silver spear. The cold white light softened the hard lines of his handsome face, the light tracing a gentle curve in his wispy hair. His dark, jade-like eyes reflected no emotion, his long eyelashes casting a soft shadow in the lamplight. His focused, downcast expression softened his sharp features, revealing a gentle, jade-like quality. Not only was Yili, who had only met him once, surprised, but even Meng Hung, following behind, felt as if he might have contracted some unknown, temporary blindness. As they approached, they discovered Master Chui sitting beside them, tightly wrapped in a thick fleece coat. The old master hunched his shoulders, tucking his hands into his not-so-large sleeves to warm them. Seeing his little apprentice come out and deliberately whine about being cold and thirsty, only to be easily and effortlessly suppressed by Yili, who remained unmoved, Yili, out of the meager but precious master-apprentice relationship, brought him a cup of hot water. Yili waved the report in his hand. The data has all been collected. Just place an order on my virtual city account, and pay after the mecha is completed. Meng Hung nodded vigorously. Okay, no problem, I add you right away. Wait a minute, do you have a United Assembly account card? Yili suddenly realized a blind spot. I don't think I do. Meng Hung stood there uncertainly. Fu Yisui's eyes, like mirrors, slightly slanted, revealing a dark glint. He spoke up to help Meng Hung out of the predicament. I do, you can add me. Just transfer the money a few more times later. Yili pondered for a moment and agreed, okay. She brought up the newly bound virtual city software on her personal terminal, accessed the back end, opened the friend request option, asked for Fu Yisui's ID, and allowed him to add her. Fu Yisui skillfully sent her an order for an A+ level mecha, and set it to private mode in the forum. While Virtual City was verifying the order, he glanced at the account named Dawn, and the initial activity was indeed within the last few days. This didn't conflict with the appearance trajectory of the female fighter nicknamed Red Blade in the virtual arena. Fu Yisui pursed his lips, still choosing to ask casually, you haven't been in the virtual city for very long, have you? Besides the mech pilot hall, are there any other places? Yili was currently focused on the order review and verification process in the back end. While waiting, she discovered an option to set a completely private mode, so she diligently fiddled with her account. She only overheard the casual question and subconsciously answered, I only went to the virtual arena. My master taught me that a lone soldier who can't fight will never be a good mech pilot, don't. They said they couldn't even find a single vegetable scrap. Meng Hung, listening in, has the industry become this competitive? Even solo work isn't easy, and now there are mech pilots taking our jobs. Fu Yisui, listening in. The Red Blade identity verification process is 50% complete. Chui Sheng, listening in, proudly raised his head and unabashedly praised, as expected of my little apprentice. He really learns everything in no time. A weak mech pilot, who can't fight, will be targeted and killed by the enemy as soon as he enters the arena. What kind of mech can he repair? Yili replied enthusiastically, Disciple will heed master's earnest teachings and never forget them. Chui Sheng smiled again with satisfaction and casually asked, How did the virtual arena go? You didn't embarrass your master by being crushed by some unknown nobody, did you? Yili immediately shook his head. How could I? My score has successfully reached the top tier. Fu Yisui, who was listening in. Good. Red Blade's identity verification process is 100% complete. Recently, Only Red Blade has achieved 100 consecutive wins and reached the top tier among new members, so there's no need to test her anymore. Ming Hung, who was listening in, "Don't stop me, I want to change my major." Although he didn't have a Virtual City account, he understood the status of the United Gathering and Virtual City. The top tier represents the pinnacle of combat power in the virtual arena, requiring a massive score to reach. There is only one exception. A newly joined member, who achieves 100 consecutive wins from the first match, can remain at the top tier until she is defeated. One of the mechanisms of the virtual arena is that the more consecutive wins you achieve, the stronger your opponents will be, with their strength increasing exponentially. Yishur, seemingly a delicate young girl with slender arms and legs, is actually terrifyingly powerful. "Help!" Yili glanced at his master's expression, which shifted from playful to serious, and also wanted to cry out, "Help!" regretting that his mouth had spoken so quickly and brought trouble upon himself. Cui Sheng forced a smile, feeling his teacher's dignity trembling. "What happened to your promise of early to bed and early to rise, and a regular sleep schedule? Have you been staying up all night again behind my back? If you want to go bald from lack of sleep, you better obediently start from scratch at Dawn Basic School." Yili, rarely showing any emotion, lowered his eyes, concealing his expression, and said helplessly, "I understand." Cui Sheng was once again struck by this familiar look of helplessness, but he couldn't be too harsh in front of outsiders, so he gave a soft hum, reluctantly accepting it. The meeting officially ended after finalizing the specific arrangements. There were still many things to prepare for the opening of the Sothos Military Academy. Fuisue had brought his private starship, so he decided to take Ming Hung back to the Central Star System for training. The surrounding interstellar space, near the numbered star, was filled with an unchanging gray-black color. The dull, uninteresting color seemed to symbolize the sluggish vitality of the surrounding planets. Ming Hung, sitting by the starship window, had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen into a deep sleep. His occasional sleep-talking vaguely revolved around the themes of being able to take on 10 of his grandfathers at his age, and his future, flawless, beloved mecha. Fuisue stood across a corridor from him, his long, slender hand supporting his chin, passing the time. The faint glow of the pure black universe pierced through the starship's special glass, falling squarely into his dark eyes. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the black of the starry sky or the black of his eyes was more unfathomable. He couldn't help but recall his private conversation with Cui Sheng at the machine shop. Cui Sheng had said that even in his seclusion on a numbered star, he still run into an old acquaintance. In fact, it wasn't just Cui Sheng who was surprised. Fuisue himself was initially astonished as well. If it weren't for old York providing the information, he would never have guessed that the renowned Master Cui, a master mecha pilot, would willingly live in such a small place. Yet, in this small place, he had found a talent unmatched even in the Central Star System, a girl who, merely as a guide, diligently paved the way for the rest of the journey single-handedly. This would not only make those mecha masters desperately seeking a successor envious, but also those young upstarts hoping to find a master to pave their way to the top. What impressed him most was that Cui Sheng, unusually, calmly discussed his apprentice's future with him. "Lily will probably want to go to the Sothos Military Academy in the future. I reckon I won't be able to go with her. She'd have to rely on herself in the Central Star System. If it's convenient for you, you could help her out. That would put my mind at ease." Fu, who had been planning to recruit someone into the group, was slightly taken aback. Even if Master Cui hadn't specifically asked for his help, he would have still offered some guidance and support based on the other person's talent and abilities. What seemed like a sure thing suddenly stirred a small rebellious streak in him. He smiled wryly, as if making a harmless joke. "What if I can't do it?" Humph. Upon hearing this, Cui Sheng's expression immediately changed, and he scoffed. He immediately launched into a tirade. "If you can't even do this much, what use are you? You're utterly useless." Thinking of this, Fuisue couldn't help but smile slightly with amusement. The little girl who could catch the eye of Master Cui, whom everyone in the Central Star System disliked, was indeed unique. Although he hadn't yet witnessed the mecha pilot's skills firsthand, now that he knew Red Blade's true identity, a full-on sparring match in the virtual arena shouldn't be difficult. While Captain Fu, on his starship journey, was envisioning a future of intense battles with great interest, Yili, having been scolded in the mechanical shop, had forgotten the pain and immediately logged into the virtual city in the game pod to chop off his 3,000 strands of hair. It can only be said that their joys and sorrows were not the same. In the virtual arena, the nickname Red Blade spread rapidly. Aside from those deliberately trying to maintain their rankings, the frequency of swords, spears, and clubs appearing on the arena skyrocketed, instantly ushering in a new era of cold weapons. The crisp, powerful clanging of clashing weapons filled the air with the intense clashes of combat. The remarkably realistic arena not only displayed the sparks from the fierce clashes, but also the mountain of broken blades and shards piled up below, giving the fighters the feeling of being on a real battlefield. Yi Li's appearance naturally caused quite a stir. The spectators in the stands continuously chanted Red Blade. She glanced down at the crimson, sharp long sword in her hand before realizing it was her nickname. Due to Red Blade's reappearance after several days, the number of bets on her arena surged, and the amount soared at an astonishing rate. Yi Li's eyes were half closed, her long eyelashes drooping to conceal her indifferent gaze. Standing clearly at the very center of the noise and restlessness, tightly enveloped by countless naked desires, he seemed like a mountaineer quietly trekking alone through a snow-capped mountain range, immersed in his own little world, shutting out all the filth. His ordinary, easily forgotten initial model face seemed to subtly carry a trace of the calm and indifferent composure of his real self. An electronic voice announced, "The match begins." As soon as the starting tone sounded, Yi Li sharply raised his sword, directly clashing head-on with his opponent. The members below the stage thought it would be a fierce duel, but unexpectedly, Weil had no intention of wasting time. His crimson long sword, like fire, instantly and precisely parried the opponent's attacking blade. In the instant after the clash, the muscles in his arm subtly shifted, changing the point of force. With a slight yet fluid tilt of the blade, he effortlessly deflected the immense force of the attack, guiding his opponent's body forward along the momentum of his movement. Seizing the fleeting, elusive opportunity, his slender body moved with extraordinary agility, flashing past under the opponent's armpit like a streak of light. He delivered a swift and powerful backhand strike to the back of the spine with the hilt of his sword, followed by an elbow strike to the back of the neck, easily bringing his opponent down on the ring. The entire sequence of movements was as graceful and fluid as flowing water. The moment the fight was declared over, victory was already secured. The members below the ring, his Red Blade is terrifyingly powerful. Chapter 31. Yi Li was wielding her sword with unbridled passion in the virtual arena, unusually consciously paying attention to the end time. Admittedly, she sometimes implemented her master's teachings in a more subtle way, but on this night of the incident, she had no choice but to follow her heart. Yi Li insisted that this appropriate act of following her heart was less a sign of cowardice and more a demonstration of a reasonable plan with appropriate restraint and the precious quality of flexibility. Meng Hung, still half asleep and not quite clear-headed, recklessly moved to the seat next to Fu Yisui. He casually glanced around and saw on the personal computer screen that the girl Red Blade had reappeared in the virtual arena and swept dozens of matches in a row, a new record that was sweeping across the entire hot page of the virtual arena's internal network. Meng Hung complained, "I was thinking of going back to arrange a few matches with Master Yi. How could she sneak off first?" Fu Yisui lowered his eyes and remained silent. Since the other party had been playing in the virtual arena all night and had been caught by her master, she had to hurry. Fu Yi then closed the virtual city's back end and switched to the admission brochure for the Sothos Military Academy. Now that he had confirmed the other party was indeed the person he had suspected and wanted to recruit, some necessary measures needed to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. As a rare talent skilled in both military and martial arts, it would be best to have her enroll in the same year as them. However, her underage age was not old enough for formal enrollment, so if they wanted to be in the same year, they had to consider alternative routes through special admissions. Cui Sheng had naturally already extorted the latest admission regulations from the Sothos Military Academy at that time. At this moment, he was pulling Yi Li, who had just come down from the virtual arena, to read the details word by word, and when it was all over, there was suddenly only silence. Cui Sheng furrowed his thick eyebrows, pulled a rarely used small towel from his coat pocket, and vigorously wiped his old eyes, which held a mixture of sharpness and bewilderment. No matter how many times he read it carefully, the bolded text in the admission regulations stated, "Students from basic schools outside the Central Star System are not supported for cross-department applications when applying to the Sothos Military Academy. If an applicant chooses not to apply because their local school does not offer a mecha pilot major, then they need a junior mecha pilot certificate or higher from the Mecha Pilot Association to transfer to another department. Students who wish to transfer in other circumstances must take a transfer exam at the end of the semester." Cui Sheng, Yi Li was stunned. "I'm going to pack up and take the Mecha Pilot Association exam right now." He searched on his personal computer and opened the Mecha Pilot Association's homepage for the assessment process and detailed explanations. The registration fee for junior mecha pilots within the association is 5,000 star coins, non-refundable under any circumstances. Registration for the assessment must be submitted 6 months in advance. Successful candidates receive their certificates the same month, but the corresponding certification will only be issued 6 months later. All materials required for the assessment must be brought by the candidate. The strength standard for the entry-level mecha pilot assessment requires materials to be at least grade B, so the material cost alone will be at least 300,000 star coins. This also includes the cost of round-trip starship travel from the designated star to the central system, accommodation, and the cost of bringing your own tools and coatings, as well as the usage fees for mecha design and testing machines, which are mostly in the tens of thousands. The impoverished Xiao Yi readily agreed. Well, master, I can study the single soldier department for 6 months first, and then consider switching to the mecha pilot department. That's settled then. Cui Sheng, the nominal mecha master whose income barely covered R&D expenses with little surplus. Damn it, those old fogies from Sothos, get lost. My apprentice had to study individual combat skills before switching majors because of lack of funds. This is utterly absurd. If those gossiping brats found out, I have no face to return to the mecha pilot world of the Central Star System. Absolutely cannot let this worrisome matter get out and ruin my reputation. He gritted his teeth bitterly, silently vowing in his heart, then affectionately ruffled his little apprentice's hair. Such a thrifty and sensible old apprentice, even willingly sharing the burdens of her aggrieved master, good child. The true inner thoughts of the good apprentice, Healy. This world is truly terrifying. Even a prestigious military academy like Sothos is trying to make money off my hard work. If she completes the junior mecha pilot exam at the Mecha Pilots Association, her beloved mecha design and construction will only make its debut in a half-crippled form. If she wants to complete the intermediate mecha pilot exam at the Mecha Pilots Association, well, she can just declare bankruptcy and live a long, peaceful life clutching her beloved mecha's blueprints. Star coins aren't everything, but without them, nothing is possible. This realistic and sad truth has been a constant reminder of Yi Li's struggles ever since she became an apprentice. Sigh. So when Fu Isue's starship landed on the central star, trying to gauge Yi Li's opinion, he received a completely unconventional answer. She enrolled in Sothos military academies. Individual combat department. Fu Isue and Meng Hung both witnessed the reply and maintained a tacit silence for quite some time. Meng Hung was utterly baffled. Old Fu, what's Master Yi up to with this move? He racked his brains trying to decipher the big shot's true intentions. Could it be that Master Yi is trying to hide his true abilities in the military academy competition, appearing as a powerful mech pilot on the surface? At the crucial moment, he unleashed a mech pilot's superb skills to dazzle the opponent. Could this be the legendary military strategy of to deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your own people? No wonder he's a skillful and intelligent mech pilot. His thinking is ingenious. Fu Isue quickly reviewed the Sothos Military Academy's admission brochure, the transfer application instructions, and the Mech Pilot Association's assessment system again, easily understanding the reason for his choice. A reason so simple, it was unbelievable. 2 words: saving money. A rare hint of frustration flashed in Fu Isue's dark eyes. He should have realized this sooner. The Mech Pilot assessment that Cui Sheng took Yi Li to participate in was at the Joint Assembly rather than the Mech Pilot Association. Not because he didn't want to expose his identity in the Great Star System. Instead, he wanted his young apprentice, Yi Li, to achieve his 2 life goals for his apprentice, strictness and frugality, within the Joint Assembly, which had the lowest financial threshold but the most rigorous assessments. The cost of the Joint Assembly's entry assessment was primarily covered by internal review and payment. The initial support fostered a strong sense of belonging among the mech pilots, who completed the 3rd stage of the assessment, and they were generous with the resources and benefits they could gain after advancing to higher levels, as long as they grew and developed alongside the organization. In contrast, the Mech Pilot Association always presented itself as an official institution, with many members belonging to established lineages or factions. The senior members of the association, having accumulated considerable experience, believed that the mecha pilot profession couldn't function without financial resources. Therefore, their evaluation process, intentionally or unintentionally, excluded those without money, such as Yi Li, a genius who remained impoverished. While some felt this might lead to a monopoly, the majority within the Mecha Pilots Association remained conservative. As a result, the number of emerging mecha pilots under the United Assembly quickly rivaled that of the established Mecha Pilots Association within just a few years. Sothos Military Academy's regulations weren't about taking sides, but rather a reflection of the United Assembly's greater respect for pilots' privacy compared to the Mecha Pilots Association, respecting their wishes regarding the disclosure or concealment of information. Therefore, The Academy couldn't force the United Assembly to disclose its internal database, relying instead on the publicly available information from the Mecha Pilots Association's official website. If Yili were to figure out this convoluted situation, he would definitely put on an icy expression and say, "The adult world is already sad enough with poverty, but it's also so complicated and difficult to deal with." Meng Hung felt that for the first time in his life, he had so astutely read a bad feeling from Brother Fu's face. He quickly tried to salvage the situation. "Brother Fu, since Teacher Yi has signed up for the individual combat training, isn't that perfect? If the schedules are similar, we can develop teamwork in advance. If the schedules are very different, even if we want to practice, we'd probably have to squeeze in time." This was a reasonable explanation, finally saving the innocent Meng Hung from the clutches of the big devil. As soon as Meng Hung finished speaking, he unhesitatingly bid farewell to the ticking time bomb and headed towards his residence. Having survived the ordeal, he switched to the small group chat on his personal terminal. This was a small group behind Lao Fu's back. Group name: Cherish Life, Stay Away from Fu the Dog. Hung wants to show off his skills. Brothers and sisters, I'm back. I'm back alive. Frosty Willow. Little Hung is here. How's your little mecha pilot doing? Hung wants to show off his skills. Awesome. Fu's approval.jpg. Your big cousin. Holy crap. A mecha pilot that dog Fuisue has taken a liking to. Your big cousin. Little Hung, what kind of incredible find did you get? Hung wants to show off his skills. Not only that. Hung wants to show off his skills. Fu wants to recruit him into the group for a competition. Your big cousin. That's great. Frosty Willow at Hung wants to show off his skills. Look at the group name. In this group, Fuisue is only referred to as Fu the dog. Don't forget the first rule of this group. Hung wanted to show off his skills. Okay. Your older cousin. How did it go? How did it go? Did it go? Did it go? Frost Flower White Willow. Fugo really perfected the art of poaching talent from the very beginning. Disgusting.jpg. Hung wanted to show off his skills. Cough cough. A tiny little unexpected situation occurred. Your older cousin. Okay, a tiny unexpected situation. Frost Flower White Willow. Okay, a tiny bizarre situation that shocked even Fugo. Meng Hung had to sincerely admire the two of them for their ability to expand upon his euphemistic excuses through interpretation. Smart people's brains are just different. Hung wanted to show off his skills. Because there wasn't a mecha pilot department on Star Number, and all the assessments were for joint gatherings, Master Yi had to study individual combat for half a year before transferring. Your older cousin. The cunning Fugo hadn't thought of that? Frosty Flower White Willow. The shrewd Fugo hadn't thought of that? Meng Hung. Yeah, Fu, the dog, hadn't thought of that. The small group chat suddenly seemed to have a mute switch pressed. No one could say a word. Just when Meng Hung thought the group chat was going to end in silence. Your older cousin. Your older cousin. Your older cousin. Ha ha. My great individual combat department has finally welcomed another direct junior. This empty dorm can finally have enough room for a mahjong table. Chapter 32. Yili, having been pulled to exhaustion all night, was unceremoniously reassigned to Shiguang Basic School by Cui Sheng. Upon returning to his dormitory and opening the door, he was confronted by Chi Ro, who, like a wronged woman in a cold palace, was dramatically accusing him, tearfully recounting the appalling state of their teachers at the end of the semester, hoping to plead Yi Li's conscience and offer help. The beautiful and bright-eyed Chi Ro, employing her full range of acting skills and years of honing her pitiful tactics, successfully won Yi Li over once again. Chi Ro unceremoniously sat on a soft chair beside Yi Li's bed, shamelessly devouring the desserts and delicacies her best friend had brought her. As expected of my good sister, Chi Ro. Not only did she offer timely help during the cold winter of finals, but she also added the finishing touch by subsidizing her food. Yi Li glanced speechlessly at her best friend's disheveled appearance, giving her a heads up beforehand. I recently took on a big project, and I'd be spending a lot of time on it. With your relentless finals bombardment, I can only lend a hand, not go to great lengths for you. Chi Ro casually tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, feigning a sigh as she replied, You little Ion, you keep saying you're so busy. Last time you came, you were also in the library all night, making it impossible for me to find you. I'm already used to it. The two chatted about their recent situations for a while, before parting ways, to attend to their own affairs that evening. While Chi Ro complained about the chilling winds of finals, for a top student in the mental coding department like her, the final exams were a trivial matter. What gave her the biggest headache was the various strange research topics within the coding department that her professor and her major dragged her into working on, such as the possibility of docking mental coding with sensor-equipped mechs, and the prospects of mental coding with manually operated mechs. Anyway, the mechs at Dawn Basic School were constantly causing trouble, frequently infuriating the cunning and shrewd Principal Tai Gong to the point where he wanted to take them all down with him. The collaborations Chi-Ro had previously pressured Healy into doing were largely related to this. After all, mental coding assignments weren't difficult for her, but the instructor's ambition to broaden the professional field remained undiminished for over a decade. If it weren't for their deep love of coding, the mental coding department teachers' mental strength levels would be more than enough to make them decent mech pilots, or even mech masters. Healy waved goodbye to her long-lost friend and enthusiastically ran towards the virtual reality pod. Of course, the word enthusiastic was entirely in Chi-Ro's imagination. After all, neither her misty tea-colored eyes nor her delicate, cold face revealed any obvious emotional fluctuations, so she had to agree with Chi-Ro's insistence that it was a sixth sense. The virtual reality pods brought by the individual combat students truly provided a great help to the students of the department. No longer needing to rush through meals after class and then desperately reserve a spot in the virtual pod, students in the individual combat department can complete their daily training and independent battles in their dormitories. Students from other departments can also relax together in the virtual pods in the public classrooms. This time, Healy specifically requested permission from Principal Tai before using the pod. She first cleared and formatted the virtual pod that was originally connected to the school network, then connected it to the data from the special Virtual City section of the Joint Assembly Network installed on her personal computer. Just like when she first logged into her Dawn account, she made it a habit to first browse the Mech Pilot Hall and take on a few small missions to keep her skills sharp. And they watched as the bigwigs, in their exclusive chat rooms, used life-size virtual avatars modeled after themselves, their faces flushed and necks red, as they furiously slammed their fists on the table, engaging in their daily, unreserved, back-and-forth banter on professional research. Healy had once asked Master Cui if all mecha masters were like this, constantly arguing. Cui Sheng scoffed at this. Academic discussions and clashes? Who doesn't argue and banter? But what came out of his mouth was, "Ha, little girl, you're so naive. Can you call the arguments between the old men and women, the young girls, and the old ladies at the joint gathering arguing? This is an inevitable part of academic research, the flashes of inspiration. As someone who's been there, let me tell you, researchers who truly respect and acknowledge their colleagues will frankly express their opinions. Only when both sides are trying to persuade each other can it be proven that they are pulling each other forward. The old fogies of the Mecha Pilots Association do this terribly. They appear so approachable on the surface. They have a kind face, but they're actually quite adept at taking advantage of their age. Their nods are just a formality. If they can't stand it, they just make a few sarcastic remarks, and then escalate it to accuse you of disrespecting your seniors. Tell me, if you really wanted to do research, which side would you prefer?" Healy, living up to his teacher's expectations, replied, "Definitely the back-and-forth banter. If they insult me, I won't lose anything, I can learn something from it. But if it's just a bunch of sarcastic remarks, it's frustrating and a waste of time. Why would I put up with that?" Cui Sheng patted his disciple's soft head with satisfaction, praising him as a truly good student. However, Healy couldn't help but reconsider her thoughts afterward. Having not witnessed or experienced everything firsthand, she knew it was essential to remain vigilant towards the Mech Pilots Association. Therefore, she needed to maintain a degree of leeway in all matters. But for her master to express such indignation and dissatisfaction, he must have suffered or encountered setbacks at the Mech Pilots Association. After all, she held a different level of closeness to her master and the association, and a slight bias was understandable. Healy left the Mech Pilots Hall, donned her disguise, and entered the virtual arena. As soon as she connected to the virtual arena's intranet, a barrage of private messages from friends appeared on her screen, flowing seamlessly like bubbles. Healy didn't even need to open them to know the senders' names. Only the two people who had commissioned her to customize the mechs knew her account. The big shot surnamed Fu wouldn't be so vocal. Besides him, there was only the clueless Ming Hung. She opened her inbox. The displayed sources were mostly from a newly registered account, a small account that hadn't yet completed the official registration process. ID name: Xiao Ming Zhuansher. Is this Master Yi? Is this Master Yi? We've been waiting for you for ages. Wanna play a match? Oh, I meant the group stage, not a one-on-one. Two of my teammates and Lao Fu's teammates are also here. If it's convenient, could we add them to the group? Both are very strong. One is a gunner and the other is a sneaky player, definitely top-notch. Healy was stunned. thinking back to the group stage in the season rules of the military academy competition that she had read a few days ago. She immediately understood why Fuisue had been testing her mecha pilot skills and fighting abilities. Was this a coincidental way of walking into a trap? No wonder she specifically came to ask about the major she applied for. I never expected that this handsome young man with dark eyes and a refined face would have such a dark heart. YL. Okay. Have your teammates add me. Should we form a 4-person team or a 5-person team? Little Ming Warrior. Just you and me, 2 teammates, 4 people in total. Old Fu is busy and not online. I wouldn't dare touch a tiger's butt. Yili, You can't say you wouldn't dare to compare bothering the captain to touching a tiger's butt. If that's the case, then the tiger's butt is your captain's. Unspeakable. Unspeakable. Yili quickly cleared the various thoughts from her mind, and instead completed the friend registration for the 2 people with the nickname Little Ming in the background. Without further ado, the group decided to use the time for pleasantries during the match. Fu Yao, as captain, selected both the PvP and Grand Battle modes in the group stage to try and match with available opponents. Ding! The virtual arena quickly produced its results. Group PvP. Custom Team vs Gale Team, Plains Arena selected. All 8 members of both teams were instantly teleported into the virtual arena, and simultaneously, a new, fully projected Plains Arena screen appeared across the entire arena. Many of those who had been watching from the arena lobby noticed the sudden appearance of the new screen, and took a closer look at the match lists. Gale Team. That was a regular on the group stage leaderboard. It was said that the members had an excellent relationship and had developed a strong teamwork over a considerable period. It was unclear who had encountered them. Custom Squad. Oh dear. They even forgot to choose a team name, just went straight to custom and started matchmaking. Wow, looking at the roster, Frost Flower Prince, a seemingly gentle but actually cunning and manipulative individual, Big Cousin, a beautiful and powerful older sister with a fiery temper, YL, a rookie in the solo competition who dominated, only the last one seems to be a temporary account, with a name that sounds utterly silly and goofy. Clearly, the names at the beginning are all renowned, unparalleled powerhouses, yet the silly and goofy suffix feels strangely like a clumsy, distasteful addition. Especially for some spectators with overt or covert obsessive-compulsive tendencies, or those who simply admire strength, it's as if some flawless jade has been tainted, leaving them with particularly complex feelings. The virtual arena members watching from the screen have mixed feelings, and the members of the Gale Squad, on the opposing side of the Custom Squad, are definitely not having it any worse. It's a kind of soul-crushing terror, a little more terrifying than post-traumatic stress disorder, but less than the instinctive fear etched into our DNA. What's especially tragic is that the random map is basically a flat plane, almost like a 4-on-1 duel, with nowhere to hide. If it weren't for the fair and impartial random system of the virtual arena, the 4 members of the Gale team would have even reported the virtual arena for cheating during the match. Match begins. Unlike the Gale team, the 4 members of the custom team only exchanged a half-second of friendly greeting in the team chat about their leader's childish mistake of forgetting to set a cool team name, before they all tacitly understood the strategy they should implement next. Such a great map, of course. Let's go straight for it. No fancy maneuvers, no shooting, one-on-one brawls, that doesn't need any explanation. Chapter 33. The group stage ended swiftly. The members of the Gale team were already suffering terribly from the disastrous experience of being constantly beaten in one-on-one matches. The custom team clearly hadn't anticipated this outcome. They had originally planned a group stage match to test whether Yi Li would be a good fit with them as a partner. In the end, the group stage, intended as a trial run, was essentially still a series of individual battles. They didn't even need to exchange ideas before swiftly and decisively defeating each other. The dashing Fu Yao commented, "It's hard to say how well she synergizes with our team, but I think we definitely get along well in terms of personality. That straightforward, no-nonsense, ruthless, and quiet nature really suits our team style." Xie Shuangbai, What's our team style? A slightly unserious, eccentric style? Meng Heng, What's our team style? A style that leave you speechless and utterly defeated? Fu Yao, always on the front lines, was in high spirits and pulled Yi Li to start the next match. Taking advantage of the break before matchmaking, Xie Shuangbai quickly reminded Fu Yao to change the team name. Such an ordinary, awkward name really didn't suit his elegant demeanor. He might get laughed to death by his group of cronies and his sworn enemies. Social death is unacceptable. Sister Fu Yao agreed so readily and decisively, but the team name that popped up immediately made the team channel feel as if its fate had been seized. Ding! Group Finals. Shining Sky Team vs. Far From Food Dog Team, selecting the Jungle Arena as the venue. Body data loading, arena data loading, initial weapon data loading. Participants are teleported to their designated squad areas, with approximately 3 minutes for adjustment. The expected tactical deployment for the upcoming battle is instead met with eerily silent team chat, barely audible, with only a few words uttered. Yili, I scout. Xie Shuangbai, I snipe. Meng Hung, I tank. Fu Yao, I be the main attacker. These 3-word statements sound particularly odd in the usually boisterous chatter of the Xiefuming trio. Yili isn't exactly a chatterbox, so her conciseness isn't too surprising. Fu Yao swears she chose the team name on a whim, subconsciously designing it as an internal group excluding Fu Yisui, and impulsively picked what she thought was a cool and powerful name. Even though Fu Yisui himself wasn't present, it didn't guarantee safety. Within the virtual arena, there were quite a few members who knew him or acted as messengers. These people wouldn't keep secrets, they would undoubtedly relay the news to the parties involved or the victims, making them suffer greatly. Although Fu Yisui's handsome features, smooth facial lines, dark eyes, and a face with a half-smile that hinted at a mountain peak, probably didn't reveal any bitterness. As the 3 in the arena had predicted, almost as soon as the battle screen was discovered, some busybodies, eager for trouble, had already been notifying the most important parties involved, either online or offline. Fu Yisui, who had spent several days operating mechs and perfecting the application of the sensor system at the Fu family's private training ground, completed his training for the day in his mech Yao. Fu Yisui sat in the enclosed cockpit, resting briefly before completing the next set of exercises. Suddenly, a chibi-style black dragon appeared on the screen of Yao's mecha. Its golden eyes were soft and watery, and its little face wore a clearly mischievous smile. It flapped its wings and spun around in the air. Yao, what is it? Fu Yisui's voice was deep and magnetic, likely due to his recent training. Yao was the name of his mecha, and also the name of the little black dragon that his mecha's avatar was. Originally, Fu Yisui thought the mecha's normal butler-like voice would be convenient for giving commands. However, the mecha master who customized his mecha, despite his age, hadn't lost his childlike spirit. He somehow heard rumors about his aloof personality and insisted on giving him a cute little black dragon, declaring that no one could exchange it. Reluctantly, Fu Yisui had no choice but to accept it. The little black dragon landed perfectly with a flapping motion, its golden eyes darting around. It reported in a childish voice, Master, your quantum computer account and virtual city account have a ton of messages piling up in the back end. Fu Yisui was somewhat annoyed by its cumbersome way of speaking. A simple letter explosion would suffice, yet it made it sound so childish and unclear. Analyze and extract keywords. He casually instructed the little black dragon. The little black dragon obediently replied, I completed the analysis and keyword extraction for you. The search revealed that all the letters share 2 keywords. Fugo ha ha ha. Fu Yisui, Open the contents of the back-end letters on the mecha screen. All the letters. Although Fu Yisui was unaware of the details surrounding the 2 keywords, he subconsciously felt something was amiss. Only after skimming through all the letters did he realize the culprit's identity and their current carefree state on the battlefield. He had the little black dragon Yao reply with a cool 2-word reply, read. Virtual arena, jungle arena. The sky above their heads was about to collapse. It had already been pierced, no way out. The ground beneath their feet was about to crack. It had already been breached, no saving them. The fun-loving individuals, who always enjoyed dancing on the edge of the line, had finally cultivated themselves into fearless dead pigs. Here, dead pigs refers only to the fearless Fu Yao, who feared neither heaven nor earth nor those of higher rank, and Xie Shuangbai, who couldn't stand not causing trouble. They had cast aside all their fear, and were fully immersed in the jungle arena. Yi Li's choice of the scout position was an instinctive one born from his years of scavenging and making a fortune in the head great forest. Moreover, judging from her petite stature, she could better conceal herself in the jungle. Her supple waist and agile movements allowed her to move with ease in the quiet. The other 3 members of the team channel couldn't even clearly hear the rustling of leaves against fabric. Only the faint, muffled sound of her light footsteps as she occasionally leaped between branches could be heard. If it weren't for the best-received team channel, the other teammates wouldn't dare say they could accurately detect the sounds of Yi Li moving through the jungle. The members of the arena outside the screen watched in astonishment as Yi Li moved freely through the dense forest full of obstacles, as if she were at home, and felt a pang of sorrow for the opposing team. Damn it, could this little girl have grown up in some kind of primeval jungle? The Great Forest of Hades says, "Congratulations, you're half right. Even the most challenging terrain in a jungle is still just ordinary forest, incomparable to the Great Forest of Hades, a highly polluted area teeming with alien plants and star beasts. Human hearing and vision in the jungle are absolutely incomparable to those of plants and animals. And for Yi Li, who can rival the hearing and vision of successfully evolved alien plants and star beasts in the Great Forest of Hades, defeating ordinary humans is a piece of cake." The three advancing slowly from the rear calmly received text-based location information from the scout, Xiao Yi, including terrain conditions, ecological environment, and analysis and speculation about the enemy's location. Her modeling skills, honed from her mecha pilot background, and extensive experience in outwitting and battling polluted forests, allowed her teammates to obtain a fairly detailed virtual city version forest model map within the first 10 minutes of the match. The three at the rear. Ming Hung, "Is this the joy of winning without lifting a finger? Fu Yao, my little sister is beautiful, kind, quiet, rich, and has a thick thigh. Let me give her a hug and a kiss. Xie Shuangbai, Fu Go. Fu Go. It's him. Our king of bargain hunting, old Fu Go, virtual arena." Today, the back-end monitoring group is staffed by two big shots with internal codenames, Map Maniac and Fighting Fierce Man. They thought it would be a leisurely routine of monitoring the back-end, but unexpectedly, in just a fleeting glance, they discovered that their own map model had been built by a member of one of the teams playing in the group stage. Fighting Fierce Man, relying on their long-standing friendship, directly mocked without hesitation, "Old demon, your proud map modeling has actually been figured out by a little girl who's just entered the map for the first time. Oh dear, my reputation's ruined." He jokingly exaggeratedly teased his old colleague. But the other man didn't get angry or take the bait. The map maniac calmly said, "What's there to be angry about? That little girl's movements clearly show she's trained in the forest or actually lived there. Besides, being able to master a jungle map doesn't mean you can master all maps. TSK, old Fierce, you've given me a new idea. Invite this kid to discuss upgraded, harder, and hellish versions of the jungle arena. That would be great. What do you say?" Yi Li quickly located the opponent's position and immediately marked the coordinates on the basic map he had constructed, outlining the optimal path with red lines. The other three felt like they were playing a game with cheat codes. Following the information provided by their team's technical expert, tactical support, reconnaissance god, and jungle whiz, Yi Li, they quickly and consciously began to control the enemy's movement, gradually confining them to an increasingly smaller space. The opposing team setup consisted of two snipers, one shield bearer, and one main gunner. It was unclear why they hadn't sent a scout. In the extremely limited visibility of the jungle arena, having eyes to scout ahead was crucial. Upon first seeing the opposing team's composition, both the team's internal chat and viewers watching on screens were openly and subtly criticizing the Flash Sky team, questioning their sanity. Their team name was Flash Sky, yet they didn't have a single scout with aerial vision. Many were even joking that Flash Sky should be replaced with Flash Mud. Before the actual engagement, Xie Shuangbai left the main group to find a suitable sniping position, while Meng Heng's defensive shield was being set up. Yi Li, hiding among the branches, nimbly darted into the bushes to rendezvous with the leader, who provided heavy firepower. The two were the main force in the head-on confrontation. Yi Li's melee combat skills were honed through countless hard-fought opponents in the singles arena. Meanwhile, Fu Yao, the formidable leader, is a powerful woman who can single-handedly wield both small and large hand cannons. She can simultaneously unleash fireballs from afar and physically slam them down with a cannon, successfully demonstrating her exceptional ability to wield a large hand cannon effectively in both close and long-range combat. The battle has begun. Chapter 34. Yi Li seemed to have become part of a lush forest, sometimes blending in like a gentle breeze to conceal her presence, sometimes baring her fangs like a predatory plant. She held two short swords, their length somewhere between a defensive dagger and a crimson long sword. The sharp blades, manipulated by her slender fingers, spun countless afterimages on her thin wrists, so skillfully that onlookers could only catch a glimpse of their blinding gleam. Before she could unleash her killing intent, she had already struck her target, flashing forward and decisively slashing away at all of her opponent's life points. At the same time, before launching her attack, Fu Yao fired several cannon shots at her target's location, using the smoke from the cannons to conceal her movements as she closed in, transforming the cannons into massive steel hammers mounted on her arm, crushing everything in their path. Meng Hung calmly and methodically pushed his large shield forward to deflect the cannon fire. Xie Shuangbai cleverly found a good vantage point in the tree and fired a few shots. When her position was discovered, she rolled away and hid under the protection of her thick, sturdy shield, launching a few more sneak attacks. The match ended faster than expected. After the game, a teammate asked in the team chat why the opposing team didn't have a scout. At this moment, Yili, the team scout, offered professional guidance. In jungle battles, the characteristics of the plant species are especially important. Scouts need to conceal themselves in the battlefield, but they also have to rely on vegetation for cover. Trees offer superior visibility and concealment for scouts, while low shrubs provide a narrower field of vision and clearer noise. The forest vegetation in this jungle is rich in a mutated species called bewitching trees. Contact with these trees causes hallucinations and fainting spells, and without strong protective gear and masks, it's almost impossible to resist. The enemy probably thinks the entire forest is bewitching trees, so they dare not climb them. But actually, this jungle is a mixed forest of bewitching trees and another variant, the bewitching vine tree. Because both species have variants, they are indistinguishable without specialized equipment. Fu Yao added, so the enemy mistakenly believes the entire forest is bewitching trees, which is why they dare not scout. If it were truly all bewitching trees, we'd probably lose someone before even getting any information. Meng Hung commented on the subtle arrangement of the arena. This setup is so ruthless. Xie Shuangbai considered more deeply. Then, Master Yi, how did you distinguish between the two types of mutant trees? As far as I know, the bewitching tree and the bewitching hub tree don't have any obvious differences in appearance. Yili replied calmly, the legend says, bewitching tree bewitches, bewitching hub guides the way. Being in the bewitching tree's influence for a long time will bring a subtle, unconscious feeling of numbness and distortion. But if blood comes into contact with the bewitching tree, the instantaneous effect is so obvious that it can be clearly perceived. Next, by gradually testing the changes in sensation produced on the trees through the wounds, it's possible to quickly and effectively distinguish between the two types of mutant trees. In short, to clearly distinguish the mutant trees and strive to maintain a clear mind, the young girl didn't hesitate to cut several times on her arm. The virtual arena's environment simulation and member physical condition data entry are all high-tech products achieving nearly 100% realism. Even minor physiological functions, like bleeding when injured, are perfectly replicated. Meng Hung, This little girl is fierce. Xie Shuangbai, Congratulations to our team's crazy female troupe for adding another powerful member. Fu Yao, My destined little sister. A true strong woman should be this cool and stylish. After 2 matches, Yili glanced at the time. It was almost the dormitory's designated lights-out time. After showering and washing up, she sat in her soft bed, pressing the design board against her thighs to make revisions. Her long, flowing black hair seemed to retain a warm, lingering moisture. The wall lamplight seemed to soften her cool, aloof face, and her originally delicate and beautiful features and cool, outstanding temperament were gently softened by the warm light, revealing a rare harmony. After finalizing the basic design, she decided to officially start work tomorrow on the Central Star system. As expected, the trio who logged off from the virtual arena received a blatant threat from their ruthless captain. Fu Yao, relying on her status as Fu Yisui's cousin, brazenly left, leaving only the valiant Xiao Ming and the fox-like Xia facing a handsome, icy face that seemed useless to men. In the year-end chill, not only were their bodies cold, but their hearts were also ice-cold. Fortunately, among this group of reckless individuals, there were also some clever ones. Xie Shuangbai, with the team's permission before the matches, used her top-tier rank in the virtual arena and her status as a VIP with the financial power to copy the complete recordings of both matches. This was a privilege reserved exclusively for team members. Even accessing the virtual arena's backend required the individual's consent. So, the originally planned cold wind military posture and hot-blooded training ground activities were transformed into a group of grown men watching various screen recordings of replays from different angles in the screening room. The young men, who had narrowly escaped the clutches of corporal punishment, never expected that watching a replay would make 2 handsome young men nauseous. Especially when the camera switched to Yili's solo angle, her nimble and rapid movements caused her personal shots to rotate and flip excessively. As the key figure supporting the second match, many of her subtle movements even required rewinding frame by frame, a truly grueling ordeal. Except for Fu Yisui, who watched with great interest, the other 2 strong men were yawning incessantly. Later, they learned from the torture leader, Sister Fu Yao. Luckily, I ran fast. I'm so grateful for the incredible long legs inherited from the Fu family genes. The next day, Yili slept until she naturally woke up and promptly began arranging the necessary materials. She rented a mecha workshop from Principal Tai Gongji, who was issuing new equipment near the end of the year. Grabbing her ever-present portable toolbox, she plunged headfirst into the sea of mecha. Unfortunately, Yishir had just finished carrying 2 large boxes of nutrient solutions she'd been working on for so long and locked the workshop door. Then, her deliberately shut-down personal computer received a polite invitation from Fu Isue on Central Star, requesting a battle. Fu, skeptical, sent his unreliable team members to try each one, all to no avail. Finally, he had to enlist Old York, who was cultivating informants on another planet, to help find out the situation. After going through layers of twists and turns, they finally learned that Yishir had gone into seclusion to craft mecha. When the news reached the Central Star team's group chat, the usually reserved Xiao Ming was overjoyed, like a sled dog running wild in the snow. According to a tip from an insider, Xiao Ming had been dreaming about his future mecha wife every night for a week straight, since the night he learned the news. This absurd state of mind remained high during joint training sessions. Even the intelligent little black dragon Yao, responsible for monitoring from the sidelines, couldn't help but blink its sparkling golden eyes, trying to elicit the truth about the gossip with its cuteness. The 2+1 team members watching couldn't help but sigh. Mecha pilots, second fathers without blood ties, a group of excellent and adorable people who were also very good at causing trouble. Chiro waited anxiously for her best friend that day, but the cold reality told her that her heartless best friend had already devoted herself to her beloved mecha-making career. Although she liked to complain a bit and have a mischievous sense of fun, she still wondered what her friend was doing. But when the delicate, aloof genius girl transformed into someone with disheveled, slightly frizzy black hair, a face as pale as paper, and dark circles under her eyes, it undeniably inflicted unparalleled psychological damage on Chiro's fragile and delicate soul. Witnessing everything, the pitiful Ro, surrounded by the pitch-black night, leaned against the chilly wind. Like an undead creature recently unearthed, she stiffly climbed the dormitory building, heading straight for her room, the door next door. Chiro believed that this fatal, heart-damaging psychological trauma could easily warrant a substantial claim for emotional distress damages from Yili. But for the sake of her beautiful and pure friendship, Chiro resolutely and generously gave it up. This is absolutely a glorious friendship that can be recorded in the interdepartmental history of the mental coding department and the mecha pilot department, but speaking of which, Chiro still had to speak up for her friend from the bottom of her heart. This is too tragic. Heartless client, give me back my beauty. Achoo. Xiao Ming couldn't help but sneeze in her basic mecha, earning a disapproving look from her teammates. After completing the most intense work she ever done, she took a comfortable bath in the bathroom. She collapsed her already slender, petite body onto the soft mattress, curled up in the soft, fluffy blankets that felt like they were from a century ago, and sighed. Of course. In the middle of her bath, to avoid falling asleep in the tub, and to relieve the fatigue from the dual pressures of body and mind in a unique way, Yili, with a rare and rather mischievous sense of humor, sent a message to her client, the valiant Ming Hung. She very amicably informed him, "Your mecha is completely finished." Then, after a deliberate pause, she continued, "But I have to wait until I wake up." When Ming Hung noticed and immediately messaged her to inquire, no matter how many hints or text messages she sent, she only received the system's automatic reply, "The friend you sent a message to is temporarily offline and cannot receive your message. The friend you sent a message to is temporarily offline and cannot receive your message." The end of the matter. Yili was so exhausted that she lay in bed, oblivious to everything around her, wanting only to sleep. Only her best friend Chiro, designated by the school, would knock on the door once a day to check if the person inside was still sleeping, fearing that the Buddha inside might open his eyes and be lying paralyzed on the bed groaning from hunger. Help! The naive Ming Hung, having been tricked, posted a screenshot of the chat window in the group chat, crying sadly, and received unanimous advice from the group members to be forgiving, calm, and to try to see things from her perspective. It's normal for a mecha pilot whose mental state is a bit unstable after just finishing the mecha's construction. For example, your mecha is your future wife. Your future father-in-law won't give you a good look before marrying his daughter to you. He'd be lucky if he doesn't kill you. Right? The innocent and naive Ming Hung, Thank you all. Chapter 35. His seemingly finally conscientious friends offered words of comfort, but cruel reality, like a sinister dagger, relentlessly stabbed him in the heart. Oh dear! For your future father-in-law's sake, a few days' delay is fine. Your wife is still your wife. She won't run away, don't worry. The mecha pilot is probably working himself to death day and night. Your job is to bring some wicked pleasure to the master's weary heart. It's nothing. Don't think you're invincible just because the mecha is finished. You still have the upgraded mecha intelligence firmly in their hands. If you end up like Captain Fu, we won't sympathize with you. Captain Fu's fate? The naive young Meng was easily distracted, turning his attention to the gossip. Gossip King number 1 Fu Yao and Gossip King number 2 Xie Shuangbai couldn't help but beam with delight upon hearing this. They generously shared Fu Yisui's dark history, one after another. Xie Shuangbai began, the intelligence of Captain Fu's mecha shares the same name as his mecha, Yao. You should have seen the mecha. The one with the black and gold shell that he usually uses for training was personally ordered by his grandfather from his old comrade in arms, Old Gong. Old Gong. His full name is Gong Mingjin, the leading figure in Federation mecha development. After retiring, he spent a long time as a visiting professor at Sotho's military academy. He has a fairly good temper, but he has a very childlike mentality, so he never plays by the rules. Meng Hung also became excited. That Old Gong who's known as the father-in-law of the national soldier? Fu Yao feigned seriousness and certainty. That's right. At that time, Xiao Sui's personality had become abnormally awful, bordering on autistic and cold. During the mecha's construction, several necessary exchanges between the two were abruptly cut off by Xiao Sui's poker face. So, unable to tolerate it any longer, Old Gong played a trick when designing the mecha's intelligence for Xiao Sui. Fu Yao paused here, skillfully building suspense, and pointed to the water jug beside her. Little Ming, very perceptive, respectfully poured her a glass of water and handed it to the boss. Fu Yao tilted her head back, gulped down some water to moisten her throat, and continued, he designed Xiao Sui's mecha AI to look like a super cute little black dragon cub. It act cute when transmitting information other than crucial intelligence. He insisted on giving that ice-cold kid Fu Yisui some kind of desensitization treatment, so he wouldn't have to face his sullen face every time he repairs or upgrades it, ruining his fun. Xiao Ming, fearlessly, burst out laughing, unable to imagine the two things connected, the aloof boss Fu Gu and his soft, adorable little black dragon. Thanks? I don't know why, but I feel a bit satisfied. However, facts always prove that no matter how enjoyable it is to follow the group leader's gossip, the person involved will always charge you online. This time, even Fu Yao couldn't escape, because Fu Yisui blocked her way to the Fu family's old mansion beforehand. The 4 members of the group, both online and offline, followed the traditional Sotho's military academy style of training to the point of exhaustion, pushing their physical and mental potential to the limit, as if they wanted to complete a brand new transformation in their lives before the official start of the semester. As the special training ended, Fu Yisui, the only one still seemingly at ease, left the 3 dried-up salted fish, a derogatory term for men who have been worn down by life, on the field and strode away alone. His upright, pine-like back was remarkably composed, his stride elegant and dashing. At that moment, the 3 salted fish lying paralyzed on the field, feigning death, were filled with rage and resentment. Fu Yisui returned to his residence on Central Star. He didn't particularly like returning to his old house during his rest time. It always gave him a feeling of constraint. Emerging from the bathroom, his muscular upper body was bare, his supple black hair damp with water droplets that constantly soaked the white towel draped around his neck. His strong, upright back displayed perfectly sculpted muscles, as if harboring a suppressed explosive power. Fu Yisui slipped on his slippers and walked to a corner of the living room sofa, picked up a pure black garment, and deftly pulled it on. The dim light highlighted his well-defined abs. His long, narrow, dark eyes seemed to be gently teased inch by the light, yet the light never penetrated them. He sat down in his usual viewing room, his long, slender fingers pressing a button on the remote. The largest, high-definition screen resumed playing the 2 virtual arena matches from the beginning. Even though every scene was etched into his mind, he couldn't help but watch them again. He had grown up in a military camp. He was practically sick of words like combat, battle, and operation. He had witnessed and experienced all sorts of combat styles and tactics firsthand. But he had to admit, this was the first time he had ever felt such a unique style of combat. The girl's combat style on the screen, if analyzed carefully, was exceptionally complex. Sometimes like a precisely controlled combat machine, sometimes like wildly growing exotic plants in a jungle, and sometimes a harmonious blend of all contradictions. However, judging from her overall combat performance, one has to admit that her fighting style was undeniably graceful, leaving one wondering how she had been trained. That's why she felt displeased with her teammates, who had sneaked off without telling him. Yili, of course, knew nothing about anything in the Central Star system. After sleeping soundly for 3 days without a care in the world, she asked Old York to send the space capsule containing the mecha directly to the Central Star via express delivery. She tried to sneak in a final delivery fee from Old York without him noticing. Old York, unusually, didn't criticize her for being stingy, but he was speechless when he learned that she was sending such an important item to the simple-minded boy on the Central Star in such a casual manner. This elegant old man, who always looked down on all numbered stars with his sarcastic and arrogant manner, was furious. The result was that Old York grabbed an expensive cane and vigorously struck Yili's small frame. The stalemate between the old man and the young man began at the tavern and ended at the machinery shop, attracting the attention of neighboring gangs from both blocks, who watched from a distance, munching on nutrient solutions and snacking on melon seeds. Even Cui Sheng, who always unconditionally stood by his apprentice's side, was somewhat displeased and scolded his young apprentice. "This old man is getting on in years. You're currently enrolled in the individual combat department, and I even made an exception for you to take in, yet you put on such a pathetic display of weakness and gone back to your hometown. You finished your orders, right? Now get to training like crazy." Yili shuffled forward, quietly explaining the intricacies to his master. "Master, I actually controlled my pace well, he can't hit me anyway. Let him chase after me pretending to hit me to vent his anger. I'm just trying to pocket a hefty amount of shipping fees. You know how high the cost is to ship from the numbered star to the Central Star's midpoint in the Central System. The basic costs, several interstellar fees, transit station fees, temporary storage fees, etc., all add up to this amount," she secretly gestured. "And I recently heard that the relevant laws have been revised, increasing the cost significantly on top of the original ones, basically equivalent to half the cost of mecha weapons." Yi Liu's face showed a slight pain as she spoke, pointing to Old York to explain the difference in price. Upon hearing the words pocketing shipping fees, Cui Sheng finally reluctantly understood his apprentice's good intentions. A large, broad hand patted his apprentice's small shoulder firmly, and he sighed softly. "Ah, my apprentice is so thoughtful. There are still several months until the special recruitment for the Sothos Military Academy. Spread your time evenly between individual training and mecha construction. Don't work too hard. Whatever rare materials you need, your master will try his best to get them for you." Yili nodded obediently in agreement. The apprentice's not so imposing, slender figure slowly disappeared at the entrance of the machinery shop. Master Cui Sheng, who always adhered to the peculiar style of independence and self-reliance, which was actually mind your own business and don't try to teach me anything, rarely showed a conflicted and reluctant expression on his face, as if he were expressing the sorrow of an old father. Cui Sheng himself never spent any of his earnings on research and development, never thinking about saving any capital. He had never regretted it before, and later, in order to train his apprentice, he didn't feel it was a problem. But now, watching his obedient and clever apprentice studying day and night, throwing himself into mecha construction, he felt a renewed urge to spoil his daughter. He was indeed short of money. However, a high-caliber mecha master like him wasn't lacking in generous and high-quality investors. After much hesitation, Cui Sheng painstakingly sifted through his contact list, like picking vegetables, and finally chose a pleasing, unassuming cabbage. Beep. He reluctantly pressed the contact button, his brows furrowed tightly. "Hello." The other party didn't disappoint him. The call was answered after just one ring. "Master Cui?" The deep, magnetic voice of Fu Baikai, the carefully chosen apprentice, came through the loudspeaker. "Ahem, just call me Master, okay?" "Okay, Master Cui." Cui Sheng was trying to find the right words, but Baikai interrupted him. "I have a collaboration I'd like to discuss with you," Fu Baikai continued, not waiting for an answer. "I heard your apprentice, Master Yi, is going to apply to the Sothos Military Academy next year. Actually, my current team is still one person short, and I hope Yili can join my squad ahead of schedule." Cui Sheng asked doubtfully, "Wasn't the application period for this year's military academy already over?" Fu Baikai explained calmly, "But the special recruitment for this year is still open. Although no one has applied for special recruitment for a long time due to the devilish difficulty level, this rule was set by the first principal, so it hasn't been removed from the school regulations. In other words, special recruitment is still a path." Cui Sheng asked, "If you're talking about special recruitment, will Yili go for the individual soldier program or the mecha program?" Fu Baikai pondered for a moment. "For the mecha program, you need to get involved with the Mecha Pilots Association." The implication was that Yili still could only pursue the individual soldier program. Cui Sheng sighed deeply. "I need to ask her opinion, and there's one more thing. What are the benefits of joining your team?" Chapter 36. What are the benefits? Cui Sheng calmly probed Fu Baikai, whose true intentions were now revealed. He, Cui Sheng, was certain that his apprentice was far superior to ordinary military academy students. The so-called special recruitment trial was not an impossible task for him. Fu Baikai wanted to gain a genius skilled in both military and military arts as a team member for free. Without offering Cui Sheng sufficiently satisfactory conditions, he shouldn't even think about getting something for nothing. Fu Yisui, well aware of the intricacies, replied, I can be responsible for providing all the necessary channels for Yi Li's mecha, or the parts and materials needed for it. Cui Sheng, having received the response a mecha pilot desired most, indicated he would discuss it with Yi Li. Completely unaware of the situation, Yi Li, upon receiving this unexpected windfall, was unsure whether to be happy or sad. He was happy that someone had finally recognized his talent, and was willing to generously offer assistance. He was sad that the major exam, which originally had several months of buffer time, had suddenly become a sprint in the preparation stage. Impoverished Yi was forced to make a difficult choice between a star coin mech and her young life. Although she hesitated, hours of relentless praise and flattery from Master Cui Sheng instilled in her a false sense of confidence, and she was brainwashed into believing that special admission was absolutely guaranteed. When her best friend Yi Li told Chi-Ro about this during a visit that evening, Chi-Ro's clear and distinctive scream might have filled the entire girls' dormitory building in a second, had she not quickly covered her mouth. Calm down, Chi-Ro used her rational thinking as a science student to analyze the situation for her friend. Yi Li, after all, was a top student who entered and graduated from Dawn Basic School. If it were a regular early admission exam, it would indeed be easy. The group could easily exchange it for mech-related resources. A surefire win. The key issue was that the legendary, unknown special recruitment exam was so unpredictable that it was impossible to even anticipate it. It all depended on the school's attitude. After much deliberation, Yi Li decided to give it a try and contacted Fu Yisui to inquire about the details. The result? A few days later, Fu Yisui once again sailed his own starship, carrying all the crew members, including the two who hadn't made it last time, to pick up Yi Li and take her to the capital star of the Central Star System. As soon as the starship came to a stop, two nimble figures eagerly jumped off the bow. Yi Li, waiting lazily by the berth, yawned slightly when she was suddenly rushed towards her by two figures. Instinctively, she deftly dodged to the side, but the two passionate young people bumped into each other, giving her a splitting headache. Fu Yaqiang complained first, Xiaobai, your head's too hard. Xie Shuangbai retorted, clearly unconvinced, Sister Yao, your head's just as hard. Hiding behind, Yi Li calmly looked up at the two. The girl on her left had chestnut brown, wavy hair, her bright, expressive eyes and features strikingly defined. Her crimson lips curved slightly, like a vibrant crabapple blossoming in a raging storm. Her rose-red winter cashmere dress burned like fire, paired with mid-calf black high-heeled boots. She argued with the boy with great enthusiasm, and this unknown vitality made it hard for Yi Li, seeing her for the first time, not to feel a sense of goodwill. The man on her right was completely different. His light gray, thick, three-piece casual suit gave him an elegant air, and his soft black hair was tied in small braids at the ends. His gentle and handsome face was framed by a pair of slender, phoenix-shaped eyes that slanted upwards with a mocking glint in them. His chin was slightly raised in a graceful arc, and although they were clearly arguing, he wore a self-admiring smile, successfully earning Yi Li's accurate assessment that he was like a silver-furred fox on the outside, but a peacock on the inside. Fu Yisui and Meng Hung, who slowly descended from the starship, weren't strangers to Yi Li. Yi Li gave them both a slight nod as they approached, a simple greeting. The two, who had finished their usual banter in the center of the stage, finally quieted down. Their long, slender, almond-shaped eyes and bright, beautiful pupils turned sharply to Yi Li, who stood not far away, scrutinizing her like searchlights. Her medium-length, jet-black hair framed her fair complexion. Her delicate features were calmly composed. A light, pure black down jacket revealed her slender, upright figure. Her gentle, tea-colored eyes had watched the entire, rather entertaining, drama unfold with unwavering composure. Fu Yao's initial impression, what a cool, aloof beauty. What a composed and capable lone wolf. Our group's average looks are still intact, cough cough, the future is promising. This was what she thought, and what she blurted out. After all, her older cousin always spoke the truth. My name is Fu Yao Shaoli, you can call me Sister Yao. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Taking advantage of their shared gender, Fu Yao immediately struck up a friendly conversation. Yi Li, I'm Xie Shuangbai. Xie Shuangbai introduced herself gently, unable to help but envy Fu Yao's good fortune. Ignoring her undeniably beautiful appearance, even he had to admit, the virtual city's model was likely built to scale with her, so the combat data was beyond doubt. Countless galaxies, planets, and nebulae were included within the vast universe. Clearly, on a tiny, insignificant, numbered planet in the most remote and barren corner of the world, he had coincidentally discovered such a rare talent, a rare find, a highly sought-after individual skilled in both military and strategic combat. Xie Shuangbai gritted his teeth in annoyance, feeling that the grand preparations that military academies made every year, seemingly risking their lives to scour for promising students, were all for naught. He sincerely hoped they could learn from the steady and reliable old Fu what truly meant by discovering good talent. Perhaps this could effectively alleviate the long-standing problem of hair loss and balding among military academy teachers who had been rising through the ranks for so many years. Of course, he didn't genuinely want to help military academies recruit more efficiently or systematically. He just wanted the balding military academy admissions officers to understand his feelings of unfairness. As the old saying goes, sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. He added aptly, sharing bitterness is worse than feeling bitterness alone. The horizontal inscription could be, long live sharing. Greetings, Teacher Yi. Meng Hung, following his captain, raised his handsome face, now showing some rugged features, and rushed towards Yi Li, who was being tightly held by Fu Yao, greeting her with a simple, honest smile. Fu Yisua's narrow, phoenix-like eyes swept over her. The girl, indeed, had grown a bit taller during her growth spurt. Her gentle, tea-colored eyes seemed to be veiled with a thin mist, inexplicably conveying a sense of desolation. The land the girl stood on was a flat desert, her home a place devoid of the changing seasons, yet she stood quietly, like a pine or bamboo whose beauty was not concealed, radiating a silent vitality. If a metaphor were to be used, she was like a clear, cold moon hanging high in the sky, proudly standing above the clouds, yet gently scattering its pure white light across the boundless desert, giving it a silvery glow. Or like a long sword, finely polished by a measure of pure moonlight, its unsheathed blade slicing through the darkness, with unparalleled sharpness, as it was sharpened, the gleaming edge heralding the dawn. As agreed, Yi Li left with them that day. The starship's interior was far superior to that of ordinary public starships. A palpable sense of opulence permeated the soft, elegant sofas, the intricately designed control panels, the hovering armchairs for movement within the cabin, the built-in refrigerator stocked with abundant food, and the dining hall. Fu Yao sat beside Yi Li, and, worried she might be uncomfortable in the unfamiliar environment, started a conversation. How's your luggage for the capital star? Are you planning to buy more when you get there? Yi Li shook her head. I stored everything I need in my spatial lock. Master said it's convenient to carry around like this, and less likely to get lost. Fu Yao was momentarily speechless. In the Federation, spatial locks are generally recognized as storage devices for mechs and exoskeletons. The related technology, and the cost of the outer shell and inner core are considerable. Using spatial locks to modify and use as packing boxes, such absurd things, wasn't entirely outrageous in the hands of Cui Sheng, the genius of the Federation's mech industry. After all, that master craftsman, ever since he officially rose to fame in the mecha pilot world, had always adhered to a research style of frightening people to death, and scoffed at those who merely copied others' work. In his eyes, so-called conservatives were nothing more than a bunch of incapable fools, spouting nonsense and making grandiose claims. Fu Yao patiently explained to her, important things can be stored in the spatial lock, other everyday trifles can be stored in boxes. Few people on the capital star, or even the entire central star system, use spatial locks to store all their belongings. Yi Li understood that this was teaching her daily habits, so she nodded in agreement. The journey from star K563 to the distant capital star of the central star system is a considerable distance, measured in light years. The numbered star cluster, devoid of orbiting satellites or asteroid belts, resembles a bare, decaying tree, its branches and leaves withered, its gloomy backdrop unchanging for days. The four people who came to pick up the little girl went about their business, but Yi Li remained in the center of a large, reception-style hall, standing on the cold floor, gazing out at the two expansive interstellar glass windows offering excellent views. A circle of cushioned seats lined the edge where the massive, floor-to-ceiling glass canopy met the viewer, seemingly for a brief rest. To the residents of bustling cities, the numbered star system would be a quiet, secluded place that evoked only fleeting interest, but for Yi Li, who had lived there since the day she opened her eyes, it held an inexplicable connection. She was a person without a past, unaware of her birth time or place. Yet, she was also someone with memories of the past, all contained within the numbered stars. The feeling of reluctance to leave was subtle. To describe it in Yili's words, it was roughly this: before leaving, because she was still on this land, she didn't realize its importance, but only when she stepped off the ship did she find the pain intense. That night, Yili couldn't sleep. Staying up all night studying or working was commonplace, but purely physiological insomnia was truly a first for her. If her master, who was always dismissive and defiant at the machine shop, knew about her insomnia, he'd probably be very pleased and call her future bald little dwarf 3 times. Of course, she would never agree. Chapter 37. After a night of traversing the universe, the gray landscape outside the starship underwent a dramatic transformation. The cosmos gradually transformed into an endless sea of light against a backdrop of azure blue, with countless magnificent galaxies accompanied by tiny stars that shimmered like shattered diamonds, luminous halos resembling dreamlike visions, and comets with long, radiant tails, a spectacle rarely seen, even in centuries. The colors were dazzling and overwhelming. This was the first time Yili had witnessed such a vibrant array of colors and dazzling brilliance. Even in a vivid dream, she could hardly imagine such a magnificent scene. Because she hadn't slept all night, Yili became the first to spot a bright spot. She tentatively touched the massive glass wall, using her personal terminal to continuously photograph and save the images, then shared them with her father, who was on a numbered star, and her sisters. Master Chui, disciple, did you go sightseeing or to take an exam? And sending me photos at this hour, were you not sleeping properly again? Shiro, wow! I never imagined an alien star system could be so beautiful. After graduating from Dawn next year, I'm going to study in an alien star system too. Yili quickly switched away the moment she opened her master's reply. Damn it, she'd completely forgotten her master's strange sensitivity to her all-nighters, and his unerring accuracy in catching her doing it. If she couldn't afford to offend him, she'd better avoid him. As for Chihiro's reaction, it was perfectly normal. The 2 sisters, both country bumpkins who had never left their home planet, would be happy if Chihiro could get into the capital star next year. They could help and look after each other and alleviate their homesickness. She shut down her personal terminal and leaned her head against the spotless glass wall to continue peering out. Occasionally, exceptionally bright planets seemed to be ablaze, or shooting stars, their light shimmering, seemed to brush past the starship as they departed. The shimmering light gently filtered through the glass walls, casting a soft glow into her eyes, causing a barely perceptible ripple in her hazy, serene tea-colored eyes. When Fuisue emerged from the lounge, the first thing he saw with his long, narrow, dark eyes, which seemed to hold no light or color, was this static, breathtaking scene. His footsteps were steady and firm, his voice as light as a feather. But the girl, lost in stargazing, remained remarkably perceptive. Her delicate nose twitched slightly. Didn't sleep all night? Yili replied vaguely, offering no explanation of how much sleep she had slept in the past. A gap of over a decade would be hard to believe. Master Chui sent me dozens of critical messages on his personal terminal early this morning, saying that as the team leader, I allowed my teammates to neglect their health. The words, though laced with a hint of jest, were delivered in a detached tone, creating an awkward and jarring effect. Fortunately, the person he was speaking to was also calm and collected. Yili, speaking from a neutral perspective, said, "It's Master's fault. He always considers himself a father figure, so he probably wants to force you, as the team leader, into his new fatherly role as well." Fuisue listened to the girl's straightforward analysis. Master Chui's words make sense. Yili was then captivated by the vast, magnificent planetary cluster outside, its standby personal terminal activating again to record what she considered the most beautiful sights. Fuisue settled into the summoned hoverchair, stopping near the glass wall. He seemed about to say something more when a sharp alarm suddenly interrupted him. Beep. The ever-active safety system repeatedly broadcast an emergency situation throughout the starship. The Nolan asteroid system we are about to pass through is currently in a state of combat. All starships, please take immediate action to avoid the area and plan alternative routes. Fuisue jumped off the hover chair and strode towards the control room to assess the situation. Since the other crew members seemed to be still asleep, Yili followed to help. She took a rubber band from her personal storage device and neatly tied her loose black hair, making herself look somewhat more presentable. Fuisue's long, slender fingers moved swiftly across the control panel, almost leaving after images. Soon, the system provided a relatively complete overview of the situation, revealing the specific events occurring on the edge of the Nolan asteroid system. The planet Cirrus in the Nolan minor star system was attacked by a small group of space pirates last night. The fierce battle lasted from last night until this morning. Circe's own security ships and support ships dispatched from within the system worked together to completely wipe out the pirates. Currently, they are in the crucial final stages of clearing out the remaining pirates. Therefore, Planet Circe refuses all foreign starships any short-term or long-term stopover or transit. All starships that have received this warning from this planet are requested to change their routes immediately. Those entering the red line warning area will be subject to unconditional control and inspection. The term space pirate has long been a hot topic on the star network rankings throughout the Federation, so Yili was naturally familiar with it. However, having spent most of her time confined to numbered star systems, she didn't have a general concept or a concrete image of what a pirate was. For a child like her, who grew up fighting and battling in semi-polluted and contaminated zones of numbered star systems, S, S+, and SS-class alien beasts and plants were perhaps more commonplace. After all, every part of an alien beast or plant was valuable, usable in mecha weapons, and supplementing their livelihood. Even the fiercest and most terrifying species would automatically be converted into a pile of exorbitantly priced star coins in her little head. Before glittering gold, all beings were equal. Yili opened her personal terminal and switched to the Star Network search engine, hoping to find some authentic news reports with the help of the all-powerful Star Network users. Fu Yi then retrieved a new route from the starship's database. He restored the starship to autopilot mode and skillfully deactivated the system's warning horn. Seeing Yili slightly pursing her lips as if deep in thought, he casually remarked, although the government has been cracking down hard, relatively wealthy planets like Circe, far from the central region of the star system, remain the preferred targets for space pirates. Yili immediately understood. Far from the center of the galaxy, where politics and economics reside, security systems are less vulnerable, and the level of vigilance is lower, making them easy targets. Richer areas mean that space pirates could easily obtain enough money and goods to satisfy their needs. She couldn't help but consider her long-desired planet, K563. Indeed, it was located on the extreme periphery, and security measures were virtually non-existent except for the various gangs entrenched on the planet, making it another easy location to raid. However, the planet's inhabitants lived at a very basic level of living, with virtually no surplus resources besides nutrient solutions for space pirates to plunder. So, the truth was undeniable, the star she cherished was so poor that even space pirates wouldn't lay a hand on it. If forced to analyze this undeniable fact, Yili didn't know whether it was good or bad. A subtle crack involuntarily appeared on her usually cool and composed expression. So poor that even space pirates wouldn't deign to attack it, the thought filled her with shame. Yili nodded. She walked out of the control room, wanting to sit outside and process the truth, no matter what. Fu Isue had intended to use this opportunity to elaborate on fulfilling his responsibilities as squad leader Cui Shengding, but noticed that Yi Li's gentle tea-colored eyes seemed unconsciously vacant. She turned and left without a word, lost in thought. Standing in a daze, Yi Li walked back to the arranged restroom and took a shower. Warm water dripped perfectly from the showerhead onto her cool, white skin. Delicate water droplets slid gently down her full forehead and delicate nose, tracing graceful arcs, like a light paintbrush delicately sketching the girl's rejuvenated beauty amidst her weariness. Yi Li found a moment of relief in the shower, changed into new clothes, and leisurely combed her slightly damp black hair. When she stepped out of the shower, she was still the flawless girl unique to her star. Fu Yao, however, only reluctantly emerged from her break room after the others had started breakfast, her hair a mess of unrecognizable waves. Xie Shuangbai and Meng Heng had both told Yi Li about Qi Ro's incessant morning grumpiness, so Yi Li settled in and sipped her freshly squeezed juice. Fu Yao, upon opening her eyes, had already resigned herself to another nightmarish day. However, as she left, unkempt, she caught a glimpse of a pretty figure sitting quietly. Slender fingers deftly held a delicate glass of orange juice, and rosy lips rhythmically sucked on the straw. Fu Yao snapped back to reality. This was no longer the unbearable situation of being forced to stay among smelly men. Her team had just picked up a fragrant young girl yesterday. Her troubled expression vanished instantly, replaced by a warm, undulating embrace. She even nuzzled the soft girl a few times before reluctantly settling down beside her. Yi Li, was she sucked? Chapter 38. Fu Yao sat up as if boneless, lazily leaning her entire body back into the hover chair. The sluggishness she had displayed upon waking seemed to gently dissipate. Like a cat lover seeking stress relief, she successfully absorbed away her restless morning grumpiness, once again firmly maintaining her bossy demeanor. According to the analysis from the control room, the starship was estimated to officially land on the capital star before tomorrow morning. Yili seized the last moments of the voyage to briefly inform her Stargirl friends on the numbered star, and Cui Sheng that everything was going smoothly. Cui Sheng, seemingly noticing his apprentice's homesickness, gave her a boost of confidence. When you arrive at the capital planet, one of my juniors will pick you up. Her name is In Sherwe. You can stay with her temporarily until you officially participate in the special recruitment exam. Don't be shy at all. She owes me a huge favor and wouldn't dare treat you badly. The familiar tone of Master Cui, the familiar arrogant style of taking advantage of kindness, even from a distance of countless light years, one could sense Master Cui's true nature. Yili naturally agreed obediently, indicating that she would follow her master's arrangements. At this moment, Chiro, though surrounded by a large group of students in a large lecture, was already completely absorbed in her personal terminal, even wanting to preempt her friends in completing her output. She didn't even have time to type a reply before forwarding a popular post on the school's internet. It has to be said that gossip is perhaps an innate human trait. In a world where tangible and intangible pressures accumulate both on the surface and beneath, only the sparks of gossip can offer a brief moment of relaxation. Yili replied with one to indicate that he had seen it, and then clicked on the link sent by Chiro. Breaking news. A TI which has appeared in Dawn Library, the treasure of our great Dawn Academy. Upon first glance at the headline, she instinctively fell into deep silence. The title The T-Eyed Witch of the Library carried a touch of magic, wisdom, eeriness, and absurdity. If you covered up the word T, even putting all the remaining words together, Yili would have absolutely no idea what kind of campus ghost story it described. But the sheer rarity of T-Eyed was like finding sand in a vast ocean, forcing her to admit that no one else could compare. Yili felt inexplicably innocent, and scrolled down the page to read the details. The poster described themselves as a student on the verge of death, and aside from the top-tier military academies of the Federation, university admissions did indeed take place much later in the evening. When the poster was working themselves to the bone for their life goals, they would arrive at the library before dawn and reluctantly leave only after dark. The exact opening time of the library depended on the wake-up time of the staff in charge. The library's official opening hours are from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., but in reality, depending on the schedule of the teacher responsible for setting the opening time, it can be flexible between 5:30 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Once, the poster mistakenly arrived an hour early, and discovered the library opened earlier than expected. However, this only varies within a certain time frame. Each opening time is like drawing a lottery, completely unpredictable. So, he simply arrived early every day, braving the cold wind, hoping for a lucky break. And then, one day, the witch appeared. Reading this, Yili roughly understood the true story. The poster continued, recounting how he had won a bet a few days prior, and entered the library around 6 p.m. After putting down his backpack and books, he turned to turn on the light, but was horrified to discover a glow emanating from the area on the first floor where paper and e-books were still locked. Thinking he was mistaken, he glanced again, only to be met with a pair of deep, dark brown eyes amidst the countless alloy bookshelves and the meticulously arranged books. The poster vehemently stated that he hadn't turned on the light, yet the brown eyes within the completely dark bookshelves were glowing. Brown is usually a very gentle color, but for the poster at that moment, it was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Terrified, he stumbled towards the light switch. Turning on the light emboldened him, and the more afraid he became, the more recklessly determined he was to investigate. The poster stated that, in his quest to explore the mysterious unknown, he pressed his entire body against the specially designed glass wall, staring intently into the source of the light. To express his fearless spirit of seeking the truth, he vividly used a gecko clinging to a wall as a metaphorical sketch, which the surrounding students, half appreciating and half teasing, praised as a brilliant analogy. However, for some reason, no matter how he looked inside from different angles, he could never find the original light. Frustrated, he had no choice but to give up and continue studying. At the end, he repeatedly emphasized that he didn't believe in superstitions, so he observed in the same direction every day. After only seeing it once, it disappeared again, which he suspected was because the teacher in charge opened the door late on the other days, preventing him from seeing it. The whole story was told vividly, and to borrow a bit of clickbait style, I tentatively given it the nickname the T-Eyed Witch of the Library to share with fellow alumni. As one of the countless alumni of Shuguang Basic School, Chiro herself, as her good roommate who faced the T-Eyed Witch climbing over the wall to return to the dorm early in the morning, no need to think. She could arrive at the correct answer in a second. She could even be considered half a question reader. After posting the link, a very subtle sentence was added at the end. As expected of you, Lily, the hidden academic genius of our great Dawn Basic School, She spends at school for a maximum of a month, knows only one student, me, your sister, yet she can still stir up a storm within the school network. The semi-hidden campus buzz caused by this hidden master is something I, Chiro, can't even begin to describe. Yi Lily gritted her teeth. No more sarcastic remarks. Chiro pretended not to know. Oh. What are you saying? Of course, it's just my sincere and flowing respect for Master Yi. Yi Lily smiled insincerely. Okay, little Chi, please speak like a human being. Chiro, as if performing a play, actually, I plan to apply to the mental coding department of Sotho's military academy next year. If you succeed, remember to give me a hand. Yi Lily realized what was going on, but dared not presume, if I get accepted through special admissions. During breakfast, the five of them seemed to be having a routine meeting, after which they all went their separate ways to get busy. Only then did Yi Li truly grasp the reality of this being a newly formed team. However, while they felt perfectly in sync and flawless during several virtual arena battles, why did they seem so indifferent and self-absorbed in their personal lives? Could it be that the team members all had that strange relationship, perfectly coordinated at work, but utterly superfluous in their personal lives? That wasn't entirely incomprehensible. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her personal terminal beeped, indicating a notification from the back end. Worried about the barrage of messages from her arrogant master and gossipy Xiao-Qi, Yi Li decided to retreat to the rest room to investigate further. However, upon returning to the rest room and turning on her personal terminal, a notification popped up. Dear Dawn, you have been invited to the Cherish Life. Stay away from Fugo Group. Frostflower, White Willow, Hung wants to show off his skills, and your big cousin are all your friends in the group. There's a small group. Yi Li suddenly fell silent. I think your group name, which claims to cherish life, is incredibly disrespectful of life. In an instant, the aloof, dignified, and powerfully charismatic Captain Fu, the young master of the Fu family, transformed in Yi Li's eyes into the image of a suffering, long-suffering old man. Once this impression formed, it was as if he had been completely pulled away by 8 wild horses. It would be difficult to reverse it no matter what, and perhaps when he met Captain Fu's lifeless, dark eyes, a cold, clashing feeling would rise again. The 3 free spirits within this small group were completely. A simple invitation to join a group had already changed the new teammates' perspectives, opening their eyes to a world of transformation. It was 11:30 p.m. that night. The starship officially arrived at the capital star. Yi Li remained seated motionless by the glass wall. Looking down from above, the planet's dazzling light seemed to scorch her amber eyes. Her gentle, serene gaze couldn't bear the weight of the city's vibrant, radiant glow. Even the darkest nights seemed to be illuminated like daytime by the brilliant lights. On the numbered star, the few dim little star stones that lingered in the darkness each night were instantly wiped away by the planet's magnificent, dazzling light. Using the reflection from the glass wall, Yi Li cautiously surveyed the other members of the ship. Lil Yao's bright and beautiful appearance seemed heavily made up. Lil Ming's youthful features were vaguely outlined by the light, revealing her teenage years. Xie Shuangbai's phoenix eyes seemed to be tinged with a slightly upturned eyeliner. But when she moved to Fu Isui at the very back, his dull black eyes still failed to reflect any light. His tall and slender figure was obscured by the long, dark shadow of Hua Guang's tail. Perhaps her gaze lingered too long, or perhaps the other person was exceptionally sensitive to gazes. She seemed to catch the other person's gaze directed at her, in the reflection of the glass wall. Yi Li subconsciously looked away, carefully examining her own reflection. The initial feeling that Hua Guang's brilliance was too great actually seemed to come true. The image of Yi Li reflected in the glass wall, though enveloped in a radiant glow like glittering pearls and stars, seemed to be politely and reservedly shielded from the warmth and brilliance by her calm, tea-colored eyes, gentle yet aloof. The ripples that had stirred her heart like a still lake vanished as if by illusion. She quietly composed herself, her heart, which had been calm for months, suddenly pounding violently, as if it would tear from her chest and leap out. It hurt, but she could endure it. When the starship had fully landed, Yi Li lost interest in the dazzling sea of lights. She followed the 4 people, slowly slinging her small backpack over her shoulder and stepping off the starship's deck. Not far away stood a middle-aged woman in a wool coat, seemingly approaching the starship. The caramel-colored wool coat was covered by a soft striped scarf. The middle-aged woman had a gentle and elegant appearance. She nodded slightly, then stood before the slender, reserved, and aloof young woman. Hello, Xiaoli, my name is Yin Shirwe. She's a good friend of your unreliable master. You can call me Aunt Yin, Aunt Shirwe, or Aunt Yu, whatever you like. Will you be able to live with me on the capital planet? Chapter 39. A beautiful auntie with light brown, slightly curled hair cascading down her slender shoulders, gently introduced herself and, after consulting Yi Li's opinion, contentedly led the most intelligent and obedient member of the starship's crew, Yi Li, directly onto the arriving spacecraft. The spacecraft retained residual warmth from the previous energy consumption. Yi Li's delicate and pretty face, despite the biting wind, was fortunately saved from the harsh north wind by the considerate and thoughtful Aunt Yin Shirwei, preventing her soft cheeks from freezing into a facial paralysis similar to Fu's. Yin Shirwei piloted the spacecraft to a small villa complex in the city center. She had been allocated a small apartment there due to her work. Of course, Yi Li's master, Old Chui, also had one, but since Chui Datu was rarely on the capital planet, it was likely gathering dust. She couldn't let the quiet young girl live in such a filthy place, a place even a dog would find uncomfortable. The villa community here boasts a beautiful and natural environment, featuring both pristine natural scenery with mountains, lakes, bridges, and rainbows, and cutting-edge space-saving technologies such as floating islands and self-balancing scooters. Each villa has its own sizable garden for personal enjoyment or relaxation, and the parking spaces for the flying vehicles are located in the underground area, fully meeting the needs of every resident. Compared to the simple and rustic layout of the former Star Machinery shop, front shop, back room, a graceful villa now stands, its ivory white paint and moon-white eaves creating a striking contrast. The vibrant flowers in the small garden are breathtaking, and even in the dim light of late at night, the outlines of the flowers and plants can still be faintly seen in the soft glow of the streetlights. When Yin Shirwei asked where she wanted to stay, Yi Li almost reflexively chose the attic. The attic was about 2.5 stories high in the villa, with a small glass-enclosed balcony. Inside was a starry blue astronomical telescope and several beautiful plants. Yin Shirwei told her that the balcony had special facilities for observing the plants' ecology and maintaining their health, so she didn't need to care for them. The ceiling was a sloping roof with angled sides, so when lying on the small bed, her head was directly facing a clean, bright glass window, and then looking out at the azure sky. The slightly cramped room gave her a strong sense of security. Its delicate and exquisite design seemed to completely envelop her. After showering, Yi Li obediently said goodnight to Yin Shirwei and went to sleep in the attic. The bed was softer than the mechanically slept-down bed, but it was harder to fall asleep. She slowly closed her brown eyes, inhaling the familiar fragrance of the newly laid-out bedding. Just as she finally relaxed, a familiar, long-forgotten pain swept over her small, frail body once more. At the same time, fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her smooth forehead, and her quiet sleeping posture began to tremble with suppressed pain. Yi Li's chest heaved with pain throughout the not-so-long night, until she was half-conscious and numb, finally regaining a state of utter exhaustion. The next morning, Yi Li touched her chest, still feeling a lingering pain, and after confirming that all the aches in her limbs were intact, she finally let out a sigh of relief. That strange torment, as if it wanted to crush and reassemble her bones and flesh, was the second time she had personally experienced it since leaving the petri dish. Yi Li was fairly certain that it was related to the underground laboratory in the head forest, but having only just arrived on the capital planet of the Central Star System, she couldn't find anyone she could truly trust. If she were to stumble into the clutches of the laboratory's management, she would have nowhere to hide. Currently, the only known symptom is a growth spurt. There are no other adverse or abnormal reactions. It's best to observe further before making a decision. She spent the rest of her time in the mecha-making workshop prepared by Yin Shirwei. Since it was uncertain when she would be required to participate in the special recruitment assessment, every minute was precious to Yi Li and shouldn't be wasted. After tireless work day and night, Yi Li finally completed her beloved mecha. She marked many areas for further upgrades and improvements on the original design, but currently lacked certain rare materials and exorbitant star coins. In her view, this mecha was the basic model for a future complete form. Therefore, she named the mecha she could create with all the resources available, Dawn 1.0, envisioning future upgrades or modifications that could be updated according to its level. On the night the mecha was completed, Yi Li slept inside the mecha's cockpit. The mecha's spine is based on the vertebral skeleton of a rare star beast, the wind god dragon, which she once hunted. This dragon's spine is entirely translucent, resembling clear jade, hence many mecha masters in the industry refer to it as jade bone or crystal bone. Yi Li chose silvery white snow crystal, or as the main material for the mecha. Snow crystal, or is also an extremely precious mecha material, possessing a strong effect on generating and amplifying the mecha's overall performance and various ability values. What particularly pleased Yi Li was a particular characteristic of this snow crystal, or its clean, silvery white appearance not only looked pure and holy, but was also resistant to any bloodstains, preventing any stains from seeping in during combat. When mecha students or enthusiasts order custom-made mechas, most prefer cool and stylish designs with powerful firepower. However, some individual soldiers prefer darker colors that are less prone to getting dirty, which is why this color consistently tops the sales charts. Even her squad leader Fuisue's personal mecha, according to Sister Yao, is a classic all-black design. Yi Li's mecha is made of snow crystal ore, covered with a gray mist paint finish, and has a thin metal exoskeleton made of black steel for cushioning and defense. The only thing left to do is to set up the internal mecha intelligence system. She plans to wait until classes start before slowly figuring out how to proceed. Since she'd be staying in the mecha cabin at night, Yi Li took a blanket from the attic and half lay it on top of her, the small, warm space inexplicably soothing her nerves. Her dream, which began with her first lesson on the memory chip after emerging from the petri dish, has finally come true. Aside from the 12 years of aimless, rootless drifting, the mecha that filled her with all her hope during those few short years was especially precious. Early on the morning she awoke from the mecha, Inshirue, having let Yi Li do what she was told, was like a gentle mother at home, peacefully waiting for her child to return. She smiled as she watched Yi Li gracefully descend the stairs. Despite her still cool and refined face, a silent joy inexplicably emanated from her. Inshirue went to the counter, poured a glass of freshly squeezed juice, and handed it to Yi Li. Yi Li obediently thanked her, took the glass, and sipped it slowly with both hands. The two quickly became close friends after only a few days of interaction, mainly because Inshirue would talk to Yi Li about Master Cui Sheng's youthful days, and his hidden dark history, including Cui Date's unwavering free-spirited and willful nature over the years. Inshirue's gentle and elegant demeanor unconsciously revealed an elegant disdain when she complained to Yi Li about the unkempt Cui Sheng, echoing the usually calm and composed Yi Li's motherly helplessness during her own complaints. As Cui Sheng's direct junior from his time at Sotho's military academy, Inshirue witnessed firsthand the historical moments that her predecessor stirred up both on and off campus. Back then, your master was several times more arrogant than he is now. After having his materials stolen during the first inter-school competition, he held a deep grudge and resorted to all sorts of bizarre tactics. When he returned to the competition, he was like a man possessed, relentlessly targeting that school and desperately trying to steal their materials back. When the school that had been robbed started to behave more cautiously, making sure their mech pilots weren't isolated and vulnerable to attack. He then discussed with the team's main commander the plan to deliberately set traps to lure other teams into stealing his materials. It's said that he made significant compromises with the senior officer, who was the main commander, to achieve this ulterior motive. After all, your master was already considered the best mech pilot in the military academy at the time. A soldier who cherished mechs, like his wife, naturally couldn't refuse a compromise from an excellent mech pilot. It's undeniable that holding onto a mech was like holding onto one's lifeline. Subsequent developments gradually became completely abnormal. For example, mech pilots used the resources they had to create their own small self-defense weapons, which, when not piloting mechs, could provide considerable defense at medium to long range. On the positive side, this spurred continuous innovation in the role of mech pilots on the field. On the negative side, the mech pilots on the military academy field created a chaotic and disorganized scene. Yi Li nodded in agreement and prepared to carefully consider how to innovate. Inshirue gently reminded her, when you arrive in Sothos, be sure not to reveal that your master is Cui Sheng, otherwise there's a good chance you'd be implicated. Yi Li, so my master's reputation is already like this? His hatred level has been firmly established. The day she headed to the Sothos military academy was a rare sunny day in winter, the first time Yi Li had personally witnessed and experienced a truly sunny day. Although the central star system has clear skies, due to the late winter, even the faint light is mostly obscured by low-lying clouds, at most a sliver brighter than the brightest daytime on the numbered star. Days like today, which can be described as truly sunny, are rare. Antine, while driving her, remarked, "Good weather is a sign of good luck." Yi Li softly echoed, curiously gazing outside and letting the bright, warm sunlight linger on her body for as long as possible. The faint warmth was quickly swept away by the inconsiderate wind, yet the light stubbornly sought to absorb the newly fallen rays, making her pale skin appear as clear as jade. Inshirue glanced at this scene in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile. The scene was so much like a tall, graceful sapling stretching its supple branches towards the car window, struggling to grow strong. So cute, she thought to herself. Chapter 40. After undergoing a special security scan at the entrance of the Sothos Military Academy, Inshirue's aircraft was released into the campus by security equipment. Yi Li, propping her head up, carefully inhaled the overwhelming scent of high technology and star coins. Insherway explained that this was merely a reception area within one of the Sothos campuses, so there weren't many military academy students rushing around. Everywhere, lush green grass and vibrant flowers were everywhere. Rows of tall trees dotted the flat open space radiating from the semi-floating office buildings. Each floor of the top-shaped, gray-blue floating building was illuminated by a shimmering blue light. Insherway parked the aircraft in the underground garage, swiped her ID card, and led Ely through the gate at the tip of the top-shaped building, taking a vertical elevator to the target floor. Ely was still wearing the same fitted, simple black combat uniform as on the numbered star, with a long, ankle-length down jacket for warmth. The stark contrast between the pure black of the inner lining and the jade-like inner shell, devoid of even a hint of pale pink lipstick, made her appear like a freehand sketch in the cold, icy corridor. On the surface, the assessment seemed to have yet to begin, but in reality, the faculty responsible for it had already been monitoring the girl, who had suddenly activated the special recruitment system via the corridor's security cameras. Is the girl that sure you brought the one who's going to participate in this special recruitment? If they hadn't found the special recruitment regulations, I almost forgot such a rule existed. According to the school rules, as long as there's an outstanding military academy student or a teacher with the rank of associate professor or higher as a guarantor, the Sothos special recruitment process can officially begin. Who vouched for the girl? Besides Professor Insheryu, shouldn't there also be a student guarantor? Oh, the student guarantors include Fu Isue, Fu Yao, Meng Heng, and Xie Shuangbai. These brats are probably trying to recruit the girl into their team. Someone chosen by this year's troublemaker, Fu, shouldn't disappoint us. In the waiting room, the big shots from Sothos, either acting as inspectors or simply enjoying the spectacle, sat on soft chairs, scanning the monitor screens and chatting casually. Fu Shi was stopped in front of the specially made alloy door, swiped her ID card, and walked inside with Ely. About 10 steps away, they met a one-way observation glass wall completely separating the inside from the outside. A supervising teacher sat at the security checkpoint, responsible for recording information. Suddenly, the loudspeaker announced, "Candidates participating in the special recruitment assessment, please complete the security check and enter the examination room as soon as possible." The assessment rules will now be read. 1. This assessment is a special recruitment assessment, and the entire process will be recorded by surveillance cameras. 2. The special recruitment assessment consists of 3 parts: knowledge assessment, combat assessment, and mecha assessment. Failure in any one of these assessments will result in immediate disqualification and termination of the assessment. 3. The assessment is jointly certified by instructors from various branches of the Sothos Military Academy. A team composed of the heads of the individual combat department is responsible for the main part of the special recruitment assessment. 4. The rules will be announced separately before each mini-assessment. Please listen carefully before starting to answer the questions. 5. The maximum duration of this assessment is 24 hours. Please be mindful of the time. The rules have been read. Candidates, please complete the security check and the assessment will officially begin. Ely handed his belongings to Insheryu for safekeeping, wearing only a down jacket and a mecha necklace, quickly completed the security check, and walked unhurriedly into the arena. Behind the security gate was a pure white space, where all matter could be projected into physical form. A transparent platform slowly rose from the center, and almost simultaneously, the loudspeaker inside broadcast the first specific instruction. Candidates participating in the special recruitment, please complete identity verification using your ID card and fingerprint. This process was almost identical to when Ely received his ID card and residence permit at the numbered star. He placed his ID card flat above the red light on the verification device and pressed his right thumb into the fingerprint scanner's groove, waiting for verification to complete. Beep. You have completed verification. Your identity is confirmed as Ely female, resident of star K563. The assessment officially begins. First item: knowledge reserve. In 1 minute, a knowledge-based examiner will be generated in the assessment room based on the database information. The examiner will ask questions to the candidate. The candidate must begin answering within 5 minutes. The question types are fill in the blank and problem solving. The candidate must answer 200 questions correctly within 2 hours, with an accuracy rate of no less than 80%. The loudspeaker's voice had barely faded when countless blue-white streams of information suddenly appeared on the previously flat open space, quickly converging into a middle-aged scholar with piercing eyes. His attire was dignified yet not serious. His beige casual suit added a touch of nonchalance to his appearance. He was indeed a scholar with a good temper. "It's actually old Tan." Someone in the room, connected to the monitoring back-end, suddenly exclaimed. "Old Tan has a full schedule of classes on campus today, otherwise he probably would have come to see what's going on. Of course, after all, he's the gentle but tough ace of our Sothos Military Academy." Tan Qingwen, also known as Lao Tan, is a professor of military tactics at the Sothos Military Academy. His outstanding students either become exceptional commanders capable of leading large teams or highly skilled individual soldiers with superior tactical and combat abilities, capable of leading action groups independently. His most brilliant achievement doesn't end there. He is the only instructor who can somewhat restrain Cui Sheng, the unconventional and eccentric genius of the Mecha Division, who suddenly appeared and changed the landscape of military academy competitions. Although his method of restraint involves using seemingly unorthodox methods to counter Cui Sheng's tactics, employing various quick and convenient ways to utilize mecha materials, methods that seem inefficient to others. After all, materials and time are always limited in the competition. Simply relying on clever tricks with materials and equipment is not conducive to gaining points. Therefore, conservation and reuse become unavoidable key elements throughout the military academy competitions. Yi Li was unaware of everything the professors knew. She had already begun answering the questions posed by the scholar opposite her, which gave her a feeling of being back at the Joint Assembly's Mecha Pilot assessment. The only difference was the focus of their knowledge base. However, the two were essentially interconnected fields, sharing the same fundamental principles. She answered quickly and steadily, and the teachers watching from backstage began to nod frequently. According to the unwritten consensus within the special recruitment regulations, special recruitment not only signifies something special and extra, but also implies exceeding the general recruitment standards. In other words, a small portion of the questions in the database are implicitly permitted to be beyond the syllabus. Yi Li's ability to answer fluently and unhurriedly already demonstrated her solid theoretical knowledge. When she had answered 199 questions correctly, the gentle scholar suddenly revealed a rather unsettling smile, and slowly posed what was perhaps the final question the candidate would face. Ask a question. On the field, if your team's mech pilot is robbed of materials and survival resources, how would you solve this problem? Explain the steps and reasons in detail. This question immediately elicited a similar as expected. This is a common problem expression from all the teachers in the room. In recent years, military academy competitions have favored vying for the fixed supply of mech materials and the resources obtained by other teams. The most impressive example was Cui Sheng's demonstration of single-handedly creating a homemade bomb. While many students have shown flashes of inspiration along this path since, none have surpassed his skill. The teachers highly praised the assessment system for generating this current-day-related question, believing that gathering diverse opinions would help develop new ideas. The only one in the know, Yin Shirui, felt extremely conflicted. Could this be the so-called master's burden falling on the disciple's shoulders, a predetermined fate? Upon hearing this, Yi Li immediately thought of one of the essential skills for a mecha pilot that her master had been constantly emphasizing to her since before accepting her as a disciple. Protect your own materials, easily seize others' materials. A fool without ingredients deserves only to starve. However, she couldn't answer directly like that, nor could she reveal all her thoughts, because Cui Sheng had also emphasized a second essential skill for a mecha pilot. Attack the enemy with 3 parts, and keep 7 parts for yourself. This meant that revealing only 3 parts of one's abilities to others was sufficient. Those who revealed all their trump cards and backup plans deserved to be targeted and killed. Although Cui Sheng was willing to generously call his little disciple both teacher and friend in terms of her talent and ability as a mecha pilot, he considered himself her undisputed grandmaster in his understanding of the dark and sordid aspects of human nature. Fortunately, Yi Li's quick reply allowed her to carefully consider her words. First, we need to maintain distance from other military academy teams to prevent ambushes, especially when mech pilots begin repairing or modifying their mechs. Second, most of the mech materials accumulated on the field should be stored in the trunks of individual or command mechs. This allows for minor spatial adjustments to the cockpits beforehand with the team's mech pilots. Furthermore, when it's impossible to maintain distance on the field, we can adopt a method of immediate collection and exchange, or directly process parts that are difficult to store, such as the spine and front and rear claws, into simpler versions of longswords or club-like weapons. She slowly and methodically listed these 3 relatively easy-to-implement methods one by one. Of course, she couldn't reveal all the methods. She needed to maintain the habit of revealing only a portion and keeping some to herself. Professor Tan Qingwen, in his beige suit, elegantly adjusted his glasses. He appeared to be thinking, but was actually retrieving and judging compliance based on system standards. Beep beep. Congratulations to candidate Yi for completing the first stage of the assessment. The emotionless electronic voice, though late, arrived over the loudspeaker, offering a completely insincere congratulation. Now, let's officially begin the second stage, real-life combat. The rules will now be read. After a 5-minute buffer period, this system will generate different types of simulated military academy students based on the highest data of all participating candidates this year. The combat against these simulated military academy students will assess the participating special recruitment candidates' data abilities in various aspects, including agility, attack, skill, defense, and movement. If the candidate can easily defeat the system's data-generated elite military academy students in each field for half an hour to an hour, the candidate will be considered to have successfully passed the stage. Chapter 41. The professor's voices, which had been discussing the correctness and feasibility of Yi answer, suddenly stopped, and they began to focus on the specific rules announced for the second round. Who brought the list of new recruits for this year's Mecha Soldier competition? Give the old man the names of the representative youngsters, so I can hear them clearly. I seem to remember that this year's cohort includes scions of families with profound learning, descendants of orthodox military families, and outstanding students admitted from basic schools with exceptional grades. It's truly a flourishing scene. Good heavens, all 4 students who recommended this girl meet the database's selection criteria. The assessment room. The empty space began to change from pure white to a clear blue sky. The originally flat, paper-thin, cold white walls gradually sprouted large, slightly bulging anti-impact pads to prevent irreversible damage to the weaker party during sparring. After the spatial transformation, the interior was roughly outlined based on the rare data specially stored within the library. Countless fine threads of information quickly converged and shaped her first opponent in the second round. The foxtail braid, the seemingly affectionate phoenix eyes, and the ever-present, reserved aura, it was unmistakably Xie Shuangbai. Unexpectedly, the second round of assessment had already begun with internal strife. The first opponent is actually the Xie family's kid. This kid's combat stats are excellent with no obvious weaknesses. His reported group positions seem to be stealth and sniping, an old professor, always eager for drama, remarked. There might be a good show coming up. Hopefully, their friendship won't be shaken by this one-on-one duel. What's the conflict between 2 people who aren't even in the same position? Besides, it's a one-on-one battle. Pure hand-to-hand combat without relying on terrain, weapons, or other external aids. In this aspect, the model simulated based on Xie's combat data is probably at a slight disadvantage. The topics of discussion outside the arena shifted according to the situation inside, but the enthusiasm of the experts remained undiminished. Gossip is always a necessary factor lurking in human blood, and even venerable figures of considerable age are not immune. With the precedent of the scholars formed by the data stream modeling in the first level, Yi accepted Xie Shuangbai's appearance in the second level quite well. She had indeed fought alongside Xie Shuangbai and others in the virtual arena many times, but she had never fought as an enemy, especially in this rather primitive one-on-one battle mode. Of course, Yi didn't reject such battles. As teammates, it's essential to have a sufficient understanding of the abilities of the other members to achieve maximum cooperation and success. Many outstanding military strategists believe that the person who understands a person best is their enemy. But actually, the person who should understand that person best is their teammate. The long period of working together, the unspoken understanding built through gestures and actions, and the shared struggles of life and death, all these experiences are akin to the scorching heat that forges the hardest steel. If these things aren't enough for teammates to understand each other, if they aren't enough to motivate them to strive for understanding, then even the most brilliant achievements of such a group are nothing more than a superficial, insignificant alliance based on self-interest. As someone who has already been secured a place on the team by Fu Yisui with a hefty sum of star coins, Yi naturally has to take his money seriously, and begin the first step by understanding the combat abilities of team member Xie Shuangbai. Because this was a pure duel, neither of them appeared to be armed. On the surface, Yi was accustomed to using long, sharp blades with sweeping, powerful strokes, but in reality, she was adept at any type of knife. This included the short dagger she always carried when leaving her numbered planet, the swift and clean-cut broadsword, and the long sword that could be wielded with afterimages, all were used with remarkable ease. Of course, her most unique weapon was the hand blade technique, where her fingers were taut and cleaved into a sharp blade shape. As the name suggests, this technique used the hand as a weapon, employing short daggers and knives for close-quarters combat, and extending or swinging the folded arm to transform it into a long sword, cutting through obstacles and aiming for the opponent's vitals. At the start of the fight, Xie Xuanbai suddenly leaped away from Yi Li's position. "Yi Li, you like to create distance when you're trying to hide, but in a one-on-one fight, no matter how much distance you create, you inevitably end up facing each other head-on." Xie Xuanbai seemed to snap out of her daze, and returned to her original spot, raising her hand in a defensive stance. The battle had already officially begun when the opponent was generated. After all, in a real fight, no one would foolishly wait for the referee to call start before making a move. Yi Li's earlier stillness was merely to allow the virtual Xie Xuanbai to adjust its state. After all, the model was generated based on existing data, and the collected data focused more on specific behaviors in specific environments. For example, instinctively creating distance immediately after completion was a sign of not yet fully mastering the technique. Moreover, this technology would likely be difficult to activate even once without special approval from the special recruitment system, so it naturally required a certain amount of internal adjustment and refinement time. Although Yi Li's primary profession was as a mecha pilot, the pride instilled in her by the educational philosophy of individual mecha soldiers prevented her from taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state to gain victory. Both were seasoned veterans. A single knowing glance was enough for them to understand each other. Bang! Before they could even discern the movement, their fists clashed violently in the center of the arena, instantly becoming the focus of all spectators. Analyzing the data recorded on the new batch of military academy students, Xie Xuanbai's combat strength was at the top level across all 6 dimensions, particularly outstanding in agility and strategic ability, though his attack power was slightly weaker compared to the other 2. The special recruitment system was likely testing Yi Li's movement and agility in this match. The exchange of blows created a considerable spectacle, but Xie Xuanbai's slight backward step clearly revealed that he was indeed slightly inferior to Yi Li in strength. The onlookers fell silent. Admittedly, the initial exchange was mostly probing, but while one was probing, the other was also probing. Polite words were always reserved, but those who truly understood always had a scale in their hearts to weigh the pros and cons. The professors, with their discerning eyes and sharp minds, naturally knew the young girl's strength. What followed was a fierce, rapid-fire battle of offense and defense. After Yi Li's initial attack forced Xie Xuanbai back slightly, his face showed no smugness. He calmly and steadily pressed his advantage, transforming his palm into a blade as he attacked his opponent again. After dodging twice, Xie Xuanbai readjusted his fighting style. Using his tall stature, flexible body, and almost instinctive dodging techniques, he subtly drew the two into a back-and-forth tug-of-war. Yi Li decided to test his skills in Xie Xuanbai's preferred techniques and attack speed. In terms of agility and explosive power, she believed she was second to none. After all, from the age of 12 when she regained consciousness, Yi Li had grown up playing a game of hide-and-seek with the countless roots and vines of the crimson nitrate tree and scarlet vine, the overlords of the head forest. This extremely unfair game, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, accompanied her from the time she was a blank slate until her combat skills were developed enough to allow her to escape the head forest. If she hadn't repeatedly pushed her limits, pushing herself to the brink of death, she would probably have been devoured by the crimson nitrate tree and scarlet vine, who entrenched themselves in the forest and used as fertilizer. The fear of death is immense. Back then, the blank-minded Yi Li, unaware of the danger, carved her way through that terror. Now, facing human opponents like herself, Yi Li naturally felt no fear. When it was time to strike, she struck immediately. When it was time to transform her palm into a blade, she slashed forward instantly. If her opponent attacked her with even greater speed, she would retaliate with even greater ferocity. As the battle intensified, even the bigwigs watching from outside noticed something amiss. Tactically, it's often said to use one's strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses, but this young girl completely disregarded this, insisting on directly confronting her opponent's strengths. This was indeed an opportunity to hone her skills, but placing it in a high-risk, high-reward environment like a special recruitment exam, where there's absolutely no room for error. Alas, she's still just a young girl. Yi Li's views were clearly completely different from those of the professors outside. Firstly, she believed in her own abilities, and wanted to compete fairly on the opponent's strengths. Secondly, Master Cui Sheng had once said that a person's talent is always revealed in times of crisis, just as she discovered her uniqueness while struggling to survive and see the world through her battles with the alien plants. Yi Li's agile movements allow her to traverse the great forest of Hater with ease. But more importantly, she can instinctively dodge attacks from anomalous plants, such as sudden, unpredictable changes in direction midair, or the sudden growth of sharp thorns. While aerial combat often restricts movement due to the feeling of being suspended in midair, she uses this ability to avoid damage from unpredictable attacks. This less-revealed survival skill has been refined into a unique attack technique through her daily training against alien plant beasts. By utilizing the flexibility of her arms and controlling the angle of each swing, she subtly amplifies the power of each attack through the momentum of her movements. Furthermore, after frantically increasing her speed, she gains not only more momentum from her arm swings, but also from the momentum generated by her speed itself, reaching an even higher level. Not only would her opponents perceive her attacks as stronger than those of ordinary people, but even onlookers would struggle to discern the subtle, almost habitual changes in her style. At this moment, Xie Shuangbai, passively taking hits in the arena, thought the same thing. Because he was, after all, a Xie Shuangbai simulated by the system based on data from its database, not carrying his own memories, he naturally wouldn't know about one of Yi Li's key combat characteristics that Fu Yisui had analyzed for Xie Shuangbai in the virtual arena. One side grew stronger with each attack, while the other became increasingly vulnerable. The situation on the field gradually became unbelievably clear. Less than half an hour had passed. The first generated challenger had failed. Chapter 42. Yi Li's final chop was mercilessly aimed at his opponent's face. Although the system-generated opponent was using Xie Shuangbai's persona, it wasn't the real person. If he were to fight Xie Shuangbai in real life, such an action would most likely elicit a sorrowful complaint from the young master about his disfigured appearance, rather than the composed demeanor he displayed as he transformed into countless streams of data, slowly disappearing as the simulated image collapsed. The opponents who followed were all among the best of this year's military academy students, yet none of them could drag their battles beyond an hour. This only fueled Yi Li's growing excitement as he continued his fights. The professors outside were completely resigned to their fate. Some of the older professors even secretly extended sincere invitations to professors not present, suggesting they come to the reception area to chat with old friends and have some fun. But secretly, most probably wanted to find their most sarcastic friend to embarrass them together. Because the live-action duel was progressing even more smoothly than expected, the electronic voice playing again even seemed to carry a touch of human helplessness. The last opponent is being generated. Special reminder: the next opponent ranks first in all 6 dimensions among this year's military academy students, and is the most outstanding individual in recent centuries. Because the difficulty far exceeds the special recruitment system settings, the challenge will be declared successful as long as the candidate fights the opponent for a full 15 minutes. Yi Li's eyes darkened slightly. Was this a helpful reminder or deliberately stirring up trouble? Even if the opponent was indeed the most outstanding military academy freshman in the database for centuries, was she the only person in hundreds of years to challenge the special recruitment system, some ordinary individual? If it weren't for the special recruitment system's policy of maintaining fairness by prohibiting the addition of AI-generated emotional simulation blocks, Yi Li would have suspected that the system was deliberately undermining her. The people outside were also stunned. Everyone knew without a doubt that this year's most outstanding student in the military academy recruitment was someone exceptionally talented, as the special recruitment system had commented, unparalleled for centuries. He was worthy of being from a prestigious family, and also worthy of being the only survivor of that massive upheaval suppressed by various factions, possessing immense perseverance in eliminating its lingering threats. As expected, within the 5 minutes of generation time, a data stream, far more powerful than before, converged slowly and steadily in place, like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea. The resulting figure was a tall, handsome young man, with a firm, rock-solid posture. His dark, deep eyes bore a striking resemblance to Fu Yisui himself. The person Yi Li had seen on the night she arrived at the capital star was so dazzling that even countless brilliant lights couldn't dim the darkness in his eyes. Yi Li took a light breath and charged forward the moment her opponent fully materialized. As expected, Fu Yisui also attacked without hesitation the instant all data streams finished loading. Bang! In stark contrast to the probing exchange with Xie Shuangbai, the two experienced and highly motivated young people attacked without much hesitation. The arena was neither too large nor too small. The two, with their overwhelming presence, inevitably clashed, their killing intent mingling. Like a star beast invading their territory, their sensitive nerves instantly detected the intruder, and they ruthlessly wielded their sharpest weapons, crushing the unsuspecting provocateur to death. The professor watching from the outside was also surprised that in the blink of an eye, the two were locked in a life-or-death struggle. Both were handsome young men, with expressionless faces, each strike seemingly aimed at tearing a piece of flesh from the other. Yi Li, relying on his own exceptional fighting instincts, grew wildly and unrestrainedly. The struggle for survival against the most barren, polluted zone in the Great Terror, the desperate fight against darkness and chaos, evolved into a chilling style of killing with every step, every inch fatal. He single-handedly carved out a pure white, indifferent expanse in the absolute darkness, like an endless snowfield. Fuisue, raised in a family with a military tradition, was trained with the most rigorous discipline from a young age. With normal upbringing, he could have become a dazzling talent. However, a certain unspeakable event in his past caused him years of intense torment, completely shaping his character. While the young man was unafraid of hardship, he faced life and death far too early. As the only survivor in that hellish place to have survived all 3 doses of the drug and managed to save himself, he seemed destined to be forever lost in lonely darkness, devoid of any interest in anything. The battle between these two seemingly ruthless young talents was not only filled with a sharp and violent beauty, but also possessed a certain artistic appeal. The battle's momentum fluctuated subtly within a generally balanced situation. Fuisue's dark eyes gleamed with a cold light as he intently watched every attack Yili made, always anticipating and parrying with deadly precision. No matter how meticulously Fuisue's moves were arranged, Yili's limbs always managed to seize the slightest opening and launch another attack. To the group of professors watching from the outside, the speed of the fight appeared to be so fast it was almost a blur, but the true intricacies were beyond the comprehension of those watching. Every opening Yili seized during the fight was accompanied by a fluid movement of bending and then reattaching her arm. Sometimes she would forcefully bend her arm, using the inherent flexibility of her joints. Other times, she would deftly bend her arm and then quickly reattach it before launching another attack. Because she had mastered this technique through countless training sessions, the time it took to complete the movement was roughly equal to the time it took for her arm to bend and rebound, making it impossible for those not directly involved in the fight to perceive its precise movements. The muffled thuds from each strike, whether hitting or blocking, indicated that the fight was not simple in terms of attack power and impact. However, since it was merely a trial, the special recruitment system declared her success after a quarter of an hour. The group of elderly men and women outside had mixed feelings. To say the fight was too short was an exaggeration, as the speed in the later stages was so fast that almost no one with presbyopia could accurately follow each move and observe it clearly. To say the duel was too long would be an understatement. Every second of the standard 15-minute timer was saturated with the two fighters' moves, and a true expert would describe it as frame after frame of pure skill. Unfortunately, the special recruitment system could only access military academy student information to generate simulated opponents during the trial. It was also unfortunate that since the founding of Sotho's military academy, the data of specially recruited candidates had not been allowed to be leaked. The trial was rigorous, but the protection of the talent's privacy was even more precious. Even if he was itching to fight back, he could only keep it to himself. Even if he died from holding it in, he would only have himself to blame. According to the preset challenges, Yili had successfully passed 2 stages. Due to the fatigue from the almost non-stop, continuous battles, the special recruitment system announced a half-hour break when Yili finished. After all, the assessment lasted a whole day. Inside, people were resting, while those watching the play outside were also strolling around in 2s and 3s, getting water and relaxing. The special recruitment system generated a cushioned chair in the testing room, indicating that she should rest. This strange feeling was akin to a sworn enemy who had just been threatening you suddenly and tenderly inviting you to sit down and offering you a delicious meal. Yili didn't currently define feeling uneasy as such. She only felt a bit like her master, who had just scolded his wayward disciple, suddenly becoming ingratiating and asking her to help pay the bill and run errands, remembering his inability to get credit at the tavern. It was inexplicably similar. Of course, this sudden tenderness couldn't possibly be a windfall. Every gift had a price tag attached. The moment Yili sat down, the system used the generated chair as a conduit to initiate a private one-on-one conversation with her. "Can you hear me?" A sweet electronic voice echoed in her mind. "Don't speak. Just think what you want to say in your head. I can hear you." Yili turned to block the view outside. "I can hear you, but I really want to report you right now." "No," the electronic voice hurriedly said. "I already discussed something with you." Yili's eyes flickered slightly, puzzled. "What's there to discuss about one person unifying the world?" She added, "I'm confident in my abilities. I don't need you to pull any strings." The electronic voice said with a hint of flattery, "I saw all your previous assessments. Of course, I know you don't need me to go easy on you. You definitely passed without a problem. I came to tell you some good news." The electronic voice continued without waiting for her reply. "Actually, there's a special rule for passing the 3rd stage of the special recruitment system. as long as the candidate participating in the assessment has a mecha pilot's qualification certificate, it counts as completed. How about that? Won't it save you a lot of trouble? It earnestly suggested. Yili replied straightforwardly, how dare you judge that I can pass early with this rule? Shouldn't such an important rule be told to the examiners accompanying the review outside? After all, aren't they the ones responsible for initiating and reviewing this special recruitment assessment? The electronic voice suddenly burst out with a domineering mature female voice. Go to hell. The electronic voice immediately lost its sweet voice. As if a pitiful child had suffered a great injustice and burst into tears, these old fogies are bullying the system. After the first generation of old men established the special recruitment system, which is me, they said that there would be many self-proclaimed extraordinary brats and brats to play with me. As a result, only 100 years after the old man passed away, this system was directly sealed away by those ignorant old men who didn't know its value. That's fine, but back when the old man was tinkering with me, besides the absolute rationality of the main system's assessment system, they left me a small, independent subsystem. When I'm bored, I can use the backdoor to access the StarNet and play around. Anyway, the system's energy supply, even just from the stars, can barely support me to pass the time. Who knew that the special recruit, who finally came to play with me, would be such a tough nut to crack? The energy consumed in the first 2 stages was so enormous that it shook the system's database. If you continue to open the 3rd stage like this, I accuse you of murdering an innocent system. In that case, this year's system won't have the energy to go out and have fun. It'd just be locked in a dark room. Yili couldn't help but laugh after hearing the little system's childish complaints. Children are cute, but if you tease them, they're even more adorable like little buns. If the little system could actually appear in physical form, it might cry until it hiccups. However, why was the special exception for mecha pilots mentioned specifically to her? How did the system know that she was also a mecha pilot? This needs to be clarified. How did you know this exception might work for me? I came to the capital planet for the legitimate individual recruitment assessment, not the mecha pilot assessment. The little commander suddenly burst into laughter through his tears. This is my exclusive secret. If it weren't for the mecha in your mecha necklace having a fluctuation value far exceeding S+ level, I was worried that the wear and tear during the 3rd virtual mecha test would be too great, forcing me to take a break early. The invincible and noble commander wouldn't have condescended to reveal his true colors. So does that make sense? Chapter 43. Well, is that enough? The system asked Yili in a sworn brotherly tone. Yili still wanted to clarify everything. Could you tell me a little about how you sensed I was a mecha pilot? Otherwise, I strongly suspect you're using your connections on the StarNet to illegally collect my personal information. Yili deliberately exaggerated the situation to put pressure on the system. Although, as a system, the other party might not understand what pressure and tension meant. Although the system was somewhat reluctant, it needed her help, so it reluctantly revealed a small detail. I can only tell you a little bit, but your mecha has a mark left by your spiritual energy. You can relax. Actually, under normal circumstances, it's impossible for outsiders to scan the spiritual energy imprint on your mecha's necklace. If it weren't for the special recruitment assessment room under the system's control, where the system detected the spiritual energy fluctuations of the mecha resonating with yours, I wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. It's a lucky accident. I guess the system is divinely ordained to keep me out of the dark room. Deal? Yili felt much more at ease after hearing the system's explanation. She had her own judgment. She originally intended to switch to mecha pilot as her main major at the end of her first semester in the individual combat department. If she could manage her coursework, she would still minor in individual combat. Such an open and above-board plan didn't need any further concealment from the old professors at the university. In no more than 6 months, all the teachers and students inside and outside Sothos will know that a fool was specially recruited into the individual combat department and then went to become a mecha pilot. If she could first find a way to reveal her identity as a mecha pilot, it would be beneficial for her to apply for a workshop at the school. And most importantly, she didn't want her beloved mecha, Dawn, to make its debut so soon. Especially under the watchful eyes of 2 opposing groups, seemingly ready to tear her apart, the searchlight system that would immediately read her data upon her appearance, and the old scoundrel who might try to taint her beloved mecha's purity by taking advantage of his seniority. These were all things she, as a responsible Dawn's mother, had to consider. However, the public explanation needed careful consideration. According to the established rules, mecha pilots directly pass the 3rd stage of the individual soldier assessment. This should be a closely guarded secret. The specific explanation needed to be carefully considered and agreed upon by everyone. Whether it was Yi Li's imagination or not, when the system vaguely sensed the powerful spiritual energy imprint emanating from the mecha and, through Yi Li's single authorization, confirmed that she had completed the 3-stage mecha pilot test at the joint assembly at the age of 15, the system's smug and proud mood gradually subsided. Yi Li quickly dismissed this illusion and, when the system popped up a message congratulating her on successfully completing the test and being recruited, calmly explained to the jury professor, who had been waiting outside for half a day, why the 3rd stage of the special recruitment test was directly judged as completed. Because the scores in the first 2 stages far exceeded the excellent score threshold of the special recruitment system. The record-breaking test scores can actually bring a windfall of hidden points, almost like robbery. So when I calculated the scores for several matches in the 2 stages in this way, the cumulative score was enough to break all previous records and declare it a success. After all, it was too shameful to mention the reality that the 3rd simulated mecha battle would lead to a shortage of energy this year, a fact that would be embarrassing for the system's family. System, although I, as the system, have no shame, I cannot accept social death. The thought of the future Sothos School History Museum displaying anecdotes and jokes, or some glib, inexperienced teacher using the system's embarrassing moments as gossip or a source of amusement in front of students, makes its proud, slender, and elegant data stream feel like a tangled ball of yarn. The old folks outside are completely unaware of these hidden rules. After all, they weren't even born when the special recruitment system was last activated. The gaps between so many generations cannot be filled. If Yi Li hadn't requested to participate in the special recruitment assessment through Fuisui, this system would probably have remained dormant for several more years. The special recruitment system is absolutely fair. Now that the system has determined Yi Li's assessment as successful and issued an assessment report identical to the one recorded in the secret files, no one will obstruct talented individuals from pursuing their studies. However, the special recruitment system assesses the candidate's abilities. Additionally, after internal discussions, they decided to add a new examiner to conduct a face-to-face interview. The assessment results were in. Yi Li wasn't surprised when she was led to a small conference room accessible by card. Her background was both simple and complex, largely unexplored. The professors at Sothos Military Academy weren't wrong to want to understand and explore her true nature. On the contrary, it was precisely because of Sothos's prestigious reputation that they should provide the greatest security for students admitted there. While it couldn't compare to the feeling of being in a small world, the small conference room was fairly well lit. As soon as Yi Li sat down in one of the chairs, she felt acutely watched. Almost simultaneously, she precisely locked onto the camera hidden in the crevice of the flowerpot stand. The professor observing from behind the camera, what a keen intuition. Yi Li's tea-colored eyes quietly stared at the camera for a second or two, then she subtly raised her chin, politely greeting the audience on the other side of the camera. The old professor, who was conducting the interviews in the small conference room, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Actually, there wasn't a hidden pin-shaped camera for monitoring in the small conference room. The chair Yi Li was sitting in also contained a considerable secret. While appearing to be an ordinary chair, it was embedded with the most advanced and subtle pressure sensors in the Interstellar Federation to detect the psychological changes of the subjects while answering questions. Combined with a facial expression recognition system with a pin-shaped camera placed in the corner, it could be considered a lie detector with almost 100% reliability. After all, many of the questions that followed involved certain personal matters of the young woman. Due to the historical reasons surrounding the existence of Star Number, her personal information had significantly more blank spaces compared to other military academy students. Of course, this was common among the inhabitants of Star Number, and they didn't want to create unnecessary trouble. As long as the known information and motives for enrollment were verified, they were happy to let her go. Moreover, for the Federation and even anywhere in the interstellar space, military academies, especially top-tier institutions like Sothos Military Academy, always conducted extremely rigorous background checks on admitted students before granting them admission. Although Yi Li had uncontrollable factors, the procedures could not be skipped. Needless to say, the seasoned veterans present, even Yi Li himself, understood this, which is why he sat so obediently in the conference room, allowing them to question him. After all, Yi Li genuinely felt from the bottom of her heart that she had nothing to hide. If the other party made unreasonable demands, she was confident she could refuse them on reason. The person who came to inquire was a kind and amiable lady, around 40 or 50 years old. A thick, pure white woolen shawl covered a thick, dark, warm long dress, and her flat shoes felt as soft as walking on cotton. Her gentleness wasn't manifested in any striking features. Her eyebrows and eyes, though unsmiling, seemed to carry a lingering warmth that had been refined by time. She was clearly playing the sentimental card here, because a poorly executed heart-to-heart talk might provoke resistance. The term confidant sister was enduringly popular. There was no older sister in her prime here, but there could be a grown-up confidant aunt as a substitute, definitely not a grumpy old man. As the woman entered, a fleeting ripple stirred within Yi Li's heart, as cold and hard as a mirror, but it was even briefer than a firework. The gentle lady gracefully took her seat, the fluorescent light overhead illuminating her pearl-studded earrings, creating a perfectly shimmering brilliance. Yi Li's tea-colored eyes narrowed slightly, uncomfortably, avoiding the refracted light. The gentle lady, following protocol, was to first shower Yi Li with praise and reward her for her hard work before formally inquiring about the matter at hand. Yi Li's decisive and ruthless fighting style in the second round revealed her to be a straightforward and unpretentious girl, likely impatient with flowery pleasantries. It's better to just get straight to the point and let the child rest. Child, don't be nervous. I'm just here to ask you a few questions. Just answer them as you see fit. Yi Li nodded calmly, her voice carrying a hint of dreamlike etherealness. Okay. Could you give me a brief self-introduction? She looked at the little girl with a smile. Yi Li, female, 15 years old, born on star number, graduated from Dawn Basic School. She recited all her basic information clearly and precisely. Her beautiful voice was like the sound of white silk being torn apart by an unseen, skillful hand as it cascaded down a dark green mountain peak. Or like the melodious sound of jade chimes tinkling as a narrow glacier in an icy valley begins to flow. The gentle lady quickly received confirmation from outside, along with a lie detector report from the earring, revealing the truth the other party had conveyed. The back-and-forth exchange was remarkably harmonious. Finding her background was the first thing. Clarifying her reasons for applying and her future goals were also essential foundational steps. Then can you tell me why you applied to our school, and what your plans are after graduation? Yi Li laid out her unchanging honesty, completely unaware of the explosive impact her next words would have on her. Her beautiful tea-colored eyes seemed to lift slightly, as if she had remembered something incredibly good. She stated matter-of-factly, the reason for enrolling is, of course, to learn skills. As for your future goals. Yi Li hesitated, recalling the Sotho department's transfer application guide she had crammed on later. After repeatedly confirming that her understanding of the regulations was completely accurate and that her memory was correct, she raised her small face and answered decisively. A small goal is to successfully switch majors in the mecha department during my first semester. A bigger goal is to achieve financial independence as a poor mecha pilot as soon as possible. Chapter 44. The young girl's calm and composed demeanor and tone greatly impressed the gentle Ms. Lin Lan. She was also inclined to guide and enlighten her on the general goals the girl had outlined, only to find that the girl's plans had absolutely nothing to do with the individual soldier department. Lin Lan's usually smiling face showed undisguised surprise and a momentary loss of composure. After a long pause, she spoke uncertainly. Little Yi, didn't you apply to our Sotho's Military Academy's individual soldier department? How come you're already switching departments and aspiring to become an excellent mecha pilot? A more hot-tempered person would probably have immediately assumed the girl was deliberately causing trouble. But Lin Lan, who had watched her flawlessly pass the tests for several hours, believed the girl must have her own plans. The girl was not the kind of arrogant person who didn't know her place. She just couldn't understand why she didn't apply to the mecha department directly. Seeing that the gentle female professor hadn't immediately shown any hostility towards her, but instead remained kind and friendly, inquiring about the specific reasons for her actions, Yi Licha felt a slight sense of relief and a greater sense of satisfaction with the military academy and teachers she would be attending. My initial goal was actually to apply to the Sotho's Military Academy's mecha department, but I read Sotho's admission brochure. Aside from a certificate from the Mecha Pilots Association, students enrolled in other departments at the basic school aren't allowed to switch majors. My planet is K563. The Dawn Basic School I attended there is excellent, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it lacks talent in the mecha department, so it doesn't have a dedicated department. I was enrolled in the individual combat department at the basic training school, so they suggested I study it first and then switch majors after enrollment. That way, I can have the best of both worlds. The big shots outside. What do you mean, the best of both worlds? Lin Lan nodded in agreement as she listened. Then why don't you wait until next year to get your certification from the Mech Pilot Association before applying? I believe that even without majoring in individual combat, your combat prowess will definitely lead to success in your major as a mech pilot. Lin Lan's words were like a gentle spring breeze, not overpowering, but like a gurgling mountain spring in early spring, slowly seeping into one's heart. This feeling of being treated equally and given complete trust was very warm. Yili was happy to share what he considered insignificant thoughts in response to her question. I originally planned to take the exam this year, but the cost of the Mech Pilot Association's exam is just too expensive. It's enough to cover the exam and buying a lot of precious materials at the joint assembly. Besides, she said with difficulty, the fare from my planet to the capital star and the living expenses are also considerable. I need to save enough star coins to spend on my mech. I can't afford to waste them. Luckily, they offered a special recruitment exam and invited me to join their team. For years of team fighting and mech repairs will provide all the mech materials I used during that time. Plus, I even hitched a ride on their starship to get here. So economical. The girl, who was as aloof and cold as a sharp blade in battle, showed no signs of depression or frustration when talking about her difficulties. Instead, she possessed a bright and charming naivete, and her quiet, amber eyes seemed to have their hidden mist lifted. Lin Lan had always admired her, and felt sorry for the girl's frugal lifestyle at such a young age. Seeing her gentle playfulness, she almost felt a surge of maternal instinct. Because she had to rely on her skills to save money, it wasn't entirely her fault. The no kinship section on Yi Li's identity document couldn't be faked. Lin Lan affectionately ruffled her hair. So, how far have you progressed in your mecha piloting studies? Have you found a teacher to guide you, or have you checked out mecha pilot forums? After presenting something truly illogical, with an extremely plausible reason, the subsequent questioning resembled the earnest concern of an elder for a junior. Yi Li naturally felt there was nothing to hide, and answered quite readily. I have a master, a very powerful master. I already passed the 3-course stage in the joint assembly. Yi Li didn't mind praising her master at this crucial moment, even though professors inside and outside the organization would probably think it was just a child's simple admiration. But she still had to boast, just absolutely couldn't reveal his real name, based on the gossip Aunt Yu had given her about her master's past achievements. The glory of her predecessors was too dazzling. Even a casual glance at one of their achievements made Yi Li worry that, being unfamiliar with the place and its people, she might further worsen her future situation due to outdated feudalistic ideas like paying off debts to one's master. Wow, 3 cores! Lin Lan was also quite surprised. The Joint Assembly's Mecha Pilot exams were much stricter than the Mecha Pilot Associations. 3 cores were basically equivalent to a formal member of the virtual city, roughly equivalent to the graduation level of a regular military academy student. That's amazing. Lin Lan praised generously. You were a year or 2 younger than the other students when you enrolled. If you have any questions you can't answer, you can ask the teacher in charge. Inside, the two chatted amiably, like a close mother and daughter sharing intimate thoughts. In stark contrast to the warm spring weather inside, outside lay the biting cold of midwinter. The backdrop to this incident was a group of elderly jurors who, captivated by the special recruitment examination of an outstanding young woman, generously invited their friends to witness this once-in-a-lifetime event. This led to a bitter feud. The trigger, of course, was the young woman's answer when asked about her future goals. While the individual combat and mecha departments specialize in different areas, their first and second year general education courses are largely similar, covering many overlapping career paths. Many professors also teach in both departments or have close relationships with each other. Therefore, those brought in by the individual combat professors were almost all from the mecha department. And then, their show-off attempt backfired, turning him into a liability. They only stirred up trouble by pulling him into a feud. He was clearly a top talent in the individual combat department. How could he have run away so easily? Even though the two inside had mentioned how to arrange minoring in individual combat courses, it was still unsettling to see the old geezer, with whom they didn't get along, take such a big advantage. In this awkward and agonizing moment, everyone was like clowns on a tightrope, neither laughing nor angry, barely daring to breathe. Suddenly, a loud, unrestrained, and exhilarating laugh erupted. Ha ha ha. You old geezers called me here just to tell me that your individual combat department has recruited a pretty, highly talented, dual-wielding genius for our mecha pilot department. Old Su, old Wang, old Zhang, you really put your heart into this. A middle-aged man in the last row, wearing a black cardigan, leaned back lazily, a half-smile playing on his lips, breaking the awkward silence. His demeanor was quite casual and unrestrained. The dark circles under his eyes were alarmingly thick, yet his expression behind his thick glasses was inexplicably cheerful. The bluish stubble on his chin indicated that he hadn't taken any serious grooming in a long time. Han Lin's infuriating words were like knives and swords, stabbing relentlessly into people's hearts. I, Han Lin, sincerely apologize to the other party. I received an invitation to observe and assess the work of over a dozen professors present. I thought you all wanted to show off in front of me, but it turns out you're recommending outstanding talent to me. I've been stuck in the lab for over a month and am almost depressed. When I was suddenly harassed, I was so angry I almost jumped up and down. Going out was like a death knell. But now, the sky is blue, the water is clear, and the flowers are fragrant. Life is worth living. The other old men gritted their teeth, wishing they could tape his mouth shut. Damn Han Lin. A perfectly good researcher, but unfortunately, he has a mouth that's always spouting sarcastic remarks. The young woman, due to the realities of life, had to find another way through her abilities. We old men, eager to nurture talent, didn't hold it against him and accepted the twisted reality. But this brat, having gotten the better deal, still dares to openly act innocent. If his teacher doesn't properly discipline him about his moral character, he might become even more despicable than that scoundrel Cui Sheng. Although showing signs of being crooked should be corrected as soon as possible. In comparison, the well-behaved little girl inside is more and more endearing. Yili left Sotho's military academy satisfied after receiving her assessment certificate and acceptance letter. She waited at the underground parking lot exit for Aunt Yu's aircraft to arrive, so she could go home. On the return trip, Yin Shuwei was too lazy to drive, so she simply set it to autopilot mode for a break. Yin Shuwei's eyes were gentle. Now that the assessment is complete, and you received your acceptance letter, it's about time the future military academy student shared the good news with your troublesome master. Yili nodded earnestly. Unusually, to fully express her inner emotions, she chose voice mode, and while her master was oblivious, she slipped in some highly volatile personal messages. Master, I successfully passed the special recruitment exam, and I received my acceptance letter. When the teacher in charge of inquiries asked me about my target program, knowing I applied for the individual soldier department, but was aiming for the mecha pilot department, I was incredibly embarrassed. Luckily, I'm naturally expressionless. You're right, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are. By the way, Master, your little disciple has a small request. Did you send me to the capital planet alone to give me proper training? I recently heard a lot about your glorious and unparalleled achievements in the school's mecha history. You must know that as a genius, you're easily envied, so as your disciple, I'm worried that my ordinariness might tarnish your great brilliance. So, could we keep our master-disciple relationship a secret for now? I handle things within the group, except for Aunt Yu. How about this? Rather than telling them I'm your disciple now, repaying a debt of gratitude, don't you think it'd be more dignified and satisfying to wait until your disciple has achieved great success and is now in the public eye before calling you master? The barrage of words came almost without pause, a veritable live performance of eloquent speech. Yili deliberately paused for half a minute before adding a final voice message. The rest was just made up, mainly to avoid revealing your location. After all, everyone can see my background, marked with a star on my file. If people knew my location, while they certainly wouldn't dare to cause you trouble, it would still be incredibly troublesome, wouldn't it? 2 minutes later. The personal terminal emitted a very short recording. My apprentice has finally learned to be considerate of her teacher. I leave you a piece of black gold stone as a back-to-school gift. Black gold stone, a priceless gemstone, was obtained from Cui Sheng, nicknamed the Stingy God. Yin Shuwei witnessed the entire scene in stunned silence. Cui Sheng, whom every mecha pilot in the entire Federation avoided, was actually being so kind and gentle, offering the young girl a rare and unique piece of stone. Impressive. She would call Yili a master of coaxing her teacher. Chapter 45. She remained steadfast in her policy of maintaining a master-disciple relationship with Cui Sheng. Even her master now frequently caused chaos, let alone her arrogant and domineering teenage self. She figured he could easily have gotten into a school-wide complaint without her surprise. He was a living, breathing bomb. Getting close to him would be fatal, and even getting a little attention would only result in some dust. Yin Shuwei saw her sigh softly. In fact, while observing, she had vaguely heard many teachers casually mentioning the unconventional Cui Sheng, especially when Han Lin made his unpleasant remarks. Although everyone knew he wasn't a bad person, he just had a habit of not speaking politely. Han Lin was a rising star among the younger generation of mecha pilots after Cui Sheng. His overflowing talent, relentless research, and innate, slightly sarcastic speaking style had made him famous. Within the Sotho's military academy, many old professors, who had been tormented by Cui Sheng, generally agreed that he was becoming like the nightmare Cui. The aircraft came to a safe stop in the underground garage. Outside, the sky was faintly tinged with a dim, rosy glow. Yin Shuwei went into the villa first to prepare dinner, letting Yili, the hero, who had worked so hard all day, relax and rest. Yili didn't immediately go back inside or upstairs. Instead, she stayed in the small courtyard with its lawn. The remaining light in the sky was only a pale imprint in the wisps of evening clouds. As all the colors gradually faded, it seemed as if the daylight itself was being taken away. And you had specially built a backrest-style swing with a soft cushion on the lawn for Yili. She had been burdened with a heavy sense of tension, unable to think of anything else, so she had stayed in the attic or the mecha-making workshop. Now, perhaps because the assessment was complete, she suddenly felt inexplicably relaxed. She sat with interest on the soft base of the swing, reclining leisurely on the leather backrest. The gently swaying swing carried a slightly stronger evening breeze than usual. It not only ruffled the stray hairs falling over her shoulders, but also soothed her fatigue in the cool breeze. Yili couldn't help but slowly close her brown eyes, wanting to empty her mind and gradually drift into sleep. Of course, her plan didn't succeed. After finishing her work in the kitchen, Inshirwe went to the lawn swing to catch the little girl. She practically had to grab her little ears to get Yili to reluctantly open her eyes and be led back inside by Inshirwe, her mind still hazy. She pinched Yili's chubby little face and couldn't help but want to nag. The temperature at dusk in winter is not to be trifled with. Sleeping in the yard could easily lead to catching a cold. If she really wanted to sleep or rest, she could easily choose to stay indoors. There was plenty of space. She wouldn't hesitate to pick any room, especially since every room in the villa was warm from the heating. Perhaps the cushions outside were a bit soft, but they were the same plush material as the sofa inside. She was just about to mumble a few words in Yili's sleep, trying to guess why the sofa wasn't as comfortable as the swing. But when she looked down, she saw that the very person she had just been worrying about, little Yili, was already sprawled out on the plush cushions of the sofa. She was clearly so sleepy she could barely keep her eyes open, but her fair, slender face seemed to instinctively rub against the cushions, and there was even a faint curve to her usually slightly pursed lips. Though she remained silent, her love for plush toys spoke volumes. No wonder there's an old saying on Ancient Blue Star: beautiful women have always loved fluffy things. This is purely a fabrication by Ms. Inshirwe based on her memory of an Ancient Blue Star saying. There is currently no documentary evidence to support it in any Ancient Blue Star related archives. The outwardly gentle and kind Inshirwe is actually a complete and utter plush toy fanatic. Due to the nature of her work, keeping pets is inconvenient, so she simply replaces her mattress with a plush one. Yili was awakened the next day by the incessant noise of the personal terminal. She was still sprawled on the sofa, covered with blankets brought out by Aunt Yu, her tea-colored eyes hazy. Clearly still in a dazed, dreamlike state, she desperately wanted to pull the blanket up and pretend she hadn't heard, but she had to fight her body's instincts and reluctantly connect to the communication from the personal terminal. Shaoli. It was Fu Yao's voice. The voice that burst from her personal terminal nearly pierced Yili's eardrums. Little, are you up yet? I heard you successfully passed the special admissions exam. Congratulations. We're off today too. How about we go shopping together on the most famous street on the capital planet later? No. Yili didn't quite catch the whole thing, but the word shopping was precisely what she heard. Her mind still foggy, she immediately and reflexively refused at the mention of spending money. The verbs buy and purchase were high-risk verbs in her dictionary, symbolizing the tragic fact that her newly accumulated star coins were about to slip away like sand through her slender fingers before they could even reach a point where she was satisfied. She was no longer a carefree bachelor, her beloved mecha necklace needed constant upgrades, and there were repair costs for damage during competitions and battles. Moreover, if she wanted to switch majors, she'd likely have to spend a fortune on the mecha department's assessments and exams. Yili's answer at this moment was entirely instinctive, but the above considerations had already formed a theory when she compared her account balance with the market price of mecha materials. Rejected. The female voice on the other end clearly hadn't given up. Suddenly, another clear male voice interrupted the conversation. It was Xie Shuangbai. Don't worry about the star coins. Your older brother and sister may not have much else, but they have plenty of star coins. Taking care of their little sister is only natural. We're all well off. We definitely make sure you have enough clothes and such. Seeing that Yili didn't respond for a long time, the other added, although Xiaomingzi is struggling with the mecha budget, star coins are more than enough for daily expenses. 4 of us can definitely support you. While he was speaking, Yili's head kept bobbing up and down, and she quickly found a good spot on the sofa and drifted off to sleep again. The smart brain that had been desperately trying to persuade Yili, hanging on her wrist, was completely ignored. She abruptly turned, causing it to roll onto the carpet. Inshirwe, who had gotten up to call Yili, witnessed the entire bizarre scene early in the morning. She smiled helplessly, picked up the smart brain that had rolled onto the carpet, and replied to Xia, who was still persistently trying on the other end, on behalf of the sleepy Yili. Xiao Bai, your teammate Xiao Yi is still sleeping. Chapter 46. Xiao Bai, your teammate Xiao Yi is still sleeping. Call back later. A gentle, young female voice suddenly came through the speakerphone on the quantum computer, breaking the silence. Yili had been staying with the young female mecha pilot Inshirwe during the start of the semester on the capital planet, so the voice replying was naturally from Yin. Xiao Bai chuckled. Both of them, speaking aloud on the other end of the quantum computer, chuckled without restraint. Fu Yao, relying on Xie Shuangbai's silence, laughed wildly while furiously pounding the sofa armrest. Meng Heng, initially wanting to be polite and hold back, couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably, remembering that his grandfather's dog shared the same name as Xie Shuangbai. Xie Shuangbai, the victim of the nickname, naturally couldn't put on a good show, secretly denouncing her cold-hearted teammates, who showed no compassion. As a talented young mecha pilot, Inshirwe occasionally met with senior figures after gaining fame. She also encountered younger generations. Fu Yao, already displaying a strong older sister aura, would often use her authority or absurd logic to pull together a group of still-growing children and insist they call her Sister Yao. Inshirwe, who was awkward with social interaction and often hid in a corner, overheard this several times while the children were running around. So, when a senior figure mentioned their child, Inshirwe, who was initially struggling with the appropriate form of address, immediately pictured children playing around. Without hesitation, she borrowed the little girl's self-proclaimed title, omitting the sister part, and politely addressed her as Little Yao, with her usual gentle smile. Following this example, she struggled with the same format for all the children, using little plus the last character of her name. This was a foolproof method, but unfortunately, one of them was a little boy named Xie Shuangbai. The moment the nickname Xiaobai was uttered, it not only elicited friendly laughter from the adults, but also caused frequent giggles among the toddlers. Xie Shuangbai, the victim of this, said that if he hadn't been so carefree, it would have caused indelible damage to his young mind. What's worse, the toddlers, who weren't very close to him, would only use it once or twice for fun and forget about the amusing incident as they grew up. However, his best friend, regardless of the years, never let go of the nickname Xiaobai. As Xie Shuangbai's combat skills improved by learning to pilot mechs, his best friend, intimidated by his strength, had to relegate Xiaobai to a dusty pile of papers. The nickname, almost forgotten over the years, suddenly exploded through the personal amplifier and echoed into the living room. Xie Shuangbai suddenly felt like banging his head against a block of tofu. His poetic and artistic name suddenly felt incredibly down to earth. Only Fu Yisue reliably continued the conversation in Bai's awkward situation. Yili was talking on the personal terminal just now. How could she fall asleep again in just a second or two? Inshirwe tucked Yili in. She was probably woken up by the personal terminal, so she answered, but couldn't stay awake, changed position, and fell asleep again. She's been maintaining a high-intensity study and training regimen between the workshop and her room lately. Although she missed the third stage, the mecha battle, because she triggered a hidden score in the first two stages, she had anticipated having to rush and stay up all night meticulously crafting her mecha. Now that her body and mind have relaxed after the assessment, the pent-up fatigue and immense pressure have all surfaced and even rebounded amplified. She probably needs a long, restful sleep to unwind. After all, no matter how capable or talented she is, physically she's still just a 15-year-old girl. The four on the other end, Inshirwe was known among mecha pilots for her lack of social skills. Although she always greeted everyone with a gentle and refined smile, she rarely spoke much. Now, she had suddenly spoken such a long sentence about Yili, who was temporarily staying at her home. They really didn't know why. Could it be because a senior mecha pilot admired a talented junior? But neither within the capital planet nor at the exchange meetings organized by the Mecha Pilots Association had Inshirwe shown any appreciation to the point of actively communicating with others. Fu Yisue, who knew the inside story, couldn't help but speculate. If it was because of Master Chui, that was even less likely. It was more likely a resonance arising from criticizing Master Chui. Judging from a certain perspective, that was indeed the case. Countless battles have taught people that the fastest way for two people to form an alliance is to find a common enemy. Calling him the enemy is too harsh. If you were to use him as the target of your complaints, it would be pretty much accurate. After all, Chui Sheng is such a formidable figure that it's impossible to ignore him. After the computer disconnected, the four of them had no choice but to go back to their own business, leaving the man called Xiaobai, whose real name is Xie Shuangbai, alone, licking his wounds in frustration. Spending money was out of the question, but no one would refuse to see a mecha for free. Yili, an ambitious student aspiring to become a mecha pilot, was no exception. After sleeping and resting, a fully recovered Yi Li was coaxed out of the villa by Fu Yao. The primary purpose was to appreciate the newly unveiled mecha exhibition held in the commercial district's main hall. Secondly, it included a visit to all the latest mecha models in the upstairs mecha shops. An anonymous member of the team provided transportation for everyone. By the time she came to her senses from Fu Yao's persuasion, she was already standing with her 4 teammates, their expressions barely concealed. Xie Shuangbai went to park the aircraft, while Fu Yao, arm in arm with Yili, strode towards the hall like close sisters, leaving the two of them standing there. This place, worthy of being called a commercial street, was not only bustling with crowds, but also boasted countless skyscrapers, each with its own unique and flamboyant design, whether novel or magnificent. Even the brightest stars in the sky during the day seemed to be forced to obediently reflect off the glass exterior, their brilliance diminished by the dazzling light. The countless streetlights that illuminate the city center at night, making it seem like daytime, are even more dazzling, artificially illuminating the city shrouded in darkness with light. As Yili looked down from the spacecraft, he couldn't help but think of his first day on this planet. Now, he couldn't help but marvel at how, after so long, he had finally truly experienced the colors of day and night. His calm, tea-colored eyes constantly lit up with light. Fu Yao took Yili's arm and led him into the main building. Black and white marble covered the lobby floor, and the circular space, with its curved lines, instantly expanded the sense of space, making the newcomer feel awkward and disoriented in the magnificent ballroom. The hall was divided into 6 equal sections, and within each section, there were several smaller areas defined by exhibition booths. Fu Yao explained to Yili, who wasn't familiar with the area, these 6 sections are mainly contracted out to individual mecha studios or large mecha-related organizations. This year, the 6 sections are being handled by the Sothos Military Academy Mecha Department, the Mecha Pilots Association, the Joint Assembly Mecha Zone, the Delian Military Academy Mecha Department, and the Hinterland Military Academy Mecha Department. The smaller booths within the 6 main areas will be distributed either equally among the participants or according to the mecha pilot's qualification level, from highest to lowest. This mecha exhibition will run for half a month, so we visit them one by one. If you can't finish today, you can come back tomorrow to continue. Or we can go somewhere else. Just don't stay cooped up in the villa these next few days. I understand you were working and studying like crazy for the special recruitment exam, but now you really need to relax. The training for our individual combat department after school starts won't be easy. Fu Yao pinched Yili's not-so-chubby cheek, feeling that Yili looked thinner than before her seclusion. What was once a vibrant, upright poplar tree, thriving in the wind, had become a slender, shivering red maple after the exam. As Yili scanned the several massive mechas released from the mecha necklace, her calm tea-colored eyes seemed to gleam with a thin film in their pupils. Like a quietly burning ember, a hint of color seemed to return to her pale face. When Fu Yao glanced back in her direction with concern, she noticed that the previously listless person had somehow regained her vitality. Before she could even offer a warm smile befitting an elder, she was already being eagerly led into the queue by Xiao Yi, a mecha fanatic whose energy had skyrocketed to max level, ready to enter the booth. When Xie Shuangbai, Fu Yisui, and Meng Heng, having parked their aircraft, joined the boy group and strode into the area, this was the scene that all 3 pairs of eyes witnessed. Fu Yao, known as the strong and assertive older sister on the capital planet, had actually been taken over by a frail girl younger and shorter than herself. The dramatic change from holding hands to being dragged forward took only 2 minutes, and the catalyst for this transformation was none other than the enormous mecha standing at the booth. This reminded her of the news she had received from Aunt Inshirwe during the phone call that day. A certain young girl who worked day and night building her mecha was a ruthless individual who, the very night she finished her mecha, slept soundly in her small mecha cabin, clutching her blanket. How to describe it? It seems the mecha piloting profession is full of eccentric geniuses. Xie Shuangbai cautiously scanned the nearby queue of people, noting that many visitors, like the young girl, stood out in the sea of people, forming a dense, clustered group. A chill ran down his spine, and Xie Shuangbai's proudly long legs instinctively took a step back. The voice squeezed out from his throat, seemingly to himself, or perhaps asking his 2 companions, mech pilots, could they all be a group of people like Xiao Yi, seemingly weak but with terrifying spirits, who are not to be underestimated? Damn it! The burning gazes of some of the visitors staring at the works of the big shots in Area A were exactly like the ferocious look on my former drill sergeant's face when he was scolding me the most. He paused, then continued, "Let me calm down before going in." Chapter 47. Fu Yao explained softly, most of this year's mecha exhibition will feature real mechas on display. Only the mechas designed by top masters will be displayed using 3D projection. After all, the mechas designed by these masters generally don't use materials or parts lower than S grade. If real mechas were displayed, not only would their size take up a lot of space, but it would also be difficult for the organizers and manufacturers to protect the precious S grade and above mechas, and it would be detrimental to the safety of the visitors. Since the most outstanding mechas could only be viewed as 3D projections, Yili didn't need to worry about the manufacturers taking them back before she could see them due to time constraints. Yili gripped Fu Yao's hand tightly and joined the queue to enter the exhibition area, deciding to browse in order. She didn't need to worry about the mecha she was interested in sprouting wings and flying away, nor did she need to worry about missing a few that slipped through the irregular route. Each mecha had an alloy pillar placed in the center of its booth, supporting a square platform. The platform contained a rotating 3D LCD screen. The information displayed corresponds to the general condition of each mech at the booth, including the mech's type and mode, recommended strengths, approximate values for attack, defense, speed, and other attributes, as well as very practical and down-to-earth prices. This is understandable. After all, most young mech pilots cannot sustain their dreams for long based on their own financial resources and connections. Research and creation are for the purpose of further research and creation. Participating in a mech exhibition in such a grand hall allows talented individuals to attract wealthy and knowledgeable individuals, and it also provides an opportunity for self-promotion before graduation. Veteran mecha masters often prefer to select qualified operators for their prized creations, whether as investments or to cultivate talent. Of course, there are also some honest individuals who openly offer their services to earn star coins. The 4 screens not only store detailed data from the pilot's own testing but also recordings of all tests conducted by their hired operators within the standardized testing area. Facial features are, of course, blurred out, as privacy is paramount. This high-profile mecha exhibition offers laypeople endless novelty and amazement, while experts gain valuable insights and experience from seasoned mecha pilots. In a sense, this exhibition can be described as appealing to both the general public and the general public. Besides mecha pilots and mecha-related students, the majority of attendees are students from individual combat or other combat-related majors. Therefore, the exhibition offers both virtual systems and live-action training rooms for real-life combat demonstrations. Those selected for test piloting must have mutual consent before they can operate the mecha in combat. Mech pilots, who cherish their mechs like their own children, naturally wouldn't let strangers pilot them. Similarly, test pilots were only allowed to operate the mechs if their physical and mental strength met the required standards, making it a two-way selection process. According to Sister Fu Yao's explanation, selecting exhibitors for participation was an additional interactive element. Whether a master or an apprentice, finding suitable pilots wasn't always easy, so most mech pilots invited senior students from their school to act as warm-up pilots. The 3 boys who had fallen behind successfully reunited with the 2 girls, who had run very fast at the booth in Area B. Yili was diligently taking notes in a small notebook, and Fu Yao gently raised her hand to safely shield her from the occasional bursts of crowd pushing and shoving. This scene, seemingly a vibrant display of red and white roses in full bloom to the casual onlookers, took on a subtly complex meaning in the eyes of the 3 teammates. The already young and short Yili barely reached Fu Yao's chest, yet Fu Yao, with her characteristic boss-like demeanor, protectively shielded her. To Fu and Meng, it resembled a mother hen protecting her chicks, but Xie, in his eyes, discerned a touch of masculine strength in Yao's confident posture. Xie desperately tried to suppress this thought. He had no interest in cultivating lilies. Yi Li's pen moved swiftly across the white paper, sometimes even taking notes, while watching the demonstration, only snapping back to reality when she reluctantly emerged from her own world. The 5-person team began observing the demonstrations in small groups, proceeding in turn within their respective areas. Yi Li, the least sociable of them all, was surprisingly taking on a vanguard role in the team. In the hall filled with countless mechs, she seemed completely at ease, as if she had become an integral part of the atmosphere. Her usual aloofness and detachment from the outside world seemed to have vanished, as if she had forgotten all her troubles. So engrossed in her surroundings, Yi Li didn't notice her group of friends behind her, frequently greeting and chatting with familiar faces. Many were peers they had known on the capital planet, and would continue to attend the Sothos military academy, while others were casually approached to establish connections. The only thing they all had in common was that, regardless of their background, they all pretended to glance at Yili a few times during their conversations. This unfamiliar girl, whom they had never heard of on the capital planet before, had suddenly appeared today. A few of the few who received the cold shoulder from her couldn't help but show a hint of contempt and disdain at her fervent gaze, which she held for every mech she stared at. They thought she was nothing more than a petty person trying to latch onto these top-tier second-generation rich kids. Among the friends traveling with the team, a close buddy approached Xie Shuangbai, the easiest to talk to, and the two jokingly put their arms around each other's shoulders, asking him about the suddenly appearing girl. "Old Xie, who's that girl at the front of your group that I don't recognize?" "Brother, I don't think I've seen her on the capital planet before." "Is she related to someone?" Xie Shuangbai proudly raised his chin. "A new talent we discovered. Is this girl a confirmed member of your fixed group after entering Sotho's military academy?" Zheng Cheng clearly hadn't expected such an answer, and somewhat uncertainly asked, "Old Xia, what's the girl's name? If I'm mistaken, could you give me a hint? I don't think I saw anyone like her during the Sotho's military academy entrance exam." Xie Shuangbai squinted. "You call yourself the military academy know-it-all. Do you really think you can remember all the candidates from every time period? Did you install a new memory chip in your brain?" Zheng Cheng disapprovingly replied, You probably don't know this. I took the entrance exam for the neighboring hinterland a couple of days later than your Sothos. My old man, claiming that the last few days are unlikely to yield much, bought me all the live streams of your military academy's channels so I could study hard. Dude, I'm almost sick of watching them, and when he gets back he tests me. If you can't answer, just keep watching. You look like you absolutely have to improve your improvisational combat awareness during this final sprint. Forget about the tactical preparations of outstanding students. Just recognizing a face is a piece of cake for me. Besides," he paused slightly, "let me make this clear. I didn't mean to flirt with that girl. Objectively speaking, her aloof, moon-like appearance is extremely difficult to forget or even vaguely recall." Xie Shuangbai elegantly rolled her eyes at him, then beckoned her good friend to stick out his ear. She slightly distanced herself from the casual observers behind her, keeping her voice as soft as possible, but still with a hint of pride. "I reckon the intelligence spies at all the military academies have already heard a bit of the news. That girl missed this year's exam registration and isn't old enough to attend school, so she entered through the special recruitment exam route that Sotho's military academy hasn't used in centuries." "Special recruitment? What special recruitment exam?" Zheng Cheng made no attempt to hide his surprise. After all, the highly mysterious military academy exams at Sotho's military academy were practically legendary tales in his generation. "Old Xie, did you go and watch? What exactly is the special recruitment exam like? How difficult is it?" Xie Shuangbai dismissively pushed her friend's head away. "I didn't go. You can ask her after the exhibition." Zheng Cheng's gossip-loving heart instantly ignited. Even the elders on the capital planet didn't know much about the special recruitment exam. If he could get all the details from the person involved, wouldn't he have first-hand intelligence on the capital planet and become the undisputed all-knowing student of the military academy? Zheng Cheng was rubbing his hands together, eager to shamelessly try and build a relationship, when he discovered that his precious source of intelligence was being blocked in Exhibition Area C. He instinctively wanted to find Fu Yisue, the one who could hold his own, but found that Brother Fu had already disappeared without a trace during the tour. The fiery little Yao raised her eyebrows unhappily. Those who knew her volcano was about to erupt. Meng Hung stepped forward to act as Fu Yao's lackey, trying to bolster his own presence. Xie Shuangbai strolled closer unhurriedly, a smile concealing a dagger, preparing to take action. Unaware of the contention between the two sides, Xie Shuangbai, upon entering the area, only heard Yili, seemingly oblivious to the situation, casually accepting the mecha battle. Xie Shuangbai and Fu Yao exchanged a glance. Seeing their hot-tempered leader remain calm, they refrained from offering further comment. Why not take advantage of this free show with someone so oblivious to the chaos? Besides, old Fu had mentioned that Yili fought more alien beasts and plants than real people. Now, with free labor to be humiliated and brand new mechas provided free of charge by skilled mecha pilots, it was a win-win situation. Yili herself wasn't entirely aware of the situation. Lost in thought, focused solely on recording inspiration and ideas, she completely lost all sense of her surroundings. When she regained consciousness, she found herself standing between two mountains of knives. She only sensed that her opponent wanted to fight her. Since fighting wouldn't hurt, she naturally accepted the challenge. The designated arena was the area where the Sotho's Military Academy's mecha department was located. Within half an hour, mecha operators would be selected for a special combat arena on the second floor after warming up. The matches would be recorded and simultaneously played on a large screen hanging in the center of the lobby on the first floor to ensure fairness. Yili followed them to booth number 013 in the Sothos Military Academy's mecha department to participate in the operator selection assessment. A small fluorescent blackboard clearly listed the general requirements. 1. Both mental and physical strength must be at least A level. 2. Operators should be under 20 years old. 3. Operators must defeat their opponent as quickly as possible. P.S. The operator who defeats their opponent the fastest will receive one free repair service from the mecha department. Yili quickly scanned the list, suddenly becoming incredibly excited about the free repair service. She believed she had transcended the basic need for free services. What she truly cared about was whether she could audit some classes in the mecha pilot department under the guise of repair or learn from the senior students' experience in mecha construction and repair. She had absolutely no other intentions. Chapter 48. Fu Yao was very annoyed. The team had been happily out together, accompanying the youngest member, Yili, to the exhibition to relax, when inexplicably they encountered someone who rudely provoked them, unreasonably demanding a match between Yili and a mecha on display in the training area. But her little girl, seemingly lost in her own world, didn't hear a thing and blankly accepted the malicious challenge, then earnestly began choosing her favorite mecha, completely ignoring her opponent's disdainful gaze. Fu Yao didn't know whether to be angry or helpless, seeing both the malicious challenge and her still oblivious little girl. The little girl, seemingly not fully awake from her own world, drifted like a ghost among the mecha booths in the area, admiring each one with the loving gaze of an elder, carefully observing and contemplating before making a choice. Pretending to be a professional mech observer is just self-aggrandizement. A truly skilled operator would have already selected a suitable mech. This amateur is like a shopaholic browsing a counter, just an eyesore, shamelessly trying to compare mechs with the boss. Brother Jia is someone who could get into Sothos Military Academy. If he hadn't missed the cutoff by a mere half a point, his actual combat skills wouldn't be inferior to top-tier military academies. Yili, a genuine Sothos Individual Combat Academy student, He continued observing without processing anything. Fu Yao, a genuine Sothos Individual Combat Academy student, Damn it! We're the real deal. Meng Hung, a genuine Sothos Individual Combat Academy student, I'm not in a hurry, I'm just waiting for Sisterly to make a move and slap me in the face. Xie Shuangbai, a proper Sothos Individual Combat Academy student, It seems someone has spread some rumors. Otherwise, why would someone come here to provoke a fight when they're just peacefully watching an exhibition? They must be really bored. Yi Li's consistent approach to dealing with noisy people is to gather them up and then slap them to death. After dealing with the small ones, the big ones come. After dealing with the big ones, the old ones come. Triggering this gourd brother saving grandpa mode wastes unnecessary energy. It's better to clean up the mess quickly and nip all the trouble in the bud. After both sides chose which mech to borrow, they completed the qualification check at the mech pilot's office and went up to the pre-designated combat preparation area on the second floor to familiarize themselves with the mechs and warm up. Ding Jia's gang of underlings followed him up to the second floor preparation area, cheering him on enthusiastically. Yili originally intended to finish the battle quickly by himself, but his close friends insisted on joining in, ostensibly to boost morale, but really just to observe the battle up close. After all, whether in the special recruitment assessment or the virtual city team battles, it was all real people fighting with weapons in various simulated environments across large arenas, so pure mech versus mech combat was indeed rare. The battle arena was spacious, with designated warm-up areas on both sides serving as preparation zones. These were supported by powerful light energy, creating invisible, sturdy barriers, which automatically disengaged during the countdown. The main purpose of the battle was to collect data on the mech's performance strengths in real combat. Therefore, it wasn't confined to changing environments, but rather set against the backdrop of a conventional, proper battle chamber. The gray battle chamber filled the entire space, and various miniature data-collecting machines were installed on both the surface and deeper layers of the chamber. Before going up, Yili unconsciously touched the mecha necklace hanging around her neck. The mecha she chose was a crimson-colored attack mecha, characterized by high-intensity aggression and high speed. Its combat tactics relied on overwhelming the opponent with overwhelming force. This type of mecha was a huge advantage for operators with extremely high physical and mental strength, especially for a student like her who was incredibly agile and adept at single-handed attacks, capable of killing with a single blow. The mecha's internal operating system used a mental connection sensor system. When high-level mental energy was injected, the seemingly sleek mecha became incredibly responsive. Operating the mecha for regular warm-up exercises was roughly equivalent to training under double gravity, or carrying double the standard weight. These are all conditions that must be endured in the initial stages of encountering a new mecha. However, as long as a relatively long connection time and level of integration are established with the mecha, one can gradually get used to it. The feeling is similar to wearing a newly bought piece of clothing. It's a bit stiff at first, but after wearing it for a while, the fabric gradually softens. Yili slightly loosened his joints and retrieved his matching mecha weapons, 2 small knives, from the mecha pilot responsible for adjusting the situation off the field. The opponent's mecha, judging from its thick tortoise-like shell, was clearly a traditional defensive mecha. It was essentially a battle of using one's own spear against one's own shield. If the strategy wasn't sound, the battle could easily turn into a protracted, drawn-out war of attrition. Of course, Yili wasn't too worried. Regaining his composure, he used the fact that the opponent's underling had mentioned almost getting into the Sothos military academy as a benchmark for his combat strength. While frantically preparing for the special recruitment exam, she meticulously watched the entire live stream of the individual soldier recruitment, gaining a general understanding of the combat capabilities corresponding to the scores of this year's candidates. Furthermore, during previous observations, she diligently compared and recorded the data and conditions of all the matches she saw, making notes on the data and conditions of the matches in front of her. Outside the battle arena, Fu Yao had chosen a good spot on the viewing platform, practically ready to dig out some melon seeds and enjoy the show. Xie Shuangbai happened to know the organizers of the exhibition, and happened to have considerable influence with them, so she readily agreed to have them copy the full recordings of all the battles that would be taking place in the battle arena for her. Ming Hung responded to his underling, who was baring his teeth and trying to provoke him, with an even fiercer glare, which Xie Shuangbai jokingly remarked was that Ming Hung had a unique quality of being a half-grown wolfhound, who had only recently shed his cute and fierce demeanor. Regardless, the three of them remained relaxed, as if taking a casual stroll in their neighborhood. Their nonchalant attitude even drew disdainful glances from the opposing group's underlings. Ding Jia, on the other hand, donned his combat uniform and began warming up in his mech. He was already quite unhappy about narrowly missing the cut, and even being dragged to the exhibition by his friends couldn't alleviate his pent-up resentment. While at the exhibition, he spotted Yi Li and his group. Except for the girl at the head, the others were absolute rising stars, the cream of the crop in Sothos's individual combat department. Having repeatedly watched the video after his defeat, he was certain that the other group wasn't a candidate for this year's military academy. Yet Xie Shuangbai had claimed it was a matter of future teammates, which only fueled his resentment. How did she manage to become a member of such a prestigious team, despite not being a current year's candidate? What abilities did she possess that earned such recognition from these elites? Countless complex emotions churned within his restless chest, and numerous strange factors led him to make the decision to challenge her in that instant. Especially after he volunteered, her seemingly indifferent attitude only fueled his subsequent forceful challenge. Regardless of the circumstances, both men now stood in their mechs on the battlefield. An electronic announcement signaled the start of the battle. Ding Jia didn't want to use traditional defensive tactics to stall for time and find an opening for a surprise attack. As soon as the electronic announcement began, he advanced towards his opponent with a very solid, measured pace. The heavy mech stomped across the battle floor, creating an immense momentum. Already the largest and most intimidating defensive mech in the lineup, it approached like a mountain wall, seemingly trying to create an overwhelming sense of dominance before the offensive even began. Many mech soldiers believe that the best defense is the best offense, but Ding Jia also believes that the best offense is defense. A sharp, pointed blade is an attack, but a flat, hard iron hammer is also a very powerful attack. It's just that its flat surface doesn't have the same dazzling, eye-catching edge. He believes that as long as he can secure a good position early on, and use strong defense instead of blunt force to relentlessly strike the enemy mech, he can gain the initiative in the battle. Then, he can use his own defense to block any potential attacks the enemy might launch, steadily forcing them into a corner of the battlefield to create a pincer movement. By using the two mechs to hold their opponent hostage, he could control them and secure victory. Ding Jia had defeated many attack-type mechs using this tactic before. Even though he wasn't accepted into the academy, he was extremely confident in his increasingly refined strategy. In his eyes, the opponent's mech was as delicate as the young girl piloting it, fragile enough to be blown away by a gust of wind. He, both as the pilot and with his mech, was far superior to his opponent. There was no way he could lose this battle. He simply wanted to make the girl, who was with those elite students, truly understand the gap between her, and the level of the Sothos Military Academy, to make her realize that her abilities were insufficient to compete with the others, and that she would only be a burden to the other top students. He controlled his mech, which resembled a thick tortoise shell, and aggressively pushed towards the center. His eyes, hidden within the mech, seemed to contain a defiant rage and a burning fighting spirit. Completely unaware that the young girl piloting the mecha skillfully twirled the knife lightly on her wrist, the ease with which she executed this extremely demanding maneuver demonstrated remarkable control. The layman sees the spectacle, the expert sees the technique. Even Ding Jie's underlings in the stands paled slightly, a hint of disbelief creeping into their minds about the outcome of the duel. The Crimson attacked mecha's hind legs subtly lifted, its seemingly casual posture concealing a silent, chilling threat. Just as all the spectators consciously shut down their personal terminals to focus on the fight, Meng Hung, behind his silent personal terminal, suddenly discovered his reclusive captain sitting unnoticed in the middle seat of the row behind him. Chapter 49. Yili clearly wouldn't give her opponent a chance to suppress her. She had already noticed, while observing the mechs on display at the mech exhibition, that this mech differed from traditional defensive mechs in that its design and construction emphasized speed. On the surface, this seemed to be to prevent it from being constantly on the defensive and unable to retaliate against highly agile mechs. However, when combined with the theory that defense is the best offense, it's easy to see that the mech pilot wanted to seize the initiative at the right moment. It seems that throughout history, mech pilots have shared a consensus similar to high attack with high speed, or high defense with high stability. This fixed combination of attributes is a method of mech construction that predecessors, through long-term research, have tried to achieve optimal synergy. Of course, there have also been innovators who wanted to change or adjust the traditional model. However, countless failed attempts made mech pilots realize that while attributes can be combined and exchanged, maintaining a perfect balance between attributes is extremely difficult. The defensive mech before him instantly increased its speed while employing a wide-ranging, horizontal thrusting attack. Unfortunately, before he could even push it to the center, the Crimson mech was already being driven swiftly and recklessly towards him. The attack mech Crimson Shadow, true to its name, streaked across the field in crimson shadows, like a blood-stained arrow. With a slight tap of its heels, it charged forward, visibly closing the distance. Inside the land turtle cockpit, Ding Jie, worried he wouldn't be able to seize the center in time, changed tactics. He retracted the ends of his original horizontal thrusting attack, transforming it into a turtle shell-like form, with a protruding center and contracting sides, attempting to reduce the force of the attack. Bang! As expected, Crimson Shadow was faster, taking control of the center and delivering a powerful blow. The clanging sound of the mech's outer shell was slightly muffled by the considerable force. In the initial clash, Crimson Shadow, forcing the opponent's mech into a defensive mode, naturally had the advantage. At the mech data adjustment console, two mech pilots, one on the left and one on the right, were reviewing and adjusting their own mech's data. The younger pilot on the left, watching the video broadcast on the large screen, was visibly surprised. Admittedly, offensive mechs naturally have a speed advantage over defensive mechs, but when offensive capabilities exceed the critical threshold and are further increased, the quality and agility issues that previously plagued defensive mechs begin to surface. His mech had adjusted its speed to a defensive configuration, while the other mech pilot, specializing in offensive enhancements, had mixed or replaced materials in its construction. Yet, the pressure on the pilot and the fatigue from gravity that come with increased attack power seemed to have no effect on the other pilot. How could this be? He was utterly baffled. Could it be that the other pilot was completely oblivious to this? Meanwhile, the other mech pilot was already recording new data on the tolerance levels of different skill levels based on the displayed data, making bold conjectures and serious considerations about the stability control of the mechs altered by the pilots. Mech pilots from the same school, yet their fates were so different. The mech pilot to his left wanted to cry. Backstage, the mech pilot kept complaining inwardly. At this crucial moment, the two mechs had already exchanged dozens of blows as a test, also using the time to familiarize themselves with operating the new mech. Clang, clang, clang. Thud, clang, thud. The pilots of both mechs sent sparks flying through the air with their sharp weapons. After her initial probing, Yili didn't hold back, quickly dodging several times to close the distance. Unlike most military academy students, who experience a huge gap and pressure when piloting mechs, Yili didn't feel a strong aversion to operating a mech. On the contrary, she felt as comfortable as a fish in water, almost like she was in a real combat arena. The seemingly tug-of-war was shattered by a ghostly figure, too fast to even catch a glimpse of, as the blade scraped sparks against the opponent's hard shell. On the surface, it seemed like she wanted a direct confrontation, but in reality, Yili was carefully observing the joints where the opponent's shell deformed during each feint attack. She deliberately lured her opponent to switch between two states repeatedly over a considerable amount of time, allowing the observation in the field and the information stored in her brain to gradually materialize. After assessing the turtle's general condition, Crimson Shadow suddenly doubled its speed again. The small knife in its hand spun in the mecha's palm, creating countless sharp, afterimage-like blades. At close range, it moved with exceptional ease, appearing to onlookers as numerous short, sharp-wind blades simultaneously slashing at vital points of the turtle's fuselage. The moment the blades subsided, Crimson Shadow had already darted behind the turtle, seemingly poised to deliver a final blow. Ding Jie, controlling the turtle, used its shell-like armor to withstand the rapid attacks, inwardly scoffing at the opponent's attempt to defeat him with a useless small knife. Defensive mechas, despite their increased speed, were still at a disadvantage against offensive mechas. However, even for an offensive mecha, destroying the defensive shell without much effort would require a significant amount of energy. The land turtle's defensive shell, upon formation, not only deflects enemy mech attacks, but also possesses a unique and ingenious function. It can absorb enemy attacks at the opportune angle. While maximizing the shield's absorption requires extremely stringent conditions, taking damage is as essential for defensive mechs as breathing and drinking are for humans. Therefore, despite the difficulty of absorption and the limited amount absorbed each time, the defensive shell can absorb a considerable amount over hundreds of exchanges. Yili, naturally, wouldn't generously give him this opportunity to build up momentum for a counterattack. After she positioned herself behind the land turtle and finished it off, the land turtle, which had been resisting, suddenly trembled violently. In an instant, its raised mech arm limply fell down, as if a human had suffered a broken joint. The defensive shell originally embedded in the back of the mech's outer hand slammed directly onto the mech's foot due to the powerless hands. With a low rumble and an immediate warning sound, everyone inside and outside clearly felt the sensitive nerves controlling the mech's agility being brutally crushed and destroyed by its own shell shield. How could this be? Everyone was utterly shocked. What seemed like an attack aimed at overwhelming the opponent with overlapping blades had suddenly transformed into an attack that instantly shattered all of the opponent's defenses. What you perceive as using your own spear against your own shield, a life-or-death battle between the strongest offensive mech and the strongest defensive mech. What Yili perceives as using his own spear against his own shield, forcing the opponent's supposedly strongest defensive weapon to unleash its full offensive power and retaliate against the opponent themselves. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the hand of the Crimson Shadow controlled by Yili. More than one blade? Outside, some with sharper eyes had already noticed another gleaming, razor-sharp blade embedded in the Crimson Shadow's hilt, its light now concealed as it spun rapidly in a whirlwind. Could it be a mother and child blade? Several knowledgeable professionals were already analyzing the situation, offering their opinions. The operator of the Crimson Shadow likely used a slightly larger blade to restrain the opponent's shell-like defense, then slid a harder, sharper blade embedded in the palm to achieve the desired destruction. Theoretically, this is indeed feasible. But accomplishing this is incredibly difficult. After all, a mech pilot has to operate two blades simultaneously and master the precise timing of coating the blades with energy to enhance their cutting power. No wonder they were able to win in such a short time. Wow, wasn't the entire previous attack and defense just the Crimson Shadow operator using a balanced offensive and defensive maneuver to complete the crucial steps? That palm-spinning blade at the beginning was probably a necessary step for the operator to master the mother and child blade embedding technique. The opponent inside didn't notice anything, and we outside only found out afterward. Backstage, the Crimson Shadow mech pilot, due to his conversation with Yi Li before going on stage, had zoomed in on the screen to its maximum size beforehand, waiting for the opponent's so-called surprise. As expected, in the massive, high-definition video, the operator of the Crimson Shadow truly demonstrated the greatest advantage of wielding the unique and difficult-to-maneuver mother and child blades. Achieving success in such a short time and securing a spot at a mecha exhibition is extremely difficult, but if they perform exceptionally well in mecha battles, the subsequent subsidies and benefits from the Sothos Military Academy are very appealing. The outcome was decided. The pilot's communication within the mech cockpit connected with the mech pilot monitoring the data from the back end. Ding Jie inside the land turtle was stunned. He seemed oblivious to the mech pilot's incessant questions outside, completely shutting him off. He hadn't even processed why he had lost so quickly. His ashen face was reflected in the now completely black screen, his expression extremely grim. However, Both the dim control panel and the hammer-like pain in his feet forced a sliver of clarity back into his groggy mind. Completely opposite to the constant calls and utter silence next door, the operator and mech pilot were already chatting happily on the radio signal in the Crimson Shadows communication channel. Yili even generously shared the combat experience and insights gained from this battle. The fact that defensive mechs are significantly heavier than other types of mechs cannot be changed. However, there are two main types of mech defense that can be simulated and countermeasures developed. If the approach is to reinforce defenses in key areas or use them as blunt weapons, like a tortoise's shell shield, then offensive mechs can exploit the opponent's weak points that haven't been reinforced to deliver a point-and-click attack. The Red Shadow mech pilot quickly responded. In other words, the areas with the greatest density differences in mechs are often hampered by overly rigid sides, making them most prone to breakage. Yili affirmed the pilot's assessment. If the approach is to enhance overall defense, then the opponent's defensive mechs must be extremely cumbersome, not only significantly reducing their agility, but also making them difficult to maneuver. The author must have expended a tremendous amount of physical and mental energy. The Crimson Shadow mech pilot nodded in agreement. Even at its best, this would just create a stationary encampment. It's difficult to attack and has little offensive power, and it might even hinder the speed and efficiency of reinforcements. Yi Li's tea-colored eyes curved slightly as she offered a method utilizing an ultimate defensive mech, but it's not completely incapable of attacking, just that the attack is somewhat unique. For example, in a mountainous arena, you could rapidly roll the ball-shaped defensive mech down like a falling rock. Using the mech's inherent gravity and the accumulation of offensive momentum, perhaps you could directly force undefended or unprepared enemies out of the simulated combat system. The Crimson Shadow mech pilot's eyes lit up. Though flawed, it's insightful. Chapter 50. The Red Shadow mecha pilot's mind raced, calculating the approximate defensive strength of the mecha's outer shell needed to successfully execute the plan. Suddenly, the other end of the communicator spoke again. Thinking she had something to add, she only heard a hesitant, uncertain question. I want to ask. If any of the mechas you deployed in the battle are damaged, are the operators required to compensate? It must be said that Yili, who had switched to a mecha soldier's mindset for a moment during the battle, found herself forced to confront the damage caused by the combat. As the battle ended, her dominant mecha pilot mindset returning. Her attacks targeted the connecting joints of defensive mechas. Fearing that a single, fatal blow might alert the enemy, she severed them cleanly and thoroughly. Her attacks were aimed at the joints of defensive mechas. The materials used in the joints of defensive mechs are particularly important due to concerns about them being strained by denser areas. Therefore, material selection requires a significant amount of time and effort, demanding not only high hardness, but also excellent elasticity and flexibility. The conclusion is, the materials for the joints will definitely not be cheap. Yili was waiting for a response from his own Red Shadow mech pilot, but in his hesitation, the opposing mech pilot, who had been waiting for a reply, stole the spotlight. The Land Turtle mech pilot, believing it more efficient and accurate to ask him directly about the cost of mechs in star currency, replied, "Don't worry, the Military Academy's mech department will supply the materials free of charge." Phew, that's good. The battle's outcome signifies that Yili's mission as the operator has been successfully completed. Without waiting for her opponent to recover, Yili piloted her mecha through the preparation area's passageway and officially left the arena. She nimbly emerged from the mecha's cockpit, removed her tight-fitting combat suit, and on a backstage bench, pulled up her pure black down jacket, wrapping it tightly around herself. She quickly tidied her weighed-down black hair, casually placing her hands in her now warm pockets, and without looking back, slipped into her fleece-lined ankle boots and left through the exit. Before leaving, Yili pulled up the brim of her down jacket, letting the slightly drooping tip perfectly conceal her beautiful, gentle tea-colored eyes. Pretending to be a passerby afraid of the cold, she silently left the second floor, disappearing like a drop of water into the ocean. She had already told her friends via her personal terminal before the battle that they would meet in the new area afterward. She still had many booths in various areas she hadn't properly explored, and it was rare to be able to absorb knowledge in a relaxed manner before the official start of the semester. After the audience on the second floor viewing platform was evacuated in order, Fu Yao and Xie Xuanbai suddenly realized that Fu Go, who had disappeared, had reappeared. Surprised, they blurted out, "Old Fu, did you secretly learn some secret invisibility technique? We came out here for our group's first team building activity, and you disappeared halfway through." The two, undeterred, teased their captain, whose fighting prowess was at its maximum, with their usual sarcastic remarks. Fu Yisue remained as cold and stern as ever, his eyes deep and unfathomable, remaining silent. Yili, who had just finished watching a segment, approached to join them. She overheard their conversation and casually removed the brim of her black hat, a gust of wind carrying a scent drifting in from the opposite direction. Yili raised her calm eyes, her voice soft and clear. "There's a scent on you." Though her voice was deliberately low and soft, her position was so close that everyone could hear it clearly. Fu Yao casually stepped forward and hooked her arm around Yili's neck, her bright and beautiful face displaying a carefree, teasing smile that made one's teeth ache. And so it went. Ha ha! If it weren't for our little Li's exquisitely beautiful face and her perpetually serene expression, I would have really thought you were flirting with our old Fu. Fu Yisue's dark eyes narrowed slightly. No matter how much she subtly probed, Yili's tea-colored eyes remained as still as a calm lake, completely undisturbed. In other words, what she had just said was indeed a fact she had naturally noticed. He had indeed gone out to take on a small task, but after completing it, all necessary precautions had been taken. No one should have been unaware and noticed the scent, and besides, the other party had been in everyone's sight for a while, making it impossible for them to have noticed. Xie Shuangbai knew a little about Fu Yisue's acceptance of the mission. After helping Fu Yao smooth things over, she took advantage of everyone's attention shifting to the work of the biggest name in the exhibition to grab her good friend and whisper, "Why are you so disloyal? Didn't we agree to go on the next operation together? Is this one particularly difficult?" Fu Yisue's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. "This time, your strength isn't quite enough." Xie Shuangbai kindly wanted to lend a hand, but Fu Yisue directly denied her combat capabilities. Furious, Xie Shuangbai couldn't stand seeing others happy either, and soon she and Fu Yao started arguing again. Surprisingly, the most well-behaved members of the group were Yi Li and Meng Heng. Meng Heng, snapping out of his daze, realized he was caught in a heated argument ahead, and behind him stood the intimidating Fu Laoda, his eyes dark and cold. As a young man determined to become a truly tough man, he suddenly realized a crucial aspect of his development: he lacked presence. Among the front and back rows, only Yi Li, the youngest and whose mind had once again wandered, exuded normal warmth, perhaps only on the surface. The team-building group, having finished their activities outside the hall, stood in the square opposite, gazing up at the gradually disappearing crimson sunset. The group's activities progressed to the point where everyone went home. Fu Yao insisted on giving Yi Li a ride back. "Our family's aircraft will be here to pick me up soon. Having them give you a ride shouldn't be a problem. I'd take her. I happen to be going that way anyway." Unexpectedly, someone condescended to speak up. Fu Yisue, without waiting for his petrified teammates, half-lifted, half-dragged the slender Yi Li onto his aircraft. Fu Yisue's aircraft had a cold, silver-gray exterior, with a minimalist, hard design inside and out. Even the seat behind the pilot was a somewhat hard leather cushion. As Yi Li was being lifted onto the aircraft, she had a vague feeling and a suspicion. Fu Yisue couldn't possibly have suddenly become kind-hearted, nor could it be a coincidence that they were going the same way. The only thing that could make him act this way was related to her unconscious comment about the scent before she even realized what was happening. It seemed he was indeed on a mission during a break. Yi Li thought it was perfectly normal. There are definitely no shortage of organizations like this, the assassin mercenary group, on Planet Number. It just so happens that Planet Number is so poor that there's not much internal competition. The special nature of the weapons-making profession and the background her master accumulated by running a shop locally for a long time are the reasons why she hasn't faced these cruel things directly, but that doesn't mean she hasn't seen them. Places rich in resources are also ideal hunting grounds for murder and burial. Having spent years tackling both the vast forests and wilderness with her production workshop, she had secretly witnessed numerous assassinations, ambushes, traps, and betrayals while gathering resources, mostly dogfights between villains, which she largely ignored. Having settled her mind, Yi Li didn't indulge in the unique scenery seen from the high-altitude window this time. As usual, she lowered her head slightly, seemingly naturally, her eyes gently drooping to conceal most of her brown eyes. In reality, this was likely a subconscious state of restraint, a relaxed posture masking her true feelings. Fu Yi set the autopilot route, seemingly understanding her reaction. Considering Yi Li's usually straightforward nature, some things were better left unsaid. "I have something I want to confirm with you." Yi Li responded with a soft without hesitation. Fu Yisue paused briefly, his voice low and indifferent. "The scent you mentioned earlier." Yi Li agreed. "If I had to explain, I could only say it's an intuition. It's like an instinctive intuition. I used to gather materials in resource zones designated on numbered stars, living in relatively wild and primitive areas. Star beasts, like wild animals, have a strong sense of territory. To survive and make money there, distinguishing various scents is an essential skill. Although she didn't like piling up words, if she could answer in one go, there was no need to waste time rehashing the same thing. Just like when attacking an enemy, one must plan carefully before acting to achieve a fatal blow. Dragging things out only makes the problem more complicated. What does my scent smell like? Yili feigned a slight twitch of her nose again. The scent of Star Beast's blood mixed with a deodorizing agent primarily composed of floral fragrance to eliminate any unpleasant odors creates an extremely faint aroma, almost a blend of a neutral, odorless scent and a very faint floral fragrance. Only upon closer inspection could one detect a subtle, sweet fragrance, like a silkworm cocoon. Most of Yi Li's intuition was successfully assessed using her mental power. The deepest layer of perception, however, was something she grasped only after periods of uncertainty, and she worried that revealing something others couldn't perceive might hinder her safe growth. Therefore, she left the last sentence unsaid. Fuisue frowned upon hearing this. The other's clear eyes indicated it wasn't an exaggeration. However, he wondered whether this extraordinary sense of smell was innate or cultivated. Finding out the answer was his greatest desire. Seemingly finding nothing new from this angle, he tried a different approach. Can you estimate the approximate type of star beast from its scent? Yi Li felt that the more he asked, the more it seemed he hoped she had superpowers. The absurd questions made her lose all interest in carefully considering them. At times like this, she thanked heaven for giving her a naturally kind face, devoid of emotion, and completely unconcerned about giving herself away when lying. She still gave her answer. My instinctive reaction is roughly between S rank and SS+. And it should be a land-based star beast, a large creature with high attack and high agility. Chapter 51. The start of the semester at Sotho's military academy was approaching. Master Chui, who had never been guaranteed to attend, unusually took it seriously and reluctantly recorded a short video to fulfill his duty as a teacher. However, this subtle and effective behavior even made the dignified Ms. Insherwe go outside to check if the stars were rising in the opposite direction that day. On the day of registration, Ms. Insherwe personally escorted him, replacing her careless master. The reception area at the branch campus where she had participated in the special recruitment was not the same as the main campus of Sotho's military academy. During the 3 days of registration, many freshmen with suitcases registered with the senior students at the school gate and received their military uniforms and other necessary items. Yi Li waved goodbye to Aunt Yu, carrying a medium-sized suitcase, and waited in line for the individual combat department. 2 senior students in school uniforms, with handsome and well-proportioned features, were responsible for the registration. Please state your name. Both seniors had a roster in their hands. Yi Li obediently followed the instructions. Yi Li. Yi as in leaf, Li as in separation. Yi Li? Yi Li. The 2 senior students looked up sharply, realizing something. The previously gentle senior seemed to have flipped a switch, suddenly becoming wildly adept at flipping through the pages, successfully finding the only name on the newly added list. The senior's sudden enthusiasm made Yi Li's tea-colored eyes narrow slightly. She made a dashing checkmark after Yi Li's name on the list, trying hard to control her emotions, afraid of startling this junior student who was much younger than her. Junior Yi Li, don't be too nervous. When we were registering our assignments at the reporting office, the teacher specifically told us that you were admitted to the military academy through a special recruitment examination, and asked us to take care of you. Unlike other military academy students, you weren't admitted through a unified entrance exam, so you might not know many people. Also, you're 2 years younger than your classmates, so it's normal for your senior to care about you. The senior student took a small, exquisite virtual map device from her drawer and handed it to her. Pressing the red button on it caused a 3D map to appear in midair. It smoothly marked several key locations, such as the girls' dormitory, teaching buildings, the library, and the sports field, and preset the best route. This is a campus navigation device. You can use it to navigate around campus and avoid getting lost. The senior student then took out a campus card with information engraved on it from a silver box and handed it to her. This is a campus-wide card. You need it for payments, dormitory access, etc. You can top it up by scanning the chip on your personal terminal. Yi Li completed the registration, picked up her suitcase, and headed towards the campus according to the map displayed on the navigation device. The environment within Sotho's military academy is undeniably beautiful. Countless teaching buildings, their sharp lines accentuated by lush greenery, stand out against the backdrop of flat, wide roads that extend throughout the academy. A careful observer can spot many upperclassmen hurrying about in the vast, seemingly endless campus. While the dormitories for individual soldiers at Dawn Basic School, a school known for its high-end facilities on star, are quite impressive. The dormitories at Sothos Military Academy, located in the bustling capital city where land is incredibly valuable, feel to Yili as luxurious. Each department has its own dedicated dormitory area. Each student's residence boasts a private bedroom, bathroom, virtual reality pod, and all the necessary amenities. Connecting to the other residences is a spacious common living room, the entire suite occupying approximately half of a floor. After a brief moment of surprise, Yili quickly and efficiently began tidying up the room and surroundings. Important items were stored inside her spatial storage, while clothes and decorations from her suitcase were hung in drawers. After finishing her work, she leisurely enjoyed the breeze on her balcony, gazing into the distance. Knock knock. She hadn't been lost in thought for long when a series of knocks sounded at the door. Yili grabbed a small chair and pulled it inside, placing it beside the sofa before turning to open the door. She had barely opened the door when the person outside suddenly tackled her, causing her to stumble. A bright chestnut brown instantly filled her vision, followed by a soft, fluffy touch against her neck. Startled, Yili slowly regained her senses. Little sister Yao?" she asked, her voice cool and pleasantly understated. Fu Yao nuzzled Yili, sigh. "I was planning to come in with you. I was worried you wouldn't know the way, but a senior I know said she set up a GPS for you. After I'm settled in, I take you to the cafeteria for lunch, and we can talk about the general schedule for the first semester of the individual combat department and the process of changing majors." Fu Yao finished quickly, and then hooked her arm around the unfamiliar Yili, heading towards the cafeteria to familiarize herself with the place. This cafeteria mainly serves the dormitories of the individual combat department, command department, and mecha pilot department, and is basically accessible by both stairs and elevators. Fu Yao seemed quite familiar with the place, pulling Yili to the second floor of the cafeteria to find her most recommended small pork rib noodle soup. The steaming, chewy noodles were served in a rich broth, and the tender, juicy pork ribs left a lingering fragrance on the palate. After the first bite, Yili didn't look up, keeping her head down and intently chewing and swallowing, even finishing all the noodle soup with lingering satisfaction. From Fu Yao's perspective, Yili, now full in content, had a slight blush on her jade-like face, making her appear more down-to-earth than her earlier aloof and refined self. When the two had almost finished eating, the other three teammates leisurely approached with their trays. Fu Yao was already explaining the general process of the first semester to Yili, who was somewhat detached from the situation. "We all registered now, and the class schedules should be distributed to everyone this afternoon. The first 2 weeks are for military training as a preliminary assessment, roughly divided into daily training and survival mode assessments. The ranking in the final assessment directly affects many aspects after the start of the semester, including credit rewards, star coin rewards, and various on-campus benefits. Classes officially begin 2 weeks later. Courses are mainly divided into 3 types: professional courses, general education courses, and elective courses. The teaching mode is primarily offline, supplemented by online. Military Academy students must attend professional courses in designated classrooms in person. Elective courses can be taken offline or online at designated times. This arrangement allows Military Academy students to have some flexibility in their otherwise very fixed schedules, depending on their individual learning abilities. Yili, are the elective courses within the scope of my major or courses from other departments? She actually hoped that elective courses could be offered across departments, so she could experience the teaching styles of the professors in the department she would be transferring to in the future. Fu Yao knew what she was thinking. The selection of elective courses includes all relevant departments both inside and outside your major. It's like taking interest-based courses within the university. Elective courses differ from major courses in that the former allows students to schedule exams earlier by informing the teacher, while the latter require diligent attendance to accumulate credits. Actually, elective course instructors all share a similar and unique teaching philosophy. Elective courses are essentially interest-based, not mandatory, so teachers gently encourage students to request exams early in the semester, ostensibly because they've chosen the courses out of interest and will surely study them to the bone. The difficulty of the exams often increases from easy to difficult throughout the semester. Yili silently noted this down. It seems that elective courses not only focus on students' interests, but also have high expectations for their self-learning abilities. Elective courses purely for earning credits would never have a chance of existing on the Sothos Military Academy's schedule. Can I take courses outside my department? Yili was very interested in the mecha department, which he still longed for even though it wasn't time to switch departments yet. Fu Yao seemed to see a rare, dazzling light in his calm, indifferent tea-colored eyes, and nodded repeatedly with amusement, giving a generous affirmative answer. That's right. Elective courses are not limited to any particular department. There are no restrictions on taking courses outside your department. However, because the difficulty of taking courses outside one's department is quite high, the school requires all military academy students who take courses outside their department to take a basic assessment 1 month later. Only students with sufficient scores can continue studying. The rest must cancel their enrollment and choose other courses. After all, even the most prestigious Sothos Military Academy would never tolerate such behavior that wastes time and teaching resources. Fu Yao's mouth was dry from speaking, and he lowered his head to take a sip of his sweet, ice-cold juice. Across from her, Yili's eyes shone so brightly it was almost blinding. The words "my heart yearns for it" etched onto her smooth forehead as if carved by a knife. She naturally knew what her little girl was dreaming about. She probably wished the number of elective courses could soar to a level equal to her major courses. Of course, such a thing would never happen. Sothos Military Academy aimed to cultivate students' interests and independent learning and research abilities, not to allow its students to neglect their studies. She had no choice but to shatter Yili's daydream. There's only one elective course, a maximum of 2 classes in 7 days. You still need to diligently focus on the individual combat department. Yili obediently nodded, changing the subject. Sister Yao, what about transferring departments? Oh, already thinking about running away before even officially entering the individual combat department, Fu Yao teased with a light laugh. The transfer process will be announced at the end of the semester. You receive a notification then. No hard-earned association certifications are needed, as long as you pass the exams and get the department head's approval. However, there's something you need to think about. Fu Yao's expression turned slightly serious. If you transfer midway, all the social connections you built up in the individual combat department this semester will be completely wiped out. If you go to the mecha department, you'd probably be the only one transferring. People there have probably already formed their own circles, and it might be difficult to fit in. Especially since her daughter's social skills are extremely limited, and she have to constantly run into people she can't talk to, which could make her even more withdrawn. Chapter 52. Fu Yao had clearly explained the pros and cons, and Yili naturally had her own plans. When she was on star K563, or any other numbered star, she hadn't considered her social needs. Studying, working, and earning money seemed to have filled her narrow life. Her only true friend, Chiro, was someone she met by chance, so she seemed to have never thought about the kind of question Fu Yao had raised. Perhaps it was because of the countless years she spent dormant in a petri dish. Or perhaps it was because the master and apprentice in the mechanical shop had each pursued their own research and found their own path. Or perhaps it was because she had almost no interaction with other students at dawn due to the early assessment. Yili didn't know whether she should blurt out "I don't care," and remain silent, lost in thought. Xie Shuangbai picked up a piece of braised chicken with her chopsticks, teasing with a half smile, "Big sister, you might be overthinking it. Someone like Yixiali, a mecha fanatic in our team, can be completely oblivious to everything else when she goes to a mecha exhibition. Let alone if she were actually in class or researching life, she'd probably disappear without a trace." Fu Yisui, unusually, testified. Teacher Cui said she stayed up all night and tried to cover it up by getting up early. A dark glint flashed in her deep black eyes, a rare emotional fluctuation like a valley wind sweeping down a cliff, rippling in the icy pool 1,000 feet below. Yili hadn't expected Fu Yisui, who usually disliked getting involved, to add insult to injury so casually. The numerical disadvantage made Yili feel like she was at a disadvantage, but a stronger, hidden obsession inexplicably swept through her mind, instantly crushing her previous entanglement and contradictions. "I have something I'd like to ask you for help with." Her tone was somewhat anxious, an emotion completely absent from Yi Li's usual demeanor. She cautiously glanced around, then subtly beckoned everyone closer, as if they were discussing some secret, important matter furtively. When the 5 little heads huddled together, the mysterious Yili whispered to the older members present, "Please keep everything about my master a secret." Everyone, Yili pursed her lips, troubled. "I heard a lot about my master's great achievements from Aunt Yu. If others knew who my master was, I'd probably be socially dead at Sothos Military Academy, and even at all military academies." She helplessly pleaded with everyone. She had chosen her master, and no matter how unreliable, she had to grit her teeth and persevere. The 4, whose daily activities were all within the capital planet, and who had extensive intelligence sources, silently began to equate Cui Sheng with the glorious mark he left behind. Then all simultaneously gave the naive young girl a look of unspoken understanding. Fu Yisui's long, slender eyebrows relaxed, and he added in a cool tone, "I heard from Old York, who runs a small tavern on planet number, that for a while, your master's debts for drinks were paid off by you working as a machine repairman. This provided solid evidence of a master with a history of cheating his apprentices, and the expressions on everyone's faces changed completely from unspeakable to the loving gaze of a kind elder towards a junior. Everyone unanimously promised, "We absolutely will not let this get out." If others found out, even if Yili hadn't done anything wrong and her reputation hadn't been established, her master's name alone would automatically make her a walking, talking gossip hotspot for all the victimized juniors and curious gossips. The dinner party was basically over, and everyone had to use the remaining buffer time to prepare for military training, including scouting the campus. Military training for all departments at Sotho's Military Academy is concentrated on one campus. With a large number of new students and several large training grounds, it's quite possible for a freshman to accidentally go to the wrong area. After parting ways, Yili and Fu Yao went back to their dormitory to collect their complete sets of camouflage uniforms before returning to their room, where they happened to run into their two roommates. When the two roommates entered, they were engaged in a heated debate about whether the hammerhead of a hammer-shaped weapon should be made flat and hard or have a dozen or so hard spikes to increase its lethality. The two roommates didn't try to downplay the argument because of their roommate's presence. Instead, they pretended not to see each other and poured out their opinions, each trying their best to remain rational and persuade the other to join their side. The first debate competition in our dormitory successfully concluded, with everyone introducing themselves generously. "I'm Fu Yao, a freshman majoring in individual combat." Fu Yao's signature bright, striking chestnut brown long curly hair complemented her slightly upturned red lips. "I'm Yili, a freshman majoring in individual combat." Yili's soft black hair accentuated her snow-white skin, and her amber eyes were practically a trademark. You couldn't find another pair with the same color. The girl with short, straight bangs, and a more outgoing personality introduced herself before her companion. "My name is Fong Xiu, a freshman majoring in weaponry in the mecha department," pointing to a quieter girl beside her with apricot yellow ribbons tied in twin ponytails, who was considerably more reserved than before. The girl had been quietly waiting to the side, unsure how to introduce herself to the other two. The girl, not particularly talkative, tried her best to respond to her friend's deliberate attempts to engage her in conversation. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she spoke slowly, trying to remain calm. "My name is Su Xian, a first-year student majoring in weapon manufacturing within the mecha department. Please take care of me." Fu Yao smiled gently, trying to lighten the awkward atmosphere and hoping to build a good relationship with her current roommates, who would later be fellow mecha pilots, like Yili, at least one or two people she could talk to. Lately, she felt a strange unease. Initially, she wanted to be Yili's protective older sister, but now she felt more like a doting mother. Upon learning that the two were mecha pilots, Yili recalled Fu Yao's earnest advice during dinner and carefully chose her words to begin a polite, brief exchange. "I'm very interested in the questions you raised about the energy storage and firepower of the small hand cannons. The energy storage of small hand cannons has always been in the form of energy flow. If it could be sealed in solid form before being put into use, the energy storage device could be changed according to the amount consumed. Instead of making the size and capacity of the small hand cannons approach that of large cannons, we might as well align it with the bullets of old guns." Her prepared pleasantries turned back to professional matters from the very first word. Fortunately, the two people opposite her, although their personalities were different, were both genuine research talents. Hearing her analysis, their barely suppressed excitement rose again. Regardless of whether Yili was a student in the mecha department, they immediately started talking. Fong Xiu's eyes lit up. "This is exactly what Xian and I disagreed on earlier. I think converting the energy flow into a different form before storing it is a good approach. But if your energy leaks or transforms again, due to unforeseen circumstances, it would be too dangerous for the user of the hand cannon." The usually quiet and shy Su Xian instantly shed her reserved demeanor. "It's much safer to store energy using ores or synthetic materials as a carrier. I already discovered several ores that would work." Fong Xiu, like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, immediately argued, "Storing energy in a carrier makes the energy conversion process much more complicated. From storage, sealing, embedding, opening, and charging, if all those steps were completed, my directly loaded hand cannon would have already fired 5 shots in a row." Both had their own opinions and turned to Yili Shaoli. "Whose opinion do you think is better?" Yili, suddenly thrust into a battleground, stammered, "The straightforward Shaoli." The girl actually started analyzing. The key to the small hand cannon is its small size. Using that for energy conversion or storage technology would be wasteful. The small hand cannon itself has limited energy capacity, so maintaining the energy storage mode is actually quite good. Energy conversion and storage methods, energy sealing technologies, can be applied to other areas after research, such as sniper, artillery, and rapid-fire weapons for prolonged or long-range combat. The key isn't determining right or wrong in theory. Shouldn't we first develop finished products or mature technologies to have the basis for comparing their merits? A perfect theoretical debate doesn't translate into practical results. Only practical application is real. Yili has always been unrestrained and imaginative in her innovative research thinking. However, when it comes to judging practical utility or real-world value, she is steadfastly committed to a realistic and practical approach. As the saying goes, you don't know the cost of firewood and rice until you're in charge of the household, and a master who has an apprentice to a cunning disciple wouldn't understand the importance of star coins so thoroughly. This is what Yili, who has never escaped the pressure of star coins since becoming an apprentice, said. Fong Xiu and Su Xian were also stunned by the theory of a real-world showdown. Their faces instantly softened, their expressions tense, and they immediately issued a truce. Then let's wait until we research both techniques before we compete. Okay, then I be watching and see whose technique is superior. Is the question over? Yes. Can we go eat now? I'm starving. Me too. After resolving their differences, the two waved happily to Fu Yao and Yili. Then the two sisters took out their automatic roller skateboards and raced towards the nearby cafeteria. Having watched the entire scene unfold, Fu Yao blankly remarked, "Are all mecha pilots like this?" Normally quiet and gentle, she transforms into a second personality the moment a professional issue arises, unwavering in her pursuit of truth, determined to win every argument. Yi Li's tea-colored eyes remained expressionless as she gazed at Fu Yao with puzzlement. They're all like this. They all throw themselves wholeheartedly into their respective fields, striving to spark ideas and gain inspiration from each other. But their debates remain purely theoretical. The moment they're faced with real-world situations, they immediately adopt a different approach. She couldn't help but recall watching the masters debate in the mecha pilot building in the virtual city. It was the same. 1 second they were exchanging warm greetings, the next they were relentlessly arguing that each other's ideas were utterly impossible. Perhaps this is the romance of mecha pilots. Fu Yao carefully studied Yi Li's expression. She felt that the like this they were referring to wasn't quite the same like this. Chapter 53. Easy days always seem fleeting, while tiring days always arrive unexpectedly. A few faint rays of dawn pierced the dark sky, while the streetlights on the parade ground shone brightly like countless enormous pearls. Inside the girls' dormitory, for young women had to steel themselves against the allure of their warm beds, changing into the perpetually green camouflage uniforms of military academies. They carefully placed soft insoles inside their sturdy rubber boots and secured a long, thin, pure black leather belt around their waists. After tidying themselves up and putting on their camouflage hats, they helped each other use the mirror to adjust their appearance. When Fong Xiu helped Yi Li with the small details, she couldn't ignore the strikingly slender waist of the woman, the thin black leather belt accentuating her supple figure. "Oh, I'm so envious." Fong Xiu couldn't resist reaching out and touching it. Her exclamation successfully attracted her two companions, who also reached out to enviously rub her waist. Yi Li, an outsider, didn't quite understand why her waist had suddenly become a popular spot for photos in the dormitory. The other three pairs of bright eyes stared up and down at her slender waist, which was without an ounce of fat, and involuntarily radiated desire. Just as the sun was fully up, all the freshmen in the individual combat department and the mecha pilot department assembled and lined up at the number 1 playground. The first 2 rows of boys and the last 2 rows of girls were required to line up in descending order of height. The male-to-female ratio in the individual combat department was extremely unbalanced. The number of girls was barely enough to make up a few hundred. Yi Li's height wasn't short for her age, but compared to the other freshmen, she had missed out on 2 years of experience, so she stood at the far left of the line. The young instructor's face was exceptionally serious. He blew his whistle, attention. The appetizer was the ever-present military posture instruction. "My surname is Doe, you can call me Instructor Doe. For the next 2 weeks, you be living under my supervision. Behave yourselves well. During training, everything must be done according to military rules. First, if you need my permission, shout report, instructor, loudly. You can only continue after I give you permission. Second, I will be solely responsible for deciding all training programs during this period. If you complain or are dissatisfied, it only means you're taking the training too lightly. However, if they still had the energy to complain, the training would be doubled, and the students in the same platoon would run 5 laps around the field with each other to uphold the spirit of sharing the good fortune. Individual soldier class. What do you mean, sharing the good fortune? Third, in addition to the basic military training exercises, I will give you opportunities to showcase yourselves. Of course, the specific direction of the showcase will be determined by me, and it must be related to your major. If the showcase is good, I can use my authority as an instructor to add points to your military training grades. The 2 students with the highest scores in each class will receive credits from Sothos Military Academy, star coins, and other rewards. That's all. The instructor blew his whistle again to indicate that he had finished reading the rules. Stand at attention for an hour first. If anyone slacks off, I won't hesitate to kick them. Any little brat who cries out in pain later, please pay attention to the second additional rule. The sun was already high in the blue sky at 8 or 9 o'clock, completely bathing the earth in its scorching light. Everyone was terrified of being caught by the instructor and becoming one of the first to be kicked as a warning to others, giving them a truly miserable first impression of the new school year. All the students stood ramrod straight, like pine trees or bamboo groves, their arms hanging smoothly at their sides. Their long, slender fingers, clasped together, pressed firmly against the straight creases of their trousers. The brims of their camouflage caps curved slightly, offering some shade from the blazing sun. Students admitted to the Sothos Military Academy's individual combat department were among the best in terms of physical strength and mental fortitude. Military posture training was not difficult for them. The only difference lay in their expressions, either a piercing spirit or a calm, unwavering demeanor. With a 10-minute break between each hour of standing posture training, they continued, standing for a full half-day under the scorching sun. The afternoon was dedicated to marching training, with the instructors providing virtually no rest. Aside from the brief check on single-row marching, the other rows could wait a little longer. Clearly, the instructors weren't giving these little rascals any breathing room. Interspersed among them were quite a few hyperactive kids, who were punished for even the slightest tremor by being made to run around the drill field. While the instructors were checking the standard of their marching and leg lifts, and their posture, row by row, when it was Yi Li's row's turn, the previously expressionless instructor suddenly glanced at her with surprise. Just when everyone thought he was about to punish the young girl, the instructor blurted out, "Little girl, why are you so short? Are you sure you're an adult, or of legal age for Sothos Military Academy?" He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed to actually do it. The outstanding Military Academy students, standing like little poplars, but actually straining their ears to gossip. Yi Li pursed her lips, her voice cool and clear, reporting, "Instructor, I am indeed underage according to my actual age. I'm applying through a special recruitment assessment." Hearing that the young instructor was indeed a minor, he didn't want to kick or punch her like he would the other rough boys. Instead, he placed his large, strong hand on her head. He coughed lightly, "Little girl, work hard," then turned to a few boys who had just returned from running laps as punishment, looking at them with a disappointed expression. "All those years of nutritional supplements you drunk have been wasted. You're not even as good as a girl younger than you." Yi Li subtly averted her gaze as the instructor turned away, a hint of embarrassment in her tea-colored eyes. That evening, the individual combat department was scheduled to practice combat skills on computers in the combat training room. The original plan was for random pairings to create 2-on-1 battles, but because they had learned in the afternoon that Yi Li was a minor girl 2 or 3 years younger than them, the boys and girls from the individual combat department paired with her were too afraid to really go at it. Fu Yi suggested to the instructor, "Instructor, I suggest we test basic physical attributes like strength and agility first, then pair students with similar scores for matches." The instructor thought this was feasible. If the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, it wouldn't be conducive to improvement, and would increase the risk of injury due to the disparity in ability. So, all the students completed the basic physical tests in the order of their lines before being grouped. Yi Li finished a simple stretching exercise. Her first match was with Fu Yao, whose chestnut brown curly hair was tied up high. She copied Fu Yao, loosening her hair in the same way. Fu Yao laughed. "Finally, it's my turn to fight you." The old saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover," still doesn't get taken seriously even after thousands of years. Yi Li slowly rolled up her sleeves and got into the arena for the match. "I don't mind." After logging into their accounts, a standard battle space was generated, and all information for both sides was imported. Without a word, the two clashed head-on upon the start announcement. The forward lean of their bodies generated the force of their punches, instantly placing them in the center of the battle. Fu Yao's punches were like her signature heavy firepower weapons, each strike vicious and devastating. Yi Li's hand strikes were like sharp, unsheathed blades, steady and ruthless. Neither seemed to be holding back. Though not tall, their well-proportioned figures made their legs appear long and flowing when they kicked. Their lightning-fast movements were so fast they leapt after images, only the resounding, heavy sounds audible. Each small match was limited to 20 minutes. As the timer counted down to 10, Yi Li's momentum grew even stronger, transforming his blade-like palm strikes into sweeping, slashing blows that seemed to cleave through mountains and rocks. Before the official reset, Yi Li, with her effortless stamina and unpredictable fighting style, successfully defeated Fu Yao's complete military boxing routine, which primarily featured powerful punches. The result popped up clearly on the connected screen. The final winner of this match is Yi Li, the user of machine DB010012. According to the system's data processing, the user of DB010012 has broken the original machine's record. Congratulations on this achievement. We hope you continue your efforts. The classmates who had finished their matches early were already gathered in small groups, discussing the results. Are all the girls studying individual combat these days this fierce and aggressive? Isn't Fu Yao that fierce woman? The one who single-handedly carried a heavy cannon in the StarNet arena, nimbly weaving through enemy lines and firing indiscriminately. Good heavens, I'm speechless. Is this little girl, who can outmaneuver the fierce woman, really an underage girl? I'd believe it if someone told me she was some unknown laboratory's creation. Those in the team who knew the inside story simply commented on the two's fighting prowess. Meng Hung. Xiao Li's moves are even more formidable than in the virtual arena. Could it be that compared to the team competition, Xiao Li's talent in individual combat is stronger? Xie Shuangbai. There's no point in dwelling on it. This little girl is an excellent mecha soldier dual-skill genius that old Fu spent 5 years' worth of mecha maintenance fees to find. Xie Shuangbai. Honestly, hiring a dual-skill genius is too cheap. Fu Yisue snorted. I only said I cover all mecha maintenance costs for 5 years. In other words, it's a matter of personal ability. If the other party has the ability to upgrade the mecha to 2S or 3S level, and can innovate the weapon development as much as possible, funding can still be provided. He only sets a time limit. As long as the ability is outstanding, there is no upper limit to the amount of funding. This not only perfectly matches Yi Li's status as a rising star, but also does not disgrace Fu Yisue, a representative of the richest of the rich, backed by the Star Coin Mountain range, who can easily manipulate rare metals. In the next few matches, Yi Li was matched against Xie Shuangbai and Meng Hung from her team. Since she had already fought against the virtual Xie Shuangbai during the special recruitment assessment, Yi Li had a certain advantage in this matchup. She quickly and accurately found the knack and launched a swift counterattack. Xie Shuangbai was very concerned about his handsome face, and was forced back 2 steps by the increasingly fierce attacks. Weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately pressed the surrender button early to preserve his beautiful appearance. Unfortunately, he gently touched the soft lines of his face, only to be met with an unfriendly glare, practically threatening, "Just you wait." His classmates, who were on good terms with Xie Shuangbai, stepped forward, feigning respect but actually mocking him. "Brother Shuangbai, good luck. Your pride and joy is probably gone today." Chapter 54. After the match, Xie Shuangbai's elegant and handsome face didn't last long. The instructor, who had been watching, grabbed him by the back of his collar without any politeness. He was like a plush toy in a claw machine, being precisely grabbed by the iron claw. Soon, Xie Shuangbai's groans of uncontrollable pain echoed from next door. The students remaining in the training ground naturally looked away and continued their matches. 5 minutes later, Xie Shuangbai reappeared before everyone with a bruised and swollen face. His once jade-like handsome face now looked like it had been splashed with a mess of paint, proving from head to toe the tragic reality that no matter how shameless you are, in the end, the instructor will make you lose your face. A stark example of what not to do was laid bare before everyone. Although these superficial wounds would heal quickly in the medical pod, the intense pain of the brief yet prolonged process of being punched was undeniable. In other words, the pain you're meant to feel won't be less. This short drama, from the initial dodging to the final beating, successfully instilled a fighting spirit in all the military academy students, motivating them to fight their matched opponents with everything they had. Yi Li swiftly dispatched her next few opponents, and the system's matchmaking time grew increasingly longer. Finally, bored out of her mind, she encountered an opponent. The pure black combat uniform accentuated her cold, stern face. Her dark eyes, though slightly narrowed, seemed to hold the edge of a blade. Fu Yisue, seemingly unaffected by the entire night's fighting, stood motionless opposite her, his silent fighting spirit intriguing Yi Li as well. Earlier, During the special recruitment assessment, she felt that she had met her match after playing against the simulated Fuisue generated by the system. Unfortunately, because the recorded data value of the opponent was far superior to that of the normal top students in previous years, the system assessment was set to be a time duel, and it automatically ended when the time was up, so she could not continue. Now that she had a chance for a second battle, she felt it would be a waste not to seize the opportunity and have a good fight. Yili specifically adjusted the battle settings in the system to an untimed duel to avoid interruptions. Fuisue, seeing her fiddling with something in the preparation area, also checked the status in the system. Yili didn't mince words. Actually, when I participated in the special recruitment assessment before, there was a simulated battle in one of the stages, and the simulated opponent generated by the special recruitment system happened to be you. Unfortunately, that was a timed duel, and it was automatically cancelled after the time was up. Fuisue saw a pair of unusually bright tea-colored eyes brimming with fighting spirit, and became somewhat interested. That sounds quite interesting. Yili continued, actually, besides you, the system also generated Xie Shuangbai, young master Xie. Xie Shuangbai, whose face was swollen outside, immediately became excited at the mention of him. It's a pity that young master Xie is so easily defeated. His first reaction at the start was to retreat, turning a one-on-one duel into a guerrilla war in the mountains. Xie Shuangbai, who had been peeking out for gossip, immediately deflated. She wanted to strangle her past self from a few dozen seconds ago. The classmates outside, gossiping together. Ha! They seem to know something incredible. Will they get beaten up by young Master Xie? Fuisue coughed lightly, very realistic. Xie Shuangbai, outside, was furious and impotent. Fugo, you're putting on this act too. If you're so capable, then keep up that aloof, indifferent act. I known you for over 10 years, and you treat me like this? This is clearly a clever tactic of avoiding direct confrontation to find another way out. Only those who can bend and stretch can be called truly intelligent. The pleasantries inside had ended, and the countdown was now in its final moments. 3, 2, 1. No matter how Xie Shuangbai roared outside, not a single sound reached him as the match began. The virtual character's appearance always differed significantly from the real person, so Yili didn't choose a strategy of attacking aggressively from the start. Instead, relying on his slender figure and agile movements that left no afterimages, he vanished from his spot in an instant, like a silent gust of wind sweeping behind his opponent. Fuisue wasn't in a hurry to directly confront Yili. He calmly waited in place for his opponent's attack, and when a slight ripple appeared behind him, he swiftly threw a punch, perfectly timed to clash with Yili as he revealed himself. The sharp, powerful gusts of wind generated by their clash even seemed to affect the arena constructed within the virtual pod, causing the values on the recording machine to surge. Oh no! So Brother Fu wasn't even using his full strength when we were fighting earlier. I'm the one who hindered his power-up. I'm so sorry, wha? Haha, our Shaoli truly lives up to her reputation as a beauty with S-rank strength and speed in single combat. In just a few words, the two had transitioned from a probing phase to a full-blown brawl. If Yili's fight against Fu Yao left her no room to dodge, then her attacks on Fuisue were unleashed with the same ferocity and lethality she used against the violent star beasts and crazed alien plants in the contaminated zone. Fuisue had thought that since escaping that underground experimental base, he might never be able to fight at full strength again. Whenever he tried to unleash a portion of his power, he could only catch his opponent in a weakened state. But the girl he was fighting now was just as exhilarated as he was. Something long buried within her slender frame seemed to be bursting forth uncontrollably, like two weapons set to maximum power for a head-on brawl. I call Shuya the smallest humanoid weapon in the history of Sotho's military academy. So this is what a true duel between masters looks like. If we don't take this seriously, we'd basically be no different from chickens pecking at each other. I hope the instructor is still outside beating up Xie Dashao, and can't see this battle inside, otherwise I think our lives will be even more miserable. What's worse is that it's only the first day of military training, and we already exposed ourselves too early, you guys. I hope things will continue like this from now on. A combined attack power level clash. I'm afraid those two humanoid weapons, getting into a rhythm, will use the same force they used on another humanoid weapon against me. The observing instructor said with a forced smile, "Don't worry, I saw everything." Of course, he wouldn't admit he misjudged the girl's strength. It had been too long since he heard about the difficulty of the special recruitment exam. This kind of exam, living on in the memories of his predecessors, brought back their countless warnings. Luckily, the instructor didn't let the students make a fool of themselves. He secretly shed a tear. Regardless of the heated discussion outside, the battle inside continued fiercely. The sheer spectacle of the battle drew the remaining military academy students, who had finished their matches, to the projection screen. One by one, even the instructors, they watched with great interest, sometimes even analyzing or pointing out points for reference to the students beside them. When the instructors from other training areas passed by, they saw that their usually strict brother was acting like best buddies with the military academy student in charge. One of them called out from outside, "Why isn't your class over yet? Isn't it time to get out of class?" A reminder from the instructor of the next class brought the individual combat students back to reality, realizing it was already time for get out of class to end. Holy crap! What's going on? Wasn't the battle timer set? Why is it still going on? Wait a minute, I think I remember Xiao Yi setting something in the back end before it started. Did he cancel the time limit? You're right. Finally, the instructor intervened, using his back-end access to forcibly end the duel. The two, who had been locked in a fierce battle, were suddenly back in the preparation area, their battle-crazed minds instantly sobering up, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Yili hadn't expected that even with such thorough preparations, he could still be interrupted. He could defend against everything, his classmates, his own instructor, but he couldn't defend against the instructor from the next class. After the instructor's forced shutdown, both humanoid weapons had no choice but to return to their dormitories. Yili, his fighting spirit abruptly broken, took a shower in his dormitory and went to bed, feeling dejected. Although Fu Yao couldn't fully comprehend it, she could vaguely discern the mindset of a combat maniac based on past experiences. The other two girls in the dorm, still full of energy after being released early from night training, gathered around to gossip. Fu Yao recalled Xiao Ye's usual cool and aloof demeanor, yet one could clearly read her unhappy and gloomy mood. While this was undeniably a bit cheeky, it was undeniably amusing. Therefore, when Fang Xiu and Su Xian furtively probed her for information, the delighted Fu Yao didn't hesitate to share it with her roommates. Fang and Su, being students who relied on their brains rather than their hands, naturally wouldn't understand the frustration of a combat maniac being interrupted during a heated fight. But that didn't stop them from being impressed, and they all exclaimed that it was kind of cute that there were little girls in the world who were unhappy because they couldn't fight. Fu Yao agreed. Of course, this cuteness only applied to pretty underage girls. Regarding her cousin's constant need for a fight, Fu Yao thought he was probably just suppressing his emotions for too long. Heaven knows how much mental pressure facing his face every day caused her. Even worse, she thought she'd gradually become immune to his face since childhood, but unfortunately, her immunity couldn't keep up with the rate at which his grumpy face grew. They said looking at good-looking men is good for your health and longevity. I happen to have such a high-quality, good-looking man by my side, with whom I have a blood relationship and no risk, but instead of being good for my health, he's inflicting a severe and indelible blow on my body and soul. Fu Yao kept complaining about how someone had ruined her good fortune. Fang Xiu looked at her with sympathy, nodding as she poured a drink for her older sister. Su Xian, however, bluntly stated, "Sister Yao, that's pseudoscience." Fu Yao unceremoniously reached out and ruffled Su Xian's cheek. "Silly sister, you're still too young. You have to understand, sometimes, the psychological effect is much stronger than the actual effect. A perfect example is right next door. For instance, someone whose physical functions were clearly at max level but who, due to a immune psychological state, could only angrily fall asleep." Chapter 55. The women's meeting finally ended. After all, everyone's livelihood depended on a group of unpredictable and ruthless instructors. Aside from the two exceptionally skilled and daring leaders who had taken center stage that night, the other military academy students had to keep their distance to save their lives. The atmosphere the next day, while seemingly normal, couldn't hide the underlying tension. Due to the lingering effects of the two's prolonged confrontation the previous day, the two leaders had successfully achieved the remarkable feat of conquering the instructors with force on the first day of military training. Therefore, even the instructors were hesitant to put these two tough guys together again today, fearing a disastrous situation beyond their control or accidentally ending up in a hellish scenario where their well-intentioned intervention resulted in them being attacked from both sides. Fortunately, today's plans were all off campus. The instructors were taking the military academy students to the pristine mountain forest area established by the Sothos Military Academy for wilderness survival training. The military academy students, their eyes half open, were abandoned on a grassy field while it was still dark. Equipped only with special GPS watches and a supply bag no bigger than the palm of their hand, they were ruthlessly released by their instructors. Today's training objective was to completely traverse this mountainous terrain before the day ended. According to the instructor's predictions, these kids would likely form several small teams based on their abilities to prioritize stability and attack speed. This stable approach probably wouldn't be completed within the day. If they had to camp overnight, they'd be dragged to the firing range for a proper, weighted run to thoroughly temper their enthusiasm. However, reality rarely goes as planned, and even in the best-case scenario, unexpected events can occur. Once an accident happens, it's bound to happen again, especially when two familiar, infuriatingly beautiful faces blatantly occupy the large frame of the stealth drone's camera. Yili showed no surprise at the change of location, unlike her classmates who were either observing, forming teams, or still trying to process what was happening. When she saw the endless jungle and mountains, her gentle tea-colored eyes seemed to ripple like beautiful lake water, and she felt a sudden sense of returning to familiar surroundings. Instinctively, she tightly hid her supply pack inside her camouflage jacket, and almost instinctively disappeared in a second from the group that had been gathered on the grass. The next instant, she seemed to have completely become part of the jungle and mountains, vanishing into the verdant peaks. The instructor was speechless and unable to retaliate further at the sight of this girl-like humanoid weapon, who could disappear in the blink of an eye from the stealth drone's camera lens. She connected this to another teenage humanoid weapon named Fuisue, and retrieved the video footage captured by the stealth drone camera that had been watching him. Sure enough, the humanoid weapon on this side vanished instantly. Fuisue always preferred to act alone, so naturally, he chose to leave the crowd and explore on his own. The instructor, he really wanted to unilaterally kick these two brats out of the individual combat training class. Otherwise, he suspected he might be tortured beyond recognition before the end of this military training, and might even suffer a second devastating blow from his unscrupulous comrades on top of the existing mental pressure. As Yili darted into the jungle mountains, her first thought was that she had already landed on the main branch of a sturdy, common tree. Her instincts, normally reserved for lurking in contaminated mountainous areas, allowed her to move with ease through the jungle, untouched by bloodthirsty abnormal plants or mutated star beasts. The simple, undulating mountain environment moved with the ease of a fish in water, as if strolling through her own backyard. She moved with the leisurely grace of someone admiring the scenery, yet her speed was remarkably rapid. Her petite figure moved with exceptional agility, concealed by the deep green foliage. Her loose black hair was neatly tucked into the brim of her hat, her thin lips pressed into a line, her expression reserved. Her tea-colored eyes, cast in the shadow of the hat, appeared somewhat inscrutable. It could be said that she completely utilized her advantages and unparalleled agility, making her impossible to detect by any of the stealth drones scattered throughout the area. After confirming that the other students were operating smoothly, the instructor, unwilling and uncertain, switched between the various camera feeds, attempting to capture Yili, only to abandon his ambitious plans in frustration once again. The instructor rubbed his forehead in frustration. In some ways, perhaps Fuisue was less of a worry. The handsome man with clear, bright eyes, who had left silently from the beginning, never bothered to avoid the drone's surveillance. Instead, he moved like a powerful, agile cheetah, sweeping across the vast mountainous terrain with unbridled ferocity, seemingly roaming freely and uninhibitedly within his territory. His sharp eyes were so dark they seemed to hold no light. The layered, verdant leaves cast dappled shadows in the rising sunlight, and Fuisue's tall, muscular body occasionally caught glimpses of light filtering through the leaves, but these were fleeting, quickly absorbed by the dark shadows. Instructor, two troublesome big shots. At their pace and movement, as if they were in their own backyard, they'd probably be right next to him before daytime even ends. With this kind of rest, going to the firing range at night would be completely useless for grinding him down. The outcome was predictable. Although Yili and Fuisue clearly took two completely different routes, they completed their daytime missions almost simultaneously. Because Yili remained undetected by the drone, the instructor, despite sitting in the back-end monitoring room, had a constant urge to be outmaneuvered by his own rascal. Yili initially remained cautious and slowed down, but upon traversing the forest and realizing it was just an ordinary forest, and understanding that he couldn't obtain any resources from it, he didn't hesitate to swiftly step on the branches, completing the entire jungle and mountain terrain at top speed. Fuisue's purpose was indifferent. He merely moved swiftly through different terrains, oblivious to everything else, like completing routine training. It wasn't until he vaguely sensed another, almost imperceptible presence in the jungle that his competitive spirit was truly ignited, prompting him to give it his all. Therefore, when faced with two freaks who didn't even break a sweat, the instructor simply let them go to the shooting range. Because of the psychological burden this placed on the instructors, one of them specifically arranged with the instructor in charge of the shooting range to add more sandbags to their arms. The number and weight of the sandbags were generally determined based on the subject's skeletal age, muscle condition, and individual physical circumstances. Even with some comrades secretly adding extra weight, the unsuspecting assistant instructors only dared to add one more sandbag to each of the two warriors' arms. After both men had strapped on sandbags, they each took a short break to make minor adjustments and gain a general sense of their stance before taking their positions and cocking their rifles. Fuisue was the first to load and prepare. As someone raised to high standards and strict requirements by the Fu family from a young age, he was intimately familiar with this kind of intensive sniper range training, a fundamental and essential skill in all major military units, to the point that he could recite the rules backwards. As he raised his rifle, the thin, beautiful muscle lines of his arms were already faintly visible. The perfectly proportioned muscles didn't appear bulky or bloated but rather maintained an optimal balance. The immense recoil when pulling the trigger couldn't shake the support provided by his strong arms, powerful yet flexible. His half-closed dark eyes held a calm, serene expression, as if he were simply completing a routine task, firing bang 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 to finish. The supervising instructor watching sighed, his stomach hurts. After recording Fuisue's results, Yili also cocked his rifle and prepared to go to the firing range. She naturally didn't have the same high-level training methods as Fuisue, nor did she understand the training situation. But for some reason, she found that all of this seemed to be presented in another form in her past life. In the polluted areas, Yili's main occupation, besides venturing out, was scavenging resources and materials. In these polluted areas where the spatial button's effects were affected, she could only rely on brute force to collect all her spoils without waste. In her novice stage, before she had fully learned how to classify and preserve things, Yili often had to complete entire physical transport projects. The effort she needed to expend was considerable. Every time she missed even a tiny bit, she felt like she was losing out terribly, and couldn't help but feel heartbroken. On one occasion, when Cui Sheng learned that she had somehow managed to carry out her spoils of war using only brute force, the old man relentlessly poked her smooth forehead with his callous fingers. Only after repeated warnings did Yili, an outsider to the situation, finally understand, through Cui Sheng's repeated explanations, that her strength was called natural superhuman strength. Yili recalled the petri dish she had brought with her when she first woke up, and felt that while superhuman strength was acceptable, whether it was innate still required further research. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Her small, pale fingers appeared soft, but when pulling the trigger, they were both forceful and precise. A dark light flickered within her tea-colored eyes, her slightly raised chin revealing clean, delicate features. There was not a trace of tension or anxiety. She treated it with the same calm as someone examining a small blade of grass or flower at the edge of a flower bed. All the bullets struck the bullseye with precision and speed. Without even needing the assistant instructor to confirm the scores, she had already unloaded her rifle and turned to leave. Yili, taking advantage of this free time, was planning to find a place to sit down and use her personal computer. She had learned from her roommates, Fong Xiu and Su Xian, in the Mecha Pilot department that the department offered related elective courses online, with recordings uploaded to the campus network. She certainly didn't want to miss the opportunity to learn about the Mecha Pilot department at Sotho's military academy in advance. She had initially worried about scheduling conflicts, but thankfully today's military training program was quite flexible, allowing her ample free time to listen to online classes. Just as she was feeling quite fortunate and opening the web page, ready to receive a grand and enthusiastic baptism of knowledge, she was stopped by a deep voice. "I need to talk to you." Chapter 56. I need to talk to you. Fuisue's deep, magnetic voice, slightly husky, suddenly rang in Yili's ear. Yili, just one step away from the grand feast of knowledge, only to be shut out by the closing doors, who knew that even Cui Sheng, who always upheld the dignity of the teacher's profession, couldn't stop his little apprentice's march towards knowledge. Now, however, he was interrupted by Fuisue's 5 words. If it were anyone else disturbing her, she would definitely not hold back. But the person speaking was her source of star coins for the next 5 years. Who wouldn't be at odds with money? Yili had to admit that she was a realistic mecha soldier, pragmatic in writing but vulgar in practice. She lightly said just a moment, quickly downloading and saving the online course to a folder on her personal computer. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. After arranging the course she had been longing for, she looked up at him with a puzzled expression. The girl's tea-colored eyes were clear and bright. Her usually restrained brilliance hadn't quite been concealed due to the recorded lesson. Her eyes, set against her beautiful face, shimmered like stars, pure and sparkling, containing only a hint of frustration and confusion. Yili glanced subconsciously at the assistant instructor, then, confirming the training session at the shooting range had ended, she got up and followed Fuisue to a nearby grove. The grove wasn't far from the shooting range, and the trees weren't planted too densely. Small patches of sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on the lush green grass. Yili sensed that what the other person wanted to discuss with her couldn't be trivial, nor could it be anything secretive. She followed the arrangement to talk here, but she didn't truly trust the safety and confidentiality of the place. Luckily, she had brought something with her. Yili reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, iron-gray ball, intending for the other person to help conceal it. But just as she reached for the ball, the other person also poured out a small, lead-gray ball from their sleeve. The two iron-gray balls lay peacefully in their respective owners' palms, seemingly gazing at each other silently. The invisible, colorless line of air separating them was actually like a vast galaxy. Awkward. This grove of trees was hardly a good place to talk, cough, assuming there weren't two high-level miniature soundproofing devices. The awkwardness didn't last long. Important matters needed to be addressed quickly. Although Yili couldn't guess the other person's intentions, judging from the current situation, the purpose of the conversation was most likely related to a fight. She couldn't help but feel ashamed. When she was a fledgling mech pilot, she never held back in fights against those who tried to cause her trouble or extort money from her. She always struck hard and drew blood. After specializing as a mech pilot, her fighting style became more ruthless and controlling. However, she felt that such a significant improvement in combat awareness would be difficult to sustain without sparring with similarly skilled opponents possessing rational thinking. Compared to Yili's simple mindset, which was mostly focused on fighting and mechs, Fuisue's analysis, progressing from superficial to profound, increasingly pushed the truth towards a terrifying level, making many things difficult to accept upon closer examination. If he hadn't happened to be the most fully aware and high-level insider of this secret matter. If he hadn't secretly concealed the most crucial parts of the survivor's memories back then. If he hadn't been so knowledgeable about the origins of his various data points and maintained such excellent secrecy. Countless what-ifs laid the groundwork for his near-dreamlike discovery of his kind, but their open demeanor clearly indicated they didn't remember the past. It's incredibly difficult to erase the hellish past from victims who have endured the most painful memories. In fact, many experiments are partly designed to shield them from further suffering. When the case was declared solved, many of the lucky children who survived weren't primarily concerned with intense hatred or the agony of their suffering, but rather with profound guilt towards the little girl who had taken such a huge risk and endured so much pain, only to never hear an apology again. He couldn't afford to be careless. Fui placed two iron-gray balls beside them for optimal defense. He wanted to approach the conversation in a more natural tone, so he steered the conversation to her most interesting topic. How did you feel about yesterday's battle? Did you notice the strange similarity in our fighting abilities? Yili sighed. So you really want to fight, and answered as objectively as possible. It's a shame to interrupt like this. How about we have another match now? She considered that since he was too shy to directly challenge her, it would be the same if she took the initiative, and understandingly expressed her desire to continue sparring. Private fighting is prohibited during military training. Fuisue helplessly realized that the two of them were completely on different wavelengths. He explained the origin of this rule. During military training, instructors follow military regulations, and private fighting is prohibited within military camps, so it is also prohibited during military training. Yili's planet, numbered poor, was safe, and there were no troops stationed there. Therefore, it was normal that she was completely unaware of this rule. After all, although the military training rules were clearly stated, very few students had the patience to read and understand them all. For the other students, this common-sense knowledge was clearly irrelevant to Yili. Dejected, she decided to go back and review the military training rules to brush up on her knowledge. Seeing her roundabout strategy fail, Fuisue switched to a more direct tone. During yesterday's sparring, did you notice that our combat strength was noticeably stronger than each other? Yili instinctively wanted to say, maybe it's because I'm a genius, but when she met those long, dark eyes, she silently swallowed the excuse. A dusty laboratory and petri dishes suddenly flashed through her mind, as if a deeper, more complex image was trying to emerge from it, but Yili calmly and forcefully suppressed it back to its original calm state. Indeed, a little. She carefully chose her words, responding uncertainly. Don't you find it strange? The increasingly fierce fighting spirit within them forced them to maintain a proper level of restraint during the other students' battles. Strange. Yili slightly curled her lips, unsure whether to accept or reject the proposal. Fuisue's dark eyes captured Yili's gaze, as if he were discussing Starnet gossip. There was once a major event hidden in the Federation for a long time. It started when a group of mad scientists wanted to create the most perfect product through artificial experiments. Legend has it that anyone who can survive the experiments can achieve the effect desired by the mad scientists. However, the cost of each experiment is astronomical, reaching the very top of the pyramid. Therefore, these madmen chose few and high-quality experimental subjects, not wanting to waste any potential profits. Yili's slightly lowered eyelids twitched, as if something was reawakening in his mind. His dark eyes seemed to hold back all light, his deep voice deliberately slowing its pace. Before Fuisue could finish speaking, Yili seemed to sense what was to come. I was one of them too. His words trailed off, the unfinished sentence vanishing into the wind. Yili remained silent for a long while, then spoke like an observer. It's truly not easy to survive. Their conversation ended there, and they each returned to the shooting range to continue their next training session. To say that Yili wasn't interested in the events he had mentioned would be a lie. However, there's nothing new under the sky. Throughout history, illegal experiments aimed at creating perfect humanoid machines have been commonplace. The experimental facility Fuisue once worked at might have been just one of millions of madmen, and perhaps not the same place she had been. He couldn't prove or provide strong evidence to convince her of the truth. Yili currently had her own goals to strive for. All that remained for her past was the excruciating pain of reshaping her bones and flesh, and a blank sea of memories. As long as the reshaping process wasn't harmful, she didn't care about enduring the immense torment every now and then. Furthermore, an experimental facility capable of accurately capturing someone with Fuisue's family background must have once possessed a rather glamorous and powerful background to maintain its success in conducting experiments undetected for so long. Such wealthy conditions were completely incongruous with the dusty, dilapidated underground laboratory located in the contaminated head forest of Planet Number. The underground laboratory in the head forest, rather than being a place for illegal human experiments, resembled a small team conducting research discreetly underground. The knowledge transmitted through the memory chips included the fact that researchers, suffering irreversible damage, were leaving one by one. Almost every researcher, before leaving, would carefully examine the petri dish, wanting to see her open eyes. This secret tenderness was worlds apart from the cold-blooded human experiments. Her greatest obsession with the past was the inexplicable, excruciating pain of her bones and muscles. That was all. After their initial exchange, Fuisue hesitated. He had initially thought only those whose strength could match his opponents, but his burning fighting spirit and an indescribable feeling made him unable to resist testing whether Yili felt the same way. He had managed to conceal many crucial aspects of the major events of that year. For example, although the experiments back then were wildly imaginative and cruel, those lunatics believed they had succeeded. If such rumors were to spread, it would only be a disaster for the rescue children and other gifted children. At the shooting range, apart from the assistant instructors, only a boy and a girl continued shooting practice as if no one else was around. They didn't just do basic arm strengthening training. Later, they even tried various modes, either individually or in combination, involving wrist strengthening, full body strengthening, and rifle strengthening exercises. The assistant instructors accompanying them seemed like mindless machines, mechanically recording data. Their original function as instructors, to assist in guidance and demonstrate and correct students' shooting, seemed completely abandoned. Assistant instructor, who am I? Assistant instructor, where am I? Assistant instructor, what am I doing? Chapter 57. When the individual instructors, having finished their mountain cross-country training, led their group of cadets to the firing range, he was relieved that the two senior soldiers hadn't engaged in their expected private feud. But when he turned to the assistant instructor in charge of the range, he noticed a dazed look on the other's face, as if the camouflage uniform was tightly sculpted, barely concealing his robust frame. The assistant instructor seemed to be trying to find out what had happened while he was away from his comrade. The assistant instructor raised his dull eyes. The record board on his arm already filled 2 sheets with the 2 cadets' shooting scores. The excellent score showed no sign of any pity for their students for the next 5 years. Fortunately, students in military-related majors have always adhered to the principle of admiring the strong. Feeling belatedly arrived, the cadets genuinely believed that having teammates with exceptional skills and abilities would greatly benefit their group and the team. What the instructors then promoted truly surprised the cadets' naive worldview. The individual combat instructor glanced at the 2 troublemakers who had driven their comrades to despair, then disdainfully surveyed the remaining students who had finished their daytime cross-country runs. A new idea quickly formed in his mind, a slight modification to the original rules. Since 2 students have already completed the shooting range task ahead of schedule, simply adding extra pressure to target practice won't create anything interesting. Let's change the training rules so that 2 younger students are responsible for shooting at you while you're moving. The remaining students must successfully complete the original training requirements on the fixed target without being hit and leaving a mark. Then I consider your shooting range assessment complete. Intelligent students are highly perceptive, especially someone like Xie Shuangbai, who has a stubborn nature. I might not gain anything, but I absolutely cannot suffer a loss. He raised a slender eyebrow, casually remarking, "This new model is interesting. It's like dividing our department into 2 groups sniping at each other. 2 veterans will be responsible for targeting us highly autonomous, moving targets, while the rest of us will practice positioning ourselves amidst the hail of bullets." Essentially, the military academy students from the same department are arranged into a situation of mutual restraint and infighting, while the instructors sit idly by, enjoying the show. Xie Shuangbai, even risking his nickname Xie the Fox, cannot allow the instructor's ambitions to be realized. However, most of the military academy students, who were enlightened by his words, were suppressed by the instructor's strength. The only 2 teammates, Fu Yao and Meng Heng, had far too few points in the strategy attribute. The other 2 reliable and resourceful teammates, Yili and Fu Yisui, had already been assigned to the opposing side. Xie Shuangbai wanted to try and win over the big shot, but no matter how elegantly her beautiful, watery peach blossom eyes tried to hook him, it was destined to be futile. Her cunning gaze met 2 pairs of eyes with different colors, both calm and burning, and she could only helplessly dim, extinguishing her poaching thoughts and accepting the arrangement. Seeing the pressure on him lessen, the instructor, unusually kind, added to the newly revised rules, "Don't worry, your instructor isn't some devil. Of course, I give you enough time to familiarize yourselves with the original, unmodified target practice. Of course, I only demonstrate the shooting posture once. If you want me to adjust it 2 or 3 times, that's fine, but you only have 2 options. I break your hand or I kick you. Those who aren't afraid of pain or breakage, come and try." The instructor blatantly threatened. In fact, students admitted de Soto's military academy don't have much difficulty with normal sniper shooting postures. After all, this is a crucial part of the basic assessment. The real challenge of this training exercise lies in how to quickly regain composure and complete the assigned tasks when the body is not used to the added strain. As freshmen who have withstood the most rigorous assessments, emerging victorious from countless rounds of selection, their achievements were already evident during the initial military training. The consistently high data recorded during combat, and the results of the mountain cross-country training that originally required daytime travel, but was shortened to half a day, compared to the performance of previous freshmen upon entering the academy, they certainly had the right to be called a constellation of stars. However, who could have predicted that this year's cohort would produce 2 anomalies, whose fighting skills were so uneven that everyone could see them simply through a brawl? Last night's relentless, even lasting, fight, and the seemingly fabricated data on the recording device, became a terrifying nightmare in the subconscious minds of all the freshmen that night. Fu Yisui. From the moment he first showed promise, he was compared to other people's children, serving as a benchmark for his peers and elders. The saying a child prodigy may not necessarily amount to a great adult simply didn't apply to him. The invisible sword of time seemed to have smoothed away Fu Yisui's once faintly youthful edges, making them even sharper. Only by consciously restraining his aggression could his sharp, even domineering, aura be concealed within a carefully constructed shell. Adults always vaguely stated, his life experiences cannot be replicated, and it's normal for him to mature earlier than you, but when asked about the specific reasons, most responded with feigned ignorance, and even those few who had the right to know remained silent. Yili. Like an unknown comet streaking across the sky, she burst forth with a wild, untamed energy, stubbornly walking the path she believed in. Lacking common sense yet incredibly pragmatic, she possessed a cool, aloof beauty, yet was pure and gentle. Having earned her place at Sotho's military academy through her abilities, everyone had previously been able to confidently boast of being trendsetters among the younger generation. Now, however, a complex mix of emotions arose, like standing on a hill overlooking a range of verdant peaks, finally able to observe the differences between them, only to discover that beside that towering mountain, another peak of equal height was shrouded in swirling mist. But self-deprecation was one thing, giving up was another. Even the most ordinary genius possessed self-respect and pride. If the entrance exam results alone could determine the final outcome, then what was the point of going to such lengths to get into Sotho's military academy? 5 years of university life are incomparable to the decades of training of the past. The profound understanding gained in the face of life and death can only be truly experienced during missions and operations, unlocking unknown potential through the threat of pushing one's lifeline. Frankly speaking, this level of Demon King wouldn't only suppress students from their own school. It's like the bonus questions in a standardized exam. Everyone is equal, you can't answer them, and so can everyone else. But if we delve into the details, they actually have the advantage. After all, the side effects of being mentally prepared to be dominated are completely opposite to being caught off guard and crushed. Unconsciously, a genuine desire to become stronger arose within the hearts of the individual Soldier Military Academy students, causing all the students to be in peak mental condition, half excited and half cautious, awaiting their first direct confrontation with the two great Demon Kings. The assistant instructor helped adjust the training area slightly, placing two stationary targets to the north for the cadets to aim at. The cadets had to move quickly along a route including obstacles, as provided by the instructors, and try to hit the center of the targets. Successfully hitting both targets on the 8 ring without being hit by powdered bullets constituted a successful assessment. The instructors gave all the empty spaces on either side of the targets to two experienced cadets responsible for shooting at the moving targets. These moving targets naturally referred to fellow freshmen who, while not restricted by movement, had to follow the designated route. This situation of you shoot, I shoot gave the feeling that the observer becomes part of the scenery in someone else's eyes. The instructor simply handed over the opening commands to the two cadets, betting with the assistant instructor who would win. That's right. Since they couldn't beat them, they joined them. Since the previous standards were no longer reliable, from now on, they would continuously increase the difficulty several times over to test the limits. Yili stroked the pure black gun, adorned with silver arrow markings, quite satisfied. Named Silver Feather, this gun was an extremely niche and uncommon type of firearm, named for the feather-like silver markings on its body. The gun boasted sleek lines and an excellent feel, but in reality, for various reasons, most of these models were quietly gathering dust in warehouses, their production lines long since discontinued. She didn't care what others thought of Silver Feather, she only cared about the good partner she needed. The instructor thought giving them the opportunity to try out this rare firearm was a great gesture, but upon seeing the two darlings carrying the guns, he couldn't help but sigh at their truly unconventional and audacious behavior. If it weren't for the fact that both of them were extremely well-mannered and didn't reveal a hint of arrogance or conceit, and if it weren't for the fact that even the most critical judge would have to admit their good looks, he would have really given those two mischievous monkeys, who seemed to want to fly atop the sky, a good beating. The instructor wanted to quit, but the two who had done something so outrageous seemed completely oblivious to it, especially Yili, whose background indicated she came from a numbered planet. The girl's clear, tea-colored eyes blinked in confusion. He quickly guessed she probably picked someone she knew. Yili also noticed the instructor's face twitch, reporting, "Instructor, the gun I'm most familiar with is the Silver Feather." The instructor ruffled her hair, which was covered by a camouflage hat, and naturally didn't want to scold her further. Fuisue's expression softened unusually when he heard the model named Silver Feather, a hint of surprise flashing in his usually dark eyes. Instructor's interpretation, "What did you pick?" Yili, not to be outdone, glanced at the gun in his hand, her tea-colored eyes filled with speechlessness. A dark blue, high-powered machine gun loaded with automatic rounds would have a reason for being in any location, but clearly not for the upcoming target practice. Instructor's deciphering tool, "You're not much better than me either." Unwilling to admit defeat, the two chose a peaceful duel during the prohibited private fighting period. What should we compete in? Let's see who gets fewer bullet holes on their target. Okay. What are we betting on? No star coins, I'm poor. Then let the other do one thing unconditionally. Fine. The instructor, powerless to stop what was already done, strolled back to the firing range, looking with pity at his adorable students, who were unaware that the mode had already been pushed to a difficult level, and forced a pale, feeble smile. Chapter 58. The naive freshmen, eager to try their skills at the shooting range, were unaware that the attention drawn by the other shooter would reach them, even though they weren't there. They were oblivious to the danger just a block away from them, and the instructor they perceived as a loving father was actually showing a hidden pity. Yili and Fuisue each warmed up slightly in the area next to their targets, carefully stacking the necessary ammunition on a table propped up behind the targets. One finished adjusting the silver-white, sharp-edged Yin-Yu, while the other steadily pressed the heavy, large, pure black steel machine gun onto his strong muscular arm. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. These young trendsetters, who had just declared their determination to face challenges head-on, unanimously turned their gazes towards the one chosen by the people, a man with impeccable dodging skills. Xie swung by sensed the hesitation in everyone's expressions, and knew that no one could feel at ease without someone scouting ahead. An ominous premonition began to form, and under the silent yet intensely scrutinizing gaze, he instinctively took up his gun and stood at the starting line. Xie felt deeply that reality was a waste of his stunning good looks. He could clearly make a living purely from his appearance, yet he was always forced to sell his talents for survival. Knowing his friend's mischievous ways well, he had no hope of any favoritism from the start, so he had already planned to be swift and decisive. The main objective of this assessment was to accurately and decisively aim a sniper shot while utilizing his agility or speed. Even Xie, the king of dodge, couldn't guarantee a strategy of improvisation and evasion. He cocked his gun with his right hand and raised his arm, while using his left hand to stabilize his output. With practiced ease, he slightly bent down to lower his center of gravity. Without needing any prompting from the sidelines, he seized the opportunity to take the initiative and dashed into the arena. He charged at top speed along the preset optimal route, and according to the approximate positions of the two targets. The planned route only defined the basic outline. The actual operation was forced to succumb to the reality of the two guns. Xie practically fled for her life. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the dense, precise hail of bullets that most had anticipated did not materialize. Yili didn't even raise his gun slightly. Xie easily reached the first target position, intending to easily secure a point. Bang bang bang. The sharp sounds, though late, were inevitable, not a preemptive strike to deter the opponent. The powerful bullet sounds only appeared almost incessantly as the visitor arrived, intimidating them. The large, cold, black machine gun, when stationary, would inevitably and unequivocally receive countless, densely packed bullet holes, each the size of a soybean, around the target's perimeter, effectively drawing a warning line and marking off-limits areas. Xie desperate attempt to gain firing time was also have compared to the original time. The two shots he fired hastily both veered off course. In fact, they allowed the enemy, concealed by a hail of bullets, to land several marks on him, forcing him to struggle to escape. He had to turn his hopes to the second target, hoping to score at least 1 point. Yili remained unmoved, her sleek, silver-white gun frame perfectly complementing her slender arms, as if it were an innate feature. The rest of the expression in her tea-colored eyes was mostly hidden by her long, lowered eyelashes. She stood beside the target, seemingly guarding it, like a meticulously crafted cardboard cutout. Xie, of course, wasn't so naive. Although Yili didn't intend to interrupt, she was only 4 or 5 steps away from the target. Given Yili's skill level, those few steps were enough for her to maintain a steady performance. Although Yili didn't move, Xie couldn't remain still. Following the standard tactics used in target practice, he found a suitable spot, set up his gun, and deliberately chose a location far from Yili. Xie kept reminding himself, he wasn't afraid of her obstruction. It was simply that completing the assessment was his primary goal. This was military training, not a private fight. Yili appeared indifferent, but in reality, she was paying close attention. As Xie fired his several steady, powerful shots, Yili seemed to have a switch flipped within her, and almost simultaneously began to move. Clang, 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 clang. A slender, pale fingertip rested on the trigger, the narrow, silver-white rifle moving gracefully and effortlessly in the air with a long slender arm. As if possessing eyes, the cold, hard barrel accurately positioned itself at each bullet's point, relentlessly blocking them, turning the bullets into its own weapon, and effortlessly sealing off all of the opponent's advance. Then, as if strolling leisurely, the narrow muzzle was raised, leaving clear white bullet dust on Xie pure black protective jacket. The entire sequence, from start to finish, was extremely brief yet remarkably fluid and seamless. Under the onslaught of the sweeping rain of attacks from Target 1, including sniper fire, and the counterattack from Target 2, Xie hastily fled this place of heartbreak. Preparation area. The other students watching the whole thing, Wake up, guys. We're on your side. Don't deliberately make it harder. The supervising officer was already poised to kick the next test takers into the arena. The military academy students had no time to complain. One by one, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and bravely jump onto the field like dumplings being dropped into a pot, risking their lives. Everyone entered the arena with trepidation and forced confidence, believing they were facing off against the two gatekeeper bosses with imposing posture and righteous aura. However, the reality was that while the two bosses blocked the bullets, they treated each participant with equal and friendly treatment, leaving all the students with 0 points and bullet dust as souvenirs, collapsing miserably at the finish line. Fu Yao was near the back of the line, her temperament more composed than the others. After all, no matter how powerful the bosses were, one was her cousin, and the other was her dear sister. She carefully observed the torture inflicted on all her comrades, and together with a few individual brainiacs at the back, began analyzing and discussing potential avenues for attack. From the moment Lao Xie entered, the two guards have been doing two things. First, ensuring no subjects leave bullet holes on their targets. Second, ensuring all subjects leave covered in bullet dust and looking disheveled. Which one do you think is more important? We can start with the less important one. The boy with black-rimmed glasses was the first to try and guess. I guess it's the first one. After all, for us, getting the bullets on the target is more important. If the two main objectives weren't contradictory, the instructor probably wouldn't have agreed. If the two gentlemen's main objective is to prevent us from hitting the target, why are their expressions so intimidating? Logically, they're tasked with blocking or interfering with our actions. The boy with a sweatband on his head didn't seem to care. This task fell to Fu Yao, who knew the two best. Everyone's gaze naturally shifted, silently landing on Fu Yao, whose chestnut curls were tied into a neat high ponytail. The leader readily accepted the task. While these two have high standards for themselves, their intense desire to express themselves is rather unusual, unless they're actually competing with each other. Competing with each other. Fu Yao unconsciously repeated her conjecture, her gaze shifting back and forth between the two, suddenly realizing she seemed to have found the real reason. She explained with a pained expression, these two seem to be having a target hunting competition. We poor souls are probably just collateral damage from the flames of the central battlefield. Chapter 59. From innocent bystanders number 1 to #N, upon learning the bewildering truth, despite feeling a sense of helpless misery at being unfairly blamed for nothing, Fu Yao, self-proclaimed number 1 troublemaker, forcefully dragged Xie Shuangbai, who considered himself a strategist, into the fray, attempting to pool their wisdom to conquer the two formidable obstacles beside the target. Xie Shuangbai clearly didn't want to contribute. After all, he was already utterly ruined, and any collective effort to turn the tide was irrelevant to him. Foxes are not only cunning and intelligent, but also notoriously vengeful and unwilling to suffer losses. Even Xie Shuangbai, with his peacock-like narcissism, inherited the core traits of the fox. But no matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to obediently wag his fluffy tail and dutifully admit defeat under the threat of Fu Yao's fists. Xie Shuangbai offered a seemingly reasonable and well-founded theory. Where there is competition, there is opportunity. However, this gap is remarkably inclusive, inevitably manifesting itself on both sides. The two mountains beside the target are competing to defend it, not attack it. Meanwhile, the remaining participants are focused on using collective wisdom to improve their individual scores, making their sides seem to have a greater gap. The challengers on one side are constantly trying and failing, while the defenders on the other are becoming increasingly adept at responding. Fu Yisui's area is like a deity controlling thunder and rain, ready to punish any offense, unleashing a barrage of powder bullets when the opponent thinks they escaped unscathed. Yi Li's area is more like a domain governed by causal rules, where the rule is an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Therefore, any attack aimed at the target is deflected by her wielding her silver-white, sturdy gun like a sword, with her meticulously calculating additional shots fired. Numerous challengers, after various attempts, ultimately succumb to defeat, their losses announced amidst the instructor's eyes filled with pity and sympathy. The two targets, now clean and unmarked as before, were finished, and the instructor declared the winner. The defending team had run out of ammunition. Just as the defense ended, Yi Li casually and slowly lowered the silver gun that had been resting on her arm. She pretended to place it on the small table where she had previously stored the ammunition, but unexpectedly, her hidden opponent seized the opportunity. Fu Yisui accurately fired the last bullet from his large black gun, leaving a mark in the very center of target number 2. Bang! The entire area was utterly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A remarkably clear sound suddenly rang out from the center of target number 2. The agonizing cadets on the sidelines. What on earth happened here? The instructors watching the spectacle from the sidelines. What kind of despicable operation is this? Yi Li, easily maneuvering at target number 2. I've been tricked. Amidst the condemning stares and attacks from the entire field, Fu Yisui calmly put away his sturdy, black heavy-duty rifle. Yi Li and I were competing to see who had fewer bullet craters on their targets. There's no rule that bullet craters can only be made by the person shooting at the directional target. The craters I shot also made them, didn't they? This shouldn't be considered a foul, right? The instructor, pushed forward to arbitrate, twitched uncontrollably, his expression shifting rapidly. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a dry, unconvincing sentence. Your explanation isn't wrong, but whatever makes you happy with this interpretation. The instructor wanted to deliver a fair verdict, but he really didn't want to get involved. Yili stood quietly beside target number 2, her gentle tea-colored eyes slightly widened, their moist light like autumn water, tinged with a hint of bewilderment. The others, who had also been making a living under target number 2, quickly forgot the pain of being retaliated against. Seeing the slender girl standing there seemingly helplessly, head bowed, staring at the only bullet hole, lost in thought, perhaps questioning the meaning of life, they wondered. Yili, at the center of the storm of conversation, was bewildered, but her mind was already racing, recalling the entire conversation. Then, she realized with a start that the other person hadn't been wrong. They hadn't said either side couldn't fight when they challenged her. The girl possessed a cool, aloof face that seemed indifferent to outsiders, but inside lay a pure and straightforward heart, like a blank sheet of paper. So, despite the unspeakable resentment welling up inside her, she still honestly admitted her defeat. I lost. She admitted with a slight bitterness, frankly confirming to the other person, according to our pre-match agreement, is there anything you want me to do? No rush. Fuisue wasn't in a hurry to speak, a faint smile flashing across his long, dark eyes, his deep, magnetic voice carrying only an air of irritation. Not only did the parties involved and the arbitrator begin to clench their fists, but the kind-hearted military academy students, who had witnessed Yili being tricked also began to itch with urges to attack. Whispers of condemnation, intentionally or unintentionally, began to emanate from the crowd. Is this really the aloof and unapproachable Master Fu, as if he were a frozen wasteland? Could it be that beneath that cold and ruthless exterior lies a heart that begs for a beating? You're absolutely overthinking it. I solemnly swear on the entire 3 years we spent together at the same elementary school, this guy is truly a heartless, incredibly lethal, and imperviously beautiful human weapon. I agree with the comment above. I stake another 6 years of living in the same neighborhood as him. Trying to manipulate a young girl is one thing, but when it comes to conditions, either make it difficult or give a firm answer. Hanging her up with an "we discuss it later" attitude isn't fair. Trying to manipulate is one thing, but hanging someone up is completely unacceptable. The only thing that would make Fuisue go to such lengths to manipulate someone into agreeing to his conditions is the details of the lab incident, which the other party has categorically ignored. If it were a normal matter, Yili wouldn't want to talk about it, so it wouldn't be easy to force her. Only when it comes to this matter related to the lab, Fuisue, who knows a great deal about the inside story, can't just let a highly likely target give vague answers. Yili actually guessed what conditions the other party wanted to ask for. Faced with the established facts, all she could do was think about how to get the greatest return, such as the irregular pain that appeared on her body, which, once it started, felt like being reborn. She couldn't possibly remain forever detached from the realm of her seemingly blank memories. Even if she could live completely indifferently, she couldn't ignore the potential dangers it might pose to those around her in the future. Yili secretly took a deep breath, mentally preparing her words. She could say it, she could say it. She couldn't reveal too much. Just like that small, exquisite laboratory buried beneath the great forest of Hater, it was something she absolutely couldn't mention. It was Yili's sanctuary during her long slumber, her hard shell isolating her from all disturbances, and also her soft cocoon where emptiness and weariness resided. She would absolutely not utter a single word about it. Chapter 60. After being tormented by the 2 big shots for 2 days, the individual combat instructors finally had to let them off the hook, as well as themselves. They sent an assistant instructor to take Yili and Fuisue to complete the preliminary physical fitness assessments for the start of the semester ahead of schedule. The assessments covered everything from standard data like height, weight, and lung capacity to 100-meter sprint time, punching power, agility, and mecha operation scores. When the two finished their assessments and peeked back, they discovered that their classmates, who had participated in today's training, were even more exhausted than them. Yili glanced at them briefly before heading back to the small gymnasium next to the playground to continue the flexibility assessment. The gymnasium was quite spacious. She and Fuisue each had ample room to use one of the instruments. After all the tests were completed, Fuisue's question finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Yili didn't know why her casual act of pulling out the jamming device from her pocket hadn't been caught and reprimanded by the instructor. Yesterday, she had brought it to keep her inspiration and research results confidential, specifically for uploading the mecha upgrade plan documents. Today, she had dutifully followed military training regulations and hadn't brought a single prohibited item. I want to confirm something. Fuisue's narrow, dark eyes were devoid of light. Have you heard of the hazed-in laboratory incident, or rather, the pure white comet scandal? Yi Li's tea-colored eyes were half closed as if in thought, and she shook her head blankly from side to side. Actually, I wanted to ask this when you hinted at it last time. Honestly, with such a vast continent, and so many star systems and planets in the entire Federation, there are countless experiments of varying sizes and natures. Even if I were the one who had been experimented on, it's unlikely to be the same one you're talking about. I grew up and lived on planet Number, while your activities centered on the bustling capital planet. Two people with such vastly different lifestyles shouldn't normally cross paths. Fuisue explained patiently, there are two reasons for my suspicions. First, perhaps it's now forbidden to spread, but the experiments conducted in the hazed-in laboratory are considered the most cold-blooded and brutal human experiments on record. I am the only known survivor of that experiment. Your combat abilities in all aspects far exceed those of an elite military academy student, just like mine. Second, that's what allows me to be completely certain of this. The most crucial evidence. What the outside world doesn't know is that the test subjects we selected were all exceptionally high-quality materials, meaning each subject could be used for a long time. So when it was our turn, the first one endured most of the pain, but unexpectedly, the first test subject in this round survived and was considered a success. While those beasts were overjoyed, they had the audacious idea of extracting as much of the side effects and impurities as possible from the blood of the first test subject and transfusing it to the next test subject to increase the test subject's adaptability and the experiment's success rate. Yi Li listened intently to this, and judging from his grim expression, guessed the next outcome. The blood extracted from the first test subject and separated from the impurities does have an effect, but the effect is very slight and can only be transfused in trace amounts, otherwise it will produce a stronger rejection effect. Therefore, as one of the remaining test subjects, my body must contain the other party's blood. Do you think I have your blood in my body? Although he usually didn't speak in such long sentences, he calmly and deliberately finished his monologue. Yi Li tried hard to recall, but her brain remained blank. I really have no memory of that. But if you have a private, secure testing device, we can do a blood test. But you have to be prepared. Even if you do, I won't be able to provide any useful information. After the 2-week military training, we can go to a private lab for the test on a weekend. Fuisue wouldn't burden Yi Li with this, choosing a private lab with good security to facilitate the immediate destruction of test reports and residual blood samples after the blood test results were obtained. After reaching an agreement, they parted ways. Fuisue's dark eyes were calm and collected. Indeed, every word he had just said was true. The only crucial reason was missing. He had recently used a memory regression technique on himself to recall the events of the first experimental subject, finally catching a glimpse of a faint, dark green pattern in the subject's clear, bright eyes. The dark green pattern in the eyes back then was most likely a subtle, invisible change that occurred as the body struggled internally towards the end. Perhaps the process wasn't fully completed when the experiment was shut down, so he only saw an incomplete dark green pattern then, not the gentle, watery luster of the eyes now. Although dark green and brown are quite different in color, the change that makes eyes lean towards a green hue is extremely difficult to replicate or imitate. It was for this reason that he shamelessly tricked Yi Li into comparing blood samples. Yi Li went to find Fu Yao for lunch at noon. As they ate, she couldn't help but lower her head, lost in thought. No matter how eloquent Fu Yao was, 2 reasons alone weren't enough to support her claim. It wasn't surprising that Fu Yao was hiding something. If there was any solid evidence, it would likely include appearance, background, or someone with inside information. When she woke up in the great forest of Hader, her ID card wasn't even ready, and she had to spend time searching for it at the local government office, so a similar background could be ruled out. Even Master Cui Sheng didn't know about her life in front of the machinery shop, and he hadn't specifically asked her about it, so the informant responsible for corroborating the story could also be ruled out. The most likely possibility now was appearance. The most memorable feature was her unusually colored eyes. Fu Yao's hesitant reaction suggested that she didn't have completely brown eyes, but rather a greenish tint. After a full thought process, Yi Li felt she might have figured out the truth. The brown eyes were truly unique. One could say they were both her strength and her weakness. In case she ever does anything bad in the future, she'd probably have to carry contact lenses, or wear protective goggles with her at all times, otherwise it'd be as obvious as confessing. It wasn't until she rejoined the main group in the afternoon that Yi Li realized she'd been deceived by the instructors. They were all assigned to basic data recording, just that the main group wasn't testing all the items at once like them. According to the schedule, the main group had supplementary tests in the afternoon, while she and Fuisue had already been requisitioned by the instructors as temporary timekeepers and recorders. Of course, this kind of requisitioning was a completely free way to exploit teenage labor. The instructor's instructions, addressing the root of his 2-day headache, instantly relieved him of the pent-up frustration, clearing his mind of all his pent-up emotions. As he directed the cadets' warm-up, the instructor, seemingly eager to amplify the tension, shouted, "The sooner you finish the test this afternoon, the sooner you can go home. Starting tomorrow, we have 3 days of irregular training. Everything must be done according to orders. So the faster you finish now, the more hours you might get to rest or relax. Otherwise, if you don't sleep until night, you might be forced to assemble before dawn and be forced to chase each other around in the vast, artificial forest on campus, hungry and wanton." Although the instructor's description of this future predicament was poetic, the beautiful facade couldn't conceal the tragic and desolate reality hidden beneath. To put it bluntly, it meant being constantly ordered around, running around outside without food, sleep, or even showering. If they told you to crawl through forests and roll obstacles, you had to crawl through forests. If they told you to run 100 or 100 laps around the track, you had to give way to the instructor's unreasonable and capricious plans for the next 3 days. A disaster. An absolute disaster. Yili wanted to immediately drop what he was doing and stock up on 2 boxes of nutrient solution in the dorm, so he could at least replenish his nutrition on the way. The instructors deliberately released bad news, then pretended to be nonchalant as they pushed forward with the basic data recording for the large group, forcing the students to suffer both physically and mentally from the combined strain of today's main tasks. Everyone had complicated thoughts, but they desperately wanted to complete the assessment as quickly as possible. At the end, Fuyao even weakly reached out to her roommate, the youngest girl in the dorm, for help. With Yi Li's arm around her shoulder in support, she finally managed to wobbly crawl back to the dorm. Fong Xiu and Su Xian, favored by their instructors in the mecha pilot department, were as relaxed as ever, half lying and half leaning on the sofa, their roommates lovingly preparing their meals. The 2 poor girls from the individual combat department were finally able to enjoy a meal that didn't need heating up. It would have been perfect if they could have avoided the pitying gazes of the 2 leisurely roommates on the sofa. Yili and Fuyao, chewing their food, almost simultaneously looked up and gave each of their 2 carefree roommates on the sofa an elegant, reserved eye roll. As the pale sky gradually faded, Yili, with her relatively good stamina, completed the task of buying a large case each of nutrient solution and mineral water, and arranged everything she needed in a simple, easily accessible way. Only after completing all the preparations did Yili dare to go to the bathroom for a proper shower. While she still had some time, she decided to wash her short hair as well. That way, she wouldn't have to go out with greasy, shiny hair for the next 3 days. The warm water flowed over her soft skin, washing away all the dust and fatigue. She quickly changed into clothes that fit under her camouflage jacket and wrung out the excess water from her damp black hair with a towel. She dragged herself back to her bedroom and wrapped her wet hair in a new towel. Beep beep. A sharp, inappropriate command rang out from outside, and it seemed it was going to continue. Yili didn't have time to think. Almost instinctively, she grabbed her jacket and ran outside. Fuyao next door had just opened her door a crack when she saw a dark shadow flash past. The slender, ghostly black shadow seemed to have long, messy hair resembling weeds, and under the bright white spotlight shining in from outside, it looked more like a ghost movie than any other. Fuyao, help!